Flower Stealing Master Chapter 2044 to Chapter 2111. After discussing with the officials, Song Qingshu went to visit the yellow-robed woman. She had been injured by the old man in the mountain and her injuries were not light. So it was the old man in the mountain, no wonder his kung fu is so strange. When the yellow-robed woman heard that the person who ambushed her that night was Huashan, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had always been proud of her kung fu, and even though she was ambushed that night, she was still upset that she lost so quickly. And that Donging ninja, even though his kung fu is not as good as the old man in the mountain, his ninjutsu is very strange. Thinking about the ninja's ability to instantly become one with the forest, Song Qingshu had to admit that it was very useful for hiding and assassinating people. Temujin has so many people under him, in the future I'm afraid. The yellow-robed woman reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Brother Song, you don't have to worry too much. There are many talented people in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. As long as we work together, we won't be afraid of the Mongolians. Working together is easier said than done. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. The difference between sects, the struggle for power, the enmity between nations and families, for the people of the Central Plains to work together was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The yellow-robed woman sighed. Before, I suspected that you had selfish motives, but now that I see so many powerful people pledging allegiance to the Mongolians, I finally understand your difficulties. If you don't use some methods to unify the power of the Central Plains, how can you deal with the Mongolians? Seeing that she had finally let go of the barrier in her heart, Song Qingshu let out a sigh of relief. You think too highly of me, I do have selfish motives for doing this. The yellow-robed woman smiled. In this world, only mediocre people are free from blame. If you really have no desires, how can you achieve anything great? Ingluo, you really are my confidant. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, I have to thank those assassins. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to reconcile. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. Bah, what do you mean reconcile? We've never been reconciled. Yes. Song Qingshu knew that she was embarrassed. After chatting with her for a while, he told her to rest and recuperate before leaving her room. Because as long as the emperor did not return to the capital, there was a risk of unrest in the country. Therefore, although there was no small disturbance last night, the majority of the troops still left for Linen according to the schedule. Huang Yaosher's identity was awkward. He had previously attempted to assassinate the emperor on Mount Wudong, so it was not appropriate for him to appear in public. Moreover, he did not want to travel with Song Qingshu, so he stayed in Xianxia to recuperate. Huang Rong also felt a little uncomfortable, so she decided to stay in Xianxia to take care of her father and also to recuperate from her illness. Song Qingshu did not insist. The relationship between the two was very subtle. When they saw each other, they tacitly acted as if nothing had happened. Of course, the good news was that Huang Rong's attitude towards him was much better. She did not completely avoid him like before, but that was all. They were far from the level of lovers. Of course, Song Qingshu also knew his limits. He was very satisfied that their relationship had reached this stage. If it was any less, they would drift apart, and if it was any more, they would easily hurt each other. Now it was just right. The emperor's carriage went all the way along the Han River to the Yangtze River and then straight down. On the way, Song Qingshu sent pigeons to the 4 maids of the Vulture Palace, asking them to choose smart and clever palace maids to meet in Linen. On the other hand, he contacted Xia Qingqing of the Golden Snake Camp, Zhou Zhirua of Yangzhou, and Ren Yingying of Prince Qi's mansion to arrange various matters after arriving in Linen. At the same time, he contacted the Gubai sisters of the Jin Kingdom and arranged for them to cooperate with him. Although things were complicated, Li Qingluo gave advice and suggestions along the way, which took a lot of pressure off Song Qingshu. Especially when Han Xiu accompanied him in the dead of night, Song Qingshu not only enjoyed her tenderness, but also recovered most of the internal injuries and losses that he had suffered before. About half a month later, the fleet finally returned to Linen. Song Qingshu found a time for Zhao Go to meet the crown prince and the officials. Although the people in the court knew that the emperor had been assassinated on the Wutang Mountain, Zhao Go's physical condition had been tightly sealed for the sake of the country's stability. Only then did they know that Zhao Go was on his last breath and could only be paralyzed in bed. They were all shocked. Wang Ziding appeared and told them about the series of things that had happened on the Wutang Mountain. When they learned that King Yi had formed the Mansion of Spirits to rebel and even involved several great grandmasters, they all cursed the traitor. But when they heard that Jia Sherdao had died to protect the emperor, their expressions became very interesting. Jia Sherdao was a man who had been fighting with the emperor for power during this time. If the emperor died, Jia Sherdao would be very happy. Why would he sacrifice his life to save the emperor? But the people present were all experienced officials. Soon, many of them guessed the truth of the matter and roughly knew why the royal family said so. Since the emperor had said so, they wouldn't take the risk to question anything. Then, the appointment of Song Qingshu, Wang Ziding, and other positions was announced. Although the officials present were well informed and had already heard some news from various channels, they were still shocked to hear it with their own ears. I hope the emperor will think twice. The Pingzhang army is a very important position. Since the founding of the country, this position has been established no more than 3 times. It can't be easily given unless it's a special case. Yes, the emperor. Every officer of the Pingzhang army has been in charge of the prime minister for many years. They are experienced and highly respected. How can the Prince of Qi take on such a heavy responsibility at such a young age? I hope the emperor will think twice. A group of people talked at once, trying to persuade the emperor to take back the order. Wang Ziding smiled faintly. He had expected that it wouldn't be easy for Song Qingshu to succeed in taking over the position. He secretly glanced at Song Qingshu and saw that he looked calm. He didn't know what was going on. Forget it. For the sake of Yu Yan, I'll do him a favor. Wang Ziding made up his mind. He stepped forward and said, Prince Yi has been planning for many years. Once it was launched, it was like a thunderbolt. If not for the Prince of Qi's efforts, the country would have long fallen into the hands of rebels and traitors. How can such a contribution not be rewarded? What's more, the Jin state has inadvertently learned of the turmoil in the court. Now, the Jin state is frequently mobilizing troops. It seems that they want to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the south. At present, in the court, in terms of military campaigns and reputation, who can compare to the Prince of Qi? The Pingzhang army was originally established to deal with this kind of emergency. It is most appropriate to give it to the Prince of Qi. Seeing Wang Ziding come out to support Song Qingshu, the officials looked at each other in dismay. It should be known that the Wang family was one of the 4 major families. There were countless former officials in the court. In addition, Wang Ziding controlled the imperial guards. The power of the Wang family was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the 4 major families had always been on the same side. Did the Wang family's attitude mean that this was the common intention of the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Shui family? Thinking of this, a group of officials went to see the reactions of the other family masters. Jia Sherdao had died on Wutang Mountain, but the censor, Shi Miyuan, and the political advisor, Shui Ji, were all expressionless. It was hard to tell what their reactions were. Seeing that they did not speak, the voices of the other officials were not so firm. At this time, Zhao Go said, I have made up my mind. There is no need to discuss it anymore. Also, let the Ministry of Rites pick an auspicious day for the wedding of the Prince of Qi and the 2 princesses. I am tired. You can all leave. Long live the emperor. Since the emperor had said so, the others could not say anything else. They all knelt and left. Wang Ziding looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. He never would have thought that Zhao Go would be able to speak on his own. All this time, he had only kept Zhao Go alive to ensure that he was alive so that he could control the nobles. The moment Zhao Go spoke, all the hair on his body stood up. He was afraid that Zhao Go would say something. After all, what he had done this time was disrespectful. If it was exposed, it would be a disaster. But Zhao Go had spoken up for Song Qingshu. This was beyond his expectations. In his eyes, Zhao Go should have hated Song Qingshu to the extreme. If he could speak, he would have ordered people to kill him immediately. The Grandmaster's methods are indeed incredible. After thinking about it, Wang Ziding could only blame it on this. At the same time, he made up his mind that when he went back, he had to hurry up and arrange for his marriage with Yu Yan. That way, their relationship would be stable. But he and the princess were about to be married. What would Yan's status be if she went there? Let the princess be the concubine? Even though the emperor was currently under their control, Wang Zidong did not dare to risk universal condemnation. However, if he allowed Yan to be the concubine, it would not be in line with the Wang family's interests. It was truly a headache. Seeing everyone's reaction, the corners of Song Qingshu's lips curled up slightly. It was not easy to control Zhao Guo when he was at his peak, but now that he was heavily injured and weak, his resistance was at its weakest. Using the soul transfer technique and some medicine, it would not be difficult to temporarily control him when he met with the officials. As for after that, Zhao Guo would be deep in the palace most of the time anyway, and he would not be able to do much. However, he knew very well that this was not the end of the matter. If he wanted to sit firmly in this position, he would definitely face many challenges. Whether it was the crown prince, the prince, or the important ministers of the court, none of them would be willing to let an outsider like him become the leader of the court. After settling Zhao Guo down, Song Qingshu used his name to summon Ren Yingying into the palace. Now that he did not have complete control of the palace, he did not dare to take even half a step away from Zhao Guo. If he accidentally fell into someone else's hands, not only would all his previous efforts go to waste, he could also become a traitor that everyone despised. Actually, Ren Yingying had long been waiting near the palace gates. When she received the news, she immediately entered the palace. Song Qingshu dismissed his attendants and met her in a side hall. Song Lang, as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Seeing her lover, Ren Yingying could not help but throw herself into his arms. Yingying Song Qingshu hugged her soft and moving body tightly. He could not help but feel the warmth of home rise in his heart. He did not know why, but some women could give people the warmth of home. It had nothing to do with appearance or personality, it was just a mysterious feeling. Song Qingshu lowered his head. His gaze was less than a foot away from her face. He saw that her skin was so white it was almost transparent. He did not know if it was because of excitement or something else, but there was a faint blush. He could not help but say with pity, "You have lost weight in this period of time." "No, I have clearly gained a lot of weight." Ren Yingying pinched his waist. "You, on the other hand, are much thinner than when you left. This period of time, I have been on the move day and night. In addition, I was injured, so I have lost some weight. In the following period of time, you can cook more delicious food. You will definitely be able to make up for my loss," Song Qingshu answered. Hearing that he was injured, Ren Yingying's expression was nervous. She looked him up and down. "Where is the injury? Let me take a look." Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. "Do not worry, the injury has already healed. I know you say this because you don't want me to worry. How can the injury left by a great grandmaster be so easy to heal?" Ren Yingying's eyelashes trembled. "Song Lang, this matter is really too risky. It has to be risky. Moreover, risk and opportunity coexist." Song Qingshu was filled with emotion. He then told her in detail what had happened along the way and the plan. In the past dynasties, when the court officials wanted to rebel, they all colluded with the people in the harem to gain a righteous reputation. We have to guard against this. With my martial arts, although it is easy to enter and exit the harem, I am a man after all. I cannot openly enter and leave. It is inevitable that others will take advantage of me. So I need a spy in the harem. You mean Akamimi? Ren Yingying nodded slightly. Her status is indeed the most suitable candidate. However, the harem is treacherous. She has never been scheming. I am afraid that it will be beyond my power. So I need Qin Yuanyuan to assist me. Song Qingshu said, "I can't leave the palace now. Yingying, please go out and bring them into the palace. Qin Yuanyuan has been through a lot and is very knowledgeable. It is indeed suitable to have her look after them." Ren Yingying agreed. "There is no time to lose. I will immediately go out of the palace to make the arrangements." While they were discussing in the palace, Shi Miyuan and Shuiji were also meeting in a secret room. "I can't contact the people of the Jia family. They are all juniors and useless, so I didn't call them." Shuiji was a little annoyed. "Are all the people in charge of the Jia family dead?" Shi Miyuan's face was as dark as water. Xianxia's move was too risky. It was originally a matter of success or death. This situation is also expected. I just didn't expect the emperor to be so tolerant and put all the blame on Prince Yi. Instead, Xian's reputation of loyalty and patriotism will be fulfilled. Although they were all from the four major families, Jia Shidao didn't tell him about his previous actions. However, each family had many eyes and ears, so he could guess a thing or two based on the clues. Whether it was the Shi family or the Shui family, their attitudes toward this matter were to wait and see. Anyway, no matter whether Jia Shidao won or lost, it wouldn't affect their family's wealth, so there was no need for them to take risks and get involved. However, now that Jia Shidao was dead, the power didn't fall into their hands, but was instead stolen by an outsider. They naturally wouldn't allow it. The emperor's move is indeed brilliant, but... Shuiji looked worried. The emperor gave all the power to an outsider instead of us. Is it because of what happened to Xian that he is going to do something to the other families? Yuan shook his head. I don't think so. Wang Ziding is not stupid. If that were true, why would he agree? I don't know what this Wang Ziding is up to. We four major families have always been on the same side, but with what he did today, does he want to completely get close to Song and draw a line with us? Shuiji said with hatred. His attitude is indeed ambiguous. Find a chance to sound him out, Yuan said. But now, the most important thing is to find a way to remove Song from his position. Does a young man who hasn't even grown his hair yet really think that he can get the corresponding power with just an imperial edict? Shuiji also smiled slightly. I have already sent someone to contact the crown prince. Now, he should be the most anxious one. Calm. Miao Shiwu. Yuan's tense face gradually broke into a smile. That's right. Prince Yi's aggressive attacks previously made it difficult for the crown prince to move. Now that Prince Yi is finally in trouble, Prince Qi, who is also the emperor's son-in-law, appears. I don't believe he won't be worried. Shuiji nodded. Since ancient times, the position of crown prince has not been easy. On one hand, he has to guard against his brother's schemes. On the other hand, he has to deal with imperial father's suspicions. It can be said that he is dancing on the tip of a knife. As long as he does not ascend to the throne, there will be more variables. Therefore, every crown prince wants imperial father to pass the throne to them as soon as possible. Now that the emperor's health is in such a state, the crown prince will certainly be tempted and wish for the emperor's early demise. But now that Song Qingshu is guarding the emperor's residence, the crown prince has no way of obtaining first-hand information. As long as he is sane, he will not allow these variables to exist. Just watch, it won't be long before the crown prince's clique takes action. Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. Let the crown prince test the waters. Ha ha ha. In the palace, although Song Qingshu did not know what happened in the secret chamber, he could guess that the various powers in the capital must be discussing ways to deal with him. Now was just the calm before the storm. Closing his eyes, he thought of all the details. Suddenly, he had an idea. He quickly wrote a secret letter and sent it to Ren Yingying. It turned out that he had realized a key problem. In the future, the palace would be led by consort Jia and the other concubines. If he directly called Qin Yuan and Ah back, they would have no one to rely on. They would be a commander without an army. No matter how experienced Qin Yuan was, she would not be able to cook without rice. Therefore, if they returned to the palace now, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also divert his attention to take care of their safety. Therefore, he hurriedly sent someone to inform Ren Yingying to postpone sending them to the palace until the palace maids from Vulture Palace arrived. At that time, he would have enough bargaining chips to control the entire imperial harem. Originally, such confidential information should have been delivered by him personally. But now that he had just returned to the capital, he did not dare to go too far from Zhaoguo. Therefore, he could only send someone to deliver the letter. Fortunately, there were still some useful people in the Prince of Qi's household. When Ren Yingying had entered the palace, she had been brought along with her. Of course, Song Qingshu had also added another layer of insurance. That was, the letter was written in a secret code. Only he and Ren Yingying had the key to it. Even if the letter was stolen, there was no need to worry about the secret being leaked. knowledge is power. Song Qingshu was glad that he had hundreds of years more knowledge than the people of this world. Standing on the shoulders of giants was like getting twice the result with half the effort. After delivering the letter, Song Qingshu walked towards the back of the palace. With his martial arts, entering the palace at night was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, it was broad daylight, and under the watchful eyes of the public, it would be troublesome for him to stay in the palace. Fortunately, he quickly thought of a justifiable way. The emperor sympathized with him and the princess for being separated for so long, and allowed them to see each other. When young lovers meet and stay a little longer, no one can say anything. Of course, as a foreign official, it was not convenient for Song Qingshu to enter the back of the palace. Thus, he issued an edict for the two princesses to come. This way, Song Qingshu could legitimately guard Zhao Guo's side. The feeling of controlling the emperor to order the nobles is really quite satisfying. Looking at the unconscious Zhao Guo on the throne and seeing the imperial edicts that actually belonged to him being sent out, Song Qingshu immediately understood how Cao Cao had felt all those years ago. If he had not experienced this feeling of being in power in other countries, Song Qingshu might have accidentally lost himself in this pleasure, and in the end, he would have been enslaved by power. Not long after, with the special shrill voice of the eunuchs, the two princesses finally arrived. In the beginning, with outsiders present, the two young ladies were still very careful about their manners, maintaining the grace and dignity of princesses. However, when Song Qingshu waved his hand for the eunuchs to leave, the two of them instantly recovered the carefree manner of young ladies. "Brother Song!" The two young ladies called out and ran to him together. Zhao Yuanyuan was a little older. She might have been a little embarrassed halfway and stopped where she was. Zhao Huaner, on the other hand, did not care so much and directly rushed into his arms. "It's all my fault for making you worry." Hugging the girl's petite and soft body tightly, Song Qingshu felt the excitement and trembling of her body. Song Qingshu's heart was full of guilt. After careful calculation, it seemed that after bringing them back from the Jin kingdom last time, although he stayed in Linen for a long time, he only met them a few times. This was also the reason why he was not willing to easily get involved in love affairs. In the past, he naturally hoped that the more women he had, the better. However, as he really had more and more female confidants, he gradually realized that he did not have so much time and energy to care for everyone. It was easy to say that a bowl of water was fair, but it was too difficult to do. "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Zhao Huaner pouted and tears kept sliding down her snow-white cheeks. Hearing her childish words, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Who would be willing to give up such a beautiful little girl? Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan standing aside, he moved his buttocks and patted the chair next to him. "Yuanyuan, sit here." Zhao Yuanyuan's face was slightly red, but she obediently sat down. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh and said, You should learn more from your older sister. Look at how virtuous and proper your older sister is. You look like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. You don't know." Zhao Huaner was suddenly dissatisfied. "In private, my sister often secretly wipes her tears alone, and every time it is me who comforts her." "No." Zhao Yuanyuan was ashamed and annoyed. She reached out and wanted to pinch her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." Zhao Huaner dodged and exclaimed, "Brother Song, look, she wants to silence us." Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. "Some time ago, I was in a game with your brother, and there were many interests that needed to be balanced. In addition, marrying two princesses at the same time is really unheard of in this dynasty, so I can't risk the world's condemnation by coming to see you often." Zhao Yuanyuan said softly, "Brother Song, we know you have your difficulties. I am too useless. Sometimes when I think of father and mother, I can't help but feel sorry for myself." Zhao Huaner's eyes also turned red when she was reminded of the sad things. "Although we are noble in name, we are not of the same mother as my brother, and there is a large age gap. We did not have any interaction with him at that time. Later, we were imprisoned in the Jin kingdom for more than 10 years, and we were separated for so long, so naturally we did not have any feelings for each other. After we came back, he gave us glory on the surface, but in fact, he grounded us in the harem all day long, and we couldn't go anywhere. It was no different from being imprisoned." In retrospect, the happiest moment of my life is probably meeting you in the Jin Kingdom, Brother Song. Listening to the young girl's story, Song Qingshu felt even more pity in his heart. Don't worry, you will soon regain your own bodies. Really? Even Zhao Yuanyuan, who had always been demure, looked at him expectantly. Before, the marriage was delayed again and again, but this time, I will not let you wait in vain, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. At the latest, we will officially get married in half a month. Really? Zhao Huaner was surprised and could not help but kiss him on the cheek. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes were also shining, but she was relatively more reserved. Of course, it is true. Seeing the two young girls' excited eyes, Song Qingshu could not help but smile. It was indeed a great sense of accomplishment to make his women feel happy. Aya! Zhao Yuanyuan suddenly exclaimed and suddenly stood up from his side. No, according to etiquette, we can't meet you in private before we get married, otherwise, it will be inauspicious. Song Qingshu could not help but smile, and pulled her back into his arms. Don't believe in those nonsense. As the saying goes, the strong have strong luck. You don't have to worry about these things when you are with me. By the way, Huaner kissed me just now, what about you? Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip, and her face suddenly became very red. Zhao Huaner, who was next to her, teased her heartlessly. Sister, when we were in the Jin Kingdom, we were so intimate with Brother Song, so why are you still embarrassed? You are a shameless girl. Zhao Yuanyuan was embarrassed and annoyed by her words, and the two young girls quickly played together. Feeling the young and soft bodies of the two beautiful girls rubbing against each other, Song Qingshu was happy to see it happen. The imperial consort has arrived. At this moment, a eunuch's voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Hearing that someone had come, the two girls immediately climbed out of his arms and quickly stood to the side to tidy up their clothes. Soon, they returned to their previous respectful appearance. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but thinking that there were many rules in the palace and that they were used to it, he did not say anything more. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked into the hall. Although her face was full of the traces of time, one could still imagine how beautiful she was when she was young. Greetings, your ladyship. The rules could not be ignored, so Song Qingshu also stood up and bowed. Prince Qi need not be so polite. Jiao Fei smiled slightly, her tone somewhat familiar. I heard that Prince Qi came to see the two princesses, so I specially came to see. I hope I did not disturb you. At this time, Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhao Huaner also hurriedly bowed. Song Qingshu replied, Your ladyship is too serious. Of course not. Jiao Fei enthusiastically helped the two princesses up and took off 2 jade bracelets from her wrist. You young people have not seen each other for such a long time. You must be suffering from lovesickness and have a stomach full of things to say. I should not disturb you, but too many things have happened recently, and Prince Qi is busy every day. I am worried that there will not be a chance in the future, so I found this opportunity to come. Jiao Fei paused and continued to hold the hands of the two princesses and said, My two sisters are getting married. As your sister-in-law, I naturally can't do nothing. These 2 bracelets were given to me by the Empress Dowager when I got married. I'll give them to the two of you now. I wish you have a son soon and live to a ripe old age. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed slightly and replied shyly, Thank you, your ladyship. On the side, Zhao Huaner muttered in a low voice, You usually ignore us in the palace, but now you are acting out of character and come to please us. It can be said that you are up to no good. Her voice was muffled, and she deliberately lowered her volume. Only people with Song Qingshu's level of cultivation could hear her, and he immediately understood Jia Fei's purpose for coming. Jia Fei chatted intimately with the two princesses for a while and gradually led the topic to what happened on Mount Wudong. Prince of Qi, how did my younger brother die? Can you tell me in detail what happened at that time? King Yi conspired to rebel. He gathered a large number of kung fu masters and risked everything on one throw. His timing was quite good. It was just when the guards around the emperor were the weakest. Fortunately, Prime Minister Jia risked his life to protect the emperor. Song Qingshu said the words he had prepared and sneered secretly. He didn't believe that Jia Shidao didn't know anything about the rebellion. Throughout the process, Jia Fei's expression changed several times, and she asked about the details of the mountain from time to time. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had already memorized this set of speech along the way, so he did not spill the beans. My brother died a worthy death. Concubine Jia wiped the tears on her cheeks. She really looked like a family member of a martyr. The imperial court gave Prime Minister Jia the title of Xianxia, which is an affirmation of his loyalty. Song Qingshu cooperated and said, "The imperial court did treat our Jia family well." Hearing the word Xianxia in the posthumous title, Jia Fei was quite satisfied. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. Compared with her brother, Jia Fei's knowledge was too shallow. The posthumous title of Xianxia was not a good one. Qin Hui was also given this posthumous title after his death. By the way, how is the emperor now? I haven't gone to see him since you came back for so long. It's really my dereliction of duty as a wife. Jia Fei wiped her tears with a handkerchief, looked into the inner room, and was about to go in. Song Qingshu thought that the serious matter had come, so he hurriedly stopped in front of her and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. The emperor was seriously injured and is now recuperating. He can't be disturbed. Don't worry. I'll just take a look from a distance." "I won't disturb the emperor," Jia Fei said with a smile. Song Qingshu still shook his head and said, "The emperor has issued a decree. He won't see anyone." The smile on Jia Fei's face gradually disappeared, and her eyebrows also raised. "He won't even see me?" "This is the emperor's intention." Song Qingshu was expressionless. "Your Highness, don't make things difficult for me." It was not an easy task to control Zhao Go to speak according to his wishes like he did in the imperial court previously. It was possible to use the soul transfer technique and medicine occasionally for a short period of time, but if it was done frequently, Zhao Go's current physical condition could not withstand the torment. Therefore, most of the time, he could only imprison Zhao Go. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not let Zhao Go meet with other people. There was no guarantee that something would go wrong. Is it the emperor's intention or your intention? These years, because of her younger brother, Jia Fei's status had also risen. In the inner palace, she had long developed a personality of her own. Just now, she had restrained her temper and been amiable with him. Now that she was slightly obstructed, she immediately went back to her old ways. It's natural for a wife to see her husband. Why do you obstruct her? The royal family is different from ordinary families. Even the son will rebel. Naturally, we have to be on guard against the wife, Song Qingshu said lightly. Jia Fei knew that he was using the matter of Prince Yi's rebellion to shut her mouth. However, to be able to sit firmly in the inner palace, she naturally would not admit defeat so easily. She immediately retorted, "If I can't even trust my wife and son, can you, an outsider, be trusted?" At the side, Zhao Yuanyuan could not help but say, "Brother Song is not an outsider. He is the emperor's brother-in-law." "Oh, you haven't even married him yet, and you're already siding with an outsider?" Jia Fei glanced at her and said somewhat strangely. Being contradicted by her, Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. Zhao Huaner immediately objected and wanted to stand up for her sister, but she was desperately held back by her sister. In the palace, there was a clear distinction between seniority and inferiority. Whether it was status or seniority, the other party was higher than them. If they were accused of insubordination, it would not be a joke. Zhao Huaner did not want to put her lover in a difficult position. Seeing the two women being wronged, Song Qingshu was also a little annoyed. He said in a deep voice, "Why don't I let you see the emperor? And I think you know how Jia Sherdao died. There are some things that I have to say so openly." A nanny next to Jia Fei came forward and scolded angrily, "Dog slave, how dare you be rude to the concubine?" Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Before the people around them could see clearly what had happened, they found that the old nanny had already fallen to the ground and was mumbling something with her mouth full of blood. Obviously, her teeth had been knocked out, causing her to leak air. Song Qingshu's face was as gloomy as still water. He said, "This time, for the sake of the concubine, I will spare her life. If there is a next time." He did not finish his words, but the threat was obvious. Jia Fei and the others only then realized that in addition to his identity as Prince of Qi, he was also a great master of Kung Fu. If he really wanted to do something, perhaps no one in the entire palace could stop him. Realizing this, Jia Fei lost most of her courage. She said a little fiercely, "You win." After saying that, she turned around and left with her entourage. "I won't see you out," Song Qingshu said lightly. Only then did Zhao Huaner come to her senses. She ran over and hugged his arm. "Brother Song, you were so impressive just now. That nanny Lai bullied the other little palace maids in the imperial harem all day long just because she was the trusted subordinate of consort Jia. Sometimes, even we were bullied by her." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Then it seems that I hit her lightly just now." "It's enough." Zhao Yuanyuan glared at her sister, who was eager to see the world in chaos. Her eyebrows were full of worry. In recent years, Jia Fei has covered the sky with one hand in the palace. Now that you have offended her so badly, I'm afraid, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are not on the same path. Sooner or later, I will offend her. Song Qingshu did not care. Zhao Huaner threw the bracelet in her hand to the ground. "This bad woman. I don't want her bracelet." On the other side, Zhao Yuanyuan also silently took off the bracelet. "I will give you better ones another day." Song Qingshu was smiling, but his heart was extremely painful. "Even if you don't want it, don't break it. It is enough to live as an ordinary person for a lifetime." These wastrels. After Jia Fei returned to the palace, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She did not know how many teacups and vases she had smashed after. Another nanny said in a low voice, "Concubine, why don't we inform the people in the Jia mansion?" Nanny Lai was sent for treatment. This was Nanny Li, another confidant of Jia Fei. "The two masters are gone. There are only a few juniors left in the Jia mansion. What can they do?" Thinking of the current situation of the Jia mansion, Jia Fei's face became gloomy. If the two masters were still here, Song would not dare to do this. What about the masters of the Shi family and the Shui family? Nanny Li continued. Jia Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good idea. But soon she sat down dejectedly. But now the inside and outside of the palace are controlled by Song. We can't get out at all. We can't even send a letter. Nanny Li laughed and said, "Isn't it fine as long as we drive Song away?" "What idea do you have?" Jia Fei asked curiously. "In all the dynasties, I have never heard of it." Nanny Li whispered in Jia Fei's ear. Jia Fei quickly turned from anger to joy. "This is good, very good. But the problem is that we can't send a message now." Nanny Li frowned. "Don't worry. If you can think of it, the two old foxes, Shi Miyuan and Shui Ji, can't think of it." "Ha ha ha." Jia Fei laughed wantonly. Outside the palace, Shi Miyuan was discussing with a white-haired old man in the study. "Father, it was very wise of you not to go to Wutang Mountain with us this time because of your illness." The white-haired old man was naturally the emperor's preceptor, Shi Hao. Hearing this, he stroked his beard and smiled. Shi Xian is too greedy. The Jia family is already the first aristocratic family, but he still wants to reach the sky in one step. Naturally, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Otherwise, it will be a problem for whom to help. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, with so many great grandmasters dying on Wutang Mountain, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Although he had always been proud of his martial arts, he knew that he was still a little bit away from the great grandmaster level. The current situation is better for us. Shi Miyuan was obviously in a good mood. These years, we have been suppressed by the Jia family. Now that the Jia family is finished, the power vacuum under their hands will naturally be taken by us. Shi Hao couldn't help saying, but so far, Song is the biggest winner. He was more skilled in martial arts. In terms of power and strategy, he was far behind his son. Shi Miyuan shook his head. He is a tree without roots. The prosperity now is only on the surface. Without a foundation in the imperial court, he will be chased away very soon. No, he might even leave with his tail between his legs tomorrow. Shi Hao had a worried expression. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Song is a great grandmaster after all. If we offend him, we will not have an easy time either. Don't worry, I am not someone who doesn't know the severity of the situation. Shi Miyuan smiled. The most anxious person now is the crown prince. There is no need for me to do anything. Of course, to prevent them from missing the opportunity because they are too stupid, I have specially sent someone to pretend to inadvertently remind the few old pedants around him. Although Zhen Dexiu, Wei Liaoweng, and the rest are very annoying normally, they are the most suitable for this task. Ha ha ha. The morning assembly the next day, Song Qingshu had wanted to experience the feeling of being the head of the imperial court openly. In the end, the first memorial he received was to impeach him. The words "filthy palace" were unusually glaring. Wonderfulbookhouse.com messing with the palace? Seeing these words, Song Qingshu's face almost turned green. If he had really done something with the concubines in the palace and enjoyed the pleasures of women, then it would have been fine. But he hadn't even taken off his pants, and now he was being made a scapegoat. Song Qingshu looked at the inscription on the memorial, Zhen Dexiu. He had an impression of this person. His name was too elegant. This person was the secretary of the directorate of the academy and was now the crown prince's teacher. The other memorial accused him of a similar crime. It was inscribed by Wei Liaoweng, who was now a martial scholar of the Imperial College and also the crown prince's teacher. However, Zhen Dexiu taught the crown prince science, while Wei Liaoweng taught the crown prince archery and military strategy. It looks like this is the crown prince's intention. Song Qingshu frowned inwardly. This crown prince's methods were not very clever. He had sent his teacher directly into battle. This way, everyone would know he was the mastermind. In reality, he did not have any ill feelings towards this crown prince. Previously, because of the matter with Shen Bijuan, he had felt pity for him. As for after Shen Bijuan's incident, he immediately began to plot to marry someone else. This matter could not be blamed on him. Born of the royal family, he naturally could not allow an innocent woman to marry into his family. But now that the other party had come knocking, it was destined that the two of them could not be friends. Sometimes, the world was like this. Even though they clearly admired each other, they had no choice but to be enemies. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of Wei Xiaobao from back then. Once again, he sighed with emotion. Sighing was just sighing, but the trouble in front of him still had to be dealt with. Looking at the officials not far away, who had mocking expressions and were clearly waiting to see a joke, Song Qingshu coughed lightly and could only explain. After the emperor experienced this rebellion, he was very worried about the guards around him and ordered me to stay by his side. Of course, I also knew what was important. After nightfall, I did not stay in the palace but rested by the side of the Qing palace. The imperial palace was not just a place where the emperor's concubines resided. It was divided into the inner court and the outer court. After entering the imperial palace, heading east, passing through a northern corridor was the Privy Council, followed by the Secretariat, and then the Dadong, which was also known as the Political Affairs Hall, where the Prime Minister retreated from court. Then there was the Minsha province, and finally there was the Hall of Qing, which was also known as the Hall of Golden Throne in the eyes of the common people. These places all belonged to the outer court. With permission, officials could enter and exit. They had to walk all the way inside, past a wall and the palace gate, before reaching the inner court. That was the private place of the emperor and his concubines, and no other men were allowed to enter. In the past, when Song Qingshu had gone to find Li Yuanji and Aku, he had entered the inner court, but he had used his peerless qinggong to sneak in at night. If he had entered in broad daylight, the effect would have been too bad. Thus, he had been on guard from the beginning. However, he had not expected that someone would still make a fuss about it. Ever since Taizu, it's not like there weren't any ministers who stayed at the Political Affairs Hall because they were busy with official business. However, there is only one who stayed here every day like King Qi. At this time an old man stood up. He was the crown prince's grand tutor, Zhen Dexiu. Song Qingshu was secretly annoyed. He could not help but say, "I only stayed here for a day." How could I have stayed here every day? Zhen Dexiu immediately said, "King Qi means that you will move out of the palace today?" Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect that he would fall into a trap. However, he had the card of Zhao Go in his hand, so he did not panic. The safety of the emperor now requires me to look after him at all times. He even specially ordered me to stay by his side. How could I care about my own reputation and not care about the safety of the emperor? That's not true. Zhen Dexiu immediately retorted. Since ancient times, the emperor has had his own guards and personal guards. Why would King Qi need to interfere? Song Qingshu's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. The aura of a great grandmaster exploded. The entire hall was enveloped by his aura. Everyone's expression changed. Even breathing became difficult. Sir Zhen is a scholar. I fear that you do not know the concept of a true martial arts master. This time, there were almost 10 great grandmasters in the Wudang Mountain incident. Even the imperial guards were like chickens and dogs in front of him. This time, the imperial guards that accompanied me were almost completely annihilated. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. In the past, there were 2 great grandmasters, Huang Shang and Do Jiu-Sing, guarding the palace. That was how the peace of the palace was ensured. Now that the 2 of them are gone, the palace is defenseless against a great grandmaster. If I am not in the palace, and someone with ulterior motives invites a great grandmaster, wouldn't that be playing with the lives of the emperor and the safety of the country? He quickly retracted his aura. It should be known that this group of officials were all weak scholars. Many of them had old arms and legs. If they were accidentally injured by him, there would be a lot of trouble. Zhen Dishou's expression alternated between green and white. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute. Unfortunately, he was intimidated by the other's aura and could not catch his breath for a while. Song Qingshu's control of his strength was very accurate. He could not speak, but did not really injure him. The King of Qi's words are indeed reasonable. However, Huang Chang and the wine-fighting monk are seniors of virtue and prestige. Moreover, they are old and no one would think in that direction. The King of Qi is different. The one who spoke was Wei Liaoing. He was responsible for teaching the Crown Prince martial arts. Obviously, he had extraordinary skills. Naturally, he recovered faster than Zhen Dishou. The King of Qi is in the prime of his youth. There are so many beauties in the palace. Moreover, those imperial concubines are all carefully selected beauties from all over the country. He wanted to say something but stopped. However, everyone present was a man. Each and every one of them revealed a knowing smile. Regardless of whether they were palace maids or imperial concubines, they were all extremely lonely in the depths of the palace. Even if Song Qingshu did not take the initiative to look for them, when they saw such a young, handsome, and high-ranking man, it was hard to guarantee that they would not take the initiative to approach him. With Wei Liaoing's help, Zhen Dishou also managed to catch her breath. She added, moreover, according to what I know, the King of Qi has many romantic affairs in Jianghu. He is a famous playboy. Song Qingshu secretly furrowed his brows. The affairs that he had with his female friends a few years ago still had some negative effects on him. At this time, some of the other officials also began to chime in. Those of us who are in the know naturally know that the King of Qi is upright and upright. However, those common people do not know this. They only know that the King of Qi spends his days in the imperial palace. How would they know the difference between the inner court and the outer court? In addition to the rumors that have been circulating about the King of Qi, they will definitely let their imaginations run wild. When the time comes, all of them will add oil and vinegar to the rumors. In just a few days, the rumors will become unbearable to listen to. We also know that the King of Qi is doing this for the safety of the emperor's family. However, if we do this, the imperial family will lose face. The emperor will probably not be willing to see such a situation. Why don't we report this to the emperor and let him make a decision? In this old subject's opinion, we can find a house near the imperial palace and gift it to the King of Qi to live in. This way, the King of Qi can protect the safety of the emperor's family and also shut the mouths of the ignorant. As the officials spoke one after another, the atmosphere became more and more heated. Seeing that Song Qingshu was about to be drowned by the spittle of the officials, Shi Miyuan and Xue Ji, who had been silent all this time, exchanged glances. They both saw the smugness on each other's faces. Song Qingshu looked on coldly. He knew that the current situation was the result of the cooperation of the various factions in the court. The other party had come prepared, so there was no point in him holding on. Therefore, he cut the Gordian knot and said, I think what you have said makes sense. Staying in the palace is indeed easy to attract criticism. How about this? I will move out today, but I cannot ignore the safety of the officials. Someone's suggestion is very good. How about this? Find a house near the palace, and I will guard there to prevent other great grandmasters or evil people from invading the palace. The officials in the hall looked at each other. They did not expect him to agree to leave the palace so quickly. After all, they had prepared a few trump cards that they had not used. However, since the other party had admitted to leaving the palace, they could not force him too much. After all, the other party's prestige and martial arts were there. Therefore, they accepted his suggestion and ordered the Imperial City Department to find a house near the palace for him to stay. Seeing the reactions of the people in the hall, Xianxia secretly sighed. In the past, whether it was as Kanshi or Tang Qibian, it was much easier for him to take over the court, so he was careless about this game of power. Now that he was in front of the stage, he realized how treacherous the center of power was, and how murderous it was. He could use absolute force to make these people submit, but every circle had its own rules of the game. If he wanted to be like the main character in the novels he had read before, he would have to use force to break the rules. Unless he was like the Jin Kingdom and the Mongols in history, he could destroy the entire country and rebuild it. Otherwise, he would have to follow the existing rules. Although the Song dynasty was weak in history, it was only the country that was weak. Everyone had their own strength of character. Fighting against the Liao, the Jin, and the Mongols, although there were some traitors, there were more loyal and hot-blooded people. During the Jinkong Rebellion, the Central Plains was filled with volunteer armies. The brothers Zhang Shun and Zhang Gui charged to the rescue outside Shenyang knowing that they would die. The subjects and soldiers who jumped into the sea during the Battle of Cliff Mountain were all examples. The generous treatment of the Song dynasty had nurtured scholars for hundreds of years. Although there were many drawbacks, they had cultivated the strength of character of scholars. Zhen Dexiu, Wei Liaowing, and the others were famous Confucian scholars and had high prestige in the court. Even political enemies had to admit that they were good characters. Although the crown prince had instructed them to impeach him, it was clear that they did not approve of the act of staying overnight in the palace. Song Qingshu did not want to use force to break the backbone of the literati because of his own selfish desires. This was not good for the entire country and people. Thus, after much hesitation, he chose to temporarily give in. Of course, he was not so pedantic as to leave the palace without doing anything just to prove his noble character and unquestionable integrity. After the morning court, he returned to the palace and began to make arrangements. It was still early before dark, so he did not need to move out of the palace immediately. First, he informed Wang Ziding and strictly ordered the palace guards to not allow anyone to approach the emperor unless there was an imperial edict. Now, Wang Ziding and he were on the same boat. Naturally, he would not allow outsiders to know the emperor's true situation. As for the edict, it was actually his and Wang Ziding's intentions. Next was the Emperor Zhao Go. He used the great soul-shifting technique and his unique acupoint sealing technique to keep him in a state of unconsciousness. This was just in case. After all, the palace was so big, and all the powers had extended their tentacles in. It was hard to say which of the guards under Prince Chiting had been bribed. This way, even if some people saw Zhao Go, they would not be able to get any righteous status from him. Next were the imperial physicians, palace maids, eunuchs, and so on. They were all replaced with new people. Unfortunately, he could only do his best in these matters. After all, they were not his trusted aides. He was not sure if there would be any problems with the people he had carefully selected. The people sent by the Vulture Palace and the Golden Snake Camp were still on the way. It would probably be a few days before they arrived. He had some people in linen, but many of the people from Prince Chi's mansion were handpicked by Reninging from the Sun Moon sect. These people could dominate the underworld, but most of them were not suitable for a place like the palace. It was the same with the people from the beggar sect. As for the people from Hitiesho's brothel, Song Qingshu did not want another wave of trouble to come. If those virtuous gentlemen found out about their origins, there would be an uproar. Thus, during this transitional period, he could only stay by Zhao Go's side at all times to prevent any accidents. But he did not expect that someone with ulterior motives would get a hold of him and force him out of the palace. I've finally seen the horror of these professional haters. Thinking back to the situation in the morning court, Song Qingshu felt a headache. Those scholars did not use any vulgar words when they scolded people. Every sentence was quoted from the classics. Even if you were stabbed in the back, you still did not know how to refute. The reason why Song Qingshu did not continue to refute and agreed to leave the palace so quickly was that he realized a fatal flaw. He did not have his own supporters in the imperial court. Look at the crown prince. It was his idea, but he did not say anything from the beginning to the end. There were a lot of people around him waving the flag and shouting for him. There were also the two old foxes, Shimeyuan and Shuiji, who were sitting on the fishing platform. If not for their secret instructions, how could the crown prince's people make such a big scene? Him personally debating with the great scholars like Xin Dixio had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. With his position, he should have been a judge and not a debater. As a judge, he could openly take sides. As a debater, unless he reached the level of Zhuge Liang, who could debate with the scholars, he was destined to lose from the beginning. But where could he find someone to wave the flag and shout for him in such a short time? Just as Song Qingshu was having a headache, a guard suddenly came to report that someone from the Imperial City Department wanted to see him. Imperial City Department? Bring him in. Song Qingshu was inwardly annoyed. The Imperial Court had just decided to have the people of the Imperial City Department be responsible for finding him a place to live near the Imperial Palace. In the end, the people of the Imperial City Department had come to his door so early. They couldn't wait to chase him away. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Moreover, Song Qingshu was now in a high position. It was fine that he had been bullied by those scholars before, but now that he was in a special agency like the Imperial City Department, and it was the territory of that old fox, Shuiji, he naturally did not need to have any misgivings. He decided to teach the people of the Imperial City Department a lesson and let them know what it meant to be under one person and above tens of thousands, and what it meant to have the bearing of a great master. Not long after, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Song Qingshu thought to himself that the reputation of the Imperial City Department was well-deserved. Any random person they found had decent qinggong. Of course, although he admired them, he had already made up his mind to give them a show of strength. After all, they were not on the same side. Despite clearly hearing the other party enter, Song Qingshu pretended not to know, continuing to read the documents with his head lowered. He decided to hang the other party out to dry for now. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the person finally could not help but speak, reporting to the Prince of Qi, the Imperial City Department has already prepared the residence. Prince of Qi, please take a look. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, we will promptly replace it. Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. The other party's intentions were not unexpected, but the other party's voice was gentle and pleasant, clearly the voice of a young woman in the prime of her youth. Raising his head, he saw a young woman with red lips and white teeth. Her appearance was rich and beautiful. Although she was dressed in the austere attire of the Imperial City Department, it was still difficult to conceal her refined and dignified temperament. "Why is it you?" Song Qingshu asked in astonishment. He had met this young woman in men's clothing several times before. It was the eldest daughter of the Xue family, Xue Baochai. Xue Baochai smiled faintly. Everyone in the Imperial City Department knows that the Prince of Qi suffered a belly full of anger during the morning court session. If you come now, you will definitely be struck by misfortune. As a result, none of them are willing to come. After pushing and pushing, this arduous task fell to me. Unfortunately, as soon as I arrived, I received the cold shoulder of your highness. Those colleagues of yours are quite crafty. Song Qingshu had no choice but to admit that this was a brilliant move. He had clearly decided to teach the men of the Imperial City Department a lesson to vent his anger. However, when faced with this young woman with bright eyes, coupled with the fact that she was half an acquaintance, he found it embarrassing to make a move. It seemed that beautiful women could provide unexpected lubricants in the workplace. Song Qingshu's belly full of anger had unknowingly dissipated by more than half. He immediately tossed a solemn vow to the back of his mind. It seemed that nothing in the world could escape the law of true fragrance. During the morning court session, all the civil and military officials accused me of messing up the harem. Among them, there was no lack of your father's trusted aides. For such a beautiful young lady to be dispatched at this time, isn't your father worried about sending a sheep into the tiger's den? Song Qingshu deliberately put on a Stern face. Shui Baochai's complexion reddened slightly, but she quickly recovered. The Prince of Qi's confidants are all heavenly beauties. It is only natural that he would look down on a willow branch like me. Moreover, I am busy with my duties and have not thought of anything else. A willow branch like you? Song Qingshu looked her up and down with a strange expression. He could not help but remark, young lady Shui, with your willow branch like you, who in this world would dare call themselves a beauty? Ever since Shui Baochai was a child, countless people had praised her for her beauty, but she didn't know why, but this sentence left a deep impression on her. It was probably related to the identity and status of the person who said it. However, she was a secret agent of the Imperial City Department and quickly recovered. The Prince of Qi is indeed as good as the rumors say. Originally, I did not agree with the proposals of those upright gentlemen in the court. Now, it seems that their decision was correct. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Are you praising me or insulting me? This lowly official does not dare. Shui Baochai bowed and continued, please, Prince of Qi, go to the residence to take a look. If you are not satisfied, I will immediately order someone to replace it. Song Qingshu glanced at the sky outside the window and shook his head. It is still morning. Why don't we go later? If we go later, I fear that there will not be enough time. Shui Baochai had an awkward expression. There are not many residences near the imperial palace. All of them are the residences of the nobles and ministers. It is a rather troublesome matter to make room. Song Qingshu's brow furrowed. With this kind of harassment, I fear that we have offended some ministers for no reason. Shui Baochai said, in truth, our Imperial City Department has a few residences, so we wish to invite Prince of Qi to take a look. Song Qingshu had originally wanted to say that any residence would suffice. However, he immediately thought that if the Imperial City Department deliberately arranged a very remote place for him to stay far away from the emperor, it would instead be troublesome. As a result, he had to personally take a look. You are in such a hurry to have me look. Could it be that you are deliberately luring me away to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Song Qingshu looked suspiciously at the young woman in front of him. A bashful expression appeared on Shui Baochai's face. With some embarrassment, she said, the main reason is that the people of the Imperial City Department are not willing to touch bad luck. As a result, only I am responsible for this matter. I am worried that it will be too late. You know that I am a young woman. If I go in and out of private residences at night with you, it will be somewhat inconvenient. Song Qingshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the middle of the day, she had also come to view him as a pervert. Brother Song, can you help me? Shui Baochai was also embarrassed. Her large eyes widened, somewhat guiltily and somewhat beseeching. All right, let's go take a look first. Song Qingshu reluctantly agreed. However, he was inwardly sneering. How could a woman from the Imperial City Department be a harmless little bunny? The other party's appearance was most likely 30% genuine and 70% fake. However, it would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to see what these people were up to. As for the Imperial Palace, he had long since made arrangements. It would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to see if there were any loopholes. As they were leaving, Song Qingshu could not help but ask, in truth, I have always been very curious. Young lady Shui, you come from a prestigious family and are a young lady of a noble family. Why would you choose to join a place like the Imperial City Department? Shui Baochai smiled slightly. It's mainly because my brother works in the Imperial City Department. When I was a child, I often went to the Imperial City Department to play with him. After a while, I became familiar with the people in the Imperial City Department. Then, it was natural for me to join the Imperial City Department. Song Qingshu looked at her noncommittally. Since Miss Shui doesn't want to answer, then don't. Why do you make up some lies? Who asked you to be a high and mighty prince? Do you think I would dare to not answer your question? Shui Baochai rolled her eyes. It was a little cute. Then, she sighed faintly. In fact, our Shui family has only been prosperous these years. In the early years, our main identity was still royal merchants. Song Qingshu nodded. He thought that Madame Ruan was also a royal merchant. The competition between the Ruan family and the Shui family was quite fierce in the past few years. Your Highness must know the situation of the Song dynasty. No matter how much money our family makes, it is difficult to change our lowly merchant identity. Shui Baochai's tone was a little sad and self-deprecating. Everyone in the family is working hard to change all this. It is easier said than done for a merchant family to enter the official career. We have spent a lot of money. It is good enough to get a position like the Imperial City Department. How can we be picky? Song Qingshu knew that she was telling the truth. There were a lot of people in the capital waiting for the Xianxia of 2 ranks to fill the vacancy. Although there were many officials in the Song dynasty, there were very few vacancies every year. Everyone fought for them. The local positions had to be given to the Xianxia of 2 ranks first. Therefore, the Shui family could only go to places that the Xianxia were not willing to go. Of course, this was a scene from many years ago. The Shui family had Shui Ji, and with the help of the other major families, they had risen through the ranks over the years. Now that they were involved in politics, the Shui family's status had naturally risen as well. You are a girl. It is too hard for you to work in such a place. Song Qingshu couldn't help thinking of Wan Yanping of the Jin Kingdom. But with her character, she was doing well in the laundry yard. Everyone in the family works hard. Shui Baochai bit her lip. I have a cousin who is far better than me in both appearance and talent. At a young age, she has to participate in the family's imperial business. She has to go out in public all day, eating and sleeping in the open. Compared to her, what is my little bit of hard work? Song Qingshu knew that the cousin she was referring to was Shui Baoqin. Of course, she was clearly being modest when she said that her looks and talents far surpassed his. Of course, although Shui Baoqin's appearance in Dream of the Red Chamber was short, she did have the feeling that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. That was why he vaguely remembered her. I've accidentally said so many trivial things. I've made a fool of myself in front of your highness. Shui Baochai quickly woke up and her face returned to that perfect smile from before. Song Qingshu sighed. Compared to the mask you're wearing now, I think you're cuter when you reveal your true feelings. Shui Baochai blushed. Your highness is about to become the son-in-law. It is not good to casually flirt with other girls. Song Qingshu was speechless. He knew that she had returned to her usual state. She probably wouldn't say anything of value again. He changed the topic. Right, why didn't I see your older brother this time? I remember that his swordsmanship is very good. Shui Baochai's expression darkened. My older brother went on a business trip a while ago. He was seriously injured and has been in seclusion ever since. Business trip? Song Qingshu inwardly sneered. Shui had gone to Liao to assassinate the diplomatic mission and had almost killed Shen Bijuan. In the end, he had been ambushed by Murong Jingyue with the divine blade slash. Even he did not dare to underestimate the power of the divine blade slash. Shui had suffered a direct hit. It was already good that he had survived. If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would not be able to do so even if he went into seclusion for a long time. The two of them chatted as they hurried along. Soon, they arrived at the place prepared by the Imperial City Department outside the palace. Song Qingshu rejected it with a glance. As he had expected, the Imperial City Department had chosen a place that was relatively far from the Imperial Palace. Shui Baochai did not seem surprised by his reaction. She quickly led him to other places. After walking through several places, Song Qingshu said with a smile that was not a smile, "Eldest Miss Shui, you have deliberately led me in circles. You should have finished what you need to do, right?" Shui Baochai's expression changed. She smiled unnaturally. What is the Prince of Qi saying? I don't understand. At this moment, an imperial bodyguard suddenly galloped over. Reporting. Song Qingshu frowned. What is it? The crown prince was assassinated in Chongqing Palace Hall, the imperial bodyguard quickly replied. What? Shui Baochai cried out in alarm. She was clearly surprised by this result. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Didn't we already order that without an official warrant, no one is allowed to enter or leave the imperial palace? Why did the crown prince appear in Chongqing Palace Hall? Chongqing Palace Hall was the residence of the most respected imperial concubines in the Great Song Imperial Palace. At present, it was Consort Jia who resided there. This subordinate does not know the specifics, the imperial bodyguard hastily replied. Let's return to the palace first. Song Qingshu waved his hand, calling for his subordinates to hurry back to the imperial palace. Seeing this, Xue Baochai hurriedly followed. What is the matter with the assassins? Song Qingshu hastily asked. In truth, he had already guessed that someone would make a move when he left the palace. However, he did not expect that the first to jump out would be the crown prince. Moreover, he did not expect that there would be an assassin. After all, the safety of the imperial palace was now under the responsibility of him and Wang Ziding's people. If anything happened to the crown prince, they would be in big trouble. Not long after the crown prince and his entourage arrived at Chongqing Palace Hall, an assassin jumped out of nowhere and injured the crown prince with a hidden weapon. Even the Empress Dowager was shocked. The imperial bodyguard answered. How is the crown prince? Song Qingshu somewhat suspected that this assassin was deliberately sent by his political enemies. It was a good trick to injure himself to gain the confidence of the crown prince. The assassin's hidden weapon was poisoned. We have already invited the imperial physician. I don't know if he can save the crown prince, the imperial bodyguard quickly answered. Poisoned? This was beyond Song Qingshu's expectations. He thought that this person was probably not one of the crown prince's men. Could it be someone sent by the two old foxes, Shermi Yuan and Shui Ji? Not only did they get rid of the crown prince, but they also took the opportunity to frame me? Have you caught the assassin? Song Qingshu hastily asked. If they had a witness, the following situation would be much easier to deal with. The assassin's qinggong is very good. He injured many guards. However, the palace marshal has sealed off the surroundings of the imperial palace. The assassin should not have escaped, the imperial bodyguard replied. It's good that he hasn't escaped. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. As long as the assassin was still in the imperial palace, he would be able to find him. You guys follow behind. I will go first. After leaving these words to the entourage, he turned into a shadow and quickly ran in the direction of the imperial palace. Xue Baochai tried to chase after him, but she stopped after just one step. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Song Qingshu returned to the imperial palace. He stood in the Qing Palace Hall and used the telepathic soul-searching technique. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble in the imperial palace? Waves of sound spread to every corner of the imperial palace. Even many of the officials outside the imperial palace heard it. Many people in the imperial palace had not personally seen a great grandmaster in action. It was only now that they were all shocked. Was this the power of a great grandmaster? Song Qingshu quickly sensed that there was something strange in the back garden. His body moved and he pounced in that direction. He arrived in front of a fake mountain. A black shadow was hiding inside. Seeing someone approaching, he instinctively attacked. However, when he saw the person's appearance clearly, his movements involuntarily paused for a moment. Song Qingshu did not hesitate. He slammed his palm against the Shanzhong point on the other's chest. However, the strange sensation from his palm shocked him and he quickly withdrew most of his strength. But even so, his attack was shocking. The assassin cried out in surprise and fell behind the fake mountain. Song Qingshu did not expect the other party to not resist at all. He had just learned from the guard that the assassin was highly skilled in martial arts and that her attacks were ruthless. In addition, she had caused him unpredictable trouble. This caused a ball of anger in his heart, so when he saw the other party, his first reaction was to deal a heavy blow. But the development of the situation was somewhat unexpected. The touch from his palm and the cry of pain from the assassin all showed that the other party was a woman. Who are you? Song Qingshu came to the side of the assassin and asked in a low voice. It's me. The assassin said somewhat weakly as she pulled off the black cloth on her face, revealing a charming face. Her beautiful eyes were bright, and her rosy cheeks were flushed. She was truly a beauty. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and it was especially eye-catching when reflected by her fair skin. Li Machao? Countless guesses flashed through Song Qingshu's mind, but he never thought that the assassin would be her. Aren't you at Blackwood Cliff? Back then, he had made a promise with Li Machao that she would work for him for a few years, and then he would set her free. At that time, the mission he had given her was to stay at Blackwood Cliff, in case the Sun Moon Church made any strange moves. Li Macho was about to answer when she suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. It was obvious that her injuries were not light. "There's an assassin." At this time, many Imperial guards ran in this direction. It was obvious that Song Qingshu's figure had guided them. "Wait a moment." Song Qingshu motioned for Li Macho to continue hiding in the fake mountain cave, and then he stood on the fake mountain and stopped the guards running in the distance. "The assassin is not here, search elsewhere." The guards did not worry about him. They bowed and searched in other directions. After the Imperial guards left, Song Qingshu hurried to the fake mountain and found that Li Macho had fainted against a rock. Song Qingshu checked her pulse and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had held back most of his strength in that palm strike, so although Li Macho's injuries were not light, her life was not in danger. There were many guards coming and going, so Song Qingshu naturally couldn't leave her here. He stooped down and carried Li Macho to his room. Currently, the safest place in the entire Imperial Palace was probably his room. With the reputation of a great grandmaster, no one would dare to come and seek trouble. The Imperial guards would also not deliberately search his residence. On the way, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He felt that Li Macho's waist was extremely soft. Now that they were flying at lightning speed, her body was like a water fairy, slightly trembling in the wind. Song Qingshu was secretly puzzled. Li Macho wasn't young anymore. 10 years ago, she had made a name for herself in Jianghu. Now that 10 years had passed, how could her skin still be delicate like a young girl's? Suddenly, he laughed involuntarily. After living in this world for a long time, many standards of judgment had been led astray. Li Macho was an older girl here, but really, when she debuted, she was only around 10 years old. Now, after 10 years, she was in her 20s. In the future, she would be at her peak. On the other hand, at first, he thought that she was a rising star, but in reality, she was already over 30 years old. She was completely an old cow that ate young grass. Very quickly, Song Qingshu returned to his room and gently placed Li Macho on the bed. Feeling the vibration, Li Macho slowly woke up. Seeing that Song Qingshu seemed to be undressing, she couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you trying to do?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "In your heart, am I such a beast? Speaking of which, you are the female devil who kills people like flies in Jianghu." As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. "I'm really sorry just now. I didn't know it was you, so I was a bit heavy-handed. This is the Xiaoyao Sex 9 turns bear snake pill. Take it and use your internal strength to open up the medicinal effect. After a few days of rest, you should be fine." Looking at the pill in his palm, Li Macho realized that she had wronged him. She said with some embarrassment, "Thank you." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. This world is really strange. A female devil like you is actually guarding her chastity. If it was in my hometown, you should have seen countless people. Li Macho's face turned cold. In an instant, she took out a few soul-freezing silver needles. She said angrily, "Although I can't beat you, I'm not the kind of person that you can take liberties with." Song Qingshu reached out and took one of the soul-freezing silver needles. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you just use this needle to hurt the crown prince?" At the same time, he was secretly worried. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. Did the crown prince die just like that? Li Macho's face turned pale. She didn't even have time to react. The needle in her hand had already changed hands. She knew that the gap between their martial arts was too big. She didn't want to resist anymore. She couldn't help but say dejectedly, "The crown prince has a person with good martial arts. He shouldn't die." Song Qingshu was relieved. He was about to ask her why she wanted to enter the palace to assassinate the crown prince. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard the sound of the palace guards searching everywhere. He knew that this couldn't go on. He said to Li Macho, "We'll talk about other things later. Take off your clothes first." "You." Li Macho couldn't help but be furious. She didn't care whether she could beat him or not. In an instant, the soul-freezing silver needles in her hand shot out. Song Qingshu's figure flashed. Looking at the row of poisonous needles on the pillar behind him, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Grandaunt, you really want my life?" Li Macho looked at him with a frosty face. She knew that she couldn't hit the other, so she didn't waste any more energy. "I'm really scared of you. I just wanted to play a joke with you." Song Qingshu knew that Li Macho was usually ruthless, but she was very conservative in matters between men and women. He didn't tease her anymore. He explained, "You just assassinated the crown prince. It was a big deal. The palace guards immediately sealed off the entire imperial city. Knowing that you were still in the palace, they are now searching for you from house to house. To avoid trouble later, I had to pretend to be you and leave the palace." Even though she understood the cause and effect, Li Macho was still somewhat angry. "The clothes I wore, how can I take them off and give them to you?" Song Qingshu spread his hands and said, "Who told you to come in wearing such an eye-catching outfit? Where am I going to find another set of night clothes?" Li Macho bit her lip and turned her head to the side. "Anyway, it won't work. At worst, you can just hand over me, the assassin." Now that the situation in the imperial palace was so tense, Song Qingshu still had a lot of things to deal with. He couldn't stand her being delayed like this. He simply said, "If you don't take them off, then I'll do it myself." "You dare?" Li Macho instantly shrank into the corner, looking at him angrily with shame and anger. Song Qingshu said with a smile, "Anyway, in your heart, I'm also that kind of greedy and lecherous beast. What's there to be afraid of? You just gave me a good and honorable excuse. I'll take them off." Li Macho's face alternated between red and white. In the end, she could only say hatefully, "You're a great grandmaster. How can you be so shameless?" Seeing Li Macho unbuttoning her coat, Song Qingshu was speechless. "It's just a coat. Aren't you wearing clothes underneath? You're acting like I'm molesting you." "How is this not molesting me?" Li Macho was furious, but she knew that he had a bigger fist. She was too lazy to refute him. She hid under the blanket and took off her night clothes and handed them to him. The clothes were still warm. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "It smells so good. I didn't expect you to wear perfume." Li Macho's face darkened. "I'm not a girl from a brothel. Why would I wear perfume? It's just your imagination. It's normal for women to wear perfume. How can you call it a brothel?" Song Qingshu said as he put on the night clothes. "You don't really think of yourself as a Taoist nun, do you?" Li Macho's face turned green and red. She seemed to be enduring something. She couldn't help but say angrily, "I'm a Taoist nun. You're just hurt by love and closed your heart. Why do you want to ruin your life for a man?" Song Qingshu said as he put on his clothes. The black clothes were a little small for him, and he almost couldn't fit into them. He had to use the bone-shrinking technique from the 9E manual to shrink his body before he could barely fit into them. "You don't have to worry about me." Li Macho turned her face away, and no one could see her expression. Lu Zhanyuan's matter was her sore spot, and if it was someone else who dared to talk to her about this, she would have sent them to hell long ago. It was a pity that she could not defeat Song Qingshu, and just thinking about it made her go crazy. "I'll go out and distract the guards. You stay here and rest. No one will come here to search." Song Qingshu walked a few steps and suddenly turned back. "Right, you won't run away while I'm gone, will you?" Humph. Li Macho's expression showed that she had the same intention. Song Qingshu didn't mind and said with a faint smile, "Even if you run, I can still find you. Don't forget how I located you just now. Once you escape and I catch you, I'll strip you naked and hang you on the palace gate. Let's see if you're afraid." "You." Li Macho instantly sat up straight. Her agitation triggered the internal injuries in her body, causing her to cough incessantly. She didn't care much about life and death, but she cared a lot about her reputation and chastity. Even though she knew that the other party was probably trying to scare her, she didn't dare to take the risk. Seeing that she was frightened, Song Qingshu walked out of the door. The reason why he was like this was because Li Macho had killed many innocent people in Jianhu, so there was no need to be too polite to her. But as soon as this thought came up, it was denied by himself. In the end, it was still his personality that caused mischief. When he saw a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but tease her. Everything else was just an excuse. Despising his own hypocrisy, Song Qingshu deliberately ran in front of the palace guards with a black cloth and showed his face. As expected, the palace guards came to arrest him. He circled around a few times and felt that it was almost time. He directly escaped from the palace under the watchful eyes of the public. Then he went to a secluded corner, changed his clothes, and secretly returned to the palace. When he returned to the palace, he didn't directly return to his residence. Instead, he rushed to Chongqing Palace. It should be known that the crown prince was hit by Li Macho's soul-freezing silver needles. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. He didn't want the crown prince to die like this. At this time, Chongqing Palace was already a mess. The palace maids and eunuchs kept running in and out, and the imperial physicians also took turns calling. Before entering the palace, they heard the imperial physician's voice, reporting to Your Highness, the poison of the hidden weapon is very powerful. Fortunately, young tutor Wei sealed the crown prince's acupoints in time so that the poison didn't enter the heart meridian. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the almighty immortals couldn't save the crown prince. Jia Fei said angrily, I didn't call you here to listen to this nonsense. Tell me directly, can you cure him? This humble subject is afraid, the imperial physician replied. We will first prescribe some medicine to suppress the poison in the crown prince's body, then use acupuncture to draw out the poison in the body. However, this poison is very powerful. I'm afraid that it may not be completely drawn out. This humble subject is worried that the crown prince may have sequelae in the future. Sequelae? Another old man's voice rang out. It was obvious that he didn't want to see this result. This voice was also familiar to Song Qingshu. It was the young tutor of the crown prince, Wei Liawang, who had impeached him in the imperial court for a long time. Actually, there is another way. That is to find someone with extremely high martial arts skills to use his inner strength to force out the poisoned blood in the crown prince's body. However, the previous trip to Wudong caused a heavy loss of martial arts masters in the capital. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a suitable person, the imperial physician replied. The imperial preceptor, Shi Hao, is in the capital now. Quickly invite him over, Jia Fei hurriedly shouted. No, we can't find him. Wei Liawang immediately denied it. It should be known that the crown prince and Shi Miyuan didn't get along. Who knew if they would take advantage of this time to play some tricks? If something happened to the crown prince's body, the impact would be great. Let me do it. Song Qingshu directly stepped into the room. It was as if an invisible aura had spread out. The previously noisy room instantly quietened down. With King Qi's martial arts skills, there is naturally no problem. The imperial physician wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had long wanted to invite King Qi over. However, imperial physicians like them had infiltrated the imperial palace and naturally knew that both the crown prince's faction and Jia Fei's faction had conflicts with King Qi. Previously, he didn't dare to bring up the matter and cause trouble. Now that the other party had personally arrived, he could finally shift the blame. Song Qingshu, you are in charge of the imperial palace's guards. Now that there was an assassin and the crown prince was injured, do you know your crime? Jia Fei immediately reprimanded him the moment she saw him. In fact, both of them used to drink at the same table in the Jia residence. Moreover, Song Qingshu was the nominal teacher of the Jia residence's young masters and mistresses. Both of them could still maintain a superficial harmony. However, during this trip to Mount Wudong, how could Jia Fei not know of her younger brother's plan? Now that her younger brother had failed and died, she blamed everything on Song Qingshu and completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Song Qingshu's face darkened. Your ladyship's words don't make sense. During the morning assembly today, I was forced to leave the palace by the officials. Just now, it was also the people of the Imperial City Department who brought me out of the palace to look at my new residence. The assassin didn't come late or early, but at this time. The timing is so coincidental. I am thinking if someone did it on purpose. Jia Fei angrily said, what do you mean? Nothing. I am just curious who summoned the crown prince into the palace and the location of the assassination so coincidentally at Chongqing Palace Hall. Song Qingshu said as he observed Wei Liawang's reaction. As expected, Wei Liaowing subconsciously glanced at Jia Fei, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Feeling the suspicion of her potential ally, Jia Fei was so angry that her eyes darkened. "Bastard, don't you dare smear my name." Song Qingshu lightly said, "I am here to save the crown prince." "Your ladyship, you are deliberately blocking me and arguing with me. If there is a delay." Wei Liaowing's expression changed as expected. He stepped forward and said, "Your ladyship, saving the crown prince is more important. We can discuss other matters later." Jia Fei's breathing quickened. She knew that Wei Liaowing no longer trusted her and hurriedly explained, "I did not mean that." However, no one paid attention to her at this moment. Everyone's attention was attracted by Song Qingshu, who had walked to the crown prince's side. Noticing that the crown prince's skin had turned black, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh at the tyranny of the hail silver needles. At the same time, he instructed the palace maids beside him, "Help the crown prince up." He then said to Wei Liaowing, "Next, I am going to help the crown prince heal his injuries. I will have to trouble junior tutor to stand guard at the side. Don't worry, Prince Ji. With me here, no one will be able to come near." Wei Liaowing was the crown prince's martial arts teacher. Naturally, he understood that this was not the time to be disturbed. Otherwise, the crown prince would be gravely injured or even killed. He had actually tried to force the poison out of the crown prince's body, but the effect was minimal. Now that he saw that Song Qingshu was willing to treat the crown prince, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he began to wonder if his side had gone too far by pressuring the crown prince during the morning court session. Song Qingshu began to detoxify the crown prince. Although the poison of the soul-freezing silver needles was an incurable and terrifying existence to ordinary Jianghu people, it was not a difficult task for the 5 uniques. Wei Liaowing had failed to force the poison out of the crown prince's body because of his lack of skill. Ouyang Feng, who had gone mad, had taught the young Yangwu a simple incantation, and he was able to force the poison out of the soul-freezing silver needles. Now that Song Qingshu had personally forced the poison out of the crown prince's body, it was naturally much easier. About an hour later, the crown prince spat out the poisoned blood and the soul-freezing silver needles poison was finally resolved. Song Qingshu took the towel handed by the palace maid and wiped his hands. He said, "For the next period of time, pay attention to your diet and do not eat anything that is too nutritious. Also, ask the imperial physician to prescribe some medicine to clear away heat and detoxify. After a period of rest, the crown prince will recover." In fact, the crown prince had been conscious just now, but his body was numb from the poison. Now that he had spat out the poisoned blood, he gradually regained control of his body. He could not help but salute with a complicated expression. "Thank you for saving me." How could the crown prince not feel complicated? During the morning court, he had ordered his men to attack him. This time, he had come to the palace to discuss with Jia Fei about how to deal with him. In the end, he had to rely on him to save his life. "Crown Prince, you are too kind." Song Qingshu looked at Jia Fei and smiled meaningfully. "Crown Prince, do you plan to recuperate in Chongqing Palace?" The Crown Prince's expression changed. Wei Liaowing also hurriedly said, "No, we are going back to recuperate." The appearance of the assassin was suspicious. They even suspected that it was sent by Jia Fei. How could they dare to stay in Chongqing Palace? It was best to return to their own territory. "That's good too. I will arrange for guards to escort you." Song Qingshu thought that Li Macho had hit the nail on the head and helped him greatly. Jia Fei was hopping mad. She had gone to great lengths to get the crown prince into the palace, but he had left just like that. She knew that he suspected that the assassin was related to her, and it was useless to persuade him. After escorting the crown prince and his entourage out of the imperial palace, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to order the strengthening of the imperial palace's security, especially around Chongqing Palace. Of course, Consort Jia knew that the so-called protection was actually surveillance, but the other party had the right to do so, so she could not do anything. Wang Zidong quickly found Song Qingshu. "Qingshu, the assassin was too fast. Our brothers couldn't stop him. If only you were here." Song Qingshu knew that he had some doubts as to why he did not act, but he was already prepared for this. "Just now, I was worried about the crown prince's condition, so I ran to the crown prince to circulate my energy to expel the poison. Qingshu Song Emperor. And Tian. Prince, Wang Prince's safety is. Palace Tian is Prince's. The poison has been cleared. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Song Qingshu replied. Very fortunate, very fortunate. Wang Ziding was terrified. If something had happened to the crown prince in the palace, he, as the commander of the front department of the palace guards, would not be able to bear the consequences. Qingshu, who do you think sent the assassins? Song Qingshu laughed in his heart, but he still looked confused. I don't know. Wang Ziding's face was full of doubts. He muttered to himself, is it Jia Fei's people, or Shi Miyuan and Xue Ji, the two old foxes? Everyone has a motive. Who benefits the most from the crown prince's death? After thinking for a while, Wang Ziding could not think of a reason, so he said, Qingshu, don't leave the palace today, in case someone breaks in again. Okay. Song Qingshu did not want to leave the palace, but he did not have a legitimate reason to do so. Now that the crown prince was almost assassinated, who dared to say anything? After parting with Wang Ziding and returning to his room, Song Qingshu found that there was no one on the bed. He was shocked. Did she really run away? I'm here. Li Macho covered her chest and walked out from behind the screen with a pale face. Thank God, Song Qingshu said hurriedly. Now the palace guards have been greatly strengthened, and Li Macho is injured. If the guards found her, they might kill her on the spot. Since you are back, I should go. Li Macho said as she walked to the door. Song Qingshu frowned and hurriedly grabbed her arm. Didn't you hear what I just said? How can you go out in your current condition? Li Macho unnaturally shook off his hand and answered, the 9-turner sinus pill just now had a miraculous effect. I feel much better now. Although the 9-turner sinus pill is magical, it is not an elixir. How can it be healed so quickly? Song Qingshu did not care about her objection and pressed her to sit down on a chair. It has been a long time since you broke into the palace. You must be hungry. I specially went to the imperial kitchen to get some snacks. You can eat first. I am not hungry. As soon as Li Macho finished speaking, her stomach let out a growl, making her want to find a hole to hide in. All right, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Song Qingshu took a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffed it into her mouth. After eating, tell me, why did you appear in the palace and become an assassin? Li Macho was furious at his behavior, but she was hungry and could not resist the temptation of the fragrant osmanthus cake. She swallowed the food in her mouth. Eat slowly, there is more here. Song Qingshu handed her a cup of tea. Use this to fill your stomach first. I have ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare some food. Thank you. Li Macho was also very surprised. When did she become so polite? After eating a few pieces of cake, she felt much better and then replied, I came to the palace to find you. Find me? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he did not think of this situation. Could it be that Li Macho saw that I was handsome and was subdued by my charm, and finally came thousands of miles to find her lover? Noticing his expression, Li Macho knew that he thought wrong. She said angrily, if you look at me with that kind of dirty eyes, believe it or not, I will dig your eyes out. You can't beat me. Song Qingshu secretly cursed, but he did not say it out to add fuel to the fire. Li Macho said, I saw the people sent by the Li family of Linen on Blackwood Cliff. After reading the letter, I knew that I might be their separated eldest daughter. After a pause, she continued, at first, I had some doubts, but I also received your letter, so I came to have a look. Originally, I did not care about whether I was a family or not, but it was too boring to stay in Blackwood Cliff, so I came out for a walk. Noticing her slightly excited expression, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Obviously, she cared about it, but she did not admit it. Was being arrogant the standard of a witch? After coming to Linen, we talked about some details. I should be the eldest daughter of the Li family that year. Li Macho's tone was full of sorrow. If she had not been lost, she would not have been adopted by her master, and later she would not have met Lu Zhanyuan, and there would not have been a series of things. Later, I heard that you came back, so I plan to find you to express my gratitude. But now that your martial arts are high and you have power in the court, I can't think of how to repay you. Li Macho was a little distressed. Fortunately, today I heard Li, my father, mention the matter in the court. I knew that you were facing the dilemma of being forced out of the palace, so I planned to come to the palace to make a scene. In this way, you will not be forced to leave, and I will repay you. Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. After all, the initiator of all this was himself? Li Macho continued, after entering the palace, I didn't know the way, so I wandered around. I happened to hear the crown prince and the imperial concubine discussing how to deal with you. I owe you a lot, so I can't let them go. I didn't know that the people around them were so good at kung fu. I almost couldn't escape. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion and said, You're really lucky. Had it not been for the battle on Mount Wudong that wiped out all the experts in the imperial palace, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to leave so easily this time. Not to mention Huang Chang and the drunkard, Li Macho might not be able to deal with those with imperial weapons. Hearing his explanation, Li Macho said with some fear, after entering the palace, I didn't meet many masters, so I really looked down on the palace. I didn't know there was such a reason. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You came to help me, but I accidentally hurt you and treated you badly. I'm really sorry. Li Macho turned her face away and said coldly, Don't think too much. I'm a person who distinguishes between kindness and hatred. I only did this to return the favor. Now that I've returned the favor, we don't owe each other anything. Song Qingshu was stunned and could only smile bitterly. If that's what you want, then so be it. Li Macho continued, Can I leave the palace now? Leave the palace now? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. You're injured and the entire palace is under martial law. It's not a good time to leave. If I don't leave the palace, do you want me to stay here with you for a night? Li Macho looked at him angrily, her expression full of wariness. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. Although he didn't have any bad intentions, it was a bit hard for a woman to stay with him in a room for a night. If it was before, Song Qingshu wouldn't care so much. But now that he knew that Li Macho came for him, he didn't want to force her. But now the security is tighter. In your current state, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to get out. Song Qingshu said worriedly. Li Macho didn't care at all. You don't have to worry about that. I've been in Jianghu for so many years, what kind of danger have I not experienced? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Forget it. I'll walk you out. Now, not only was the palace under martial law, but the entire Lin city was also patrolled by soldiers searching for assassins. If Li Macho was accidentally caught, he would not be at ease for the rest of his life. But aren't you not allowed to leave the palace? Li Macho asked curiously. Song Qingshu explained, there were assassins in the palace, and now the palace gate has been sealed. Even if other people wanted to enter, they would not be able to. It won't be a big deal if I go out for a short while. Previously, the guards under Wang Ziding's command were unable to stop many people mainly because they did not have a valid reason to do so. Now that there were assassins in the palace, he could justifiably stop any request from the nobles and ministers to enter and exit the palace. All right then. Li Macho did not refuse. She was not a stubborn person. Otherwise, she would not have stirred up a storm of blood and could still be free and unfettered in Jianghu for so many years. Although it had been noisy for a long time, it was still daytime. Although Song Qingshu could disguise Li Macho as his personal guard and take her out of the palace, it would be known by people with intentions that he left the palace. It was too risky, so he finally decided to sneak out of the palace. Finding a secluded place in the palace, Song Qingshu used his lightness skill and jumped over the palace wall with Li Macho. After standing firmly, Li Macho hurriedly broke free from his arms. Her face was slightly red. All right, I'll go by myself. For so many years, when had she been so intimate with a man? Even when she was passionately in love with Lu Zhanyuan, they did not cross the line at all. If you help the Buddha, help the West. I'd better send you back to the Li mansion. Seeing that she was about to refuse, Song Qingshu smiled and pointed at her clothes. Now your clothes are disheveled. I guess you don't want to be surrounded by people on the way, right? Only then did Li Macho remember that her coat had been taken off by him. She couldn't help but glare at him hatefully. It's all your fault. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, I'm actually very curious. It's obviously daytime. Why are you wearing nocturnal clothes? Isn't it more eye-catching? If I wear my own clothes, it's very likely that people with intentions will recognize some clues. The nocturnal clothes cover my whole body, so naturally, nothing will be revealed. Li Macho looked at him strangely, with an expression that said, why don't you know such a principle that everyone knows? I see. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. On the way, he asked Li Macho from time to time about various things that happened in Blackwood Cliff and back to Linen City. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Li mansion. Don't enter from the main door. Li Macho tugged at his clothes with an extremely embarrassed expression. Ever since she returned to the family, she knew that the Li family was a scholarly family that attached great importance to family integrity. Now that her clothes were disheveled, she didn't dare to let the people in the mansion see it. That's right. Song Qingshu smiled and directly jumped to the backyard with her in his arms. Where's your room? Over there. Li Macho stretched out her finger and pointed to the other side of the corridor. Song Qingshu nodded. In a flash, he took Li Macho to her door. When he was about to open the door unexpectedly opened by itself. Inside, a young woman in plain clothes with her hair in a bun put her hand on the door and looked at them with a stunned expression. Big sister? That kind of elegant and demure temperament was extremely unique. Who else could it be but Li Wan, the first young mistress of the Ronghua mansion? Second sister. Li Macho looked embarrassed and hurriedly pushed Song Qingshu away. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu looked natural. Oh, it's the young mistress of the Ronghua mansion. Your sister was attacked on the road. I happened to run into her and saved her. Is that really the case? Li Wan's eyes fell on Li Macho's untidy clothes. Her expression was extremely suspicious. However, after being in a big family for so many years, she had seen all kinds of dirty things. She had long practiced the ability to turn a blind eye. She followed his words and asked, Big sister, are you all right? No, nothing. Li Macho forced a smile. Just a little injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. That's good. Li Wan nodded, but her eyes were a bit more mischievous. You entertain him for me. I'll go change my clothes first. Li Macho finally couldn't stand it anymore. She directly entered the room and closed the door, leaving the two looking at each other. Li Wan's face was slightly hot. She thought that her sister really came from Jianghu and didn't know the seriousness of the situation. How could she let a woman living alone entertain an outsider? When she raised her head and met the other's eyes, Li Wan's heart jumped. She hurriedly lowered her head and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she heard her father mention something and quickly had an idea. Your Highness, my father may have a way to solve your current troubles. Really? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Thinking of how Li Shouzhong had been the chancellor of the directorate for so many years, his network was extensive and he was incomparably familiar with the rules of the imperial court, he might really have a way. Wang Yi, please come with me. Seeing the other so excited, Li Wan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had guessed his troubles. Li Wan was wearing a plain long dress. She didn't have any makeup or jewelry that women usually wore, but she had an indescribably elegant and dignified temperament. Song Qingshu followed behind her and looked at her graceful back. He couldn't help but sigh. Li Wan couldn't help but ask curiously, why is Wang Yi sighing? Song Qingshu answered, I am lamenting that Madame is in the prime of her youth and has such a dignified and beautiful appearance. But she can only spend the rest of her life alone. It is truly a reckless waste of God's gift. Li Wan's expression changed. Wang Yi, please be careful with your words. Seeing her reaction, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that my reputation in this area isn't very good. Madame misunderstood that I was flirting. In fact, I was just thinking that in my hometown, it is normal for a woman to remarry after a divorce, not to mention the death of her husband. Isn't Wang Ye's hometown near Jingzhou's Wudong? That is also the territory of the Great Song. I have never heard of such a custom. Li Wan shook her head, answering seriously, moreover, how can a virtuous woman serve a second husband? I hope that Wang Yi will not say such troublesome things in the future. Even though he knew that she was poisoned by the etiquette of this world, he still respected her steadfastness. The two sank into silence, quickly arriving at Li Shouzhong's study. Seeing Song Qingshu and his daughter coming together from the inner chamber, Li Shouzhong's expression also changed. You? Li Wan's face reddened slightly, and she explained the whole story. Hearing that he had escorted Li Macho back, Li Shouzhong let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yi previously allowed us women to reunite, and this time he saved Macho again. This great kindness, the Li family really doesn't know how to repay. Li Wan seized the opportunity to speak. Father, isn't the Prince of Qi currently having a vexing matter? Helping him out with some ideas can be considered as repaying him. Li Shouzhong furrowed his brows and thought to himself, daughters are really losers. All of them turn to outsiders when they grow up, but all three of my children are daughters. Song Qingshu was famous for his scandal. Hearing Li Wan speak up for him, Li Shouzhong's first reaction was that this guy wouldn't come to seduce his precious daughter, right? However, on second thought, he knew his daughter's character the best. She would never do anything that would bring shame to the family's reputation. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Seeing the change in Li Shouzhong's expression, Song Qingshu also had some misgivings in his heart. He had a vague feeling that something was not right. He hastily said, during the morning court session, I was attacked by a group of people. I hope Mr. can teach me how to break out of this situation. After hesitating for a moment, Li Shouzhong said to Li Wan, Wan, go to the rear hall and accompany your older sister. I have something to discuss with the Prince of Qi. Yes. Li Wan did not feel that there was anything wrong. Bowing, she took her leave. Song Qingshu was somewhat surprised. He did not understand why Li Shouzhong had deliberately sent his daughter away. It couldn't be that his reputation was so bad that Li Shouzhong was worried that he would have crooked thoughts about her? Although Wan is my biological daughter, she has long since married into the Jia family and is now a member of the Jia household. As a result, there are some things that are inconvenient for her to hear, Li Shouzhong explained. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that he was overthinking. However, he became increasingly curious about what Li Shouzhong was going to say next. Li Shouzhong sighed. I am the Chancellor of the Directorate of Studies. I have a good relationship with the Jianshan Academy. Zhen Deshou and Wei Liaowing are also close friends with me. Originally, even if my Li family owes you a great debt of gratitude, I would not help you come up with ideas to deal with them. However, you are related by marriage to the Wang family. In addition, you helped Yufei overturn the verdict. Everyone will view the Li family and you as one. I have no choice but to help. Wang family related by marriage? Yufei overturned the verdict? Song Qingshu was startled. Suddenly, he remembered that Li Qiushui was also a member of the Li family. Her sister was Yufei's second wife. The Li family had a complicated relationship with the Wang family and the Yu family. Now that he was the future son-in-law of the Wang family, and had once advocated for Yufei to overturn the verdict and protected Xiao Longnu in the palace, everyone knew about this. Therefore, the honor and disgrace of both parties had unknowingly been linked together. Even if Li Shouzhong wanted to stay out of this matter, other forces would not believe him. I have implicated you. Song Qingshu said apologetically. Li Shouzhong shook his head and said, the main thing is that I have thought it through. Instead of doing nothing and waiting to be punished in the future, it is better to seize the opportunity now. Perhaps I can even bring honor to the ancestors of the Li family. Song Qingshu had been in this world for so many years. He was very clear that for some big families, the interests of the family were the most important. Sometimes, it could even surpass the interests of the country. Li Shouzhong took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He then said, if you want to stay in the palace legitimately, it is not that there is no way. Oh? Song Qingshu immediately sat up straight. Li Shouzhong said, right now, they are using righteousness to force you. As long as you also have a righteous status, they will have nothing to say. In the palace, other than the officials, other men are not allowed to exist. However, there are a few exceptions. They are the guards and the imperial physicians. However, even the guards and the imperial physicians can only stay in the outer palace. They are not allowed to enter the inner court unless they are summoned. But other than these people, there is a special kind of person who can enter and leave the inner palace with the emperor. Who is it? Song Qingshu was, after all, a foreigner. He was far less familiar with the official system of the Song dynasty than someone like Li Shouzhong. Now there are so many martial arts masters in the world. If they break through the defense lines outside the imperial palace and get close to the emperor, won't the emperor be at their mercy? Li Shouzhong explained, in order to avoid this situation, the emperor always keeps a few martial arts masters around him. Generally speaking, most of them are eunuchs. However, eunuchs are born with defects. Except for a few, their talent in martial arts is limited. They are far inferior to ordinary people, so they often need some normal guards to supplement them. Imperial equipment. Song Qingshu finally came to his senses. Li Shouzhong nodded with a smile. Over the years, the reason why there are very few imperial equipment is because of the strict selection of martial arts and family background. In fact, there is a very important reason. That is, no emperor wants to have too many other men in the harem. Therefore, every emperor only has a few imperial equipment around him. This way, his safety can be guaranteed, and it is easy to monitor and prevent trouble in the harem. I see. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that there was actually such a hidden story. Previously, during the Battle of Mount Wudong, all of the imperial equipment had been killed or injured. The only survivor, Ding Dian, was now unconscious and recuperating at home. This was enough reason to replenish the imperial equipment. Li Shouzhong continued, of course, just the identity of imperial equipment may not be enough to stop people's mouths. Therefore, your highness needs to marry the princess as soon as possible. Originally, the emperor's son-in-law was not qualified to stay in the palace. However, the key is that the emperor's son-in-law is commandant. In this way, your highness and the emperor's family will become family. With this identity, many matters will become family matters. The court officials are outsiders and cannot interfere. In addition, there was an assassin in the palace today and the crown prince was injured. This matter is actually very beneficial to you. Take advantage of this opportunity, and since you don't have the status problem, it is natural for you to stay in the palace. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He wondered how Li Shouzhong would react if he knew that the assassin was his daughter. At this time, Li Shouzhong sighed. In fact, staying in the palace is not difficult. What is difficult is another matter. Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" Li Shouzhong replied, "This time, the officials attacked you for messing with the harem. Next time, they can find other reasons to attack you. Are you going to defend passively like this every time? As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. One day, you will be forced into a corner by them." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I know that. But what can I do now? I can only deal with it as it comes." Li Shouzhong shook his head and said, "Although Prince Qi is now in a high position and seems to be under one person and above tens of thousands of people, it is just adding oil to the fire and flowers to make a brocade. Your decree can't be passed on to the people below. Even if it is passed, it will be distorted. In addition, some people will instruct their henchmen to attack your mistakes. In the end, it is because you have no foundation in the court. I am also very clear about this problem, but where can I build my own team in such a short time?" Song Qingshu also had a headache about this. Li Shouzhong looked at him and said meaningfully, "Now there is a ready-made force in the court." "Oh?" Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Li Shouzhong replied, "A few months ago, Han Xingzhou was still in power in the court. Unfortunately, he was killed by Jia Sherdao with a wave strike. The Han's group had no leader and was destroyed one by one. But back then, they were able to suppress Jia Sherdao. How many officials did they have under them? Later, they were suppressed by Jia Sherdao and were demoted one by one. But they didn't disappear. They just hid and waited for an opportunity. You have a good relationship with Han Xingzhou, so they have a natural good impression of you. So, if you want to build a team quickly, you have to rely on this group of people." Song Qingshu was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for your advice, sir. Besides, I am not familiar with many people in the court. Who else in Han Xingzhou's group can be useful? I hope you can answer my questions." Li Shouzhong sighed. Back then, the Qingyuan faction was banned, and Han Xingzhou eliminated all dissidents and wantonly attacked the people of the Confucian school. From my standpoint, I should not speak for these people, but now that the Li family is in the same boat as you, it is impossible for me to stay out of this. Song Qingshu sternly said. Back then, the Qingyuan party was banned largely because of the power struggle between Han Xingzhou and Zhao Ruyu. I am different from him. Moreover, I have always had a good relationship with the people of Jianshan Academy. Naturally, I will not attack the Confucian school like he did. Although many people in later generations criticized the Neo-Confucianism of the Southern Song dynasty, one could not ignore the era and discuss the problem. In this world, Neo-Confucianism still dominated, and it also had its positive meaning. A large part of the imperial court believed in this line. In history, Han Xingzhou attacked Neo-Confucianism and lost the people's support. During the Northern Expedition, there was a shortage of manpower, so they had to recruit some people from the Neo-Confucianism school to take charge of various tasks. In the end, this group of people all pretended to agree but opposed in secret, and forcibly destroyed the whole Northern Expedition. Learning from his past mistakes, Song Qingshu naturally would not make the same mistake. Moreover, with the yellow-clothed woman, Huang Chang, and Li Shouzhong, he could not wantonly attack the people of the school of Neo-Confucianism. Hearing him say this, Li Shouzhong smiled and said, I know you are not this kind of person. Otherwise, I would not talk to you so much. Following that, he narrated a lot of people. Today in the imperial court, Zhen Dexiu and the others made things difficult for you. You could only go and refute them personally, which is really a disadvantage. In the past, Han Kuzhou received far more criticism than you did, but every time, he was as steady as Mount Tai, because his subordinates would take the initiative to refute them on his behalf, and there was no need for him to go personally. Although the imperial censorate is Shurmiyuan's territory, he can't control every single person. Years ago, Han Xingzhou placed a few trusted aides in there. Lu Dexiu, Yang Dafe, Lu Sanjia, and a few others as the imperial censorate are really good at debating. Every time they quote from the classics, they are not at all inferior to the great Confucian scholars of the Neo-Confucianism. Xun Jizu of the Minsha province and Li Mu of the Hall of Governmental Affairs are all experts in handling government affairs. There is also the Assistant Minister of War, Qin Jia, who has always been familiar with military affairs. Before, Song Qingshu only knew the senior members of Han Xingzhou's group, but he did not know the backbone of the middle level. Listening to Li Shouzhong's introduction of these people, he was suddenly enlightened. Li Shouzhong said, Han Xingzhou also had a lot of power in the military. Luo Riyuan, the general of the army, and Yang Ming and Zhang Xing, the officers of the front department and the infantry department, were all very rare talents. Unfortunately, they assassinated Jia Shidao to avenge Han Xingzhou. Now, no one knows if they are still alive or not. Alas, when the two factions fight, the talents of the country will be hurt. Hearing his sigh, Song Qingshu's expression was a bit strange. He had saved these people and arranged them to the Golden Snake Battalion. Now, he wanted to see if there was a chance for them to return to Linen. After remembering all the names, Song Qingshu stood up and said goodbye. After all, he could not leave the palace for too long. He had wanted to talk to Li Macho again, but unfortunately, she would not come out to see him. Li Shouzhong looked strange, thinking that he had done something unspeakable to his daughter. Song Qingshu had to flee in a panic. After returning to the palace, he sent someone to summon those people mentioned by Li Shouzhong to the palace. They talked until late at night. The next day, in the political affairs hall, a eunuch in the palace sent a decree. Song Qingshu was appointed as the commander of the imperial armament, responsible for the safety of the emperor. Shurmiyuan and Shuiji frowned, knowing that yesterday's assassination had made all this reasonable. However, they still made one last effort. Soon, some trusted subordinates questioned this. Their reasons were high-sounding. After all, Song Qingshu was the dignified Prince of Qi. It was a waste for him to be the commander of the imperial armament, and it was not in accordance with etiquette. This time, Song Qingshu did not need to come down from the stage to debate. Lu Dexiu, who was at the end of the crowd, directly stood up and refuted, no, in the past, Prince of Xianan also served as the commander of the imperial armament. How is this not in accordance with etiquette? Prince of Xianan referred to Han Shizhong. Originally, Han Shizhong also had the title of Prince of Qi, but it was a posthumous title, which was different from Song Qingshu, who had been a prince when he was alive. Fearing that someone would make a fuss about this, he simply brought up Han Xingzhou's title in his early years. Yesterday, during the morning court session, he did not make a move only because he was not on Song Qingshu's side, so why should he stick up for him? But last night, after entering the palace and seeing many familiar faces, he felt as if he had found a new ally. In his excitement, he naturally wanted to wave the flag and shout for his new master. Seeing the spittle flying from both sides, each of them quoting classics and scolding each other, Song Qingshu was secretly pleased, thinking that professional haters should be professional haters. Seeing that the two sides were almost done debating, Song Qingshu found an opportunity to come out and say, "The current situation is special. Outside, the Jin kingdom is like a tiger watching its prey, and inside, there are ambitious people coveting the treasures. At present, protecting the emperor's safety is the most important thing. The emperor has already issued an edict. As the saying goes, the words of an emperor cannot be taken lightly. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore." Shi Miyuan and Shui Ji looked at each other and could only accept the edict helplessly. However, from each other's eyes, they could feel the seriousness of the matter. The Han faction had completely sided with Song Qingshu. Next, the topic changed to the marriage of the two princesses. The officials of the Ministry of Rites believed that the marriage of the two princesses together was unprecedented, and all aspects of etiquette needed to be considered at length. Shin Jizu, the counselor, and Li Mu, the right minister, had already received the instructions. They stepped out and said, "Now the country is in turmoil. First, there was Wuxi's rebellion, then the invasion of the Jin kingdom, and now, there is the chaos of Mount Wudong. The court is in troubled times, and the whole country is in a state of panic. At this time, we can use the marriage of the two princesses to calm the people and grant amnesty to the people. Compared to the country, why should we care about such trifles? Previously, the emperor ordered the wedding to be held as soon as possible. I think it is because of this consideration." Hearing this, Song Qingshu secretly admired them. He had only told them his intention last night, but they had come up with the specifics themselves. Listening to them talk about the country as the most important thing, it was not very glorious for the two princesses to work together for the same husband, but after hearing what they said, it was the two princesses who had sacrificed for the country. Between the lines, there was a kind of great righteousness. These scholars were really amazing when they spoke. With the help of the officials of the Han faction, the matter was quickly settled. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. The same thing, with the help of subordinates, was much easier to handle than a commander without an army. Shi Miyuan and Shui Ji looked like they had accepted their fate, but Song Qingshu knew their temperament. They would not give up just like that. Now, they were just caught off guard by the appearance of the Han faction. When they reacted, they would be more prepared to counterattack. But when that time came, he would be more prepared. In the end, it was still uncertain who would settle the score. After a series of intensive preparations, 3 days later, Song Qingshu and the two princesses held a grand wedding. He was conferred the title of commandant of the emperor's son-in-law. An imperial edict came from the palace to grant amnesty to the world and celebrate with the people. The people jokingly called him the twin phoenix emperor's son-in-law, and he became the object of envy and jealousy for countless men. After all, Song Qingshu had many female confidants. To the common people, they did not have much of a concept, but everyone knew the princesses. Countless men dreamed of being favored by the princesses. As for two princesses sharing the same husband, that was something that they did not even dare to think about. But it just so happened that Song Qingshu turned this into a reality. How could this not make countless men jealous? The entire wedding process was not complicated. What was worth mentioning was that halfway through, Prince Ting pulled Song Qingshu aside and asked when his marriage with Yu Yan would be held, causing Li Qinglua's face to turn livid. She secretly warned Song Qingshu not to really have any ideas about Yu Yan. In addition, she also decided to send a letter to inform Yu Yan to stay at Beating Drum Mountain for a while and not come back so soon. To this, Song Qingshu could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After being busy for half a day and socializing for half a day, it was finally time to enter the bridal chamber. Song Qingshu drunkenly walked to the bridal chamber, but he was soon dumbfounded because the palace maid asked him, "Lord son-in-law, which princess's room should we go to first?" No matter how magnanimous Song Qingshu was, he knew that this kind of choice could not be made casually. Which room he went to first had too many implications. Even if the two princesses were blood-related sisters, it was impossible for them to not have any grudges about this. He cursed the officials of the Ministry of Rights half to death in his heart, thinking, can't they just let the two princesses wait for me in the same room? Song Qingshu said this out of anger. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. It was unprecedented for two princesses to marry the same man at the same time. If they were to wait for their husband in the bridal room like ordinary women, it would be inappropriate. How could the royal family face this? Moreover, even if it was an ordinary family, there was no reason for two brides to stay in the same room at the same time. While Song Qingshu was having a headache, a yellow figure suddenly walked out from the corridor. It was the yellow-shirted woman that he hadn't seen for a few days. Long time no see. When Song Qingshu said this, he felt a little guilty. But on second thought, he felt that his reaction was a little strange. Why did it look like he had bumped into his wife when he was having an affair outside? It's only been a few days. The yellow-shirted woman was still as beautiful as before, but there was a trace of loneliness between her brows. Right, I haven't had time to congratulate you. Hearing the lack of sincerity in her tone, Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but find a topic to talk about. I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with? Tidying up some of my master's belongings and thinking of him. The yellow-shirted woman sighed faintly. Obviously, she didn't want to continue this topic. She pointed to the room inside and said, I just went in to talk to Yuan and Huan Er. Did I disturb you? You're not disturbing them, you're not disturbing them. You're their big sister, and you've put in so much effort to save them. You're already the closest person to them in this world, Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. What's going on? Why is it so awkward to talk about this? The yellow-shirted woman shook her head. From now on, you will be the closest person to them in the world. Song Qingshu didn't know what to say for a moment. The yellow-shirted woman forced a smile. I won't disturb the bridegroom's wedding night. I will leave first. Then she turned to leave. Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to stop her, but he froze halfway. If it was a normal day, he could use words to keep her. But how could he keep her on a day like this? He couldn't say that she was lonely by herself, so why not stay in the bridal room with him? Song Qingshu could not help but shiver when he thought of the possible reactions of the azure field if he said that. Just then, the yellow-shirted woman suddenly stopped and said softly, Right, I might be in seclusion at Xianxia Academy for a while. Why are you in seclusion? Song Qingshu stilled. Naturally, it is to practice the secret martial arts left behind by my master. At this time, the yellow-robed woman's face revealed an extremely sad expression. If my martial arts were higher, Wudang Mountain would not have to sit and watch helplessly as everything happened. Leaving behind these words, her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only the faint fragrance lingering in the air proved that she had stopped there. Song Qingshu was silent. He did not know if the other's words were referring to his inability to save Huan Chang, or his inability to stop his puppet from controlling Zhao Guo. He didn't know if she meant that she couldn't save Huang Chang or that she couldn't stop his puppet from controlling Zhao Guo. Song Qingshu finally understood why the Japanese romance games in his previous life had so many parallel lines. It was destined that one could not have his cake and eat it too. No matter how capable you were, getting close to some people would eventually widen the distance between you and others. Emperor's son-in-law, it's almost time. Where should we go first? A palace maid ran over to ask for his opinion. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He had just hurt their sister. Was he going to hurt one of them by making a choice now? Just as he was having a headache, another palace maid ran over to report. Song Qingshu recognized her as Zhao Yuan's personal maid. The maid bowed and said, Our master asked me to send a message. Emperor's son-in-law, please go to my sister's side first. Song Qingshu didn't expect the other to send such a message. Zhao Yuan's gentle and demure face appeared in his mind. He knew that she was the most understanding person. She must have guessed that he was in a difficult situation, so she took the initiative to help him out. How could anyone not like a woman like her? Just as he was feeling emotional, Zhao Yuanyuan's personal maid also ran over. She bowed to Song Qingshu and said, "Emperor's son-in-law, our princess invites you to go to my sister's side first. She said that all these years, it has always been my sister who has let her have all the good things first. This time, it is her turn to let you have them." Hearing this, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did she make it sound like he was a thing? He was clearly not a thing. No, ba. Song Qingshu really didn't expect Zhao Yuanyuan, who had always been willful and arrogant, to be so understanding. At this time, the two maids were already quarreling and pushing Song Qingshu towards each other. Clearly, when they came out, their master had repeatedly reminded them to be afraid that they wouldn't be able to complete their task. Seeing the two girls argue until their faces were red, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Other people were fighting for ownership, but they were pushing each other to have ownership. After listening for a while, Song Qingshu finally couldn't help but clear his throat and separate the two maids. "Don't fight, I won't go to either room. Let them come to my room." "Ah?" The two maids were dumbfounded and couldn't react for a moment. The older maid frowned and said, This isn't appropriate." Song Qingshu glared at her. "What's inappropriate?" "I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." The maid couldn't help but take a step back. She was in charge of the royal etiquette. If it was another emperor's son-in-law who was so arrogant, she might have directly slapped him. After all, an ordinary emperor's son-in-law wasn't as glorious as people thought. But who was this person in front of her? He was unparalleled in martial arts and had power in the court. How could she dare to offend him? Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Since you've entered my house, you should follow the etiquette of my house. There aren't many rules in my house, and I won't force the two princesses. Everything is up to them." However, he was really worried that the two girls would be too shy and wait for each other. No one dared to take the first step. If that happened, the three monks would really have nothing to eat. So he instructed the two maids, "When you go back, tell the princess that I'm dead drunk and in need of care in my room." The two maids blinked their eyes as if they were shocked by his shamelessness. The face of the maid on the side twitched. She thought that the ladies in the capital all dreamed of him. If they knew that he was such a ruffian, she wondered what they would think. "By the way, I don't want anyone to say a word about what happened here today. If I hear any rumors, everyone in the yard will be sent to Cliff State." When Song Qingshu said this, he released his great grandmaster's aura. After releasing the aura of a great grandmaster, how could these maids and palace maids withstand it? They all felt as if they were about to die. At this time, Cliff State was not the place where it was spring all year round. It was the most remote place in the Song dynasty, full of snakes and insects. Those who were sent there had never been heard of coming back alive. The palace maids trembled and nodded in agreement. Seeing their frightened looks, Song Qingshu felt a little sorry. "Today is my big day. Later, everyone can go and get a red packet of 20 taels of silver." "Thank you, Emperor's son-in-law. Emperor's son-in-law is so nice. I wish Emperor's son-in-law and the princess a son soon." The maid's worries turned to joy. 20 taels of silver was a huge sum of money for ordinary people. Song Qingshu nodded and returned to his room with a smile. He began to pretend to be drunk. Outside, the two little palace maids looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, they were going through a very intense psychological struggle. However, Song Qingshu's strength and terror were too great a deterrent to them. In the end, the two little palace maids persuaded each other. Since they were going to be a family, and the two princesses couldn't push things around, they sold their master at the same time. Zhao Yuanyuan learned that Song Qingshu was very drunk. When she went over, she found that her sister Zhao Hure was already there. It turned out that she was very careful. At first, she was worried that it would be inappropriate to come like this. Later, she hesitated for a while and finally came to see him because she was worried about her lover. Unlike Zhao Hure, who was careless and didn't think about other things, she came directly when she heard the news. Seeing Zhao Hure clumsily ringing the towel, Zhao Yuanyuan couldn't help but smile. "Let me do it. Brother Song will be fine, right?" Seeing that Song Qingshu was sleeping like a dead pig, Zhao Huaner could not help but feel a little flustered. She had heard people say that it was easy to die if one was too drunk, and even a perfected golden immortal would not be able to save them. Although she knew that the possibility was very low, she was still nervous. I don't know which bastard is forcing Brother Song to drink. Send someone to investigate tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll ask the emperor to banish them to Cliff State, Zhao He said angrily. Nonsense again. Zhao Yuanyuan looked at her sister reproachfully. Which family doesn't drink a lot of wine when they get married? As if reminded, Song Qingshu, who was sleeping on the bed, turned over and grabbed randomly as if to grab a non-existent wine cup. Wine, I want to drink, you still want to drink? Zhao He curled her lips. Now we can't even drink the nuptial wine. The wedding night was a day that every girl looked forward to, and the nuptial wine was the last ceremony of the wedding. Without it, the girls inevitably felt a little disappointed. I'm talking about drinking the nuptial wine. The two girls felt their bodies suddenly being hugged by someone. Then, they heard a teasing voice. All the two girls were startled and instinctively jumped up. After seeing that it was Song Qingshu, they heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Song, you're not drunk? Song Qingshu said with a smile, I drank a lot today, so I'm a little drunk. At this point, Zhao Yuanyuan still didn't understand. Her face blushed. You deliberately tricked us here? Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Song Qingshu smiled slyly like a fox. If I didn't do this, you wouldn't have the nerve to come here. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and stood up to leave. Zhao Huaner didn't want to leave, but seeing her sister stand up, she was too embarrassed to stay and could only stand up. Song Qingshu was anxious and immediately grabbed their hands. Hey, you're already here. Why are you leaving now? Zhao Yuanyuan lowered her head and blushed. It's not polite. Seeing Zhao Huaner chiming in, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, it's not like we haven't done this before. What's wrong with it? The two girls could not help but recall the thrilling experience in the Jin Kingdom's palace. They had put on a show in order to overthrow the crown prince and Wei Wang. Thinking of the erotic process, even Zhao Huaner, who had a carefree personality, could not help but blush. That's different. Zhao Yuanyuan thought for a long time and finally came up with a reason that wasn't really a reason. How is it different? Song Qingshu looked at her teasingly. Anyway, it's different. Zhao Yuanyuan didn't know what to say, and her face was almost red. Zhao Huaner also whispered, Brother Song, this is really not good. Song Qingshu didn't think it was a big deal at first, but when he saw the two girls persevering with an awkward expression, he suddenly realized that he couldn't let them bear the criticism they didn't deserve just because he wanted to enjoy himself. Moreover, today was their big day, and he didn't want to leave them the slightest bit unhappy. Thinking of this, he didn't insist anymore and finally let go of the two girls. Okay, you go back to your room first. I'll find you. You go to Huaner first. Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly ran out. When she returned to her room, she felt her heart pounding. She quickly poured a glass of water and drank a mouthful. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone opening the door. She was startled and hurriedly sat on the bed, picking up the fan to cover her face again. Seeing her panic, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Don't be afraid, it's me. He said as he closed the door. Zhao Yuanyuan vaguely saw him through the fan and couldn't help but ask, didn't you go to Huer's place? Why, Song Qingshu walked over with a smile and said, it was Huer who asked me to come over to your side first. He walked over to the bedside and took the fan from her hand, revealing a young girl's extremely shy and pretty face. Zhao Yuanyuan's heart, she was so nervous that she subconsciously wanted to grab the fan beside her. However, she suddenly realized that the fan was used to cover a woman's embarrassment when she got married. After the husband took it off in the bridal chamber, there was no reason for her to pick it up again. She could only nervously twist the corner of her clothes. Thinking that this was the most important moment in her life, she was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. Although Huer usually seems careless, she has a delicate side to her. Song Qingshu sat down beside her. She told me that you usually take care of her and give in to her in everything. Now, it's her turn to give in to you. Besides, she's not giving in to her husband. She's just asking me to go to her place later. I feel even more guilty when she says that, Zhao Yuanyuan said with a frown. We're all family. Why are you still fussing over this? Song Qingshu was worried that the two of them would push each other and end up making the atmosphere cold. He got up and walked to the table. The nuptial wine had already been prepared. He poured a cup and handed it to Zhao Yuanyuan. Wife, it's time to drink the nuptial wine. Yes, husband. Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip and didn't refute in the end. She took the nuptial wine. Throughout the whole process, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Hearing the word husband from her soft voice, Song Qingshu suddenly felt some interference in his throat. Zhao Yuanyuan had always been the gentle and quiet type. At this time, her voice was full of shyness and love. It was really too sweet. The girl's lips still had water stains from the nuptial wine. Under the candlelight, she looked particularly dazzling and alluring. Song Qingshu couldn't help but kiss her. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes widened and her body instantly froze. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, not knowing where to put it. However, thinking that the other was already her husband, she slowly closed her eyes. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes showed that her mood at this time was not so calm. Feeling the girl's body soften, Song Qingshu gently pulled her into his arms and enjoyed the girl's sweet and charming youthful aura. Song Qingshu was very experienced. Zhao Yuanyuan had never seen such a method of flirting with a lady. Not long after, her breathing became rapid and her emotions surged. Her whole body was completely controlled by the other. She didn't know when, but her whole body was lying on the brocade quilt. The clothes on her body gradually decreased. She knew what was coming and didn't dare to open her eyes. Seeing Zhao Yuanyuan's nervous appearance, Song Qingshu didn't force her to open her eyes. Instead, he quietly enjoyed it. A girl's tenderness and shyness was one of the most charming scenery in the world. Compared to the maturity and passion of a young married woman, it could be said that the plum blossoms were like orchids. Bamboo and chrysanthemum each had their own advantages, and both were things that men could not refuse. Feeling the weight of the man on her body, Zhao Yuanyuan knew that the most important moment was coming. She wanted her lover to extinguish the red candles in the room, but she was too shy to say anything. The only thing she could do was to obediently open her body and gently welcome the arrival of her husband. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yuanyuan pushed the man beside her. Husband, you should go to her. Her voice was very soft and trembling. It seemed to be mixed with a bit of pain, but it was more sweet. The room kept ringing with her soft pleading and urging. Okay, I'll go. Song Qingshu reluctantly got up from the bed. From the beginning, Zhao Yuanyuan had been urging him, but now he finally couldn't refuse. Wait a minute, a snow-white arm stretched out from under the red quilt and pulled him back. Although Zhao Yuanyuan was extremely tired, she still got up and helped him put on his clothes. Put on your clothes. If you go over like this, it'll be like. What will it look like? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, I'm going to take off my clothes soon. Why bother? Zhao Yuanyuan wrapped the quilt in front of her body. However, this was to help him put on his clothes, so the quilt inevitably slipped because of her movements. Her dazzling white skin was reflected by the red mandarin duck quilt. It was really pitiful. Husband, don't play around. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and pushed his mischievous hand away. Every girl looks forward to their wedding night. If you go there with your clothes in such a disheveled state, even if little sister Hooer doesn't say anything, it's inevitable that she'll be disappointed. Song Qingshu was stunned. He realized that what she said made sense, so he stopped touching her and started to put on his clothes seriously. Soon, he looked exactly the same as before he entered the room. He even put on the groom's hat. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction. It's finally about time. Go to Sister Hooer's place. Song Qingshu hugged her lightly and kissed her forehead. I'll be back in a while. Zhao Yuanyuan's gentleness just now was really lingering. Zhao Yuanyuan blushed and said hurriedly, Don't come back. Stay with your sister later. Song Qingshu knew that she was embarrassed and was always thinking of his sister. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. We'll see how it goes later. I'll go over first. Zhao Yuanyuan didn't know if it was because she was shy or something else, but she got back under the blanket and only responded in a small voice. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Song Qingshu came to the other room. After entering the door, he saw Zhao Hure sitting on the bed with her eyes half closed. Her body swayed from time to time, making the people around her worried that she would fall to the ground. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. This girl was really careless. She actually fell asleep on her wedding night. Although she had waited for him for half the night, if it was Zhao Yuanyuan, who was meticulous, she would definitely be full of all kinds of thoughts at this time. How could she fall asleep? He stopped the maid from waking her up and motioned her to go out first. The little maid blushed and smiled as she closed the door for the two of them. She came to the bed and sat down. At such a close distance, Zhao Hure's fair skin looked even more delicate, exuding the youth and beauty of a young girl. Song Qingshu's heart was full of pity for making her wait for half the night. At this time, Zhao Hure's body swayed and she lost her balance. He hurriedly hugged her from the side. His movements were very gentle, for fear of waking her up. If it was any other time, Zhao Hure might have fallen asleep, but today was her wedding night. No matter how careless she was, she would not really fall asleep. She felt her body move and subconsciously woke up. When she found herself lying in the arms of a man, she could not help but be shocked and almost cried out. It was not until she saw the other person's face that she breathed a sigh of relief. Did I scare you? The change in the other person's expression did not escape Song Qingshu. Zhao Hure sat up straight and subconsciously wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. I accidentally fell asleep. I made a fool of myself in front of you. You are married, but you still speak so politely. Song Qingshu noticed that she was nervously tidying up her clothes and seemed to be worried about her makeup. He could not help but smile and hold her hand. Don't worry, you are very beautiful now. Really? Zhao Hure blushed and lowered her head, embarrassed to look at him. Her little hands were very soft, and coupled with the infinite shyness of a young girl, Song Qingshu's heart seemed to be teased by a pair of invisible hands. His heart was a little hot, but he also knew that he could not leave any regrets for her. My wife, it's time to drink the nuptial wine. Zhao Huaner, who had always been carefree, was like a shy quail when she heard the other party's greeting. She only responded softly. After drinking the nuptial wine, Song Qingshu lowered his head to kiss her lips. Zhao Huaner seemed to know what was coming, and her small hands tightly grasped his clothes. Song Qingshu was already having a hard time over there. At this time, he was hugging the soft body of a young girl who was full of love for him and tasting her sweet lips. He only felt that his whole body was extremely swollen. How could he still endure it? He casually put down the curtain beside the bed and the two figures slowly fell onto the bed. There was only the sound of the red candle burning in the room, mixed with the soft whispers of a young girl from time to time. Go to my sister's side. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Huaner's shy voice came from under the red quilt. The young girl's cheeks were still faintly visible with tears, but there was not the slightest sadness, only satisfaction and happiness. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. You two really have telepathy. Just now, Yuanyuan kept driving me over to your side, and now you keep driving me over to her side. So I'm so unpopular. No, Zhao Huaner hurriedly said. I just don't want my sister to be sad alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll be sad? Song Qingshu said gloomily. Just now, I was also in a dilemma, and now I'm in a dilemma because of your teasing. It's really uncomfortable. Zhao Huaner's cheeks blushed. Thinking of the charm just now, for a moment, she also felt a little reluctant. Seeing that she had acquiesced, Song Qingshu smiled and went back under the quilt. Zhao Huaner raised her head slightly, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. She bit her red lips and subconsciously closed her eyes tightly. Between her brows, there was an expression that could not be determined whether it was pain or happiness. After a long time, Zhao Huaner lay in her lover's arms, unable to summon any strength. Husband, I can't be so selfish. You really should go to my sister's side. Otherwise, she'll be so lonely and sad. Song Qingshu had a headache. I don't want to be chased over by her again later. He thought of staying in this room for a while and then in another room for a while. There was no time for a good night's rest. But Zhao Huaner frowned. Obviously, she did not want her sister to be sad. Song Qingshu suddenly moved closer to her ear and whispered softly. Zhao Huaner's face instantly turned red. How can you do that? Why not? Song Qingshu kept trying to persuade her. Anyway, the ceremony has just ended. There are no regrets for each of you. But, how are we going to meet people tomorrow? Zhao Huaner turned around, leaving only her smooth and white back facing him. Hearing that her tone had softened, Song Qingshu moved closer and said, "You are only worried about being seen by the people in the palace. When the time comes, there will be some rumors, so I did not force you. I asked you to go back to your rooms and stop other people from talking. It is already late at night, and there are not many people outside. Moreover, with my martial arts, I can guarantee that no one will find out." Zhao Huaner blinked. It was unknown whether she was thinking seriously or thinking about how to refuse. "No matter which one of you is left alone on your wedding night, I will not go. That is why I have no choice but to do this." Song Qingshu continued to persuade her. Zhao Huaner blushed and spat. "I am not a fool. How can I not know what my husband is thinking?" Song Qingshu's expression was a little embarrassed when his thoughts were directly exposed. Zhao Huaner bit her lip and finally made up her mind. "You have to send me back before dawn. Otherwise, if the servants see us, we really won't be able to live." "Okay." Song Qingshu could not help but be overjoyed. He wrapped the quilt around her and hugged her in his arms. He even used imminent skyline to go to the other room. "Husband, why are you here again?" Hearing the noise in the room, Zhao Yuanyuan asked softly. She tried to get up, but her body was very tired. Song Qingshu replied as he closed the door, "I don't want you to spend your wedding night alone." "But what about Huaner if you come here?" Zhao Yuanyuan asked anxiously. At this time, Song Qingshu had already come to the bedside. "So I brought her here." Wrapped in the quilt, only her head was exposed. Zhao Huaner blushed and called out timidly, "Sister Ah?" Zhao Yuanyuan exclaimed. She was half awakened from her drowsiness and hurriedly sat up. "Aren't you two making trouble? There are many people in the palace. Once this gets out, not only will the royal family lose face, but you will also be impeached by the censor." She had always been gentle. But now she was unprecedentedly serious. Song Qingshu put Zhao Huaner down and gently comforted her. "Don't worry, no one will see. I will quietly send Huaner back before dawn." Seeing that she still wanted to say something, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "I just don't want any of you to spend the night alone. Don't worry, I will only sleep and do nothing else." Zhao Yuanyuan bit her lip and sighed after a long time. "I am really afraid of you." Early the next morning, Song Qingshu walked out of his room feeling refreshed. As for whether he kept his promise last night and only slept, only they knew. "Good morning, Lord Prince Consort." The palace maids bowed to him one after another. After they left, they whispered to each other, "Lord Prince Consort's stamina is really good. Last night he went to the two princesses' rooms, but he got up so early today as if nothing had happened. You little hussy, your face is so red. You must be in love. Lord Prince Consort is an immortal from heaven. How would I dare to have any improper thoughts?" Hearing the indistinct voices coming from behind, Song Qingshu's expression was a little strange. He did not expect that one day he could become so popular. Coming to the government hall to handle official business, the ministers were all surprised that he had gotten up so early to handle official business. They all congratulated him and admired him. After finishing his official business, Song Qingshu suddenly received a letter from Prince Qi's mansion, learning that the group of guards sent by Golden Snake Camp had arrived in Linen. He could not help but be overjoyed and ran to discuss it with Wang Ziding. Wang Ziding did not refuse and quickly arranged official positions for these people, putting them in charge of Zhao Guo's close defense. Then he quietly pulled Song Qingshu and said, "Qingshu, you should also know that the Imperial Palace guards were originally my territory. Now I readily agreed to let your people be placed here. First, we are in the same boat now and must unite to fight against other forces. Second, it is mainly for Yun's sake. Anyway, sooner or later we will be family, so there is no need to regard me as an outsider." Song Qingshu echoed and said to himself, with the close relationship between me and Li Qingluo, we can actually be considered family now. Wang Ziding changed the topic and began to ask about the date of his wedding with Wang Yuyan, making Song Qingshu flustered. I have just married the princess. If I marry Yuyan at this time, it will be unavoidable to be criticized, and it will also make her feel wronged. Song Qingshu racked his brains and finally gave up on the idea for the time being. After parting ways, Song Qingshu secretly thought that Li Qingluo had told a white lie in order to prevent the two sides from fighting each other on the Wutang Mountain, and now it was really a little difficult to clean up. If he told the truth, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Ziding wouldn't fall out with him. Even if he endured it, the two sides would no longer have the basis for cooperation. In the future, their cooperation would definitely not be as close as it was now. During this period of time, everyone in Linan was an enemy. He did not want to turn his only ally, the Wang family, into an enemy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of a solution that could satisfy both sides. At present, he could only use the delaying tactic. Another piece of good news came in the afternoon. The people from the Vulture Palace had arrived as well. Song Qingshu's tense nerves finally relaxed. With this group of people and the guards of the Golden Snake Camp, he could finally completely control the Imperial Palace. After being led into the palace, the 4 personal maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, looked around curiously. Wow, is this the Imperial Palace? What? It's not much bigger than the Spirit Vulture Palace. And the scenery is far worse than that of the Vulture Palace. Yes, this Imperial Garden is too small. There are so many Imperial concubines in such a small garden. You can see them all the time. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought, this is the Imperial Palace. Doesn't the Imperial Palace care about its reputation? Well, don't make a big fuss. Otherwise, people will laugh at us. Song Qingshu was a little guilty. He always had a feeling of bringing a group of bumpkins into the city. The maids pulled out half of the swords in their hands and snorted, if anyone dares to laugh at us, we will kill them with a sword. Song Qingshu put his hand on his forehead and felt very tired. This group of people were used to being lawless in the Vulture Palace. After all, they were the local snakes there. Every time people from the 36 islands and 72 caves came up to the mountain, they would be in fear and trepidation. They often killed them and took their lives. Naturally, their temperament was a little wild. You don't even listen to me? Song Qingshu said with a straight face. Seeing that he was really angry, the maids immediately became quiet. They quickly bowed respectfully and said, we don't dare. Song Qingshu nodded and continued, this is the Imperial Palace. If you make a mistake, not only will your lives be in danger, it will also give me something to talk about. When that time comes, who knows how many people in the Imperial Court will take the opportunity to attack me. Although the maids did not care about the words life in danger, they still understood that it would bring trouble to their honorable lord. They quickly nodded. Song Qingshu had a headache. He thought that he had miscalculated before. It would not be easy to let these arrogant women learn the rules of the Imperial Palace. Fortunately, Granny Yu and the other experienced people came with them. They quickly scolded Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju and began to restrain them. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Although Granny Yu was not famous in Jianghu, her martial arts were extremely high. She had once fought with Xianxia of Shaolin Temple. Xianxia, who only used 50% of his inner force, was no match for her. Therefore, Granny Yu was at least 70 to 80% of Xianxi's level. She could completely be compared to the imperial weapons in the Imperial Palace. Among the 9 divisions of the Vulture Palace, Granny Yu was the leader of the Haotian division. Although the leaders of the other divisions were slightly inferior, they were not far behind. Each of the other disciples also had extraordinary martial arts. The key was that they could be arranged in the imperial harem as palace maids. With this new force, Song Qingshu could finally rest assured. Next, he spent a few days familiarizing the people of the Vulture Palace with the situation in the Imperial Palace. Then, he asked them to find the little maids in Concubine Jia's palace and report that Concubine Jia had harmed Concubine Wu. In the past, there was a rumor that Concubine Wu had died suddenly in the Imperial harem. Everyone was deeply suspicious of this, but the water in the imperial harem had always been deep. No one was stupid enough to get involved. However, everyone suspected concubine Jia, who had always been at odds with concubine Wu. Now that they heard this news, they all felt that it was as they had expected. With the palace maids testifying and the sudden appearance of concubine Wu, the victim, it could be said that the evidence was irrefutable. Now that Jia Sherdao was dead, concubine Jia was alone and helpless. In addition, there had been assassins in the Chongqing palace. The crown prince and his people also suspected that she was behind this, so they did not do anything. Shi Miyuan and Shuiji wanted to help, but they could not reach into the imperial harem. In addition, there was too much evidence, so they waited over and over again and finally did not intervene. In the end, the emperor decreed that concubine Jia was banished to the cold palace, and concubine Wu became the most favored concubine in the imperial harem again. Then, Song Qingshu secretly recruited the Golden Snake Battalion to guard the capital with Zhao Guo's order. In order to cover it up, Song Qingshu let the troops of the Golden Snake Battalion bypass the Jianghuai defense line of the southern Song dynasty and go by sea. Then, they landed near Shanin. Shanin was the territory of the Lu family, and Lu Guining was there to meet them. So, it was not until the troops entered the city of Lin'an that other people came to their senses. Song Qingshu was the nominal leader of the imperial court. The troops entering the capital had become a fait accompli. All the forces had to accept their fate and temporarily put off the action against Song Qingshu. Shi Miyuan and Shuiji had a private meeting. In the end, they could not help but sigh. Song Qingshu is going to follow the story of Dong Zhuo and Hou Jing. With the support of the army, Song Qingshu began a full-scale counterattack. First, he purged the remnants of Prince Yi's party. A series of officials involved in Prince Yi's rebellion were purged. Because Prince Yi had always been close to the four families, many officials from the Jia family, the Shi family, and the Shui family were also involved. Of course, Song Qingshu still left some leeway. He did not touch the people in the core circle of these families, lest they fought to the death. Even so, many branches were purged and a large number of positions were vacant. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to promote the old officials of the Han family. Of course, in order to avoid the same mistakes as Han Xingzhou, he followed Li Shouzhong's suggestion to recommend the talents and wantonly roped in people from the Jianshan Academy. First, the ban on learning was lifted. Zhao Ruyu and Lv Zuqian, who were dismissed when Han Xingzhou was in power, were reinstated. He also conferred posthumous titles on Zhu Shi. He summoned Lin Dazhong, Lu Yu, and 15 other old officials to the court. He promoted many Confucian scholars such as Yang Jian and Li Xinchuan. Even Zhen Dexiu and Wei Liaoing, who had once impeached him, were rewarded and promoted. Then, Zhu Shi, Zhou Dinyi, Qing Hao, Qing Yi, and Zhang Zai, who did not meet the conditions of posthumous titles, were given posthumous titles of Wen, Yuan, Chen, Xing, and Ming respectively. As a result, even though Song Qingshu had married 2 princesses at the same time, and his actions of using troops to strengthen himself went against the principles of rationalism, the school of rationalism enjoyed unprecedented treatment and had a much better impression of him. Even though there were still some great Confucian scholars who frequently impeached him, they were in the minority. He had successfully won the friendship of most people in Jianshan Academy. Of course, in addition to this, Song Qingshu spent a lot of energy on controlling the army. Now he controlled the emperor and held the Tiger Seal. At the same time, he was also the Pingzhang military affairs and had the authority to mobilize troops. According to the system of the Song dynasty, in theory, the army would listen to him. But there were some changes in the power structure of the Song dynasty in this world. The 4 families were too deeply rooted. Many people in the army were their disciples. If something really happened, he might not be able to mobilize the army. Coming from the later generations, he deeply understood that political power came from the barrel of a gun, so he attached great importance to it. Fortunately, Han Xingzhou's influence in the army was quite large, and with these people as his team, it would be much easier for him to rebuild the system. Luo Riyuan, Yang Ming, Zhang Xing, Hua Yu, and the others, who used to be the core of the Japanese army, had also been transferred back by him from the Golden Snake camp. Although they had committed a serious crime of assassinating Jia Sherdao was dead, and he was the head of the imperial court, so it wasn't too difficult for him to find a reason to clear their names. These people had a wide network in the army and were familiar with Han Xingzhou's former team. With their help, Song Qingshu quickly gained control of the army near the capital. In addition, Gouda, Xianxia, and the others had defected previously, and Sichuan was originally under his control. Now he was finally no longer as worried as before, and the situation in the southern Song dynasty had temporarily stabilized. Of course, the influence of Shurmiyuan, Shuiji, and the remaining forces of the Jia family in the army couldn't be underestimated. In a short time, Song Qingshu couldn't control all the army, but at least he could ensure that they couldn't use the army to eliminate the emperor's side openly. Ren Yingying had also been taken to the palace. During this time, he needed to train her to learn his behavior habits, voice, and so on. At the same time, he also let her get in touch with the confidants he had promoted in the imperial court during this time. Song Qingshu originally didn't think that it would be so troublesome, but he was very clear that the peace in Linen was based on his personal strength and prestige. If everyone knew that he had left Linen, all parties would definitely take action, and Ren Yingying might not be able to suppress it alone. Maybe the team he had worked hard to build during this time might also change sides. Therefore, he could only let Ren Yingying disguise herself as him and stay in the capital. In Linen, no one was more suitable than her. Whether it was Qin Yuanyuan or Li Qingluo, they all had their own shortcomings, so Song Qingshu dared not easily hand over this place to them. As for Ah Ku, Zhao Yuanyuan, and Zhao Huaner, he didn't even consider them. Only Ren Yingying was the most trustworthy, smart, and astute. The key was that she used to be the superior Saint Nun and had a natural temperament of a superior. In addition, she was in charge of Prince Qi's mansion some time ago, so she had accumulated a certain amount of experience and prestige. Moreover, Ren Yingying had the power of the Sun Moon sect behind her. Although the members of the Sun Moon sect were mixed, they did have a large number of talents. In addition, Song Qingshu was worried that after he left the palace, there would not be enough force to suppress them. After all, the Shi family still had the imperial preceptor, Shi Hao, and the Shui family also had the sword god Shui. No matter who they were, the masters of the Vulture Palace and the Golden Snake Camp alone might not be able to stop them. As for Li Qingluo, the relationship between them was very subtle. They were said to be lovers, but their relationship seemed to be a little off. If they were simply friends with benefits, they seemed to have made a lot of feelings for each other. Because she had a certain degree of independence, it was impossible for her to stay in the palace all day to assist Ren Yingying. Moreover, she might not be a match for Shi Hao, Shui, and the others by herself. Song Qingshu originally had a headache, but in the end, Ren Yingying solved the problem. It turned out that Ren Wuxing was worried about his daughter and came to visit her, so she took the opportunity to stay here as a bodyguard, solving the problem of the lack of high-end martial forces in the palace. These years, the cooperation between Song Qingshu and Ren Wuxing went deep into many aspects. In addition, the Prince of Qi's team in Linen was basically formed by the people of the Sun Moon sect, so the relationship between the two parties had become the closest of allies. There was no harm in revealing some appropriate secrets to him. Originally, Ren Wuxing was very unhappy when he came to Linen. After all, Ren Yingying was his only daughter. In the end, his son-in-law was a womanizer who married two princesses in front of his daughter. Ren Wuxing even considered teaching this son-in-law a good lesson, but after considering the difference in strength between them, he instantly gave up the idea. However, the dissatisfaction in his heart remained until he came to Linen and found out that the other party had actually controlled an entire country. Ren Wuxing originally had a great desire for power, otherwise he wouldn't have plotted to unify the martial arts world. However, after he came to Linen, he found that his son-in-law was only one step away from becoming the emperor. Instantly, he felt that the martial arts world was just a small fight. Before, no matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he was a bit indignant for his daughter. However, once he knew that the other party could really become the emperor, all the dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. Being an imperial concubine or even an empress would make him much more glorious than being a concubine. Therefore, when he heard his daughter's request, he readily agreed and even handled the government affairs more actively than Ren Yingying. After arranging everything after he left, Song Qingshu knew that it was time to go to Xianxia to find a spouse. However, he was faced with a problem now. Ren Yingying disguised herself as him and stayed in linen, so he couldn't show up in public. Of course, for Xianxia, they couldn't publicly marry a man who had many wives. Therefore, it was not too big a problem for Song Qingshu to not use his identity. However, this created a problem. That was, with what identity should he participate in the marriage selection in Xianxia? After all, Li Qinglu was already his woman. He didn't want her to really be taken by another man. Even if he secretly manipulated the selection process to prevent the Mongolian prince from succeeding, there would still be a winner in the end. Therefore, after thinking about it for a long time, he could only become a candidate for the marriage selection in order to ensure that he could win the beauty. To enter the marriage selection in Xianxia, the candidates were either princes or magnates. Moreover, Song Qingshu couldn't use his own identity, which gave him a great headache. Finally, Li Qingluo's proposal made him suddenly see the light. That was to pretend to be Jia Baoyu. First of all, Jia Baoyu was dead. Only he and Zhou Zhirua knew about it. Everyone else only knew that Jia Baoyu was missing. Second, he had once pretended to be Jia Baoyu, so it was not difficult for him to resume his old business. Jia Baoyu's identity was noble, so he was indeed qualified to participate in the marriage selection in Xianxia. Most importantly, after Jia Sherdao died, Jia Baoyu was theoretically the heir of the Jia family. The huge Jia's group had been silent during this time. After all, it was like a group of dragons without a leader, so they had to stay dormant for a while. However, this didn't mean that the crisis had been eliminated. Sooner or later, these people would break out. Once Jia Baoyu returned to the Jia family, as the heir, he would naturally be able to call on his trusted subordinates who were still loyal to Jia Sherdao. People of the Jia's group hiding everywhere would surround him. Sure, Miyuan and Shuiji might want to cooperate with him if they wanted to do anything. In this way, Song Qingshu could know the enemy's overall plan in advance. At that time, it would be difficult for him to lose. It suddenly feels a little sinister. Looking at the smile on the face of the playboy in the mirror, Song Qingshu couldn't help but complain. After all, it would take a few days to prepare after returning to the Jia family. It was impossible to immediately set off to Xianxia for the marriage selection. Therefore, after making this plan, Song Qingshu immediately disguised himself as Jia Baoyu so that he could set off to Xianxia as soon as possible. When Song Qingshu appeared at the gate of the Jia family, the gatekeeper looked at him incredulously. Then, he ran back to the family like a madman to report, "Second Master Bao is back. Second Master Bao is back." The entire Ronggua mansion and the Ningguo mansion next to it were all boiling. During this time, it could be said that the Jia family had experienced a transformation from heaven to hell. Several family masters had died on Wutang Mountain, and Jia Fei had been deposed to the Cold Palace. Although the Jia family's glory was not reduced in name, everyone felt like a building was about to collapse. Jia Sherdao was not the only one who died on Wutang Mountain. Jia Jing and Jia Shi, the most important men in the mansion, had also died. Now, the Ronggua mansion and the Ningguo mansion had more women than men. The remaining branches were also fighting openly and secretly for the position of the family master. Now that Jia Baoyu, the most legitimate heir, had returned, it was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone in the Jia family. The madams and maids of the branches all came out to see her. The previously lifeless Jia family was instantly revitalized. Looking at the courtyard full of women, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look weird because he thought of Li Qingluo's suggestion. The reason why the four families are so difficult to deal with is that they have been united over the years. If you can break up their relationship, it will be easy for you to defeat them one by one. There are the madams and ladies of several families in the Grand View Garden. If you use Jia Baoyu's identity to do something, you can probably make several families turn against each other. Song Qingshu shook his head and banished this thought from his mind. He thought that Li Qingluo was indeed the holy mother of the White Lotus Society, and she was also from the carefree sect. There was always some evil in her, and this move of hers was really too vicious. However, he had to admit that her idea was very targeted. If it was carried out, it would be a piece of cake to divide the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families. But it's too despicable. Song Qingshu couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Second Master Bao, it really is Second Master Bao. A few pretty maids ran over. When they saw him, they all burst into tears. Song Qingshu had pretended to be Jia Baoyu once, so he naturally recognized them as his maids, Shiren, Qingwen, Xia, and Qiu Wen. A few maidservants were chattering and jumping around him. Song Qingshu answered their questions one by one, not revealing any flaws. "My darling, where did you run off to?" Not long after, an old lady ran over. Before she even reached him, she opened her arms to hug him. Song Qingshu knew that she was Mrs. Jia, who loved Jia Baoyu the most. He quickly went up to her and held her. "Ancestor, don't fall." Mrs. Jia hugged him tightly and called out to him as if she was her darling. Noticing her tears and feeling her sincere concern, Song Qingshu sighed. If she knew that Jia Baoyu had died a long time ago and that her son, Jia Sherdao, had died because of him, he wondered if she would break down. After all, she was an innocent old lady. Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind not to let her know the truth and continue to live happily as before. "Where have you been all this time? Everyone has been so worried." Mrs. Wang was also a little emotional, but she couldn't help but scold him. "Pft, pft, pft. What do you mean by dead? It's inauspicious." Mrs. Jia turned around and glared at her. "You're right, Mrs. Wang." Mrs. Wang sighed and looked a little worried. "It's a long story." Song Qingshu swept his gaze around. The people in the Jia residence all appeared to be extremely happy on the surface. However, with his experience, how could he not distinguish the complicated emotions contained in some people's eyes? It seems that not everyone in the Jia residence welcomes Jia Baoyu's return, Song Qingshu thought to himself. "Let's go. Come to my place and tell me slowly." Mrs. Jia dragged him to her yard. The others had many questions, but they didn't dare to fight with the old lady. So they could only watch them leave. When they arrived at Mrs. Jia's yard, Song Qingshu told them the reason he had already thought of. "I was captured by the Mongolians, and I finally found a chance to escape." Hearing this, Lady Jia's heart jumped. She could not help cursing. "Why did those damned Mongolian Tartars capture you?" "Maybe he wants to use me as a hostage," Song Qingshu replied. "Our family has been through a lot in the past 2 years. We finally waited for you to come back, but your father is gone." Mrs. Jia was sad and kept wiping her tears. Her daughters-in-law, young ladies, and maids tried to comfort her. "What happened to my father?" Song Qingshu acted as if he didn't know what had happened to Jia Sherdao. "Your father tried to protect the emperor in Wutang Mountain, but he was. Mrs. Jia cried, and the other old and weak women and children in the room also cried. Song Qingshu also put himself in the shoes of the real Jia Baoyu, thinking about how the real Jia Baoyu would react as he imitated it. Everyone in the house cried for a long time, but Mrs. Jia was the first to sober up. "You must have suffered a lot during this period of turmoil. Shiren, take Baoyu back to the Yihong courtyard to freshen up, change your clothes, and wash away the bad luck on your body. Then we'll eat together." "Yes, old lady." Shiren and the others bowed and came to Song Qingshu. "I'll come back later to pay my respects to the ancestor." Song Qingshu also stood up and said goodbye. He had to pretend to be someone who had escaped, so his clothes looked a bit ragged. At the same time, he secretly complained about Jia Baoyu's taste. She named her yard Yihong Yard and called herself Mr. Yihong, which sounded like a prostitute and a rapist. After Song Qingshu left, the other ladies talked with Mrs. Jia for a while and then went back to their rooms. When Wang Shifeng returned to her house, Jiao Lian was already pacing back and forth in the room. Seeing his wife come back, he said, "I heard Baoyu is back. I'm afraid the people next door already know that he's back." Wang Shifeng nodded seriously. "Are you sure it's him?" Jiao Lian asked. "I think so." Wang Shifeng wasn't sure. "Judging from his appearance and his conversation with the ancestor, I can't see anything wrong with him. Why did he come back at this time?" Jiao Lian's expression was a bit fierce. "I was about to inherit the title of Ronggua Mansion, but he came back at this time." Wang Shifeng hurriedly opened the door and looked around for a while. Seeing that no one was around, she let out a sigh of relief. After closing the door, she scolded her husband, "Are you crazy? If the ancestor heard this, it would be terrible. What are you afraid of? There's nothing left anyway." Jiao Lian was a bit lost. Jia Baoyu has been missing for so long. The ancestor used all his connections, but he couldn't find him. Everyone thought he died outside. Why did he come back safe and sound? In the official announcement, Jia Shidao died protecting the emperor. In order to reward his behavior, he was posthumously conferred the title of king. Of course, such a title couldn't be inherited, but his title of Duke Rongwa could be passed down. Jia Shidao's eldest son, Jia Zhu, died many years ago. He only left a widowed wife, Li Wan, and no children. His second son, Jia Baoyu, hadn't married yet, so he didn't have any children. Now that he was missing, Jia Lian naturally became the first heir. But as soon as Jia Baoyu came back, everything was ruined. Wang Shifeng's expression suddenly changed. Do you think the one who came back is fake? Jia Lian instantly became spirited. Fake? Wang Shifeng nodded, that's right. Master has been investigating for so long, but he couldn't find any trace of him. He even suspected that we were the culprits. Doesn't this prove that Master also thinks that Baoyu is no longer alive? Recalling that period of anxiety, Jia Lian gradually came to a realization, that's right, if Master didn't have enough information, he definitely wouldn't have thought that he was dead. Jia Lian suddenly thought of something and suddenly became discouraged. Didn't you just say that he behaved exactly like Baoyu? Wang Shifeng didn't know if she saw hope, but a smile appeared on her gorgeous face. That's only on the surface. The world is so big, and it's not impossible to have exactly the same people. If someone taught him some of Jia Baoyu's habits and various situations in the Jia mansion, it wouldn't be difficult for him to impersonate. Jia Lian instantly became spirited. But how can we prove that he is a fake? Wang Shifeng looked in the direction of the Yihong courtyard. If he impersonates, it's the hardest to fool the people around him. Shirin, that girl, has already eaten the forbidden fruit with Baoyu. Besides, the maids in the Yihong courtyard are the most familiar with him. He can fool the old lady, but he may not be able to fool Shirin and the others. But they are just maids after all. What if they are threatened and don't dare to report him? Jia Lian's mind was unprecedentedly meticulous when it came to his title. Wang Shifeng frowned and suddenly came up with an idea. Then I'll do it myself. You? Looking at his wife's confident look, Jia Lian was puzzled. A blush flashed across Wang Shifeng's face. She explained, I can go to him in private and pretend to have had an affair with him. If the other party is a fake, he will definitely follow my words. At that time, it will naturally prove that he is a fake. It's best to let the old lady and the others see the scene of that person flirting with me. Even if he is real, his reputation will be ruined. That's a great idea. Jia Lian was overjoyed, but after the excitement, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at his beautiful wife suspiciously. Did you really have something with Baoyu before? Wang Shifeng's eyes widened as she scolded, I sleep with a bunch of scoundrels every day, and my mind is full of dirty things. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have risked my reputation to do such a despicable thing. In the end, you just had to make yourself a cuckold. Jia Lian was a little afraid of his wife, so he immediately smiled and said, it's my fault. My wife is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. My brother is upright and doesn't lust after women. I, Jia Lian, have never been cuckolded by anyone. Bah. Wang Shifeng was obviously annoyed by her husband's shamelessness. I don't care about other things, but your brother Bao doesn't lust after women. How dare you say that? Hee hee. Jia Lian couldn't help but laugh when he thought of his brother's reputation. But then he suddenly thought of Bao's special hobbies. There were so many lovely girls in the house, but he only touched Shirin. He spent most of his energy looking for married women. Looking at his beautiful wife, Jia Lian couldn't help but touch the hat on his head. It should be nothing, it should be nothing. When Song Qingshu returned to the Yihong courtyard, he was acting with Shirin, Qingwen, and the other sisters. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he raised his head to look in the direction of the main room. A middle-aged scholar was pacing back and forth in the room, obviously very anxious. Mr. Liao. Shirin and Qingwen obviously recognized him, and they bowed respectfully when they saw him. Liaoing Zhong. Song Qingshu immediately recognized him. He was Jia Shidao's chief advisor. He had been a jinshi in his early years, and the imperial court appointed him as a zhizhou, but he didn't go. Instead, he chose to work for Jia Sherdao. The Shirkai Hall was built by him. On the surface, it was a colorful bookstore, but in fact, it was an intelligence agency with many masters. It had almost all of Jia Sherdao's resources. Liao Yingzhong hadn't been with Jia Sherdao during the last trip to the Wudong sect. Obviously, he had been left to guard the capital. You can leave now. I have something to say to young master. Liao Yingzhong waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Yes. The reaction of Shiren and Qingwen proved that Liao Yingzhong had a high status in the Jia mansion. He often went in and out of the Jia mansion, so he could absolutely command the servants. Song Qingshu of his heart was in his throat. The most difficult test had come. Liao Yingzhong was Jia Sherdao's #1 confidant, and he was also in charge of the intelligence agency. It wouldn't be so easy to fool him. After the others retreated, Liao Yingzhong sized up Song Qingshu coldly without saying a word. Song Qingshu also decided to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Liao Yingzhong finally spoke. His voice was filled with coldness and killing intent. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my young master? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he had experienced too many storms, so he quickly realized that the other party was probably bluffing him. He hurriedly pretended to be confused and looked at the other party. Mr. Liao, what are you talking about? Liao Yingzhong sneered, you can hide it from the old madam and the others, but you can't hide it from me. The real young master is already dead, so how can you be the young master? Who are you? Song Qingshu's heart sank. He couldn't be this unlucky, could he? Could he be the mastermind behind Jia Baoyu's assassination on the Isle of Heroes? No, that's impossible. Jia Sherdao was so cunning that he wouldn't have chosen such a traitor as his top confidant. Even if he really was the mastermind behind the assassination, he wouldn't have known that Jia Baoyu was dead. Back then, only he and Zhou Zhirua had witnessed the scene. He had even used the corpse-dissolving powder to turn Jia Baoyu into nothingness, leaving no trace of his existence in this world. Without a corpse to confirm, even if the other party was really the mastermind, they would at most know that Jia Baoyu was missing, but they would not be able to confirm his death. After understanding all this, Song Qingshu continued to maintain the previous tone, I'm Baoyu. Mr. Liao, why are you acting weird today? Liao Yingzhong frowned and observed his face carefully, but he couldn't find any flaws. He knew that there were disguise skills in Jianghu, but he had never heard of anyone who could disguise themselves so flawlessly. Even their height and body shape were exactly the same. His doubt was resolved, but he didn't believe it so easily. He asked, tell me, where have you been? I was caught by the Ruyang mansion. Song Qingshu described how he had met the Mongolian delegation when he left Linen. He had pretended to be Jia Baoyu and witnessed the whole process. That was why he described some details very clearly. It really was the Ruyang mansion. Liao Yingzhong said with hatred. Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the Ruyang mansion to be the scapegoat was that Jia Sherdao had turned the Central Plains upside down. With his power in the court and the intelligence network of the Isle of Heroes, it was impossible for him not to find Jia Baoyu. Therefore, he began to suspect that it was the Mongolian delegation, which was beyond his reach. Before, Jia Sherdao had invited Song Qingshu to his mansion for a banquet, and he had revealed his intention to ask for help. After all, Song Qingshu had a good relationship with the Ruyang mansion, and everyone knew it. Of course, on the Wutang Mountain, Jia Sherdao had witnessed what Jia Sherdao said when he watched Island Master Mu Jiaxi be killed. At the same time, Song Qingshu also suspected that Jia Sherdao was behind it. Therefore, he had planned to claim that Jia Sherdao had secretly imprisoned him. However, he gave up the idea in the end. After all, Jia Sherdao's activities were only in Linen and the Isle of Heroes. It would be easy for Liao Yingzhong to find out where Jia Sherdao was imprisoned. In comparison, the Mongolians were far away, and they were far away from Jia Sherdao's sphere of influence. Even if Liao Yingzhong wanted to find out, he wouldn't know where to start. Why did the Ruyang mansion arrest you? Liao Yingzhong was a little confused. In his opinion, the Mongolians had arrested Jia Baoyu because they wanted to use the young master to threaten the Lord. However, the Mongolians hadn't sent anyone to talk about it recently, so there was no way they could threaten him. So, why did they arrest him for no reason? I don't know. Song Qingshu had thought of a few reasons, but he decided not to say them when it came down to it. When facing an old fox like Liao Yingzhong, it was better to let him think of the reasons himself than to tell him himself. It would be more convincing. Is it to be a pawn in the future? As expected, Liao Yingzhong began to imagine. The Mongolians hadn't officially gone south yet. In the future, when they went against the southern Song dynasty, Jia Baoyu would be a very useful bargaining chip. He could use it to threaten Jia Sherdao to cede national interests, but now that his lord was dead, Liao Yingzhong quickly stopped thinking about it. He continued to stare at him and asked, since you were imprisoned in the Ruyang mansion, where there are many masters, and it's thousands of miles away from the central plains, how did you escape? Song Qingshu had already thought of an excuse. I don't know what's going on either. Something seems to have happened in Ruyang Prince's mansion recently. Everyone in the mansion is in a state of unrest, and the guards are getting fewer and fewer. Later on, I found an opportunity and escaped. It seems like they didn't send anyone after me. Zhao Min had rushed back to Mongolia earlier, so it was obvious that something had happened in the Ruyang mansion. It was reasonable for him to contact her like this. Liao Yingzhong nodded slightly. The conflict between the Prince of Ruyang and Temujin has intensified recently. There are rumors that Temujin wants to take away the military power of the Prince of Ruyang. No wonder they don't care about you. Although the power of the Shirkai Hall couldn't reach Mongolia, it wasn't hard to find this information. Song Qingshu was shocked. He had just said it casually. He didn't expect that something had really happened in the Ruyang mansion. He didn't know if Zhao Min was safe there. After asking him so many questions, Liao Yingzhong's doubts were mostly gone. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, young master. Now is a special time. I was worried that someone with ulterior motives would pretend to be young master, so I tested you on purpose. If I offended you, please forgive me." Song Qingshu hurriedly helped him up. Mr. Liao is very thoughtful. I can't even begin to admire you. How can I blame you? Liao Yingzhong looked at him in surprise. I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to have grown a lot. Song Qingshu knew that his behavior and habits would inevitably be different from the previous Jia Baoyu, but he had already thought of an excuse. I was captured by the people of Ruyang Mansion during this period of time, and I went from being a superior person to a prisoner. The huge contrast made me start thinking, and I gradually realized that I was too reckless in the past. Liao Yingzhong couldn't help but sigh. If the Prime Minister was still here, he would be very happy to see you so mature. Song Qingshu also revealed a mournful expression. It's a pity that he won't be able to return. Liao Yingzhong asked, "Young master, do you know what happened in Wutang Mountain?" Of course, Song Qingshu knew. However, he still answered according to what he had heard in the matter. Previously, the old mistress told me that the old man had unfortunately sacrificed his life to save the emperor's family. The emperor was kind and generous. He was conferred the title of prince and was rewarded generously to the Jia clan. Liao Yingzhong's expression changed. Finally, he said, "This is just a story to fool the people. Prime Minister Jia is an outstanding man. Even if he wanted to protect the emperor, he wouldn't risk his life." Song Qingshu pretended not to know and asked, "Are you saying that there is a secret behind his death?" Liao Yingzhong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he got up and looked around at the door. After confirming that there was no one around, he closed the door again and whispered, "Young master, what I'm going to say next is a disaster that will lead to the extermination of your family. You must not leak any of it." Song Qingshu pretended to be afraid. "You can't even tell the old lady?" "No." Liao Yingzhong looked at him closely. "You can choose now. Listen or not." Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay, I want to know the truth." Liao Yingzhong nodded his head in relief. "Prime Minister Jia will be very happy to know this in the afterlife." After a pause, he continued, "Prime Minister Jia has been planning something big. This matter is too dangerous, so only a few people know about it. In order to prevent the old lady from worrying, I didn't tell her." Then, he briefly explained Jia Shidao's plan. Song Qingshu was obviously shocked. "What? he's going to rebel? Liao Yingzhong frowned. Apparently, he found the word rebellion a little harsh. He coughed and explained, nobles, marquises, and generals all have guts. Our dynasty's Taizu also seized the throne by bullying orphans and widows. Why can't we seize them? Song Qingshu nodded and comforted, Baoyu is being pedantic. Liao Yingzhong continued, Prime Minister Jia had planned everything, and he was also a hidden great guru. In our eyes, he was a sure winner. Even if he failed, with his current power and martial arts, he could retreat unscathed. But he failed and died on Wutang Mountain. Song Qingshu knew the answer, but he still asked, what happened on Wutang Mountain? Liao Yingzhong shook his head. No one knows. Almost everyone who went up the mountain died. But to be sure, it must have something to do with Song Qingshu. Hearing his name, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In the end, he had become the scapegoat. However, although Jia Sherdao didn't die by his hand, it didn't make much of a difference. Prime Minister Jia was a little afraid of Song Qingshu, so he deliberately encouraged the Red Coat Army to attack Yangzhou. He also sent Lu Gu, the Huaidong Control Commissioner, to monitor him with 30,000 elite soldiers. He thought he could stall him for a few months, but he solved the problem in Yangzhou so quickly and successfully went to Wutang Mountain, which is thousands of miles away. Liao Yingzhong's tone was full of amazement. Although we are enemies, I can't help but admire him. If I hadn't met Prime Minister Jia first, maybe I would have joined him. Hearing Liao Yingzhong praise him like that, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little proud. Of course, he didn't take Liao Yingzhong's last sentence to heart. Once such a person chose a master, it would be impossible for him to change his master, not to mention that Jia Sherdao had basically died because of him, so it was even more impossible to recruit him. After a while, Liao Yingzhong said, I said all this because I want you to know how terrifying our enemy is, and that you can't let your guard down. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Now that he has power in the court, and his martial arts are high, how can we take revenge? Don't be discouraged, master, Liao Yingzhong replied. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts are high, in the court and the fight for power, martial arts are not very useful. Back then, Go Jian, the king of Yu, took 10 years to give birth and 10 years to educate him. In the end, he finally took revenge. We can do the same. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. He wondered if he should get rid of Liao Yingzhong, just in case there was a venomous snake in the dark that was always staring at him. Do you have any good ideas, sir? Song Qingshu decided to sound him out first so that he could be prepared in advance. Liao Yingzhong sighed and said, in the Battle of Wudang, the Isle of Heroes army was almost wiped out, and the other elites were all killed. The Jia family's power is now much weaker than before, so we need to seek outside help. Outside help? Song Qingshu was stunned. Liao Yingzhong nodded and said, previously, the Shi family and the Shui family's factions caused trouble in the court several times. It was obvious that Song Qingshu's appearance had damaged the interests of their two families. In addition, our families have always been on the same side, so they are our natural allies. Song Qingshu frowned and said, however, they have many informants. The true situation of the Battle of Wudang may not be hidden from them. When that time comes, it is very likely that they will draw a line between themselves and the Jia family. That is indeed a possibility. Liao Yingzhong was somewhat gratified that Jia Baoyu's eyes were now so sharp that he could find the crux of the matter at a glance. That is why we need young master to take action. Me? Song Qingshu was a little confused. Liao Yingzhong revealed a strange expression and said, if you don't want the Shi family and the Shui family to draw a line between themselves, then you have to make them one family. This is what young master is good at. Sir, please don't keep us guessing. What is going on? The more Song Qingshu listened, the more confused he became. Young master, you have always been good at winning the hearts of girls. It just so happens that the Shi family and the Shui family both have pearls in their palms. If you can win their hearts, there is no need to worry that the two families cannot become one. Liao Yingzhong also felt that it was very strange. He had always prided himself on being knowledgeable, but he did not expect that he would come up with such a bad idea. Song Qingshu's eyes widened. He did not expect that when Lei Qing Luo had urged him to seduce those young ladies, even Liao Yingzhong had come up with the same idea when he arrived at the Jia family. Of course, there was still a difference between the two people's goals. One was to make him a scumbag and take the opportunity to anger the other two families. The other was to make him win the hearts of the two young ladies and marry them openly. But I like Sister Lin more. Song Qingshu remembered his identity and still had to show his attitude. Liao Yingzhong shook his head and said, "If the Prime Minister was still here, young master can marry whoever you like. You don't have to worry too much. But now it is different. You have the family's honor and disgrace on your shoulders, as well as the Prime Minister's unfulfilled wish. You can't do things according to your whims. Although the Lin family is not bad, it is still not as good as the Shi family and the Shui family." Hearing his evaluation, Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Lin Ruhai used to be the salt and iron envoy. Later, Han Xingzhou fell from power. Under Jia Shidao's manipulation, he was now the Minister of Planning, and his status was no lower than that of the Minister of State. The most important problem was that Lin Ruhai had gotten his position because of Jia Shidao. Now that Jia Shidao was dead, his position might not be stable. At the same time, the Lin family was small, and compared to the flourishing Shi family and the Shui family, it was still not as powerful. I understand. Song Qingshu was not the real Jia Baoyu, so he would not hold on to his sister Lin. Seeing that he agreed, Liao Yingzhong liked him even more. He thought that although young master had suffered a lot this time, it might not be a bad thing now. The young lady of the Shi family would have been the best candidate. After all, the Shi family is stronger. But the problem is that the young lady of the Shi family seems to have a fiancé. I'm afraid it will be impossible to get her. Song Qingshu knew that the fiancé he was talking about was Shi Shengyun. Speaking of which, he had a history with Shi Shengyun and Wei Ruolin. Liao Yingzhong didn't know that his mind was wandering, so he continued, in comparison, the young lady of the Shui family is easier. But she grew up in a place like the Imperial City Department, so she must be a powerful person. I'm afraid you will have to suffer in the future. Shui Baochai's tender and beautiful face appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He thought that Liao Yingzhong's evaluation was quite accurate. Although she looked dignified and virtuous on the outside, how could a woman from the Imperial City Department be a simple character? Young master is handsome and naturally liked by women. So if you go all out to pursue her, the possibility of success is still very high. Liao Yingzhong obviously thought that young master would definitely be able to get Shui Baochai. As for Shi Shengyun, it was not impossible. As for Lin Daiyu, it was already in the bag. Song Qingshu wanted to take this opportunity to find out the truth of the Jia family's organization. Oh yes, sir, who else do we have that we can use? It's better to be prepared. Liao Yingzhong said with some sadness, originally, with the power that the Prime Minister built, there was no need to rely on young master to sell his man. Hearing the words, sell his man, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became very interesting. It's just that after the Prime Minister's death, some people have become disloyal, which led to the internal division of the organization. So we have to trouble young master to rope in the Shi family and the Shui family. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Oh? Who else is disloyal? He thought that he could make use of this opportunity to rope in some people. Liao Yingzhong answered, didn't I tell young master that the forces of the Island of Heroes were almost completely wiped out in the Battle of Mount Wudong? Actually, the Island of Heroes still has a few people left. Hearing him mention the Island of Heroes, Song Qingshu instantly became spirited. The Island of Heroes had always been very mysterious. Even he, who had been to the Island of Heroes before, still did not know many things. First is Wu Lu. This person became the commander of the Guangdong Navy with the help of the Prime Minister. In the end, something happened to the Prime Minister, so his attitude became subtle. Liao Yingzhong's voice was cold. It was obvious that he was full of dissatisfaction. Wu Lu Qi? Song Qingshu nodded to himself. He knew that the other party did not really want to join the Island of Heroes in the first place. This choice was no exception. Liao Yingzhong continued, next is Zhao De and Qian. Song Qingshu immediately sat up straight. The most mysterious person of the Island of Heroes was not the second island master of Dragonwood. Instead, it was the two envoys in front of Zhang San and Li Si. It felt like they were very elusive, as if they had never shown their faces. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Qian Er is fine, but Zhao De is a piece of sh*t. Liao Yingzhong gritted his teeth. He obviously hated Zhao De to the core. Why? Song Qingshu did not blindly ask who Zhao De Qianer was. Jiao Baoyu had been to the Island of Heroes before, and based on the situation back then, it was not the first or second time. It was very likely that he knew Zhao De Qianer's identity. If Song Qingshu asked, wouldn't he be exposed? Liao Yingzhong hesitated, then explained, now that the Prime Minister is dead, and you are about to become the master of the Jia family, there are some secrets that I should tell you. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then continued, the Prime Minister established the Island of Heroes for two reasons. On the one hand, he recruited people with special abilities from the Jianghu, and on the other hand, he recruited the children of some ministers in the court for future events. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Jia Shidao's foresight. He had used the Island of Heroes to tie all the officials and generals in the court to him. No wonder his power had grown so fast that even Zhao Go felt he couldn't stop it, so he had to use the strategy of self-destruction. Of course, in the beginning, he recruited the children of the branch families that weren't valued. Liao Yingzhong smiled bitterly. After all, the direct descendants with a bright future wouldn't participate in this kind of bloodshed. Only the branch families that had never been able to make a name for themselves and were treated poorly would have enough ambition and motivation. Song Qingshu nodded. Although the aristocratic families in this world weren't as powerful as they were in the Wei and Jin dynasties, they still shouldn't be underestimated. A family often had many branches and a large population, but the family's resources were limited. Only the direct descendants had the opportunity to make a name for themselves, and the children of the other families lived in terrible conditions. Seeing that their brothers weren't as capable as they were, but they could inherit the title in the future and have a meteoric rise, many people would feel resentful. Liao Yingzhong continued, Zhao De and Qian Er are the highest in status among these people. Qian Er is the son of Qian Xianxia, Qian Yun. His motive for joining the Island of Heroes is a bit different from the others. How do I put it? He's a bit of a Buddhist, unlike the others. Buddhist? Then why did he join the Island of Heroes? Song Qingshu was thinking that Qian Xiangzu was the son of Qian Xiangzu. No wonder Qian Xiangzu and Jia Shidao seemed to have a good relationship in the court. Liao Yingzhong replied, it is very likely that he received his father's permission to join the Isle of Heroes. Perhaps Qian Xiangzu did not want to offend Prime Minister, so he used this opportunity to sell himself to Prime Minister. After all, since the Taizu dynasty, the Qian family has always been neutral, and even a little slippery. If someone told me that he also placed a bet on Han Xingzhou, I wouldn't be surprised. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. In the early years of the Northern Song dynasty, the country was strong and powerful. King Qianti of Wuyue had to surrender. Perhaps from the perspective of that time, Zhao Kuangyin was the victor, but in reality, it was not necessarily so. The Qian family had always prospered and had many talented descendants. Qian Xiangzu had even become the prime minister of the Song dynasty. What was even more amazing was that even after 1,000 years, when Zhao Kuanyin's descendants had long disappeared and the Song dynasty had become a thing of the past, the Qian family had survived. In later generations, they were still a top-notch noble family and had even produced world-famous legendary figures. To be able to do all of this, the teachings of their family must be extraordinary. At this time, Liao Yingzhong also said, at first, we suspected that Qian Yun had the intention of reviving the Wuyue kingdom, but after some contact, we found that he was not such a person. In the end, Prime Minister and I both believed that he was only sent to the Isle of Heroes by the Qian family to protect himself. Song Qingshu trusted Jia Shidao and Liao Yingzhong's judgment. People like them had been in contact with each other day and night, so it was impossible for them to be wrong about one person at the same time. On the contrary, Zhao De. Liao Yingzhong sneered and said, he is very ambitious. Song Qingshu thought to himself, can't you just say it all at once? It's not a crosstalk, and you need me to keep supporting you. However, he was also very curious about it, so even though he was a little dissatisfied, he still said, why do you say that? By the way, let me remind you, young master. Liao Yingzhong seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, young master has always been a good friend of Queen Beijing, but from now on, you should be more careful and be more vigilant. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. So Liao Yingzhong nodded and said, "That's right. Zhao De is the current Queen Beijing, Zhao Shiqing." Song Qingshu suddenly understood. When he and Lu Yu met him and Tang Wan in the Shen Garden, he noticed that they had martial arts, so he had been suspicious. Later, in order to determine the ownership of the military power of Sichuan, the imperial court decided to let Wu Shi and Murong Fu compete in front of the palace. The night before the competition, Queen Beijing invited Wu Shi to the palace and secretly did something to ensure that Murong Fu would win the competition. If Song Qingshu hadn't pretended to be Wu Shi at that time, they would have probably succeeded. No wonder it was Jia Shidao's matter, but Queen Beijing came forward at that time. It turned out that he was Zhao De of the Isle of Heroes. Liao Yingzhong continued to say, "After the Prime Minister's accident, I immediately invited him to discuss it, but he kept refusing. I guess he consciously drew a line with us, worried that the Wudang incident would involve him. That's human nature." Song Qingshu thought that Jia Shidao died to protect the emperor, which could only fool the ordinary people, but those well-informed high-level people, who couldn't guess a thing or two. Hearing what he said, Liao Yingzhong was so excited that he slammed the table heavily. If he just wanted to protect himself, it would be fine, but he secretly began to draw the forces that the Prime Minister had painstakingly built up. In addition to me, there are a few very important people under the Prime Minister's command. I, Wang Yinglong, and the palace are the strategists. Pan Wenqing, Ji Ku, Qin Jian, Su Qingsun, and others are the henchmen. Except for Qin Jian, who followed the Prime Minister to the Wudang Mountain and died in the battle, most of the others have been secretly drawn by Zhao De. Only a few are still barely neutral. It's a pity that we suffered heavy losses in the Wudang battle. Otherwise, we would have definitely killed these traitors. Song Qingshu secretly remembered these names in his heart and planned to find a chance to quietly get rid of them in the future. He asked, "What does Queen Beijing want to do by secretly gathering so many forces?" "What else?" Liao Yingzhong sneered. Zhao Shiqing is the son of Emperor Taizong's great-great-grandson, Zhao Zhongming, and the grandnephew of Emperor Renzong's 10th daughter, great elder princess of Qin Lu. Now that the emperor has no heir, as a member of the royal family, he naturally has thoughts about that position. "Mr. Liao, later, Madam will invite the young master to have dinner with her. Now there's not much time, and we have to help him wash and change clothes." At this time, Shiren's voice came from outside the door. Liao Yingzhong frowned and finally agreed. "Well, I'll leave the young master to you." Then he bowed to Song Qingshu and said, "The young master must be tired after going through so many dangers. Take a good rest today, and we'll talk to the young master tomorrow." Outside the door, Liao Yingzhong pulled Shiren and whispered in her ear, "Miss Hua, I know that you and the young master are very close. Later when you help him bathe and change clothes, check his body carefully." Shiren frowned slightly. "Are you suspicious?" Liao Yingzhong said in a low voice, "Although I've already tested him, I'm not as familiar with the young master as the people in this room. It's better to be careful." "Calm. Miao Shi Wu." Her voice was very light, but Song Qingshu's cultivation could not be hidden from Shiren. Hearing that she asked Shiren to check his body, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. When he pretended to be Jia Baoyu for the first time, he was most afraid of Shiren's maids. They had served Jia Baoyu since he was a child and were close to him all day long. They were definitely more familiar with Jia Baoyu than Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Jia. In particular, Shiren had already been taken into Jia Baoyu's room, so she couldn't be more familiar with her master's body. Although Song Qingshu had disguised himself like Jia Baoyu and even changed his figure with the clavicle technique in the Nining Sutra, his skin and some details of his body couldn't be the same. Shiren had always been careful, so she would probably find something unusual. In fact, Song Qingshu had faced the same trouble last time, but he had an affair with a concubine soon after he entered the palace. Jia Shidao was so scared that he hurriedly sent him out of linen. Then he took the opportunity to restore his identity. Jia Baoyu also disappeared from then on, so he naturally didn't need to face the investigation of Shiren and the other maids. Originally, getting rid of Shiren was the simplest method. However, first, it would easily arouse suspicion. Second, it was not in line with Song Qingshu's temperament. He was a person who valued the lives of ordinary people. It was impossible for him to kill an innocent maidservant for his own selfish reasons. While he was thinking, Xiran pushed the door open with a smile and said, "Master, the hot water is ready. I will help you bathe and change your clothes." Song Qingshu replied subconsciously, "No, I can bathe myself." "How can you do that? We have always served you when you bathe." Thinking of what Liao Yingzhong had just said, Xiran's eyes were full of suspicion. "I have been used to being alone for a long time." Song Qingshu quickly found an excuse, but noticed that Xiran was still suspicious. He realized that if he continued to refuse, there would be more and more doubts. It was better to solve it as soon as possible. "Good sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss the feeling of being served by you." Song Qingshu remembered the doubts of the maids when he pretended to be Jia Baoyu for the first time. An idea came to him. He hugged Xiran and kissed her on the cheek. Well, the fragrance of the rouge is so fragrant. Seeing that he had regained his former lazy look, Xiran was not angry. Instead, she blushed and laughed. "Young master, don't make trouble. The old lady is still waiting for you." Song Qingshu raised his hands. "Then I'll have to trouble you, sister." Xiran spat in a low voice and removed his clothes one by one. However, when only his undergarments were left, she felt that it was inappropriate for her to stay there any longer. "Young master, please enter the bathtub first. I'll go get some new clothes." Song Qingshu was startled for a moment, but then he came to his senses. After all, a big family had its own rules. Moreover, there were other maids present, so Xiran did not dare to be too presumptuous. She still had to follow the family's etiquette. After entering the bathtub, Song Qingshu began to think about all kinds of unexpected situations that he might encounter. Although it was a little troublesome, his state of mind was very calm. With his current experience and cultivation, there was nothing in the world that could make him panic. After a while, Xiran came in with a set of clean clothes and closed the door behind her. Song Qingshu looked around. Her. "Hey, why did you come in alone?" Xiran smiled unnaturally. "They have other things to prepare." "Oh." Song Qingshu did not say anything more, but he was very clear in his heart. It was probably because Xiran said that he might be a fake, so those girls naturally did not dare to come over. "Let me massage young master's shoulders." Xiran put the clothes on the shelf aside and walked over with a smile. Song Qingshu did not refuse. "Okay." Xiran took a deep breath and walked behind Song Qingshu. She rolled up her sleeves and began to massage his shoulders. However, as soon as her fingertips touched his body, her face changed. "Young master seems to be much stronger." Jia Baoyu was a pampered child. His body was white and soft. However, the body of the person in front of her was as hard as a stone. Under the seemingly crystal and well-proportioned skin, no one knew how much explosive power was hidden. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She should have told Mr. Liao directly. What if he killed her by saying it at this time? Song Qingshu seemed not to notice her reaction. He replied casually, "Oh, during this time I was under house arrest. I had nothing to do every day, so I began to practice the martial arts that the old man taught me. At first, I had no clue, but later, I seemed to have an epiphany. My body was getting better and better." "Practice?" Xiran was stunned. She couldn't tell whether it was true or not. Song Qingshu continued to say at this time, "Otherwise, how could I escape? Don't tell anyone that I know martial arts. Last time, I was also assassinated by a mysterious person before I returned to the house. The old man has been investigating this matter, but I was captured by the Mongolians before he found out anything. I suspect that there is a traitor in the house. Otherwise, such things would not happen one after another. The Mongolians would not be able to know my whereabouts so clearly." "A traitor?" Xiran opened her small mouth widely. Song Qingshu said, "Yes, now in the house, I only trust you and the old lady. In order to avoid the old lady's worry, I didn't tell her. I only told you. You must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, if the traitor in the dark knows it, he will be more prepared to deal with me next time." "Okay, I won't leak a word." Xiran was just a servant girl in the mansion. All she had to deal with was the intrigue in the mansion. She had never seen such a dangerous thing before, so she was frightened into a daze. Suddenly, she thought of something and said hesitantly, could the traitor be Mr. Liao? Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. This kind of little girl was really easy to fool. However, he didn't play along with her words, it shouldn't be. Mr. Liao is the old master's confidant. Even if the whole world betrays him, he won't. Hearing that he was speaking for Liao Yingzhong, who suspected him, Shiren's doubts disappeared. She smiled again, you are still so kind. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Noticing the sincerity in Shiren's tone, Song Qingshu could feel that she was really good to Jia Baoyu. He didn't know if she knew about Jia Baoyu's special hobby. Thinking of Jia Baoyu's hobby, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of himself. It seemed that he didn't have the right to criticize Jia Baoyu. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. What are you laughing at? Shiren asked curiously. Nothing. I just found that you were getting more and more beautiful. Song Qingshu patted the water. Come down and wash with me. Young master. Shiren stamped her feet coquettishly. There was no longer any doubt in her heart. If he really had a guilty conscience, why would he ask her to go into the water with him? If they were intimate, wouldn't all secrets be exposed? Besides, wasn't this kind of indulgent request the second master Bao's characteristic habit? Young master, hurry up and wash. The old mistress is still waiting. However, she didn't dare to play in the water at a time like this. A whole family was waiting. If she acted so presumptuously and those people heard about it, she would probably be beaten to death. All right. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had dealt with it for the time being. Anyway, he wouldn't be staying in the Jia manor for long. If he was careful, Shiren and the other servant girls wouldn't find out anything. When he finished familiarizing himself and changed his clothes, he arrived at the Jia's mother's courtyard. He was surprised to find that there was already a large crowd of people inside. Oh, your face is like the moon in mid-autumn, and your complexion is like the flowers in the dawn of spring. In this world, only our Baoyu has such an appearance that even women are envious of. Before he entered the door, he heard a familiar laugh. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slender, beautiful woman with a coquettish figure. It was none other than Wang Shifeng. Sister-in-law is teasing me again. Song Qingshu responded. He couldn't help but think of the time when she knocked on his door in the middle of the night and proposed a deal. He couldn't help but feel excited. However, he knew that this was not the time to think about this. He quickly glanced around. Naturally, the leaders were the Jia's mother and Madame Wang. Next to them was Jia Zhen from the Ningguo manor. However, her graceful daughter-in-law didn't come. The only man left was Wang Shifeng's husband, Jia Lian. The Jia manor had suffered a heavy loss in the last Wu-Tang battle. Now, only these brothers could be seen in public. He automatically ignored the several young ladies of the Jia family. He glanced at the elegant and dignified Li Wan. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There was a graceful and beautiful Taoist nun standing beside her. Noticing his gaze, the Jia's mother explained, "This is immortal Miaoyu, a friend of your sister-in-law. Recently, there have been many things in the family, so we invited her to perform a ritual to protect the safety of the family." The people of the Rong and Ning mansions had always respected Buddha and Taoism. In addition, too many things had happened in the manor recently. It was not strange to invite one back. In addition, there were many women in the manor, so it was naturally impossible to invite a monk or a Taoist priest. However, Song Qingshu had never imagined that Miaoyu was actually her. If the Jia's mother knew that the living Buddha she invited back turned out to be a female devil who killed without blinking an eye in Jianghu, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Noticing that Song Qingshu's eyes had been staring at her, Miaoyu subconsciously frowned. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Li Wan, who was beside her, hurriedly pulled her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, don't be impulsive." So this Miaoyu was the scarlet serpent deity, Li Macho. Why was she here? Brother AI, you're finally back at this moment," a soft voice interrupted Song Qingshu's thoughts. He looked up and found a beautiful girl in red standing in front of him, smiling at him. Shang Yun, speaking of which, she was also an old acquaintance. Looking at her lively eyes and full of smiles, there was no trace of the fear and trepidation she had in the beggar sect in the past. Presumably, after a long time, she had gradually walked out of the shadow. But what the hell was Brother AI? Could it be that she also had an affair with Jia Baoyu? Wasn't her fiancé Wei Rulan? You little girl, you can't change your big tongue. The Jia's mother scolded her with a smile. She was born in the Shi family, so the way she looked at Shi Shangyun was especially affectionate. Hello, Sister Yun. Song Qingshu finally realized that the other's pronunciation was not accurate. She had said second brother instead of Brother AI. Sister Bao, didn't you miss him all this time? Why don't you say anything now that he's back? Shi Shangyun blinked her eyes to the side. Don't talk nonsense. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw a dignified and beautiful girl nodding at him with a blush. Her movements were especially ladylike and reserved. She did not look like she was in the Imperial City Department at all. Calm. Miao Shu House. She's really a natural actress. The dignified and reserved young lady was naturally the eldest daughter of the Shui family, Shui Baochai. Noticing her elegant demeanor, Song Qingshu secretly made a comparison in his heart. Such acting skills were enough to make those popular young actresses cry out in the future. Second brother. At this moment, a delicate female voice came from the side. Only now did Song Qingshu notice that there was a delicate young lady next to him. Her eyebrows were faintly covered with a faint layer of worry, but she did not reveal the slightest bitterness. Instead, she appeared even more delicate and pitiful. Sister Lin. Song Qingshu naturally recognized her. When he was appointed Prince of Qi, all the civil and military officials of the court came to congratulate him. At that time, Lin Ruhai, who was still the Salt Imperial Censor, brought her along. At that time, apart from her delicate, willow-like temperament, which left a deep impression on him, her lack of vigor was also particularly eye-catching. At that time, Song Qingshu noticed that she had a congenital deficiency. It would be difficult for her to live to the age of 30. If she experienced great sorrow and joy midway through, she might not even live to the age of 20. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do at that time. However, now that he had obtained the rootless tree secret art from Zhang Sanfeng, it could extend his lifespan to a certain extent. Previously, Yingying's complexion had become much rosier after practicing it, so he had to find a chance to teach it to her. He couldn't just sit back and watch her die. Noticing that he had been staring at her, Lin Dayu's white jade-like cheeks blushed slightly. Somewhat at a loss, she lowered her head. Don't frighten Dayu. The Jia matriarch glared at Song Qingshu. Lin Dayu was her biological granddaughter. She could not help but feel especially sorry for her. Song Qingshu recovered his senses. He imitated Jia Baoyu's tone and praised the young ladies. The last time he entered the Jia residence, whether it was Lin Dayu, Shui Baochai or Shi Shangyun, these ladies had not yet entered the Jia residence. He presumed that they had entered later. Although these girls all had their own families, regardless of whether it was Shi Shangyun or Lin Dayu, their mothers had passed away. There were many men in the residence, and it was not convenient for their fathers to raise them. Therefore, they were sent to the Jia residence, where there were many women, to grow up together with their peers. After all, several families had intermarried for generations, and the Jia residence was also their relatives. As for Shui Baochai, although her mother was still alive, Shui Ji, that old fox, would not let go of such an opportunity to improve the relationship between the families, so he also sent her over. Don't just stand there, quickly take a seat, quickly take a seat. Mrs. Jia was in high spirits. Obviously, she was very happy that Jia Baoyu had returned. Everyone sat down in order. Originally, according to the general rules of the Jia residence, men and women would not eat in the same room. They were not even allowed to talk during the meal. However, with so many things happening in the Jia residence, no one was in the mood to delve into this. Lady Jia sighed with emotion. During this period of time, there has been one bad news after another in the mansion. Fortunately, Baoyu has returned. Wang Shifeng, who was standing to the side, took the opportunity to raise her glass and said with a smile, "Let us celebrate Baoyu's safe return." Lady Jia beamed with joy. We should celebrate, we should celebrate. Jia Baoyu had always been the center of attention in the Jia residence. Now that the old mistress had spoken, no one dared to offend her. Although some people were dissatisfied with Jia Baoyu's sudden return, they pretended to be very happy on the surface. After a round of drinking, Lady Jia pulled Jia Zhen and Jia Lian aside and said, "Brother Zhen, Brother Lian, now that the Ning and Rong residences have been plagued by disasters, you are the only pillars left. Bao Yu has always been immature, so from now on, you and your brother should help him out. Brother Bao is naturally intelligent, so he must be able to learn quickly," the two of them replied with a smile. Lady Jia nodded with satisfaction, then pulled Song Qingshu aside and said, "Bao Yu, I know that you have never liked scholarly honors and a future, but now that your father is gone, and the Jia residence is experiencing an unprecedented catastrophe, you should change. Ask your two brothers for advice on a daily basis, and study your homework when you have time. The Great Song dynasty emphasizes literature and restrains martial arts. If you can pass the imperial examinations, the Jia residence will be able to rise again." Song Qingshu made a vague sound of agreement, but Lady Jia was very pleased. In the past, when Jia Baoyu heard about scholarly honors and a future, he would immediately cover his ears and shake his head while shouting, "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." It seemed that his experiences during this period of time had indeed matured him. During the banquet, many people inquired about Song Qingshu's well-being, and from time to time asked him about what had happened during his disappearance. Now that Song Qingshu had such a rich experience, he casually took a paragraph and adapted it to deal with it. Lady Jia's body became tired halfway through the banquet, and she quickly returned to her room to rest with the help of her servant girls. The others naturally did not want to stay in the courtyard too late, and after a while, they dispersed. "Taoist priest, please wait a moment." Song Qingshu had been waiting for an opportunity, and he quickly caught up with Li Macho. Li Macho turned around and looked at him coldly. "What's the matter?" Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. He really wanted to ask her why she had appeared in the Jia residence, especially with the identity of Miaoyu, but now his identity had to be kept secret. If one more person knew, the whole plan would collapse, especially since she was Li Wan's elder sister, and Li Wan was the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Seeing that he did not say anything and only stared at her in a daze, Li Macho's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Li Wan, who was beside her, saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly pulled her away. Then, she turned her head and said to Song Qingshu, "Miaoyu is a person who does not belong to the secular world. Baoyu, don't mess around with her." Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly, thinking that in the past, Jia Baoyu's habit of pestering beautiful girls was well known, and Li Wan only thought that his old habit was acting up again. Now that there were so many people, it was naturally not convenient to look for her. As Song Qingshu walked towards the Yihang courtyard, he secretly wondered if he should look for her later. "Why are you leaving so soon after the banquet ended? I feel that you have become a lot more distant after coming back this time." A gentle voice sounded. Without turning his head, he knew that it was Shui Baochai. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Could it be that the Shui Baochai of this world had an affair with Jia Baoyu? But when he came to the Jia's mansion last time, she clearly didn't come to the Jia's mansion, and then Baoyu disappeared. Logically speaking, they should not have met each other. However, he immediately realized that the relationship between these big families was so close, and they were all in Linen City. Their mansions were not far away from each other, so it was very convenient for them to visit each other. To some extent, it could be said that they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Thinking this through, Song Qingshu then answered, "It's just that this time when I came back, things are still the same, but people have changed, so I inevitably feel a little depressed." Shui Baochai blinked her eyes and looked at him carefully. "This time, you have indeed changed a lot. Anyone will change after going through so many things." Song Qingshu wasn't worried. With the big events of being captured and Jia Shidao's death, he was a little different from before, so it wasn't a big deal. "My condolences." Shui Baochai worked in the Imperial City Department and was also the eldest daughter of the Shui family. Naturally, she knew how Jia Shidao died, but she didn't show it at all. "If you need any help in the future, you can come to me." "Thank you, Sister Bao." Song Qingshu saluted. "You have always been so polite to me. It's not like..." Shui Baochai thought of something and couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. I'll go back first." Looking at her leaving figure, Song Qingshu was stunned. What was going on? Why did he feel that she seemed to have some feelings for Jiao Baoyu? Usually, he saw her fake face, but at that moment, it seemed that some of her true feelings had been revealed. However, it was understandable. They grew up together, and Jiao Baoyu was beautiful and good at making girls happy. It was no surprise that Xue Baochai had feelings for him. However, Xue Baochai was in the Imperial City Department. Didn't she know that Jiao Baoyu had raped women? He has gone far away, but you still keep staring at him. You are so reluctant to let him go. A faint voice came. Song Qingshu looked back and saw a girl standing on the edge of the rockery. It seemed that she could be blown away by the wind. Sister Lin. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that in addition to being a sickly girl, Lin Daiyu also had a poisonous tongue. Sister Lin, what's the matter? Lin Daiyu's face changed, and her voice instantly turned cold. Can't I look for you for no reason? I saw you chatting so happily with Sister Bao just now, but when you see me, you have nothing to say? I didn't mean that. Song Qingshu secretly had a headache. Before he came, he thought of all kinds of situations, but he didn't expect that Jiao Baoyu would have some feelings for these young ladies. It should be known that girls were the most sensitive. Shirin alone was enough to give him a headache. Now, with the addition of Daiyu Baochai, they would most likely find out that there was something unusual about their sweetheart after a few more interactions. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, Lin Daiyu was finally completely annoyed. She stomped her feet and turned to leave. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, but he didn't chase after her. He couldn't avoid Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai anymore. Why would he look for trouble? Oh, our second master is really popular with girls. A silver bell-like laughter came, full of coquettishness. Song Qingshu's face darkened. He thought, what kind of luck is this? Why are they coming one after another? Is there an end to it? Hello, sister-in-law. The beautiful and coquettish young woman in front of him was none other than Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng came to his side and bumped his chest with her shoulder. You used to call me Little Phoenix when we were good, but now you call me sister-in-law. You are really heartless. Just now, when Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu were talking to Song Qingshu, Shirin and other maids naturally hid far away, so Wang Shifeng was not afraid of being seen. The tip of his nose could smell the sweet fragrance coming from her body, and he could faintly feel her plump and well-proportioned body. Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. Jiao Baoyu even likes the grass next to his own house? Back when he was on the ship with Qi Feng, he knew of Jiao Baoyu's fetish. He seemed to have a special liking for young women from good families. It would be strange if he didn't move when there was a sister-in-law at home. However, Song Qingshu didn't think that he would be so bold as to really lay his hands on his sister-in-law. Seeing how intimate Wang Shifeng was, it seemed that the two of them didn't just have one affair, but at least 3 or 4. See you at the same place at midnight tonight. Wang Shifeng looked left and right. It was obvious that there were many people around, and she was worried that staying too long would arouse suspicion. The same place, Song Qingshu really wanted to smash something. How would I know where the usual place of the adulterous couple is? As if she had heard his thoughts, Wang Shifeng secretly added, be careful when you go to the cottage in the backyard. Don't be found by the old maids, or I will not live anymore. After saying that, she smiled at him with an enchanting look in her eyes. Smelling the residual sweet fragrance in the air, Song Qingshu could not help but be lost in thought. What should he do now? According to common sense, he would not refuse a beautiful young woman like Wang Shifeng to have a friendly match with him. However, the time and place were not right. Based on the relationship between her and Jiao Baoyu, if he, a fake, went to have a rendezvous, Jiao Baoyu would definitely notice the difference in the most intimate state. Women were quite sensitive in this regard. Moreover, Song Qingshu was thinking about how to spend the next few days in the Jia's mansion peacefully. He would be free when the imperial court issued an edict to let him participate in the marriage selection in Xianxia. Naturally, he would not delay business because of women at this critical time. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to go. They had an affair before. If he did not go, Wang Shifeng would definitely be suspicious. Once she was suspicious, she would probably find out that he was a fake. She would not dare to make it public, but she would secretly remind other people in the mansion. After all, it was a hidden danger. But if he went, would he really fool around with her? After thinking for a long time, he could not find any clues. Song Qingshu decided to act according to the situation later. When he returned to Yihong courtyard, the maids in the courtyard all surrounded him and kept asking him about his experience during this time. After all, many of them were not qualified to listen when he talked to Mrs. Jia. Song Qingshu was also speechless. He could only say that Jia Baoyu was too unassuming in the yard, so these maids were so indulgent. Worried that this group of people would find out something, Song Qingshu casually answered them with a few words and went to the study with the excuse of reading. The maids looked at him in shock. Why did reading sound so strange from their master's mouth? Fortunately, Xiran followed him to Mrs. Jia. She hurriedly came out to explain the great changes in the family. The young master did not want to make the old lady too sad, nor did he want to disappoint the late master, so he had to shoulder the responsibility of the family. A group of maids suddenly changed their eyes and began to praise him. Xiran felt that they were too noisy and worried that they would disturb her young master, so she hurriedly drove them away to give Song Qingshu some peace. I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call me. Xiran refilled his cup of tea and left with a smile on her face. Now that Baoyu was making progress, no one was happier than her. She was Jia Baoyu's personal maidservant, and at the same time, she was tacitly allowed to be a member of the household. She had even secretly eaten the forbidden fruit. She was not as otherworldly as her master. Of course, she hoped that her man would be more ambitious. Song Qingshu pretended to read for a while in the study while thinking about what to do next. When it was late at night, Xiran, Qingwen, and the others returned to his room to sleep. Then, when it was almost midnight, he quietly slipped out. Unlike the later generations, where there were night owls everywhere, almost all the people in the Jia's mansion were asleep at this time. He didn't see anyone along the way. Only the sound of insects could be heard, which made it even quieter. In the distance, he saw a wooden house next to the flower garden. There was a dim yellow light coming from inside, and he could vaguely see a figure passing by the window. Judging from the figure's graceful figure, it was obvious that Wang Shifeng had arrived. When he was near the wooden house, Wang Shifeng also saw him and hurriedly waved to him, "Baoyu, come in quickly." Under the dim yellow light, Song Qingshu noticed that the current Wang Shifeng was more beautiful than usual. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. Well, her clothes seemed to be much thinner, and a large area of her snow-white skin could be vaguely seen. Wouldn't it be more conspicuous to light a light in the house in the middle of the night? Song Qingshu noticed the light and thought about it. Wang Shifeng smiled tenderly and said, "I'm afraid. I'm alone in this dark room, and I can't even see my own fingers. Why didn't you come earlier? You still have something to be afraid of." Just as Song Qingshu was about to complain, he suddenly thought of something and secretly glanced at the wall. It seemed that there was someone hiding behind the wooden house. With his current cultivation, the movements of the grass and trees around him couldn't be hidden from him. It was just that he rarely used his full power, or else his ears would be filled with chaotic sounds. He didn't want to cause a nervous breakdown. However, this time he came to the Hongmen banquet, so naturally, the people outside couldn't be hidden from him. There's only one person? Song Qingshu remained calm and collected. Judging from the person's breathing, he should know martial arts, but it wasn't very profound. In addition, this breath seemed to be somewhat familiar. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, he didn't necessarily need to rely on his eyes and ears to recognize people. He could also distinguish them by their qi. Everyone's qi was different. After thinking for a while, Song Qingshu immediately realized why he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. It was because he had just seen him at the table. The person outside was Jia Lian. What's going on? Could it be that Jia Lian found out that his wife was cheating on him? This was Song Qingshu's first reaction, but he quickly denied it. With Wang Shifeng's shrewdness, it was impossible for her husband to find out if she really had an affair. Moreover, Jia Lian was waiting outside at this time, but he didn't come in to stop them in advance. Would he only be happy when the boat entered the alley? Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't think that Jia Lian was such a pervert. The only possibility was that the couple was playing badger games. Thinking of the analysis of everyone's situation before coming to the Jia's mansion, it was not difficult to figure out that the couple was eagerly waiting for the inheritance. In the end, his sudden return, Jiao Baoyu, messed up all their plans. How ruthless, letting his wife personally use the honey trap. Song Qingshu somewhat admired Jiao Lian. He was really able to endure things that ordinary people couldn't. Don't just stand there. You haven't said anything after seeing me for so long. Wang Shifeng pouted, faintly showing a hint of coquettishness. Having guessed the couple's plan, how could Song Qingshu not know what she was planning? Previously, he was still uncertain about the relationship between Jiao Baoyu and her. Now, it seemed that if there was really an affair between them, Wang Shifeng wouldn't also use such a scheme because she was worried that their relationship would be exposed. Sister-in-law, why did you call me over so late at night? Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Sister-in-law? A strange look flashed in Wang Shifeng's eyes. She thought that she had guessed wrong. There are no outsiders at this time. Why are you so distant? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If someone sees it, it's inevitable that they will get into trouble. Song Qingshu took a step back. Wang Shifeng thought to herself, you are always touching this and that in Grandview Garden. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman at this time? We have long. Oh, you're so annoying. Why did you come back this time? Wang Shifeng decided to test him one last time. Song Qingshu made a blank expression, what is sister-in-law talking about? Noticing his expression, Wang Shifeng thought to herself, could it be that Baoyu really came back? Thinking that her husband and wife's plan failed at the last moment, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Now, even if it's really Baoyu, can't he seduce him? At that time, if he does such a shameful thing, let's see if he still has the face to inherit the title. If sister-in-law doesn't have anything else to say, I'll leave first. Song Qingshu did not want to fight with the couple here. He had enough things to consider. Wait a minute, Wang Shifeng hurriedly chased after him. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, as if she tripped over something. She directly fell into Song Qingshu's arms. Hugging the soft and plump body in his arms, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nose. Song Qingshu couldn't help but stare blankly. He clearly felt that Jiao Lian's breathing outside the room had quickened a lot. Recommending a friend's new book, Xiaoming's Medical God. It's fat and can be slaughtered. This couple really knows how to have fun. Song Qingshu secretly complained, but since the other party wanted to act, he was happy to play along. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? She fell into his arms, feeling the masculine aura unique to men. Wang Shifeng couldn't help but think of the situation in the wedding room, but she immediately reacted, and her face instantly turned red. Sister-in-law, are you not feeling well? Why is your face red? Song Qingshu looked very worried. I'm fine, thank you, Baoyu. As soon as Wang Shifeng said the words, she secretly cursed. How could she be fine? How could she develop if she was fine? She reacted quickly, and when the other party helped her up, she suddenly screamed, covered her ankle, and showed a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Song Qingshu was really impressed, this drama really came out of nowhere. Maybe I accidentally twisted it just now. Wang Shifeng's eyes were sparkling, as if she was about to cry. Song Qingshu quietly looked at her to see what she was going to do next. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Shifeng also cursed in her heart. He was not cooperative at all, and the answer she had prepared was not useful at all. But things had come to this point, she could only take the initiative to say, can you help me see if my foot is injured? How? Song Qingshu blinked his eyes, looking as pure as a piece of white paper. Wang Shifeng's teeth were about to break, but she could only bear it and said, of course take off my shoes and socks. I'm in so much pain now that I don't dare to move. After saying that, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly added, I just took a bath and changed clothes before coming out, so your hands won't be dirty. Since she said that, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't refuse, so he took off her shoes and socks. He had to admit that her feet were round and white, with a special kind of beauty, but he was not in the mood to play pedicure with her now, so he directly reached out and pressed her ankle. Is it here? Although he knew that she was pretending, Song Qingshu still checked it, and there was really no injury. A little bit more. Wang Shifeng looked shy. A little more? Song Qingshu frowned. Here? Just a little bit more. Wang Shifeng bit her lips tightly. Her lips shone with a moist luster. Song Qingshu, this was blatant seduction. If he went any higher, his hand would reach into her skirt. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Sister-in-law, I'm afraid it's not good to go any higher, right? Wang Shifeng's eyes were like silk. Even I'm not afraid. You're a man, so what are you afraid of? Song Qingshu paid careful attention and realized that Jiao Lian still had no intention of coming in. He thought to himself, what the hell is he doing? Must I touch his wife before coming in? Song Qingshu was really curious about what the couple was planning. Even if they rushed in later, what would that mean? Announced to the residents that he seduced Wang Shifeng, however, based on Mrs. Jia's love for Jia Baoyu and the age of both parties, perhaps everyone would suspect that Wang Shifeng seduced Jia Baoyu. She was such a smart person, so it was impossible for her to not think of this. Therefore, Song Qingshu decided to cooperate with them. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if the two of them kept secretly planning to deal with him. Sister-in-law, your skin is really good. Song Qingshu deliberately raised his voice. Sure enough, Jiao Lian's breathing became heavier when he heard this. He could clearly feel him pacing back and forth, obviously hesitating. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind and left in a hurry. He left? Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. Shouldn't he rush out to grab that thing at this time? Why did he turn around and leave? Baoyu, why are you so bad? Wang Shifeng pushed him as she secretly glanced out of the room. Why hadn't her husband come in yet? Song Qingshu did not want to be so passive all the time, so he secretly transferred a wisp of joyful vital energy into her body. Wang Shifeng did not know martial arts, so she did not realize what was happening. However, she quickly noticed the changes in her body. There seemed to be a warm current flowing out of her body, making her feel weak all over. Oh, she couldn't help but let out an extremely sweet moan from her throat, startling even herself. Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? I don't know what's wrong either. Hearing the unprecedented seductiveness in her voice, Wang Shifeng also panicked a little. She wondered why she was so forgetful. He only touched her twice, how did it? Could it be that the rumors were true, that Baoyu was a woman's Achilles heel? Sensing that something was wrong, Wang Shifeng retracted her leg and struggled to stand up. However, as soon as she stood up, she fell back into his arms. This time, it was not an act. Her legs were really weak. Sister-in-law, can I understand that you are seducing me? Song Qingshu hugged her graceful and plump body. He could feel the heat of her skin through her clothes. No. It's not that. Wang Shifeng finally panicked. Although she was usually outgoing and passionate, she was after all born into a wealthy family. In this aspect, she was more conservative than expected. Jiao Lian had always been lustful, and she never allowed him to use some of the novel tricks he learned from his concubines on her. Today, she was only willing to sacrifice less for the sake of the future of the couple. She wanted to seduce Jia Baoyu and cause him to reveal some flaws, cutting off his path to inheriting the title. However, her husband did not come in at the appointed time, and her body was extremely strange. While she still had some rationality left, she decided to stop the plan and return home first. Unfortunately, her body seemed to not listen to her and she fell into his arms. Being inhaled by his masculine scent, her body became even more weak. Let me go. Wang Shifeng's face became redder. Song Qingshu spread his hands. You clearly fell in my arms. I didn't touch you. Wang Shifeng knew that he was telling the truth, but she didn't know why, but deep down, she wanted to lie in his arms. It would be even better if he hugged her a little tighter. Song Qingshu knew that the joke was over, so he said, I think I know why you called me here tonight. However, I want to tell you that I'm no longer the child I used to be after experiencing so many things outside. If you do anything improper in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Feeling the chill in his voice, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but tremble. Just what had he experienced outside for him to suddenly become so frightening? Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. What's second brother Lian doing? Why isn't he back yet? Wang Shifeng's expression changed. He's not outside? Song Qingshu saw that she didn't seem to be faking it, so he said, he left when I took off my shoes. Wang Shifeng's expression changed, and her body trembled. She hurriedly said, take me away from here, quickly. Why? Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. There's no time to explain, let's go. Wang Shifeng's face was full of panic. Song Qingshu could vaguely hear footsteps in the distance. There seemed to be quite a few people coming this way. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he grabbed Wang Shifeng's arm and sneaked out from the other side of the wooden hut. What's going on? Song Qingshu hugged Wang Shifeng and hid in a nearby tree. He saw Jiao Lian and a group of people break into the hut. Unfortunately, the hut was already empty, so they couldn't find anything. Wang Shifeng gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, he's been so attached to second sister Yu lately. I heard that he wanted to make second sister Yu his wife, but I didn't take it to heart. After all, my family is here. Who would have thought that this bastard would really take action? Not only does he want to get rid of you tonight, but he also wants to ruin my reputation. That way, he can justifiably be with second sister Yu. I was wondering why my body felt so strange. He must have put that despicable drug in the tea I drank." Hearing her analysis, Song Qingshu's expression became very interesting. At this moment, Wang Shifeng suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were very misty. "Baoyu, is sister-in-law beautiful?" "Yes, she is." Song Qingshu nodded. Even the most picky person could see that she was a first-class beauty. "Then you." Wang Shifeng bit her lip. Obviously, she had a strong psychological struggle. "Do you want, sister-in-law?" Under the moonlight, Wang Shifeng looked particularly hot and beautiful. Song Qingshu's heart moved, but he immediately dispelled the thought. "Sister-in-law, don't joke around." "I'm not joking." Wang Shifeng stared at Jiao Lian in the distance. "I helped him wholeheartedly, but he schemed against me like this. The key is for another vixen. I can't swallow this." Song Qingshu was silent. At first, he thought it was a trick of the couple, but now it seemed that it was obviously not. Jiao Lian's way of doing things was too black-hearted. Doesn't he want to be cuckolded? Then I'll do as he wishes. After Wang Shifeng finished speaking, she noticed Song Qingshu's expression and couldn't help but sigh faintly. "I know you must look down on me now, but I'm really not that kind of fickle person. This time, although I deliberately sacrificed myself with him to get the title of Duke Rongua, if the target was not you, I would never agree." "Really?" For her words, Song Qingshu was noncommittal. A woman's words, especially a beautiful woman's words, could not be easily believed. Seeing his expression, how could a smart woman like Wang Shifeng not guess what he was thinking? She couldn't help but look sad. "Forget it, my husband schemed against me like this. Even you think I'm that kind of frivolous woman. What's the point of me living?" After saying that, she directly jumped to the side. Now the two of them were on the tree. It was not high, but it was not low. If she fell directly like this, if it was light, she would break a bone. If it was heavy, it would be life-threatening. Song Qingshu pulled her back. He was not the kind of person who would not help when someone was in danger. Okay, I believe you." Wang Shifeng's worry turned into joy. She suddenly looked at him curiously. "Do you know martial arts now?" Just now, in order to avoid the people her husband found, she had no time to think about these things. Now that she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Song Qingshu didn't bat an eyelid and casually explained, "My father taught me a martial art in the past, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Later, when I was imprisoned in Mongolia, I had nothing to do, so I started to train seriously. That's how I got the ability to escape later on. No wonder everyone says that you're talented and intelligent. You managed to learn martial arts so easily." Wang Shifeng's beautiful eyes shone. "After experiencing so many things, I find that you've become more and more mature. The little boy from before is now more and more charming." Song Qingshu smiled faintly, not taking her compliment to heart. Noticing that Jiao Lian's group was gradually dispersing, he said, "The people below are about to leave, you can go back first." This time, the people Jiao Lian found were all servants or maids of the Fu. It seemed that he hadn't lost his head and didn't directly run to the Jiao matriarch to complain. It was obvious that he was afraid of arousing suspicion. Instead, he planned to accidentally expose the two of them. It should be known that the people in the Fu were very talkative. This kind of thing would quickly spread to everyone without him saying it. No, I'm not going back. Wang Shifeng bit her lip and hugged him even tighter. Feeling the voluptuous and moving figure in his arms, the mature body of the young woman exuded a shocking heat, causing Song Qingshu's expression to become somewhat unnatural. He hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, don't mess around." Who knew that Wang Shifeng seemed to sense something and glanced down, her beautiful cheeks like two burning clouds. "Baoyu, you've really grown up." Song Qingshu held his breath. Obviously, the two of them were so close, and the other party's skirt was thin, so she had keenly sensed the changes in his body. At this time, Wang Shifeng's eyes seemed to be dripping water. She moved closer to his ear and said, "The drug that bastard gave me has taken effect. If you ask me to go back now, what if I'm caught by that servant? Won't I be defiled by those lowly people?" Song Qingshu thought that her current reaction was due to the Huanqi genuine qi, but he was very careful to control the amount. She shouldn't have such a big reaction. Could it be that Jia Lian really drugged her in advance? Damn, what kind of mentality is this? "Baoyu, don't be afraid." Wang Shifeng's eyes still had a few traces of clarity. As if she had guessed his scruples, she quickly said, "Now I'm not scheming against you. I really need you to help me." "How can I help you with this kind of thing?" Song Qingshu was also helpless. He originally came to the Jia's mansion just to go through the motions, and soon he would receive the news and leave Xianxia. Who knew that so many things would happen in such a short period of time? Just like what you and Shiren did. Wang Shifeng giggled, "I'm not Sister Lin. Miss Bao, you can't fool me by pretending to be innocent." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, keenly getting enough information from her words. It seemed that Jia Baoyu used to get along with Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai with a different face, so they didn't know about his evil side. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wang Shifeng's tears instantly fell like a broken pearl necklace. "I've already said this, and you still, in your eyes, am I so lowly, shameless, and unbearable?" "Of course not. Although you usually seem a bit coquettish, you are actually dignified and self-disciplined. You have never done anything out of line." Song Qingshu recalled that Jia Rue, a disciple of the branch family, had been smitten by her beauty and had had some crooked thoughts about her. In the end, he had been played by her and ended up in a miserable state. It was clear that she was extremely conservative in this aspect. "Then do you think that I'm not as beautiful as your sister Lin and sister Bao?" Wang Shifeng continued to ask. Song Qingshu still told the truth. Plum blossoms, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum each have their own advantages. Although each of them has a unique temperament, they are not as mature and beautiful as you. He still wanted to say something, but a hot body had already come up to him, making it impossible for him to say the rest of the words. Wang Shifeng was a mature woman, and at the same time, she was also a smart woman. She knew when to take the initiative and when to be reserved. If she was really rejected today, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. She had already sent herself to the door, yet she was still rejected. This was a devastating blow to a woman, especially to a woman like her who had always boasted of her beauty. After all, Song Qingshu was not a person who cultivated the Tao with a pure heart and few desires. He had long been wriggling in her arms, causing a ball of evil fire. At this time, how could he bear it? After a long time, he finally calmed down and said, "I'll take you to another place." "No, let's do it here." Wang Shifeng's eyes moved, and her eyebrows revealed 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings. "Ah?" For a moment, Song Qingshu couldn't react. Wang Shifeng bit her lip and said angrily, "Where are we going at this time? There are a lot of maids and old women around us, and there are too many people. I don't want to be discovered. The forest here is lush, and no one can see us. Isn't it just right?" Her way of doing things is quite wild. Song Qingshu's throat was extremely dry, and he couldn't help but feel a little tempted. He had never had such an experience. The words just now had already exhausted the last bit of Wang Shifeng's rationality. Soon, her whole body was burning with passion, and she hugged the man beside her tightly. Both of them were very mature people, and their cooperation was very tacit. It could even be said that they were very familiar with each other. Soon, Wang Shifeng's whole body trembled, and Song Qingshu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder everyone said that women were flesh and blood made of water. After an unknown period of time, Song Qingshu sent Wang Shifeng to the vicinity of her courtyard. Wang Shifeng lowered her head, and her face was full of a complicated expression. Alright, don't send me off. It's not good to be seen by others. Song Qingshu grunted in response. Wang Shifeng continued to say, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Song Qingshu nodded. Okay. Also, Wang Shifeng hesitated for a moment, then added, what happened today was just an accident. Don't look for me in the future. The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth rose slightly, but he still replied, okay. Seeing his reaction, Wang Shifeng felt a little upset, but her rationality made her not say anything, and she hurriedly ran back to the house. Just as she was thinking about what had just happened, she suddenly heard a gloomy and angry voice. Where did you go just now? Wang Shifeng was still immersed in what had just happened and hadn't come back to her senses yet. Now that she suddenly heard a voice, she couldn't help but be startled. She looked back and found Jia Lian sitting on the bed with a gloomy face, looking at her. Wang Shifeng snorted and asked, where were you just now? Didn't I just find someone as promised? Jia Lian noticed that there was a faint blush on Wang Shifeng's white and tender cheeks, and her eyes were full of blurriness. That kind of feeling made Jia Lian feel a little regretful. Was it really worth it? Promise? Wang Shifeng sneered. Did we make that promise? I'm afraid you didn't just go to find someone to deal with Jia Baoyu. You also wanted to ruin my reputation. Jia Lian smiled embarrassedly and wanted to put his arm around his wife's shoulder. How could that be? You think too much. Wang Shifeng dodged and instantly exploded. Why not? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I turned a blind eye when you and second sister you were fooling around. Now you want to get rid of me and help her get the position. Do you think I'm dead? Jia Lian felt a little guilty and subconsciously explained, you misunderstood. I really didn't mean that. Okay, I have my own eyes. Go away, I don't want to see you now. Wang Shifeng pointed to the door and ordered him to leave. Jia Lian had no choice but to walk out. He originally wanted to ask where his wife and Jia Baoyu had gone, but he thought that she was angry, so he thought that he would ask her when she calmed down. As for being kicked out of the room, he didn't care. He could go to second sister Yu and have some fun. Thinking of her gentle appearance, his lower abdomen was a little restless. After Song Qingshu separated from Wang Shifeng, he decided to go to Li Macho's place to see why she had suddenly become Miaoyu. He had already found out where Miaoyu's master lived, and the Jia mansion had specially prepared a courtyard for her, called the Black Jade Nunnery. In the Battle of Wutang Mountain, Jia Sherdao and many of his direct subordinates had suffered heavy casualties. The Jia mansion was no longer as strict as before. Song Qingshu easily avoided some patrolling guards and soon arrived at the Black Jade Nunnery. Song Qingshu was going to return to his original appearance before going to find her. After all, it was inconvenient to expose his identity as Jia Baoyu. Suddenly, a woman whispered in his ear. Although the voice was low, Song Qingshu still heard it clearly. That Baoyu in your residence, just looking at him makes people angry, especially those shifty eyes. If I saw him in Jianghu before, I would have dug his eyeballs out. Li Macho's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Song Qingshu held his breath and wondered. I just looked at you a few more times during dinner. At this time, another gentle voice sounded, Sister, don't mind him. That's just how he is. Whenever he sees a beautiful girl, he can't take his eyes off her. There are so many beauties in the Grand View Garden, so naturally, his standards are high. To be able to stare at you without blinking, doesn't that just prove how beautiful you are? Song Qingshu recognized the gentlewoman's voice. It was the young widow, Li Wan. Humph. Although Li Macho didn't admit it, she obviously enjoyed it. Which woman didn't care about her appearance? Father's arrangement is also very thoughtful. I live in the Jia mansion most of the time, and third sister is traveling in the western regions. There is no one in the mansion to talk to you. Father is a man, and he can't take care of you. Li Wan comforted her in a low voice. Li Macho snorted, you don't have to speak up for him. In the end, it's just that he doesn't like my Jianghu habits. He wants me to come to the Grand View Garden and interact more with the other young ladies and noble ladies, so that I can learn from them. Li Wan laughed awkwardly and said, "Father is the chancellor of the directorate after all. He teaches others. His own daughter should set an example." Li Macho's voice was a little angry and said, "Isn't he afraid that I will kill all the people who offend me in the mansion on a whim?" Outside, Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. Li Macho was a devil in Jianghu who killed without batting an eye. Sometimes, people were killed by her just because they were surnamed He. There were so many disputes in the Grand View Garden, and it was possible that old things would happen again. "Sister, although you usually pretend to be fierce, you are still a good person. I guess you don't want to see father in a difficult situation." Li Wan laughed. Behind her, the two women whispered in their ears. They were playing together, but they couldn't hear it clearly. Song Qingshu nodded his head. Li Macho was originally a good girl, but because of Lu Zhenyuan's betrayal, she was pushed to the extreme. Now that she had returned to the embrace of her family, the warmth of family should be able to slowly heal her pain. Now that he knew the whole story, Song Qingshu didn't go in to meet them again. After all, it was the middle of the night, and it was not convenient to go in and talk among the women in the boudoir. As for why Li Macho changed her name to Miaoyu, it must be because Li Shouzhong was worried that his daughter's reputation in Jianghu was too bad and would scare the people in the Jia mansion. So he simply changed her name, which could be regarded as a farewell to the past and a new life. He quietly returned to the Yihong courtyard. Seeing that Shiren and the others didn't find anything unusual, he went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Shiren, Qingwen, and the other maids helped Song Qingshu to dress up, which gave Song Qingshu a headache. No matter how exquisite his disguise was, he would still show flaws when he washed his face. Fortunately, not long after, a servant came to report that the palace had come. The imperial edict was issued. Song Qingshu was delighted. He took the opportunity to grab the handkerchief and casually wipe his face. Then, he put on his clothes and walked to the main hall. The content of the imperial edict was expected. The gist of the imperial edict was that the Xianxia country was about to select a bride. Some outstanding young masters of aristocratic families of suitable age were specially selected to go to the Xianxia country and encourage them to win glory for the country. It would be best if they could marry the princess. It was also an opportunity to strengthen the diplomatic relations with the Xianxia country, so that the Xianxia country would not be roped in by the enemy. In addition to Jia Baoyu, the more important ones were Shui Pan of the Shui family, Lu Shidao and Lu Shixing of the Lu family of Xiangyang, and so on. These were decided by Song Qingshu and Reninging in secret. With such an imperial edict, the whole Jia mansion was naturally excited. Many people came to visit and congratulate Jia Baoyu. Ordinary people only thought it was a great honor. Only the mother of the Jia family wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end, she just told Jia Baoyu to take good care of herself and not to force herself. After Lin Daiyu and the other girls heard the news, they all locked themselves in the courtyard. Anyone could see that they were in a bad mood, but no one wanted to get in trouble. Song Qingshu just happened to be free, so that these people close to Jia Baoyu wouldn't see through him. In the evening, Liao Yingzhong found Song Qingshu and said, "Young master, you just need to pretend this trip. Don't marry the princess of the Xianxia country." "Oh, why?" Song Qingshu pretended to be surprised and asked. Liao Yingzhong explained, "What's so good about a princess of the Nanman kingdom? Even if she has the beauty of a fairy, it won't help you. The Xianxia country is too far away from the Great Song. If something really happens here, they can't do anything. It won't be as good as marrying the ladies of the Shui family or the Shi family, and it won't even be as good as the lady of the Lin family." "Well, I see." Song Qingshu wasn't surprised. As the chief advisor of Jia Shidao, if Liao Yingzhong couldn't even see this, he shouldn't be in the position anymore. "I don't know where the palace got the news. They all know that you just came back." Liao Yingzhong's eyes showed a trace of suspicion, but it was not the time to think about it. He quickly said, "In addition, I used my connections and arranged for the lady of the Shui family to protect you all the way. You can take the opportunity to get close to her on the way." "Shui Baochai." Song Qingshu was stunned. As if he saw his confusion, Liao Yingzhong explained, "This time, Lady Shui's brother is also one of the candidates. Otherwise, no matter how powerful I am, I wouldn't be able to invite the lady of the Shui family." Song Qingshu imitated Jia Baoyu's tone and said, but if something really happens, Sister Baoyu will definitely protect her brother immediately. As for me, Liao Yingzhong stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry, young master. The lady of the Shui family will only protect you in name. I just want to use this opportunity to matchmake the two of you. As for your real safety, there's someone else. Central Plains. Red. Come on in. Calm. Miao Shu House. Zhongyu and Dianhong? Hearing Liao Yingzhong's words, Song Qingshu's mind went blank. Could there be someone like Shimen Shueishue? Soon, a man dressed in black walked in. His face was like that of a corpse, but what was more eye-catching were his eyes. These were a pair of eyes that were as cold as ice, as fierce as a wolf's, as ashen as the snow on a mountain peak, yet as firm as a snow-covered mountain peak. Young master, almost all the masters of the Isle of Heroes were wiped out in the Battle of Mount Wudong. He is an expert that I've found after much difficulty in Jianghu. Liao Yingzhong's tone was a little proud. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his martial arts. Dianhong, this is Second Master Bao. You will protect his safety for a while. I only know how to kill, I don't know how to protect. The black-cloaked man's voice was strange and unique. It was cold, deep, hoarse, and short. It didn't seem like it came from a human's throat. Although his voice was low and hoarse, it had a kind of magical power that pierced one's heart, causing one to never forget a single word he said. Liao Yingzhong held his breath, but he reacted quickly. On the trip to Western Xia, kill all those who want to harm young master. Consider it as protecting him. Good. There seemed to be a hint of excitement in the tone of Little Red of the Central Plains. His eyes flashed with a cruel, beast-like green light, as if the greatest hobby in his life was to kill, and the purpose of his existence was only to kill. Song Qingshu looked at him with interest. There will be many dangers on this trip to Western Xia. I don't know how good his swordsmanship is. Can he really protect me? Zhongyu and Dianhong did not speak, as if answering such a question would be a disgrace to his identity. Liao Yingzhong answered on his behalf, young master, please rest assured. I've found someone to test him. Although his swordsmanship is not at the peak, it is more than enough to kill. Worried that his strength would be doubted, Liao Yingzhong continued, he is the most famous killer in the underground world. Zhongyu and Dianhong frowned. It is not a good thing for a killer to be famous. Only then did Liao Yingzhong explain, I'm just giving an example. Only a few people in the circle know your name. The others who know the name of Red Dot in the Central Plains are all dead. So, although your swordsmanship is great, very few people in the Jianghu know about it. Song Qingshu secretly nodded. No wonder he had never heard of this person before. It could only be said that the world was big and there were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, he soon thought of a problem. He vaguely remembered that Little Red of the Central Plains was a top assassin trained by Shui Shaoran. He could be considered his disciple. There were people from the Shui family and Shui in this world, so it was likely that there were also people from Shui Shao. In this way, was the Little Red of the Central Plains a member of the Jia family or a spy sent by the Shui family? Noticing that Liao Yingzhong was excited to meet a top master, Song Qingshu did not speak out his doubts. Firstly, he could not explain how he knew the relationship between Little Red of the Central Plains and Shui Shaoran. Secondly, there was no need to say it. Anyway, he was a fake, and it would be better for him to fish in troubled waters if the other party was a spy. Seeing that the two had known each other, Liao Yingzhong waved his hand to dismiss Little Red of the Central Plains. Then, he continued to instruct Song Qingshu on the things he should pay attention to in Xianxia. It could be said that he was very detailed and did not leave out any aspect. In addition, he also mentioned that during the period when Jia Baoyu went to Xianxia, he would stay in Linen to gather the remaining forces of the Jia Mansion and the Isle of Heroes, deal with those traitors, and accumulate strength. He would wait for Jia Baoyu's return before launching a complete counterattack. Looking at his serious expression, Song Qingshu secretly sighed with emotion. He was indeed a loyal subordinate, but it was a pity that he had his own master. I hope that young master can win the beauty on this trip. Liao Yingzhong smiled and cupped one hand in the other before leaving. Thank you for your blessings. Song Qingshu knew that the beauty he mentioned was not the princess of Xianxia, but Shui Baochai. At this time, the other candidates of Xixia's betrothal contest were also receiving guidance from their elders in their respective homes. In the Shui mansion, Shuiji looked at his excited son and could not help but frown. Why are you so happy? Isn't it worth being happy to be selected as a candidate of Xixia's betrothal contest? Shui Pan was startled for a moment. Then, he beamed with joy and said, I heard that the princess of Xixia is as beautiful as a goddess. She is unparalleled. Shuiji's frown deepened. What does it have to do with you? Of course it has to do with me, Shui Pan said. In terms of family background and talent, who can compare to me? Originally, Jia Baoyu was a formidable opponent, but his father died in Mount Wudong and his family declined. He is no longer a threat. You are quite confident. Shuiji was so angry that he laughed. However, what his son said was somewhat reasonable. In terms of family background, no one in the Great Song could compare to him. In terms of appearance, he could be considered a handsome man. However, in terms of talent, did he have it? Otherwise, he would not be called the local bully. This is also because of father's good intentions. Shui Pan smiled foolishly. Seeing his son like this, Shuiji was very angry. He thought that it was a pity that Baochai was a girl. Otherwise, he would not have to worry so much. Suppressing his anger, Shuiji said, You can just take this trip to Xixia as a sightseeing trip. Just don't cause any trouble. Also, remember not to stay too far away from your sister. Otherwise, she will not be able to protect you if you are in danger. Shui Pan could not help but say, I am a dignified man. Why would I need my sister's protection? Shuiji frowned. Originally, he wanted to tell his son not to marry the princess. With his power in the Song dynasty, he did not need to rely on a princess of Xixia. He wanted his daughter-in-law to be a descendant of a famous family in the imperial court. Only in this way could they unite and help each other. As for his son being selected this time, he had no choice but to let his son go. However, seeing his son's mischievous appearance, Shuiji thought that even if he tried his best, the princess of Xixia would not fall for him. Why would he need to tell his son to marry her? Get out of here. After understanding all this, Shuiji waved his hand impatiently and ordered his son to leave. At this time, the LV family was in a different situation. LV Wenhuan looked at his son and nephew in front of him and said, Shi Dao, Shi Xing, you must try your best to win the favor of the princess of Xixia. The other candidates who will go with you this time are mostly playboys. How can they compare with you in terms of real ability and learning? LV Sherdao could not help but say, Uncle, Xixia is a barbarian country after all. Why don't we set our sights on the noble ladies in the capital? These ideas were deeply rooted in the bones of every Song citizen. Of all the things in the world, scholars were the best. Naturally, they looked down on the barbarians around them. LV Wenhuan sighed and said, Today is different from the past. If it were in the past, of course we would want you to marry the daughters of the nobles in the capital. But after the Battle of Wudong Mountain, others may not know the truth, but do you think we don't? The imperial court didn't do anything to us for the time being just for stability. But after 3 or 5 years, when everything is stable, our LV family will face a disaster. LV Sherdao and LV Shishing pursed their lips. They were both smart people and naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. When the emperor returned to the capital, he took them back with him. To put it nicely, it was to reward the LV family, but in fact, they knew they had become hostages. We can't stay in the southern Song dynasty anymore, so we have to find another way out. LV Wenhuan's face was gloomy. Back then, the Qin family could go to Xixia and live a good life there. We can certainly follow their example. LV Shishing said, Now that Xixia is not as powerful as before, why don't we directly turn to the Mongolians? LV Wenhuan looked at him approvingly and said, Originally, I wanted to remind you, but I didn't expect you to think of it in advance. Yes, this time, you have to fight for the position of Xixia's son-in-law. Even if you fail, you have to take the opportunity to get close to the Mongolian prince. This time, the Mongolian prince will also participate in the marriage selection. You can't miss such a good opportunity. As long as you have a relationship with the Mongolians, you will be the hero of the whole family. LV Sherdao couldn't help but pour cold water on him, but we fought against the Mongolians in Xianxia a few years ago and killed many Mongolians. With this grudge, it's not appropriate to turn to the Mongolians for help. So our first choice is to participate in the Xianxia marriage contest. You two brothers can work together to see who has the chance to become the emperor's son-in-law. LV Wenhuan answered. LV Sherdao and LV Shisheng looked at each other and nodded slightly. Now that their family was in danger, they wouldn't fight against each other anymore. When they arrived at Xianxia, they would see who the Xianxia people would appreciate more. Instead of being jealous, the other brother would cooperate to protect his brother and finally win the beauty. But the participants in the Xianxia marriage contest are all the princes and grandsons of various countries. We are fine, but we don't have much hope for those from other countries, especially the Mongolian princes. Lu Shisheng was usually very arrogant in Xiangyang, but in front of the world's top second generations, he was still very self-aware. We can do our best and leave the rest to God. LV Wenhuan comforted him. Even if we can't become the emperor's son-in-law, it's good to have a good relationship with the Mongolian princes. This time, it's the Mongolian 5th Prince Zolwu who will participate in the Xianxia marriage contest, not the 4th Prince Kublai who fought against us in Xiangyang. As far as I know, the Mongolian princes fight fiercely with each other, so Zolwu won't care about the grudge between us and Kublai. So this is our chance. LV Sherdao nodded. Well, if we can't do it, we can help Zolwu and let him become the emperor's son-in-law. It's also a favor for him. You're worth teaching. LV Wenhuan looked pleased. When we get there, you can act according to the circumstances. I can't leave the capital, so I can't accompany you. Besides. He hesitated for a long time and then said, if you can't become the emperor's son-in-law of Xianxia and can't get in touch with the Mongolians, you should take the opportunity to escape. Don't come back. The LV family will be punished eventually. You don't have to die with us old bones. Father. Uncle. We swear to live and die with the LV family. LV Sherdao and LV Shisheng knelt down together. LV Wenhuan helped them up and said, don't say such silly things. If you can escape safely, the LV family will still have some hope left, and the whole family won't be annihilated. You have the hope of your family on your shoulders, so you must live well. Of course, this is to prepare for the worst. You don't have to worry too much. After all, it hasn't reached that stage yet. We'll do our best in this trip to the Western Xia. The Lu brothers' eyes were filled with tears, but their tone had become unprecedentedly firm. After Song Qingshu saw Liao Yingzhong off, he left the Jia mansion quietly. He was going to the Western Xia and had to bid farewell to some people. Originally, Little Red of the Central Plains was left behind by Liao Yingzhong in the Jia residence to ensure his safety. However, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation level, he left without a sound. Little Red did not notice anything unusual at all. Song Qingshu was the first to rush in the direction of the imperial palace. At present, Ren Yingying was impersonating his identity as the person in charge of the imperial armaments. Normally, she would spend the night in the imperial palace and would rarely return to the Prince of Qi's residence. He didn't know how many times he had entered and exited the imperial palace. Now, entering the imperial palace was as natural as returning home. Soon, he arrived at Ren Yingying's current residence. The guards around her were obviously much tighter. All of them were experts carefully selected from the Sun Moon Divine sect. There were also maids from the Vulture Palace. These were all part of the security system that Song Qingshu had meticulously constructed. Even with his ability, it was impossible for him to sneak in quietly. Of course, with his great grandmaster cultivation level, those people would not be able to stop him if he directly barged in. However, after seeing his appearance, those guards returned to their hidden posts one after another. When Ren Yingying saw that her lover had returned, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Hugging her soft and alluring body and smelling her elegant and charming fragrance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "It seems that the rootless tree's secret art is very useful. Your complexion is much rosier now. How can a secret art personally taught by immortal Zhang be ordinary?" Ren Yingying pursed her lips into a smile. Her tone was filled with reverence. Even her father, who had always regarded everyone else as beneath him, would sigh in admiration every time Zhang Sanfeng was mentioned. The two of them cuddled for a while. When Song Qingshu mentioned the purpose of his visit, Ren Yingying's face couldn't help but darken. You're leaving again so soon. We've always been apart more than together. Noticing her dejected expression, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity and guilt. He subconsciously hugged her even tighter. Ren Yingying quickly recovered. However, I also understand that you are running for the sake of the world. Naturally, I won't be petty and stop you. I hope that you can succeed soon and end this chaotic world. That way, she had originally wanted to say that he would have more time to accompany her. However, when she thought of how her lover had so many female friends by his side, would he really have a lot of time to accompany her? Thinking of this, she furrowed her pretty eyebrows in annoyance. However, Song Qingshu's thoughts were stirred up by her. He wasn't originally a Virgin Mary. However, after experiencing the peaceful and contented life of his previous life, and then looking at this world, where there were starving people on the streets and countless people selling their children, he really couldn't remain indifferent. After all, these tragic situations were caused by the rise of heroes and the many years of war. Therefore, the idea of unifying the countries and ending this chaotic world became increasingly clear. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives. He also enjoyed the taste of power and also liked beautiful girls. However, at the same time, he was also aware of his responsibilities. It was as if ending the chaos was his mission when he transmigrated to this world. After leaving Ren Yingying's place, Song Qingshu went to the bedchambers of the two princesses. A few days after the wedding, he left the palace and hid in the Jia mansion. Now, he was about to arrive at the Xianxia country, which was thousands of miles away. He didn't know when they would meet again, so he couldn't help but feel guilty. He originally thought that the two princesses were young and would surely cry and scold him. However, the result was unexpected. Not only did they not cry or make a fuss, but they also constantly reminded him of the things he should pay attention to on the road. Zhao Yuanyuan took out a set of underwear and handed it to him. I made this myself, I made this. Zhao Huaner, who was on the side, also took out a set of clothes as if presenting a treasure. Her face was a little more bashful. But it's not as good as sister's. Song Qingshu was surprised. You also know how to sew? Zhao Yuanyuan sighed faintly. When we were in the laundry yard, there was no one to serve us. Naturally, we learned this. Song Qingshu couldn't help but hold her little hand. Those things are in the past. I won't let you be afraid in the future. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes were slightly red. Those days in the laundry yard were really nightmarish. I didn't know when it would be my turn. Fortunately, Brother Song, you appeared and saved us. So, we will be grateful to you for the rest of our lives. Song Qingshu deliberately put on a straight face. Only gratitude? Zhao Yuanyuan's face turned red. Zhao Huaner, who was on the side, was outspoken. Of course there is admiration. Otherwise, why would we marry you? Only then did Song Qingshu burst into laughter. He felt very warm as he held the two girls in his arms. Before leaving the palace, Song Qingshu also made a trip to concubine Wu's bedroom. Ah Ku, that little girl, had been complaining a lot about him recently. He had to comfort her lest she did something irrational in a moment of anger and ruin the overall plan. Entering the bedroom, Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly sigh as he looked at the beautiful young girl by the window. There was a hint of sadness between the young girl's brows that shouldn't have appeared at her age. Clearly, she had a lot on her mind. Ah Ku, hearing his call, the young girl turned her head in disbelief. When she saw his face clearly, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Brother Song. The young girl threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. Song Qingshu looked at Qin Yuanyuan, who had rushed over after hearing the news, and smiled bitterly. Qin Yuanyuan only secretly sighed and didn't say anything. Ah Ku, you've lost weight during this time. Song Qingshu said with pity as he wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Ah Ku pouted and said unhappily, it's your fault for not coming to see me. As if seeing Song Qingshu's dilemma, Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly helped him out and said, Ah Ku, Qingshu is busy every day. He doesn't have the time to care about love affairs. I hate national affairs the most. My father used to be like this too. Ah Ku snorted. It was obvious that she had an unpleasant experience. I have a gift for you. Song Qingshu thought that it was fortunate that he was prepared. A gift? Aku blinked her eyes, full of curiosity. Only then did Song Qingshu walk to the door and come in with a basket. This is a newborn kitten. I picked it up on the roadside. It's a pity that I'm busy all day and don't have much time to take care of it. Can you help me take care of it? Aku originally didn't have much interest in cats and dogs, but when she heard that she was helping Song Qingshu take care of it, she instantly felt that it had a different meaning. She immediately smiled and agreed, okay, wow, it's so cute. Seeing the kitten blinking its eyes, Aku felt that her heart was about to melt. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this trick worked. He had always been worried that Aku would be too bored staying in the harem. If a woman was bored, she would do too many stupid things. So, he had to find something for her. Thinking of those who raised pets in his previous life, Song Qingshu immediately had an idea. Of course, he didn't pick up this kitten. How could there be such a coincidence? With his current status, if he wanted to find a beautiful kitten, there would naturally be someone below him who would take care of it for him. How could it be so easy to take care of such a small kitten? Aku obviously didn't have that much time to think about other things. In the future, when she grew attached to the kitten, she would naturally have an additional companion. Also, Song Qingshu had also thoughtfully chosen a female kitten. That way, when it grew up in the future, it could go on a few dates and come back with a bunch of kittens for Aku to raise. Looking at the young girl's current excited expression, even Song Qingshu felt that he was being too cunning. After chatting with them for a while in the bedroom, Song Qingshu saw that Aku's attention was all on the kitten, so he used the opportunity to bid farewell. After leaving the imperial palace, Song Qingshu went to Li Qingluo's residence in the end. He asked her to look after Reninging and the others. After all, as the White Lotus mother, she could be considered as half a local in linen. However, Li Qingluo pursed her lips and directly refused. I'm going back to Mantua Villa. I don't want to look after those women for you unless you pay me. What payment? Song Qingshu was very curious. Whether it was her identity as the madam of the Wang family on the surface or the White Lotus mother in secret, was there anything she could not obtain? Li Qingluo arrived in front of him and gently rubbed his chest. She bit her red lips gently with her pearly teeth, which shone with an enchanting light. Stay with me for a night. Unless I call for you, you're not allowed to stop. The flames in Song Qingshu's body were immediately ignited. With a roar, he directly picked her up and pressed her down on the table beside him. The next day, when the Jia mansion was about to set off, Song Qingshu was still reminiscing the wonderful feeling of yesterday. He could only sigh that he and Li Qingluo were too compatible, in all aspects. Moreover, she had a unique mature charm, and would not pester him like ordinary young girls. For him, who was now plagued with a headache, it was even rarer. Because they knew that Jia Baoyu was going to Xianxia, all the members of the Jia mansion came out to see him off. Whether it was sincere or not, they all wished him success. Only one person did not come out, and that was Lin Daiyu. She was already very unhappy when she learned that Jia Baoyu was going to Xixia's matchmaking contest. Later, when she learned that Shui Baochai was going with him, she instantly became jealous. In this regard, Song Qingshu could only express his regret. Sister Lin was indeed a good girl. Compared to the other girls in the mansion who more or less wore a mask, her character was much purer. Of course, in the eyes of many people, she would appear a little pretentious. If it was another time, Song Qingshu might have comforted her. But now, he had important matters to attend to. Moreover, he was entangled with a peach blossom. Naturally, he would not casually provoke such a good girl. Seeing him leave just like that without even leaving behind a word, the servant girl Shui Yan who was hiding in the shadows couldn't help but pout. She thought to herself, Second Master Bao is really too cold, to think that my miss would be sad and shed tears for him. Song Qingshu naturally did not know about all this. He went to the West City Gate and met up with the crowd. The Jia residents had sent a few guards who were highly skilled to travel with him. In addition, his manservant Ming Yan was also there to serve him along the way. Shirin and the other servant girls wanted to go, but were rejected by the Jia family's mother. After all, Jia Baoyu was going to participate in the matchmaking contest. It was not good to bring a few servant girls with him. Moreover, they were not the only family accompanying him. They could not let others see them as a joke. Song Qingshu was naturally very happy about this. The person in the mansion who was most familiar with Jia Baoyu was probably Shirin. If she accompanied him all the time, there might be some mistakes. Although the servant Ming Yan was also by his side, his relationship with her was much worse than Shirin's. As for those guards, Song Qingshu pursed his lips. They were more than enough to deal with ordinary thieves and rascals. However, if they were to encounter a true expert, they would not be enough. It seemed that the Jia residents had indeed suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Wudong. If it was really Jia Baoyu, then he could only count on the Central Plains one red dot. He did not show himself, but Song Qingshu knew that he was secretly following nearby. If anything happened, he should be able to appear in time. Not long after, he arrived at the West City Gate. A group of young masters had already gathered there. He recognized some of them and didn't know some of them, but he guessed that they were all princes and grandsons of the imperial court with good family backgrounds. Baoyu, an amiable voice called out to him. Very quickly, someone put their arm around his shoulder and hugged him. Song Qingshu raised an eyebrow. Brother Shui. He'd already recognized the other party. It was the young master of the Shui family, Shui Pan, also known as local bully. Shui Baochai was extremely beautiful. As her brother, Shui Pan was naturally good-looking. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a handsome young master at first sight, but those who knew him would call him local bully. However, Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Although this person was a little useless, he treated his friends well. Song Qingshu could feel his sincerity and enthusiasm from his tone. He didn't become snobbish just because his family had fallen. In stark contrast to him were the two brothers of the LV family. It should be noted that the LV family had almost been raised by Jia Shidao. To some extent, LV Wendy and LV Wenhuan could be regarded as Jia Shidao's disciples. Their nephews, LV Shidao and LV Shixing, had more or less flattered Jia Baoyu when they saw him. But today, the two of them avoided him as if he was the plague. They just casually cupped their hands as a greeting. At that moment, LV Shidao and LV Shixing were also very uncomfortable. Others might not know the situation of Wudong Mountain, but they certainly knew. Thinking that the miserable situation of the LV family was caused by the Jia family, they didn't look good when they saw Jia Baoyu. Besides, the family had already decided to leave the southern Song dynasty and join the western Xia dynasty or the Mongols. Naturally, they wouldn't spend so much effort to build a relationship with the young masters of the southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Is everyone here? Why aren't we leaving yet?" At that moment, a soft and pleasant voice sounded, "We are still waiting for the last young master." Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Today, Shui Baochai wasn't wearing women's clothes. Instead, she was wearing the official uniform of the Imperial City Department. Her red lips and white teeth made her look even more handsome. Many young masters from the aristocratic families kept glancing at her, thinking what a handsome young man. Shui Baochai's identity was only known by the top few families. No one else knew that this handsome guard was the young lady of the Shui family. Shui Pan, who was standing at the side, wanted to put his arm around his sister's shoulder and said to Song Qingshu with a smile, "Brother, my sister will protect you along the way." Shui Baochai leaned to the side and dodged his hand without leaving a trace. She snorted softly, "Don't expose my identity by calling me a girl in front of so many people. Remember to call me Master Tiandi in the future." Shui Pan smiled embarrassedly, "All right." For some reason, he didn't know why he was a little afraid of this seemingly gentle girl since he was young. Song Qingshu looked at Shui Baochai in surprise. He didn't expect her to be promoted again. The head of the Imperial City Department was called the Tiandi Imperial City Department, followed by the 6th Tiandi Imperial City Department. Shui Baochai could be said to be second only to one person in the Imperial City Department. "Who are you waiting for? Why are you so arrogant?" Jia Baoyu was a top-notch playboy, so Song Qingshu didn't need to be too polite. "People from the Tianboyang mansion," Shui Baochai said with a strange expression. "Tianboyang mansion?" Song Qingshu was startled. In his plan, the Yang mansion didn't include anyone from the Yang family. More importantly, were there any men of suitable age in the Tianboyang mansion? At this moment, the sound of hoofs could be heard. A handsome young man was riding on the back of the horse. He was dressed in a loose robe and had an elegant expression on his face. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The young man got off the horse and cupped his hands. Although he was apologizing, his tone was extremely indifferent. Many people were originally quite dissatisfied, but seeing how handsome the young man was, they didn't say anything. Many people even went up to him to strike up a conversation. It should be known that in this era, the aristocratic circle was more or less interested in men. Many people would keep handsome manservants at home. One of the main reasons why Shui Pan was called local bully was because he had taken a fancy to a handsome young man. He tried to flirt with him but failed. Instead, he was beaten up by the other party and became a laughingstock in the capital. It was a pity that the young man led the horse to the side and didn't give them a chance to approach him, so they returned to the group. At this time, they were at the gates of the capital, so it wasn't good for them to cause trouble. Song Qingshu finally understood why Shui Baochai's expression was so strange. Just as he was about to say something, Shui Pan couldn't help but sigh. "There's actually such a handsome man in the world. Baoyu, I used to think that you were the most handsome man I've ever seen, but compared to him today, you're still slightly inferior." Song Qingshu was speechless. Noticing Shui Pan's hand on his shoulder, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he subconsciously moved to the side. Seeing that everyone had arrived, an official from the Ministry of Rights came out to give a speech, including the things to take note of along the way. The young masters were not in the mood to listen and soon impatiently urged them to hurry up. The official did not get angry, as this was all within his expectations. He meticulously read out everything before giving the order to set off. The procession set off in a grandiose manner. Shui Pan could not help but approach the handsome young master. "Brother, how should I address you? You look a little familiar, have we met before?" Song Qingshu thought, "It's not strange that you find him familiar. This handsome young master is the yellow-robed girl disguised as a man." As a princess and a member of the Jianshan Academy, a top young master like Shui Pan would have most likely seen her before. However, the yellow-robed girl had always lived in seclusion and rarely showed her face in public. Therefore, unless one was very familiar with her, they would not be able to recognize her even if she looked familiar. "I've never seen you before." The yellow-robed girl was very cold and did not even look at Shui Pan. Shui Pan did not mind and continued to ask, "Which branch of the Tianbui Yang estate are you from?" The Yang estate has very few male descendants. Logically speaking, I should have heard of you. That's none of your business. The yellow-robed girl pulled on the reins and increased the distance between them. Her entire body seemed to be enveloped in ice, exuding an unapproachable aura. "You have character, I like it." Not only was Shui Pan not angry, but he instead became even more interested. Just as he was about to catch up to her, Shui Baochai pulled him back with a dark expression. "Why are you stopping me?" Shui Pan was a little dissatisfied. Shui Baochai snorted, "Don't provoke her, or I won't be able to protect you." Shui Pan looked puzzled. "The Yang estate of Tianbui has long since declined. Now that our father is a high official, why should we be afraid of the Yang clan? In short, there are many things that I can't explain to you." Seeing that he was still unwilling, Shui Baochai could only say, "Her martial arts is very high and she's in a bad mood. Have you forgotten that you were beaten up by Lu Xianglian?" Shui Pan's breathing stopped. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he thought of the tragic situation back then. If he was beaten up in front of so many young masters, how would he be able to face others in the future? He could only give up on this idea for now. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity to ask, "Big Sister Bao, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the Yang family on the list to go to Western Xia this time. Why is she here?" Shui Baochai deliberated over her words and said, "She joined us temporarily, and her identity is rather special. No one dares to stop her, and Zai Fu and the others feel that with her accompanying you, she can also protect you, so they acquiesced." Shui Pan shivered. "Is he really that powerful?" Song Qingshu had a pensive look on his face. With the yellow-robed girl's martial arts, she was indeed competent enough to protect these people. But the key point was, didn't she tell me that she was going to go into closed-door training last time? Why did she suddenly want to go to the Western Xia this time? "Baoyu, you are being unreasonable here," Shui Pan suddenly said. "Huh?" Song Qingshu was confused. You're clearly mocking me after seeing me suffer a setback. Shui Pan said unhappily. You're overthinking things. Song Qingshu hadn't expected local bully to be such an actor. Of course I am, Shui Pan said angrily. No, you should go and try to strike up a conversation with him. Only then will I be able to vent my anger. You shouldn't be thinking like that. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little amused. What if I go and strike up a conversation with him? Shui Pan laughed foolishly. That's impossible. Jia Baoyu's body reeked of makeup, so only women would look at him differently. In the eyes of men, he was definitely not as popular as a masculine man like him. Moreover, he had just experienced that handsome young master's cold demeanor. Many people had already suffered at his hands, and his mood was visibly bad. Wouldn't he be asking for a rebuff if he went over now? I'll go and try. Song Qingshu had originally wanted to ask the yellow-robed girl why she was going to the Western Xia. Now, he had found an excuse to go over. The yellow-robed girl lagged behind the group, and there was no one within a 1-meter radius. It was as if there was an invisible domain around her that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Get lost. Noticing that Song Qingshu had gone over, the yellow-robed woman coldly glared at him. Originally, with her self-restraint, she would not have been so rude, but she was in a bad mood, and there was also a large group of crazy bees and butterflies that kept coming to bother her. If it was anyone else, she would just chase them away, but when it came to Jia Baoyu, thinking that all of this was caused by Jia Shidao's rebellion, she looked at the traitor in front of her and naturally couldn't help but feel angry. Shui Pan, who was far away, faintly heard the words "get lost" and almost laughed out loud. He instantly felt much better. Song Qingshu didn't mind. He smiled and asked, "Why are you so angry, little sister? Is there something bothering you?" Little sister? The yellow-robed girl couldn't help but frown when she heard his strange name. You can tell that I'm a woman disguised as a man? She often traveled in Jianghu, so she was very familiar with disguising as a man. In addition, she usually lived in the capital, so none of the people just now saw through her disguise. Song Qingshu said, I've been around women for a long time, so I'm very sensitive to the differences between men and women. You smell different from those stinky men. The yellow-robed girl looked at him and said, Your tone and expression are very similar to a friend of mine. Oh? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said proudly, You must have a good relationship with this friend, right? It seems that I've taken advantage of you. No, you're as annoying as he is, the yellow-robed girl said coldly. Song Qingshu didn't expect this development at all. He couldn't help but ask, Did you go to the Western Xia thousands of miles away because of that friend? It's none of your business. The yellow-robed girl said coldly and rode to the other side. She whispered to herself, I just took it as going out for a walk. Song Qingshu had sharp ears and eyes. When he heard what she said, he roughly guessed what was going on. Most likely, she wanted to avoid him, so she left linen for Xianxia. But fate played tricks on people like this. She just happened to be closer to him. Seeing that Song Qingshu came back, Shui Pan opened his mouth wide and said, You could talk with him for so long. How did you do that? Noticing that many people were looking at them, Song Qingshu didn't want to cause more trouble, so he shrugged and said, I was driven away by him in the end. The people around him were relieved. They hurried all the way to the west. One day, they suddenly came to a town and found it was very lively with lanterns and streamers. A busybody couldn't help but ask a local, What happened here? Why is it so lively? Miss Hua the Red Sleeves house will choose her guests today. Aren't we going to join in the fun? Miss Hua. She's the top courtesan of the Red Sleeves house. Everyone knows that she's an outstanding beauty. Of course, we all want to see her. Hearing the discussion, Shui Pan beamed with joy as he ran over to discuss this matter with Song Qingshu and invited him to join in the fun. Top courtesan? Song Qingshu frowned. He was not interested in these things now. You come from linen. What kind of beauty have you not seen? How beautiful can the top courtesan of this small place be? I won't go. You probably don't understand. Since ancient times, there have been many beauties in the countryside. Even though this place is a bit remote, what if there really is an outstanding beauty? There's no harm in taking a look. Shui Pan's tone was filled with excitement. Not interested. The current Song Qingshu wouldn't be interested in the courtesan of a brothel. Let's go, I've been bored out of my mind. Shui Pan tried to pull him, but how could he move? Shui Pan suddenly said, this isn't like you. In the past, when you heard of such an interesting woman, you would definitely go for her immediately. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He had unintentionally revealed his true emotions and forgot about Jia Baoyu's instinctive reaction in this kind of environment. Fortunately, the other young masters were all rushing towards the bustling area. The officials from the Ministry of Rites couldn't stop them and could only follow helplessly. Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and followed the others. Since it was the courtesan of the House of Red Sleeves, the most bustling place would be the House of Red Sleeves. However, even though there was a sea of people outside, the House of Red Sleeves was expensive and this was a remote town. Thus, ordinary people couldn't afford it and could only watch from the outside. Even though the group of young masters arrived late, they were all of high status and had many guards under them. Soon, they squeezed through the crowd and entered the House of Red Sleeves. Even though there weren't as many people as outside, the House of Red Sleeves was basically full. Of course, this couldn't stop the group of young masters. With money and their subordinates, a few tables were quickly emptied. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, Shui Pan had already sent someone to clear out a table at the front. Baoyu, come and sit with us. He pulled Song Qingshu over and sat down. Shui Baochai frowned and glared at her brother, you're messing around here again. If father finds out, he'll beat you to death. Shui Pan curled his lips, you don't need to use father to pressure me. We've been traveling for so long, what's wrong with coming here to rest? Moreover, those people are coming. It's not good for us to act alone. Shui Baochai stomped her feet angrily when she heard his eloquent words. She had no choice but to turn around and warn Song Qingshu, Baoyu, don't be led astray by him. This place. She opened her mouth but did not know how to explain. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. I won't do anything. Song Qingshu smiled. Since he was already here, he might as well watch the fun. While sipping his tea, he looked around and soon shook his head. This was not a brothel branch set up by He Taizhou. Song Qingshu did not know who the boss behind the scenes was. He had actually built such a magnificent place in this remote town. Was it really not a loss? Suddenly, the tip of his nose smelled a delicate fragrance that was so simple and elegant that it was almost negligible. If it weren't for his outstanding sixth senses, he probably wouldn't have been able to smell it. Subconsciously turning his head to look, he found that the yellow-robed woman was also sitting at this table. She's also interested in Oiran? Song Qingshu was a little amused. There were 4 people sitting at this table, but 2 of them were women dressed as men and 1 was a fake. Perhaps only Shui Pan had the intention of chasing after women. In the House of Red Sleeves, some gorgeously dressed girls came out to perform. However, no one bought it and they all shouted, we're not here to watch this. Oiran, come out. Miss Hua, I've admired you for a long time. Miss Yuyan, come out quickly and let us see your beautiful face. Hearing the continuous howls around him, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. At first, when he heard people calling him Miss Hua, he thought that the devil had entered the village. There was also someone calling for Yu Yan. After a long time, he found out that the name of Oiran was Hua Yuyan and not Yu Yan. At this moment, Shui Pan was also shouting along with everyone. Shui Baochai, who was at the side, couldn't help but move to the side, afraid that others would know about their relationship and feel embarrassed. She turned to look at Song Qingshu and saw that his expression was normal and his eyes were clear. She couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Baochai wasn't like other men. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out from the 2nd floor, instantly attracting the gazes of all the men present. The girl was petite and beautiful. Her jet black hair hung behind her shoulders. She had an exquisite figure and snow-white skin. She smiled sweetly at the crowd, revealing her pearly white teeth. She was extremely enchanting. What left a deep impression was that when she looked around with her beautiful eyes, she had a romantic attitude. She was charming but not vulgar, emitting an incomparable charm. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. How could such a beautiful girl exist in such a remote town? Although she wasn't the unparalleled beauty that people claimed, she was still an outstanding beauty. Soon, waves of regretful sighs sounded in the surroundings. It turned out that Hua Kuei had only taken a glimpse of her before returning to the door curtain. They could only vaguely see the outline of her figure. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. She came out to let everyone inspect the goods first so that these men would be willing to pay for it later. As expected, very soon, a young girl dressed like a servant girl walked out. She smiled sweetly and bowed to everyone, then continued, "Our young miss is only one person and can't split herself into two. If we were to receive everyone, I'm afraid that it would be inconsiderate to all the young masters and masters. Therefore, we can only choose a few to meet. Please forgive us." Song Qingshu curled his lips. It sounded so nice, but it was all just a routine. That's natural. Miss Yuyan's body is delicate, how can she be tainted by vulgar things? This was a typical bootlicker. Just say it. How are we going to choose people? Master, I have plenty of money. As he spoke, he took out a bag of silver and slammed it on the table. The young masters from Lin and secretly curled their lips and said, "Nouveau riche, disgraceful." They were all from aristocratic families, so they naturally looked down on this kind of people. The little servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. Our young miss said that she wants to find a good man to entrust her to, but after all, the contact time is too short to really understand a person. Therefore, we have to set up 2 tests to choose the fated person. Those who pass the 2 tests can come to the room and be personally received by our young miss. Although she said it vaguely, all the people present were experienced and had long been used to these tricks. Naturally, they understood that the young miss's personal reception was the 3rd test. At the level of Hua Kuei, she also had the right to choose guests. At that time, she would definitely choose someone who was pleasing to the eye as the guest behind the curtain. Which 2 tests are it? Tell us quickly. We are so anxious. The little servant girl replied softly, as the saying goes, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Naturally, it is to test your talents. Of course, this is divided into 2 types. One is wealth, and the other is literary talent. Both of these can prove your strength to a certain extent, so that our young miss won't entrust her to the wrong person. Very soon, everyone understood the rules. To pass the first test, they had to pay 500 taels of silver as an admission ticket. Although the Southern Song dynasty was rich, an ordinary family would hesitate to spend 500 taels of silver on a brothel. Moreover, it was only an admission ticket. Therefore, this test directly eliminated half of the people. However, this was naturally not a problem for Song Qingshu and his group. These people were all from rich and noble families. A mere 500 taels of silver was nothing to them. Before Song Qingshu could speak, Xue Pan directly waved his hand and paid the money for him. The Xue family was born as a royal merchant and was in existence that was originally the wealthiest in the world. He even paid the money for the yellow-robed girl in order to curry favor with her. The yellow-robed girl raised her eyebrows as if she was about to explode, but in the end, she did not say anything. Seeing that the other party was unexpectedly not angry, Xue Pan smiled foolishly, feeling that the money he spent was worth it. On the side, Song Qingshu suddenly became very suspicious of Xue Pan's sexual orientation and considered whether or not he should stay away from him. Seeing them flirt with each other, Xue Baochai was extremely angry and simply spent 500 taels of silver to buy an admission ticket. At this time, the little servant girl spoke again. Perhaps it was because she had received a lot of money, but her smile was also a little sweeter than before. Next is the second test. May the young master who has just passed use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as the topic? You can write a poem or a song and let our young miss judge. Hearing this question, the crowd applauded. The Song dynasty was a prosperous literary style. Even if the average person was not very talented, he had a broad vision and could tell that the title of top courtesan was unique. The group of childs from the capital city began to think hard. Although many of them were playboys, they were influenced by what they saw and heard in Linen, a place where scholars gathered. What's more, these people often wandered around the red light district. Many brothels chased after literary talents. They all had experience in similar things. I got it. A playboy stood up excitedly and handed the poem to the servant girl. Soon, the servant girl opened the paper and read, "Go 2 or 3 miles, 4 or 5 houses, 6 or 7 pavilions, and 80 or 90 flowers." Good. Not expecting someone to write it so quickly, the crowd applauded. The playboy cupped his hands and looked at the beautiful figure behind the curtain from time to time, feeling very proud. This bastard. The girl in yellow suddenly cursed. Song Qingshu was stunned and couldn't help saying, "I think the poem is quite good." The girl in yellow snorted and ignored him. Shui Baochai explained to him with a red face, "Baoyu, uncle used to urge you to read more books. This poem was written by our dynasty's poet Xiaoyong. He, Zhou Dinyi, Zhang Zai, Qing Hao, and Qing Yi are known as the 5 scholars of the northern Song dynasty. They are famous Confucian scholars." "Is that so?" Haha. Song Qingshu couldn't help blushing. No wonder the girl in yellow was angry. Xiaoyong was a sage of the Jianshan Academy. But this person used his poem to compete with him in a brothel. It was a disgrace to literature. But judging from the excitement of the crowd, it seemed that only a few people knew the origin of the poem. They were indeed a group of playboys who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. Thinking of being looked down upon by the girl in yellow and Shui Baochai, Song Qingshu felt lucky that he was using the identity of Jia Baoyu. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. At this time, Shui Pan came to Shui Baochai and said, "Good sister, help me write a poem. You know, I can fight, but writing poems is too difficult for me." Previously, when he was in Linen, he had hired a group of idlers to deal with such situations in the brothels. But this time it was impossible for him to bring those gunmen with him to Western Xia. So, when he encountered such a problem, he was dumbfounded. Shui Baochai snorted, "What a scandal. I won't help." Song Qingshu chuckled inwardly. With Shui Baochai's personality, how could her younger sister help her brother chase a prostitute in a brothel? Got it. At this moment, Lu Sherdao threw away the brush in his hand and handed over the finished paper. The maid took it and showed it to Hua Kuei. Then, she read it out loud, "After parting, the 2 worlds are hanging by a thread." He only said it would be March or April. Who knew if it would be 5 or 6 years? The 7-string zither has no heart to play, and the 8-line script cannot be passed down. The 9 chains broke in the middle, and the Tenley pavilion anxiously awaited. 100 thoughts, 1,000 thoughts, helplessness, resentment. All right. There was another round of applause. For a moment, it was hard to tell which one was better, this one or the one just now. But this one had more words, so it was probably better. The key was that it also described the lovesickness between a man and a woman, which seemed to be more appropriate in this situation. Lu Shishing smiled and stood up. "I also have one." Someone had already sent it to the back of the bead curtain. The maid quickly read it out, "Thousands of words can't be finished. Bored to death, I lean on the railing. In the 9th month, I climb high to look at the lone goose. In the autumn of the 8th month, the moon is round, and the man is not round. In the middle of the 7th month, I burn incense and ask the heaven. In the dog days of the 6th month, everyone waves their fans, and my heart is cold. In the 5th month, the pomegranate is as red as fire, but there is a cold rain to water the flowers. In the 4th month, the loquats are not yellow yet, and my heart is confused when I look at the mirror. In the 3rd month, the peach blossoms turn with the water. Drifting, the string of the kite is broken in February. Ah, my husband, I can't wait for you to be a woman and I to be a man in the next life. Well, this one has more words. Child Liu and Lu are really talented. The 2 brothers really have it easy. As long as one comes up with something, the other can compare it with the other one. This time, Song Qingshu didn't dare to rashly applaud. His first reaction was to look at the yellow-robed woman and Shui Baochai. As usual, the yellow-robed woman ignored him. Shui Baochai couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw his impatient expression. This is Zhuo Wenjin's poem of the resentful lover. Although it wasn't written by them, it's quite appropriate to use it to express their love for that top courtesan. Shui Pan couldn't help but curse, "Tui, who do you think you are? How can you be so insincere when visiting a prostitute?" Shui Baochai's smile froze when she heard his vulgar words. The yellow-robed woman also looked at him with disdain. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, felt that his honesty was somewhat adorable. Shui Pan didn't deliberately lower his voice, so the Liu brothers in the distance heard him as well. Their faces darkened as they stood up and cupped their hands towards him. I've heard that young Master Shui is a talented man. I wonder if you can write an essay to broaden our horizons? As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of snickering could be heard. How could they, who were all from Linen, not know local bullies' level? I. Shui Pan couldn't help but blush as he was surrounded by so many people. He could even faintly sense that the top courtesan was staring at him. Shui Baochai frowned and took out a piece of paper. Young Master Shui's essay is ready. She naturally didn't want to help her brother pick up girls, but she also didn't want to embarrass the Shui family. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, she decided to help her brother. The servant girl took the paper and began to recite, "The moon is 8 times round on the 19th day. 6 of the 7 scholars are insane. At the 5th hour, the rooster is drummed 3 times. Shui Baochai couldn't do anything about it. Everyone was well aware of her brother's terrible personality. If he used overly genteel words, everyone would know that he wasn't the one who wrote it. Thus, he chose to use this kind of limerick, which was more in line with his style. Shui Pan immediately swept away his dejection and began to applaud himself. Good. The others secretly despised him, and there was only sparse applause. However, Shui Pan didn't care about it at all. He cupped his hands and bowed to everyone, saying, "You flatter me." Shui Baochai covered her eyes with her hands, feeling so embarrassed. 1 big chiao, 2 small chiao, 3 inches golden lotus, 4 inches waist. 5, 6, 7, make up 80 or 90% delicate. Soon, someone else did it. Although the meaning was a bit vulgar, it was praised by many men in a brothel. At that moment, LV Shisheng suddenly said, "I wonder what young Master Jia has done?" Hearing his words, the group of people all looked at Song Qingshu with complicated expressions. A few months ago, Jia Baoyu was definitely the leader of the group of young masters, and no one dared to offend him. But now that Jia Sherdao was dead and the Jia family was in decline, they naturally had no scruples. Thinking of how they had flattered him in the past, they were all very unhappy, and they were happy to see him make a fool of himself. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't take it to heart. He casually wrote something and handed it over. Not only Shui Baochai, but even the girl in the yellow dress also looked at it curiously. But when they saw what he wrote, the two girls' expressions became very strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 23, 34. The girl in the yellow dress looked even more disdainful, but Shui Baochai felt even more embarrassed than when her brother made a fool of himself. She thought she would really urge Baoyu to study more when she had time. Song Qingshu didn't care. He wasn't interested in being the top courtesan, anyway. Besides, it was Jia Baoyu who was embarrassed, so what did it have to do with Song Qingshu? After the maidservant took the bead curtain, a snicker sounded from inside. It was obvious that Hua Kuei was also amused. Song Qingshu shrugged and took a sip of tea indifferently, waiting to be eliminated. Unexpectedly, a beautiful voice came from inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 80, 90. Thousands, tens of thousands, countless pieces fly into the plum blossom and never disappear. This poem is really unique. Young Master Jia, you are so talented. Song Qingshu almost spat out the tea in his mouth, and Shui Baochai and the girl in the yellow dress looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Shui Baochai couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Baoyu, do you know that Hua Kuei?" The yellow-robed girl pretended not to care, but in fact, she was also secretly listening. Song Qingshu shook his head blankly, "I don't know her." He recalled that he had never seen this Hua Kuei before, whether it was his original identity or the other identities he had disguised. He was very confident in his memory, and he wasn't a scumbag like Duan Jingchen. When he saw Yi Ernyang at the Shaolin Temple Assembly, he wasn't even sure if he had a relationship with her before. Then why did she help you? Shui Baochai's face was full of doubt. One had to know that the poem written by Hua Kuei was nonsense, but it was casually changed by that Hua Kuei and became a good poem. Maybe because she thinks I'm handsome? Song Qingshu shrugged, as if saying that he didn't want to do this either. Shui Pan laughed and hugged his shoulder, saying, "Bao Yu, long time no see. I find that you're becoming more and more shameless. You're almost catching up to me." Shui Baochai rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to these two weirdos. "Is there anything else that young master has written?" The servant girl glanced around and asked. The crowd immediately quieted down. Although the Song dynasty was prosperous, how could there be so many literary experts in a remote town? Even in Linen City, there might not be many scholars who could compose a suitable poem in a short period of time. Just when everyone thought it was over, Shui Baochai stood up. "I happen to have one here." Song Qingshu and Shui Pan, who were sitting at the same table, were both stunned. Shui Pan even whispered, "Are you crazy?" Shui Baochai snorted and said discontentedly, "What? You can go, but I can't. Aren't you messing around? We're men, and you're a woman. How can this be the same?" Shui Pan was really anxious and worried for his sister's reputation. "It's inappropriate for a girl like you to go to such a place." Shui Baochai shook her head. "Anyway, no one knows that I'm a woman. Do you really have to shout and let everyone know?" Hearing her words, Shui Pan didn't dare to say anything else for fear of being overheard. At this time the maidservant took Shui Baochai's paper and read, "Lower the bead curtain, burn the incense, go to the divination, ask the heaven, whose family Nong's daughter will fall into, hate Wang Lang for not speaking the truth. Unable to stop, I will suppress it with my mouth." When it came to writing, their friendship was not bad, but it was hard to say a word of innocence. They were clearly a good pair of Mandarin ducks, but they were cut off by a knife, and the slave who was thrown to the ground was exhausted and tired. If you think about it carefully, both your words and your heart are fake. Song Qingshu glanced at Shui Baochai in surprise. Her poem is so graceful and full of hidden bitterness. Maybe someone can tell that she is a woman disguised as a man. As soon as the song was played, the audience was silent for a moment. Soon, someone raised a question. "This article doesn't seem to have been written according to the requirements, right?" "Yeah, how can there be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9? In the face of the crowd's accusations, Shui Baochai curled her lips and looked as if she didn't care to explain. Song Qingshu thought about it and decided to help her. If he let her explain it herself, it would be too embarrassing. "Ahem, what do you know? This is the integration of numbers into the poem in the form of guessing words. For example, lower the bead curtain, burn the incense, go to the divination, it is 1, ask the heaven, whose family Nong's daughter will fall into, go to the divination, it is 2, and so on." Hearing his explanation, everyone suddenly understood and praised Shui Baochai's brilliant poem. Shui Baochai looked at Song Qingshu with some surprise. She thought that Bao Yu was really smart. It seemed that he just didn't like to read before. The girl in yellow couldn't help but stare at him a few times. Song Qingshu smiled and thought that although he was not familiar with these ancient poems, he had played this kind of guessing game in his later life. Young master is really talented. The maidservant stared at Shui Baochai and praised. Obviously, Shui Baochai's handsomeness made the little girl a little confused. After a long time, she withdrew her gaze and looked at the crowd with a blushing face. "Is there anyone else? Since it's like this, I will also imitate it," the girl in yellow said lightly. Song Qingshu couldn't help but look sideways. He thought that even she was involved. If these two women finally won the top courtesan, how would these women end up in bed? Soon, the maidservant read out the poem written by the girl in yellow. "Come downstairs, the money is divined, ask the heaven, where is the person? Hate the royal grandson, go all the way. Hate the enemy, go all the way. Regret in the past, I made a mistake, there is no friend below. Is there a need to ask? Separate without a knife, from now on do not rely on the enemy, 1,000 kinds of lovesickness are written off." She used a similar technique to Shui Baochai. Just now, the confusion was solved. This time, the people around understood. However, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at the girl in yellow. Why did it feel like she was describing what happened between them? Were they really going to become enemies? The maidservant's eyes lit up. Obviously, the girl in yellow's handsomeness had left a deep impression on her. Young master is really talented. After that, the House of Red Sleeves tabulated the number of people who passed the first 2 rounds and invited them to the second floor. Shui Pan looked around excitedly. In comparison, Song Qingshu was much calmer. Shui Baochai, who was beside him, had a solemn expression. No one knew what she was thinking and she was secretly observing the surroundings. The girl in yellow still had a cold expression, as if nothing could arouse her interest. However, it made sense. With her martial arts, even if there was any danger in this remote town, it wouldn't be able to hurt her. Very quickly, they were led into an elegant room. The room was quite spacious, and even with nearly 10 people sitting inside, it did not feel crowded at all. Very quickly, a slim and beautiful figure slowly walked out from behind the screen. Sorry for making you wait for so long, Yuyan is impolite. Master Hua is too polite. Miss Yuyan is too kind. I didn't think so just now, but now that I've seen you up close, you're truly a stunning beauty. Isn't that obvious? I already thought that Miss Yuyan was devastatingly beautiful. The group was unusually excited. Among them, Shui Pan was the most active. The Lu brothers barely managed to keep their composure. After all, they had seen Huang Rong and Guafu often in Xiangyang and had a certain level of composure. The ones who were the calmest were Song Qingshu, the girl in yellow, and Shui Baochai. The other two were women and naturally wouldn't be blinded by lust. Song Qingshu's current vision and composure were naturally far beyond that of an ordinary person. The girl's beauty didn't cause any ripples in his heart. Instead, he thought to himself, this Hua Kuei seems to know martial arts, and it's not a weak one at that. Interesting. Hua Yuyan took in everyone's reactions and smiled. Lu, serve the tea. Yes. The pretty maidservant at the side began to serve tea to everyone. Shui Pan instinctively replied, we're already here, how can we be in the mood to drink tea? Miss Yuyan, quickly tell us how to compete in the 3rd round. Hua Yuyan smiled and said, young master, don't be anxious. There are too many people before me. I have no choice but to test you. I'm very scared. Now let me play a song for you to express my apology. I hope you can forgive me. Okay, let's enjoy Master Hua's zither skills. Led by Lu Sherdao, the crowd cheered and kept praising each other. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This Hua Kuei really understood people's hearts. Although everyone had gone through the tests in order to see her previously, and no one had said anything, which one of the people present was not a figure that everyone revolved around? Why did they have to take the test so humbly for a girl from a brothel? It would be fine if they could win the beauty in the end. But if they returned without any achievement, they would explode when they remembered how they were played by a girl from a brothel. Now that she offered to play and perform for these people, it could be considered as giving them some benefits. This way, even if they were rejected, they would be more open about it. Soon, Hua Yuyan plucked the strings with her 10 fingers and a sound of nature slowly sounded in the room. At first, the sound was light, like the gurgling of a spring on a mountain. But gradually, it became dense like the drizzle in early spring. Listening carefully, the sound of the zither seemed to have a strange magic power. The music seemed to be hovering above one's head and whispering in one's ear, making one intoxicated. Blowing away the smoke into the night wind. A bright moon hangs on the curtain. Because the road is far, the person is far. Even if our hearts sleep together, we are not together. Love is tender and deep. Blue clouds return without a trace. Only like in the previous life, love separates the mandarin ducks. Hua Yuyan's red lips moved slightly, as if she was sighing and narrating. Her sweet voice was gentle and mellow, making everyone in the room intoxicated. This was Lu Yong's poem, Partridge Sky, blowing away the smoke into the night wind. Lu Yong was also an extraordinary person. Because he accidentally offended the emperor of the Zhen sect, he was never hired. He had no choice but to wander around the brothel. Because his poem was so good, he was welcomed by the brothel girls everywhere he went. It was said that when he died in his old age, no one buried him because his family was poor. It was a group of brothel girls who pooled money to take care of his funeral. On that day, countless girls shed tears. Hua Yuyan was singing his lyrics at this time. It was really sad and moving, adding some extra charm. On the side, Shui Baochai frowned slightly. She was a famous talented woman, and she was proficient in the four arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In her opinion, the other party's zither skills were not high enough to be looked up to, but for some reason, the music played by the other party seemed to have a special magic that tugged at the heartstrings of people. The yellow-robed woman also looked at her thoughtfully. It was clear that she was also thinking about this problem. Song Qingshu was probably the only one who knew the truth, because he could sense that the other party had mixed in her playing the zither. This was an extremely brilliant sound wave technique. Although it did not have much lethality, in this kind of enchanting atmosphere, it was the easiest to stir up a man's emotions. As for the others, they were completely immersed in it. They were just short of looking like pigs. At the end of the song, Shui Pan was the first to jump out and applaud. "It's too good, awesome." Everyone frowned, thinking that local bully really was local bully. He was so uncultured that he only knew how to say awesome. Shui Baochai looked like she did not know him at all. Hua Yuyan did not look down on him. Instead, she replied softly, "Thank you for your praise, young master." Hearing her response, Shui Pan was so happy that he danced with joy. Lu Sherdao looked at him disdainfully and put away his fan, saying, "This song should only be heard in the heavens. How many times can it be heard in the mortal world? Master Hua has really opened my eyes today. I've never heard such moving zither music." "Young Master Lu, you're wrong. Is Miss Hua's singing not moving other than the sound of the zither? In my opinion, Miss Hua's singing is even more outstanding." Yes. I can't understand the description lingering for 3 days, not knowing the taste of meat for 3 months. Today, I finally understand the feelings of the ancients. A group of people tried to flatter Hua Yuyan in various ways, making her tremble with laughter. Shui Pan also realized how clumsy his performance was. Seeing how eloquent those people were, he could not help but give up. "Bah, what are you trying to show off for?" But Miss Yuyan really did play well. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He had listened to all kinds of popular and classical music in his later life, and all kinds of musical instruments and post-processing software. To him, the sound of the ancient zither was too bland. Hua Yuyan was clearly not looking at him, but she seemed to have noticed his expression. She could not help but say, "Young Master Jia, you're smiling. Is it because my zither skills are unbearable?" When they were outside, everyone had already announced their names. She must have an amazing memory to remember everyone's name in such a short time. I wouldn't dare. Song Qingshu cupped his hands casually. Hua Yuyan was waiting for him to continue, but he did not say anything. Her smile could not help but freeze on her face. At this moment, someone mocked, "Don't make blind comments if you don't know anything. Are you trying to attract attention with this kind of claptrap, Master Hua? Your methods are too clumsy." Song Qingshu thought to himself, "Who did I offend? I didn't even say anything, but I'm being targeted." Thinking of this, he could not help but look at that Hua Kuei. He found that she was looking at him with a faint smile. It was obvious that she was trying to draw the attention to him. "Don't say that. Young Master Jiao was born in a scholarly family. He is naturally proficient in the 4 arts," Lu Sherdao stood up and said with a smile. Shui Pan wanted to show his face in front of the Hua Kuei. When he heard this, he looked like he was basking in the light. "Of course. My brother is the most famous scholar in the capital." "Scholar?" The people from the capital all had strange expressions on their faces. If Jia Baoyu was considered a scholar, then wouldn't they all be the top scholars? Shui Baochai could not help but curse. Why is big brother so? She knew Jia Baoyu very well. How could she not know how good Jia Baoyu was? It was already not bad that he could play the zither. How could he compare to the Hua Kuei who relied on it to make a living? The other party was clearly trying to push him to a higher level so that he would fall even more miserably. However, her brother was still foolishly moving forward. She really did not know what to say. She did not want to embarrass Jia Baoyu, nor did she want the Shui family to be a joke. Shui Baochai coughed slightly and said, "I know that young Master Jia is good at the zither. There is no need for him to fight such a small scene. I have been defeated by young Master Jia, so let me fight for him." Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He did not expect that she would care so much about Jia Baoyu's reputation. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship before. Lu Shidao and the others did not expect this either. They did not know who Shui Baochai was. They only knew that she was from the mysterious Imperial City Department and was responsible for their safety. Seeing her come out to protect Jia Baoyu, the group of young masters did not know what to do. What is going on? Why would the Imperial Court protect Jia Baoyu? Lu Shidao and Lu Shixing looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's mind. The others did not know, but they knew how Jia Shidao died. At this moment, Hua Kuei smiled and said, "Since young Master Shui said that, I want to see young Master Jia's zither skills even more." Seeing that Shui Baochai was about to say something, she said first, "Today, I have invited all of you here for two reasons. One is to make friends through literature, and the other is to choose a good man to spend the rest of my life with. Now young Master Shui is fighting for young Master Jia. If young Master Shui wins the battle on behalf of young Master Jia, will it be young Master Shui's or young Master Jia's? I am a woman from a brothel, so of course I am cheap. But if I make the two young masters fall out with each other, it will not be beautiful. Come. Miao Shiwu." Shui Baochai thought that it would be awkward if she was chosen by this courtesan. But if she didn't help, would she let Baoyu and her brother lose face? Just as she was hesitating, the others began to echo Hua Yuyan. After all, what she said was reasonable and everyone wanted to see Jia Baoyu make a fool of himself, so they began to shout. Song Qingshu gently patted Shui Baochai's hand, indicating that he would handle the situation. Shui Baochai blushed. She thought that Baoyu was used to fooling around with the servant girls and always lacked the guard between men and women. How could she touch my hand so casually? But now that she was dressed as a man and had skin-to-skin contact with him, she didn't have to worry about being seen by others. Song Qingshu cleared his throat and slowly said, "As the saying goes, skills should not be taught easily. I am not a performer, so why should I perform in front of everyone?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room was instantly filled with boos. "Pfft, you don't know how? If you really know, why don't you show a few moves? Yes, let everyone broaden their horizons. Playing the zither has always been an elegant thing. Brother Jia does not have to mind." These people were all talking at once, but Song Qingshu was indifferent. He only looked at the courtesan and said, "I can play, but there must be some stakes." "What stakes?" Hua Yuyan asked with a smile. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "If you think my playing is pleasing to the ears, how about choosing me as your guest tonight?" He wanted to see what this woman was planning, so he decided to end this farce as soon as possible. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Shui Baochai glared at him hatefully, the yellow-robed woman's eyes were full of disdain, and the others all spoke up to stop him. "Young master, you are making things difficult for me." Hua Yuyan had an awkward expression. "There are so many young masters here. How can I favor one and discriminate against another? I also know how to play the zither. It is not so easy to win a beauty just by playing one song. Brother Jia's request is too rash. How can a fairy like Master Hua be used as a stake?" Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Hua Yuyan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She gestured for everyone to calm down and then said, "Young Master Jia, it is indeed inconvenient for me to be the wager today, but it is indeed not suitable for you to return empty-handed. How about this? If you are good at the zither, I will give you this painting." The servant girl at the side had already taken out a painting scroll and spread it out in front of everyone. The painting was filled with a myriad of mountains and valleys, rivers crisscrossing each other, and a vast expanse of mist. It was an extremely majestic and magnificent sight. In the mountains, there were rocks and springs, tile-roofed houses, and thatched cottages, pine trees and tall bamboos, green willows and red flowers. Mountains and streams, rivers and lakes, fishing villages, wild fairies, waterside pavilions, and long bridges were all there, and it was a feast for the eyes. The Thousand-Li River and Mountains painting. Shui Baochai stood up in excitement. Song Qingshu was also a bit surprised. He did not expect to come across a masterpiece here. The painter of this painting was not famous. His name was Wang Ximing, and not many people in later generations had heard of his name. However, this painting was extremely famous. It was publicly recognized as one of the 10 most famous paintings in China. This painting was painted by Wang Ximing when he was 18 years old. Not long after, Wang Ximing died. This painting became a masterpiece, and Emperor Huizong bestowed this painting to Kai Jing. During the Jingkong disaster, Bianjing was invaded by the Jin, and the painting went missing. No one expected it to fall into the hands of a courtesan. People of this era really put in a lot of effort to woo girls. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. He did not need to ask to guess how a prostitute like her had obtained this painting. Everyone present was full of praise, but their expressions were relatively calm. It was as if they were just admiring a rare painting, and not a masterpiece that had been passed down through the ages. Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly reacted. This painting had not been made for a long time, and it was painted by an unknown painter of this era. It was the same no matter what era it was. They did not expect that this painting would become one of the 10 most famous paintings after 1,000 years, so they were not as shocked as he was when they saw it. Do you like this painting? Song Qingshu noticed the excited Xue Baochai next to him. Yes. Xue Baochai nodded instinctively. I have seen a copy of this painting once. I have admired Wang Ximing, who died young, for a long time. It has always been a pity that I did not see the original painting. Since you like it, I will win it and give it to you. Song Qingshu was originally interested in this painting, and attacking Xue Baochai and dividing the aristocratic families was one of his plans. Xue Baochai was shocked and said hurriedly, Baoyu, don't be ridiculous. Although she had not seen Jia Baoyu too many times since she grew up, she was still very clear about her capabilities. I know what I am doing. After saying that, Song Qingshu stood up and said to Hua Yuyan, I happen to like this painting very much. I will let you broaden your horizons. The group of people secretly curled their lips. Hua Yuyan could not help but say, let me say this first. If young master's zither skills cannot convince everyone, then I will not give this to young master. Of course. Song Qingshu said lightly. Xue Baochai frowned. Even if she went on stage, it would not be easy to convince everyone. After all, he could deliberately lie and refuse to admit it. She could not do anything about it. The yellow-robed woman was also looking at him with interest. She did not know where his confidence came from. Was he an arrogant person or did he really have the ability? Song Qingshu sat cross-legged in front of the zither. Seeing his solemn expression, the group of people could not help but quiet down. Originally, he did not know anything about music at all. After coming to this world, Dongfang Muxue took him in. Later, he was taught by zither masters like Zhao Min and Reninging for a long time. He also had Shen Bijuan, a lady who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as his training partner. Although his zither skills could not be said to be the top master, it was not a big problem for him to beat a top courtesan in a remote town. However, when it came to zither skills, everyone's judgment was very subjective. It was not so easy to convince everyone. The reason why he was confident was that he was inspired by what the top courtesan had done just now. Infusing the sound of the zither with his internal strength, Hua Yuyan had done that just now without anyone noticing. His martial arts skills were far better than hers, so it was easier for him to do it silently. Unless there was a great master of the same level present, no one would notice what he had done. Having made up his mind, Song Qingshu's hands immediately turned into afterimages, and an extremely passionate and demonic melody rang out. The expressions of everyone present immediately changed, and their bodies began to tremble, as if they were unable to restrain the excitement in their bodies and were about to dance with the music. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. With the divine square dance song, the hottest ethnic style, coupled with his own internal strength, they could not dance even if they wanted to. Originally, it was difficult to use the zither to compose some of the tunes of the hottest ethnic style, but with the help of internal strength, it did not have much of an impact. The group of young masters all turned red from holding back. Decadent music, decadent music. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. Even so, they could not resist the instinctive reaction of their bodies. One by one, they began to shake along with the music. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. You say no, but your body is quite honest. The three sounds of the zither, scattered sound, overtoned sound, and pressed sound, were all very quiet. The scattered sound was deep and distant, making people think of the ancient times. The overtoned sound was like the sound of nature, with a sense of coldness and immortality. The pressed sound was very rich, with lingering rhyme under the fingers, subtle and long, sometimes like the human language, sometimes like the mood of the human heart, ethereal and changeable. In a word, the biggest feature of the zither was silence. First, the sound of the zither was quiet and distant. Second, the environment of playing the zither was quiet, and the heart of the player should be quiet. The ancients praised that magnanimity has no corners, and great tools cannot be made, great sound is silent, and the elephant is invisible. The sound of the zither was low, slow, distant, and ethereal. It allowed one to enter a state of soundless music that surpassed sound by playing and listening to the zither. It allowed one to experience the realm of hope, sound, and extreme silence. Later generations rarely appreciated the charm of the zither. When ordinary people touched the zither for the first time, they would mistakenly think that all the zither songs sounded the same. Because the melody and rhythm of the zither were complex and special, it was difficult for the brain to remember. Therefore, people often needed to learn to play the zither before they could gradually master the rhythm of the zither. This was the principle of playing 1,000 songs before understanding the sound. The hottest ethnic style was the opposite. The reason why these catchy divine songs were brainwashing was that their melody was simple and the rhythm was obvious, and it was easy to remember. The popularity of the later generations all over the world was proof. Then, with the help of Song Qingshu's powerful internal force, people in this era could not control their body's instinctive reaction, although it was difficult for them to accept this style of music. However, these people were all self-respecting people, and no one wanted to make a fool of themselves by dancing in public, so they tried their best to be patient. But the more they endured, the more sensitive their bodies became. Listening to the music, they felt as if an electric current was pouring into their heads, making them numb and tremble. After the song ended, Song Qingshu returned to his seat and leisurely enjoyed his tea. He was not a fool, and he would not play such a song in some solemn and formal occasions. But in this house of red sleeves, who was a real gentleman? How could they appreciate the essence of the zither? This kind of song was more down to earth and could touch their hearts. After a long while, the others slowly came back to their senses. The yellow-robed woman was the strongest and had the best concentration. She was also the first to recover. She looked at Song Qingshu and her expression instantly changed. She couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, "How did you do it?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "I told you my zither skills were superb, but none of you believed me." Shui Baochai had also recovered from the shock. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but say, "You really weren't good at playing before." During this period of contact, Song Qingshu already knew that she did not spend much time with Jia Baoyu over the past few years. Therefore, he directly replied, "A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Sister Bao should understand this principle. Look at how proud you are." Shui Baochai pursed her lips into a smile. "But your style, it's still not elegant enough." "Yes, this is what the ancients call decadent music. It's simply unbearable to look at." At this time, the others gradually came back to their senses. A young master couldn't help but agree. Shui Pan and Song Qingshu were naturally on the same side. Seeing this, he immediately retorted, "Tui, you were the one who played the most happily just now. Doesn't that mean you like this kind of music?" I. Master Hua, I'm not." That person's face instantly turned red and he hurriedly explained to Hua Kuei. At this time, Hua Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. "I think this tune is quite interesting. Although it goes against the ancient method, it's original and goes straight to the heart." That feeling just now was too wonderful. This group of people had already felt somewhat ashamed of their reactions just now. Now that they heard the main character say this, they all sighed in relief. They no longer braced themselves to find fault and all agreed. Hua Yuyan took the painting and walked to Song Qingshu's side. "Yuyan will keep my promise and give this painting to you, young master." Her smile quickly froze because the other party nodded and took the painting. He casually passed it to Shui Baochai. "It's for you." Shui Baochai was pleasantly surprised and nervous. "For me? Didn't I say that I came out to play the zither for you?" Song Qingshu looked at her and replied. Shui Baochai's little face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at anyone else. She replied in a small voice, "Thank you." At the side, Shui Pan felt a little upset. He thought to himself, Bao Yu is really a bastard. I treat him like a brother, but he's flirting with my sister? But this is also good. He doesn't want to fight with me for Master Hua. Sister, you can sacrifice a little and stall him for a while. If Shui Baochai knew what he was thinking, she would probably grab the teapot beside her and smash it on his head. Hua Yuyan was also a little angry at being ignored, but it wasn't convenient for her to lose her temper. She directly returned to her seat. Young Master Jia can see that everyone here is skilled in both the pen and the sword. This makes things difficult for Yuyan. What is troubling Master Hua? Tell us so that we can discuss it. Perhaps we can help you. The group of people all became spirited. Hua Yuyan covered her mouth and laughed. I'm just vexed. All the young masters are talented, but I'm alone. I can't split myself into two. But no matter who I choose, I'll hurt the reputation of the others. It's really difficult. Everyone knew that the truth had come. They all smiled and said, Master Hua, you worry too much. Just choose. We are not petty people. Song Qingshu curled his lips. He thought to himself, these people are only pretending to be generous now to leave a good impression. When they find out that they have not been chosen, their expressions will probably not be so good. Only then did Hua Yuyan say, after thinking about it, I finally decided to leave the choice to Heaven's will. Heaven's will? The group of people were confused. Hua Yuyan didn't explain. Soon, a maid brought out a stack of petals. She then said, I just ordered people to pick these petals. All the young masters can count how many petals there are before they fall to the ground. In the end, the young master closest to the correct number wins. Shui Baochai said in a low voice, this Hua Kuei is really scheming. Who can count so many petals in such a short time? Everyone can only guess. Everyone has the same chance. Everything will be decided by Heaven's will. This way, no one can blame her. Song Qingshu smiled. In a place like this, who isn't a smooth and slick person? Shui Baochai couldn't help but look at him. It seems that you come to this kind of place often. Song Qingshu's smile froze. He wisely didn't respond to her. Since everyone has no objections, I will begin. Hua Yuyan smiled slightly. She held the plate and began to dance, causing a group of men to cheer loudly. Shui Baochai curled her lips and snorted in a very low voice. It's just scattering petals. You still need to dance. So pretentious. The yellow-robed woman on the side nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu laughed inwardly. It seemed that women just didn't like women. Hua Yuyan danced for a while. Suddenly, she pointed her wrist. Like a goddess scattering petals, a sky full of petals flew out from the plate. The group of people hurriedly opened their eyes wide to count. However, after counting a few petals, they became dizzy. How could they count all of them? Shui Pan was so anxious that he couldn't help but ask his sister. Shui Baochai shook her head slightly. She couldn't count either. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. With his cultivation, he could use his qi to sense. He didn't need to use his eyes to see. Soon, he confirmed the accurate number, 1024 petals. Soon, everyone handed in their guesses. After Hua Yuyan checked, she said with a smile, it seems that young Master Shui's luck is the best. His answer is the closest to the actual number of petals. Song Qingshu frowned. How was this possible? With his cultivation, there was no way he could have made a mistake. He was certain that there were 1024 petals. Shui Baochai looked at her brother in disbelief. You actually got it right? How many petals did you write? Of course, your brother is blessed by the heavens. He has the blessings of the gods. Shui Pan was extremely pleased with himself. I was just casually writing and I think I wrote around 800. I didn't think I would actually get it right. Shui Baochai couldn't help but spit, stop blaspheming the gods. Song Qingshu's heart was as clear as a mirror when he heard their conversation. He had initially suspected that he had been careless and missed out a few petals. However, Shui Pan's answer was only around 800. It was impossible for there to be such a huge difference. However, Hua Kuei had said that it was the correct answer. Song Qingshu quickly understood that Hua Kuei was manipulating things from behind the scenes. In fact, he only had the right to come here because Hua Kuei had tampered with the poem. He had originally thought that Hua Kuei was here for Jia Baoyu, but it seemed that he was really here for Shui Pan. What was going on? Song Qingshu was even more puzzled. The other young masters didn't think too much about it. When they saw that Hua Kuei had chosen Shui Pan, they all looked as if they had lost their parents and tried to persuade her to reconsider. Some of them even mentioned his nickname, local bully. How could Shui Pan endure this kind of humiliation? He immediately jumped up and began to fight with that person. The rest of the people were originally unhappy that Shui Pan had the beauty in his arms. They all pretended to stop the fight, but in reality, they were holding on to Shui Pan's arms and legs. They made it so that he couldn't fight freely and could only take a beating from the beginning to the end. Shui Baochai naturally wanted to go over and help, but as a woman, she was somewhat resistant to physical contact with men. Furthermore, these were all young masters of the capital with extraordinary backgrounds. She didn't dare to be too heavy-handed in order to avoid making enemies for the Shui family. The yellow-clothed girl had her arms crossed in front of her chest, looking as if she was watching a show. Shui Baochai could only helplessly ask for help from Song Qingshu. Baoyu, come and help. Song Qingshu couldn't just stand by and watch, especially since Shui Pan had treated him pretty well along the way. He couldn't just watch him suffer. However, he was not interested in fighting with this group of rich playboys. He directly grabbed a teapot and threw it at the crowd. Bang, the teapot smashed onto the head of the person who was fighting with Shui Pan, and the tea splashed onto everyone else. Those people hurriedly let go of Shui Pan and hurriedly tidied up their clothes. Lu Sherdao shouted, Jia Baoyu, are you crazy? Hearing him call his name directly, Song Qingshu thought that the Liu family was really going to break off relations with the Jia family. He said, I'd like to ask you why you're so crazy. We're all from the capital city and we see each other all the time. Moreover, we have important tasks on our journey to the west. But now you're fighting over a girl from a brothel? Where would the face of the imperial court be? If today's matter were to spread to Linen, what do you think the consequences would be? Everyone was dumbfounded by his rebuke. Someone suddenly thought, Jia, you're usually a playboy. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf with such righteous words? When they were about to refute, Shui Baochai had already pulled out the long sword from her waist. She said coldly, the imperial court assigned me to be responsible for your safety. If anyone makes trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the shining long sword, these people realized that they were from the mysterious and cold-blooded Imperial City Department. They gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Hua Yuyan hurried to ease the atmosphere. She said, it's all my fault. I've made you fall out with each other. How about this, all of your expenses will be free today. My sisters will accompany you well. Hearing this, the faces of those childs became better. They all apologized to her and expressed their gratitude. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Before these people came up, each of them had paid 500 taels of silver. How much could the rest of the wine cost? As for those girls accompanying them for free, these young masters were very prideful. How could they really let them do it for free? Who knew how many things they would be rewarded with as tips? Shui Baochai hurriedly said, don't arrange girls for me. I don't need them. Oh? Hua Yuyan glanced at her with a faint smile. The other childs also looked at her strangely. Shui Baochai hurriedly explained, I'm responsible for everyone's safety. I can't be distracted. Only then did the others feel relieved, and they all thanked her one after another. The yellow-robed girl also said coldly, I don't need them either. Hearing this, the childs whispered to each other. This gigolo doesn't like women. Could he be a rabbit? But he didn't respond when we went to talk to him. It's because he doesn't like you guys. He probably likes that Jia Baoyu. You don't say, that guy is really beautiful. He's really born with a good appearance. That makes sense. He doesn't talk to anyone except Jia Baoyu. Song Qingshu almost laughed out loud. With the ability of the yellow-robed girl, she could naturally hear these whispers. Her face was so cold that it was almost frozen. He couldn't help but add fuel to the fire, I don't need girls to accompany me. Just arrange a room for me with them, so that the House of Red Sleeves won't have to spend money. As he said this, he pointed at the yellow-robed girl and Xue Baochai. The other childs looked at each other, as if they had expected this. Get out. The yellow-robed girl was also very straightforward. She answered him with one word and rushed out of the door. Xue Baochai glared at him with a red face. Baoyu, don't mess around. In the end, his wish was not fulfilled. Xue Baochai and he each had a room. As for the yellow-robed girl, she was nowhere to be seen. No one knew whether she had returned to the inn or gone somewhere else. The other childs all went back to their rooms with young and beautiful girls in their arms. Xue Pan was the happiest one. He followed Hua Yuyan back to her room, drooling all the way. Song Qingshu found an opportunity to say to Xue Baochai, I think you'd better go and see your brother in case something happens. Xue Baochai was shocked and couldn't help but ask, you also think there's something wrong with the courtesan queen? She knew her brother's character well. There were so many handsome girls, but he chose the most useless one. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with him. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes, you can see it, but you still let your brother be alone with her? Xue Baochai immediately showed a bashful expression, what if we are just thinking too much? What if they do illicit things in the room? It would be inappropriate if I go and see them. Sister Bao, you're from the Imperial City Department. Haven't you seen this kind of thing before? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. Xue Baochai blushed, no, you have to go with me. Song Qingshu immediately shook his head, I don't know martial arts. I'm clumsy. I'll be easily discovered if I go there. Xue Baochai grabbed his hand, I'll take you there. Feeling the girl's soft and tender hands, Song Qingshu suddenly felt that he was a bit unkind. After all, Xue Baochai thought he was Jia Baoyu. If they weren't childhood sweethearts and she was worried about her brother's safety, she definitely wouldn't have done such a thing. Why are you acting like a weird uncle? Song Qingshu started to despise himself as she pulled him away. He had encountered many similar situations in the past when he impersonated someone else. Why did he become so pretentious now? Could it be that after being a whore for so long, he wanted to set up a chastity? As Song Qingshu complained about himself, he had already been pulled to Hua Yuyan's room. Because she and Xue Pan had lingered outside for a while, the two of them had arrived first. After all, Xue Baochai came from the Imperial City Guards and had excellent professional skills. With Song Qingshu accompanying her, she quickly regained her professionalism and took off her hairpin to open the window, leading Song Qingshu inside. Are we really going in? What if they do something inappropriate inside and we just watch from the side? Song Qingshu said with schadenfreude. Xue Baochai rolled her eyes at him. I can't let my brother take the risk. If we're too far away, I'm worried that I won't be able to protect him in time. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. This girl was quite meticulous. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. Xue Baochai grabbed Song Qingshu and hid behind the screen. What if they come here later? The two of them were squeezed together in the narrow space. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that today's weather was not bad. What if they come here later? The two of them were squeezed together in the narrow space. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that today's weather was not bad. They won't. Xue Baochai's breath smelled like orchids. This is usually a place to change clothes. With their current situation, they won't come here. As expected, they first heard the two of them enter the room, followed by Hua Yuyan's mocking voice. Young master, don't be impatient. Xue Pan chuckled. How can young master not be impatient when the young lady is so alluring? I'm coming. Thump, he didn't even need to look to know that Hua Yuyan had most likely dodged, causing Xue Pan to bump into a table or chair. Song Qingshu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of local bully, Xue Baochai was also rubbing her forehead in embarrassment. She was just as embarrassed. Did you fall, young master? No, haha, how could I fall? Listening to the two of them chatting awkwardly, Song Qingshu was bored to death. Even if there was something wrong with this top courtesan, it would not pique his interest. After experiencing all kinds of storms, it was really difficult for him to take this matter to heart. In his boredom, he began to admire Xue Baochai's side profile. Her skin was smooth and fair, and her contours were extremely soft. She was indeed an outstanding beauty. Shui Baochai happened to meet his gaze when she turned around. She couldn't help but blush and said lightly, "Why are you looking at me?" "Because you're good-looking." Song Qingshu complimented naturally. "Baoyu, you're getting more and more glib." Although Shui Baochai was reprimanding him, there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "I'm sure that's how you usually praise little sister Lin." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Little sister Lin has her own beauty, and so does big sister Baoyu. Plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, each has its own advantages. Don't be serious." Seeing that the two of them were alone, he didn't want to say anything bad about little sister Lin. He felt both sad and gratified. If he was alone with Lin Dayu, he probably wouldn't say anything bad about me. "Little girl, stop messing with me. I really can't wait any longer," Shui Pan said as he began to take off his clothes. His eyes were filled with perverted lust. Seeing that she couldn't get any more information out of him, Hua Yuyan immediately stopped smiling. Coincidentally, he pounced on her and she couldn't help but snort coldly. "You're courting death." With a casual palm strike, Shui Pan screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Big brother." Although Shui Baochai had been paying attention to the situation, she turned her head away in embarrassment when she saw her brother's ugly expression. She didn't expect Hua Yuyan to turn hostile at this moment. Seeing Shui Pan lying lifeless on the ground, Shui Baochai was both shocked and angry. She drew her sword and attacked mercilessly. Hua Yuyan was also shocked. She hadn't expected there to be someone else in the room. Caught off guard, she was at a disadvantage. Song Qingshu didn't go out. Shui Pan was only knocked unconscious, but his life wasn't in danger. Shui Baochai's swordsmanship must have been taught by Shui Yi. Her moves were exquisite and profound, forcing her opponent to retreat. On the other hand, Hua Yuyan's martial arts seemed to be very different from those of the Central Plains. At the same time, it wasn't the style of the Western region. He had fought with the Persian three emissaries, Taj Kis, and Yan Liandan, so he knew a thing or two about the characteristics of the Western region's martial arts. Just as he was thinking, the situation suddenly changed. Hua Yuyan had taken advantage of the time when she was near the head of the bed to take out two specially shaped sabers, one long and one short. She switched from defense to offense. The room was instantly filled with dazzling saber light. The situation began to reverse. Woku? People in this world might not have seen that kind of saber, but how could Song Qingshu, who came from the future, not have seen it? He suddenly became spirited. After coming to this world, heroes rose together. He had traveled to many countries, but he hadn't had much contact with Japan. He didn't know what era Japan was in. Was it the Warring States period? Because this was a chaotic world, he wasn't sure if the Japan of this world would be the same as the Japan of the Jin and Song dynasties. "Baoyu, go out and inform the others." At this moment, Shui Baochai's voice came. Obviously, she was in danger because of her opponent's strange saber skills. She had to inform him to run first. "There's someone else." Hua Yuyan's pupil shrank. She directly stabbed her saber behind the screen. "Watch out." Shui Baochai was shocked and hurriedly attacked behind her, trying to besiege Wei to save Zhao Zhao. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. It was obvious that Hua Yuyan deliberately exposed a flaw to lure her alone. According to a normal fight, although Shui Baochai was at a disadvantage, her opponent wouldn't win so quickly. It was hard to guarantee that the movement wouldn't alarm others. As expected, Hua Yuyan suddenly retreated and directly went into Shui Baochai's arms. The short saber in her hand directly stabbed Shui Baochai's heart. Shui Baochai's beautiful face turned pale. At the critical moment, she blocked with the hilt of her sword, but her whole body was wide open. Hua Yuyan's wrist moved quickly and instantly sealed all the vital acupoints on Shui Baochai's body. At this time, Song Qingshu quietly withdrew his hand because he saw that Shui Baochai's life was not in danger for the time being. "It turns out that you are a woman. I was wondering why you were so beautiful." Hua Yuyan reached out and touched Shui Baochai's chest, smiling extremely proudly. "Shameless, despicable, nasty." Shui Baochai's sensitive part had never been touched by others. Her pink face turned red with anger. Thank you for your compliment. Hua Yuyan giggled. How can a place like the House of Red Sleeves have a well-educated and reasonable lady? Who the hell are you? If Shui Baochai really believed that she was a courtesan from a brothel, it would be ridiculous. I am the Wind Maiden of the Shuiyue sect. Hua Yuyan declared proudly. Her tone was full of reverence when she mentioned the Shuiyue sect. It was obvious that she was very proud of her identity. Shuiyue sect? Shui Baochai's eyes flashed with confusion. You're from Dongying? If it were anyone else from the southern Song dynasty, they probably wouldn't have heard of the Shuiyue sect. However, she was part of the Imperial City Department and was in charge of intelligence in the southern Song dynasty. Naturally, she had heard of the top masters around Temujin. Why are people of the Shuiyue sect here? A voice suddenly came from behind her. The Wind Maiden turned around. When she saw that it was Jiao Baoyu, she let out a sigh of relief. She also felt a little strange. She had clearly seen him here, but why did she keep forgetting that there was someone else here? Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was in a very bad mood. This was not the first time he had heard of the Shuiyue sect. Last time in Xiangyang, Huang Rong had been kidnapped by his subordinate, Guard Lin, and he had even drugged her with that despicable thing. To a certain extent, he had to thank him for drugging her, but that was not the main point. The main point was that Guard Lin had been too despicable. Now that the Wind Maiden had also come to play these kinds of tricks, were all the disciples of the Shuiyue sect like this? Seeing that it was Jiao Baoyu, the Wind Maiden was relieved. According to the intelligence she had received, he did not know any martial arts. Furthermore, when they had been in close contact, she had not sensed any internal energy fluctuations from him. Our master has invited all of you to the north as guests, so he has sent me to welcome you. The Wind Maiden replied with a smile. Now that the situation had been decided, she did not mind enjoying the leisure of a victor. Song Qingshu frowned, then understood. So it was Su Liawu who lacked confidence and sent his subordinates to get rid of the other competitors first. The Wind Maiden had a look of fear on her face. Of course not, she said hurriedly. The prince is a genius, wise and mighty. How could you good-for-nothings be a match for him? Song Qingshu could not help but wonder at her attitude. From your tone, it seems that you are quite afraid of him? The Wind Lady's expression changed, and she said solemnly, the prince is invincible, and we, as his subordinates, are sincerely convinced. Naturally, our tone will be more respectful. Song Qingshu nodded, I understand. Su Liwu's pride wouldn't stoop so low as to do such a thing. The Water Moon Great Sect must have made the decision on their own and sent you to deal with the other candidates, doing Su Liwu a favor. The Wind Maiden was infuriated by the fact that he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Why do you have so many questions? You have to understand your situation. You're my prisoner. Shui Baochai couldn't help but look at him worriedly, afraid that he would anger the Wind Maiden. Song Qingshu smiled. Just now, you clearly said that you would invite us as guests. Have you revealed your true colors now? You talk too much. The Wind Lady's expression was dark as she approached Seiji with a knife. It's better to tie him up. Song Qingshu shook his head. I'm so calm. Don't you wonder where my confidence comes from? Where? The Wind Maiden tightened her grip on the knife in her hand. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Song Qingshu suddenly let out a long sigh. If you don't come out, I'm going to be killed by this angry woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the window of the room was suddenly smashed open. A figure rushed in, but what was even faster than the figure was the flash of a sword. A sword that glowed with a cold light. The sword danced, and with a whoosh, 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 it stabbed out 3 times in an instant. These 3 stabs were not only fast and hurried, but all of them were aimed at the Wind Maiden's vitals. His swordsmanship might not be at the peak, but there were very few people in the martial world who could compare to him in terms of viciousness and cruelty. His eyes also flashed with a cruel, beast-like green light. It was as if his greatest hobby in life was to kill, and his only purpose in life was to kill. The way he swung his sword was also very strange. Everything above his elbow didn't seem to move, and he only used the strength of his wrist to stab out. He was never willing to expend any energy when it wasn't necessary. The Wind Maiden cried out in surprise. She held a long and a short sword in her hands and protected herself impenetrably. Song Qingshu secretly nodded as he watched. The Water Moon sect was indeed the #1 expert in Japan. Even their disciples' swordsmanship was so impressive. However, she had lost the initiative, and the Central Plains Red sword was too fast and too ruthless. She dodged 7 consecutive strikes, but she couldn't dodge the 8th. Blood blossomed on her chest, and the Wind Maiden screamed in pain. She raised her wrist, and several cold sparks shot towards Song Qingshu. The Central Plains Red frowned. It was obvious that she had been struggling internally. Only then did she turn around and block in front of Song Qingshu with her sword, blocking the cold sparks. The Wind Maiden took this opportunity to throw a smoke bomb. While the room was filled with smoke and the Central Plains Red's vision was blocked, she quietly escaped. Song Qingshu could naturally make her stay, but he didn't do anything. There was no need to expose himself. After the smoke in the room dissipated, the Central Plains Red stared at the hidden weapons on the sword and sighed regretfully. Saving people isn't as interesting as killing people. Song Qingshu knew what the Central Plains Red was implying. If it wasn't to save him, the Central Plains Red wouldn't have given the Wind Maiden a chance to escape. He couldn't help but smile and say, "You're willing to kill such a charming little beauty?" The Central Plains Red licked his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. "She's an expert. It's more enjoyable to kill experts." Song Qingshu was speechless. This person was really a monster, it's just that her master is the Water Moon sect. You can't defeat her. The Central Plains Red frowned. "I heard that the Water Moon sect is the #1 expert in Japan. Their Water Moon saber technique is unpredictable. I'm a little curious. Is his saber faster or my sword faster?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. "You know about the Water Moon sect? And you know his martial arts so well?" The Central Plains Red said proudly, "As an assassin, I naturally have to investigate the famous experts in the world in advance, in case I encounter a target one day and have no idea where to start." "Oh?" Song Qingshu's curiosity was suddenly piqued. "No matter which expert it is, will you accept them?" The Central Plains Red's eyes shone brightly. "The higher the martial arts, the more interested I am." Song Qingshu was even more curious. "If there's a mission for you to assassinate Song Qingshu, how do you plan to do it?" The Central Plains Red held his breath for a moment. After a long time, he said in a muffled voice, "I won't accept the mission to assassinate him." "Why?" Shui Baochai couldn't help but ask. The Central Plains Red replied, "I can't defeat him." "Huh?" Shui Baochai didn't expect such an honest answer. Her attitude hurt the Central Plains Red's pride a little, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. If Song Qingshu was so easy to kill, those big shots wouldn't be so troubled. "I'm an assassin, not a fool. Why would I accept a mission that I know is suicide?" After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared out of the window. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He laughed very happily. "Hey!" Shui Baochai couldn't help feeling anxious when she saw Dianhong run away. "What's wrong? Are you close to him?" Song Qingshu had always been suspicious of the relationship between Dianhong and the Shui family. After all, in Chuliuxiang, Dianhong was raised by Shui Shaoran. "No, my acupoints haven't been unsealed yet." Shui Baochai had just had her major acupoints sealed by Feng Nu, so she couldn't move at all. "Forget it, you can't catch up to him anyway," Shui Baochai said in distress. "Go find young Master Yang and see if he's here." Young Master Yang? Song Qingshu was stunned for a long time before he realized that she was talking about the yellow-robed woman. "Find him to unseal your acupoints?" Shui Baochai nodded hurriedly, but the other party said, "I'm not looking for him." "Why not?" Shui Baochai blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. "First of all, he was angered by those people just now, so he's probably gone long ago." "You won't be able to find him even if you want to," Song Qingshu continued. "Also, that Feng Nu seemed to have sealed the acupoints on your chest. If you find a man to unseal your acupoints, wouldn't that be letting him off easy?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shui Baochai's little face turned red. "That young Master Yang isn't what you think." "Oh?" Song Qingshu stared at her with a smile, waiting for her to continue. Shui Baochai hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Actually, she's a woman dressed as a man. No wonder she has red lips, white teeth, and tender skin. If she's a man, she's too effeminate. Song Qingshu had a look of sudden realization. Shui Baochai was speechless, thinking, aren't you also red lips, white teeth, and tender skin? Where did you get the courage to talk about others? Song Qingshu continued, how about I unseal your acupoints? He was bored on the road anyway, so he had to find something to do to pass the time. He couldn't help but flirt whenever he saw a beautiful girl. If Song Qingshu had appeared with his original identity, he would not have let himself loose like this. After all, he was in a relationship and did not want to easily provoke other girls. But now that he appeared with the identity of Jia Baoyu, he didn't have many concerns. Moreover, he used Jia Baoyu to wander between several women and divide the relationship between the four big families. Although it was a bit damaging, it could be regarded as an effective method. Now he lacked time the most, and the four big families were dragging him down, so he had to try all kinds of methods. You know how to unseal acupoints? Shui Baochai was shocked. I don't know. Song Qingshu shook his head naturally. But I've heard the guards and the Fu mention that unsealing acupoints is to activate the body's qi and blood. I'll rub a bit for you and you should be able to unseal your acupoints. Rub? Shui Baochai almost fainted from anger. The acupoint on her chest was poked. How could she rub that place? Don't come over. Shui Baochai turned pale with fright when she saw that the other party had really rolled up his sleeves. I was rash. It doesn't seem to be very convenient. Song Qingshu laughed foolishly, as if he suddenly realized something was wrong. Sister Bao, don't blame me. Shui Baochai bit her lower lip and glared at him fiercely. I really don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. I've never seen you act so willfully before. People always change. Song Qingshu instilled similar ideas in her little by little. After getting used to it, even if he really didn't act like Jia Baoyu in the future, she would probably get used to it. Then I'll stay here to protect you. I heard that the acupoints will automatically unseal after a few hours. Shui Baochai frowned slightly. No, I don't know how many accomplices the Wind Lady has, and I don't know how those young masters are doing. If something happens to them, it'll be troublesome. Help me unseal my acupoints. Ah? This time it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. He was just saying it for fun. Was she really going to do it? Shui Baochai rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Of course you're going to use a stick or something to poke my acupoints. What are you thinking? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. It was no wonder that he would have such a perverted thought. After looking around the room for a while, he finally found a suitable stick. This should be fine, right? Yes, Shui Baochai said with a red face. Press my Tianshu, Guanyuan, and Dabao acupoints one by one. Song Qingshu knew where these acupoints were, but Jia Baoyu didn't. Seeing that he was stunned, Shui Baochai obviously thought of the same thing. She whispered, 3 inches above the navel, to the right, here? A little higher. Almost there. A little to the right, just like that. While Shui Baochai pointed, Song Qingshu fumbled and finally unsealed the acupoints on her body. In the end, Song Qingshu still cared about his reputation. He didn't want to take advantage of her. The room quickly fell into silence. It seemed to be filled with a charming atmosphere. Shui Baochai's face was dark red. She whispered, I'll go check on those people first. Then she trotted out of the room. Looking at her fleeing figure, Song Qingshu smiled and shook his head. He also followed her out. The other young masters were knocked unconscious and put under house arrest. Just now, when the Central Plains Red Dot rushed in, the people of the Imperial City Department had already noticed that something was wrong. Even the yellow-robed woman heard the news and rushed over. Fortunately, the Mongolians only wanted to invite them to Mongolia as guests and didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, these people wouldn't even know how they died. Knowing that Hua Kuei was a Mongolian spy, they all rejoiced. Some even secretly said, lust is like a knife. The ancients didn't deceive me. Most of the people were cursing the shamelessness of the Mongolians. Only the Liu brothers looked at each other and saw the regret in each other's eyes. If they had known that the top courtesan was from the Mongolian side, they would have tried to get in touch with her. Maybe they would have succeeded by now. After Shui Pan woke up, he was in a daze. Obviously, he couldn't accept this result. The little beauty who liked him so much had ulterior motives. Because of this incident, the people of the Imperial City Department became more cautious. Even the yellow-robed woman didn't leave the group at will. Just like this, they headed west. There were no more accidents along the way. As they got closer to the spiritual state, they met more martial artists on the road. Although the territory of Xianxia was smaller than that of the Mongolian, Jin, Qing, and Song dynasties, it was founded on martial arts and had dominated the northwest for decades. Now, it was even stronger than the struggling Liao. Anyone who wanted to touch the western region would have to face Xianxia. Therefore, when the other countries heard that the Xianxia princess was looking for a husband, they all carefully selected the sons of nobles to participate in the contest. They wanted to take this opportunity to form an alliance with Xianxia. As for the people of the martial arts world, they were even more direct. They thought that if they could marry the Xianxia princess, they would have wealth and glory at their fingertips. How could there be anything better in this world? However, most of the famous figures in the martial arts world were married and had children. The new youngsters didn't have high martial arts skills. Therefore, many old heroes brought their sons and nephews to try their luck. Many bandits and gang members were alone. They couldn't help but hope that they could get lucky and set off for the spiritual state. Many people thought, maybe I'm destined to marry the Xianxia princess, and it doesn't mean that my martial arts skills are better than others. As long as I'm fated with the princess and she takes a fancy to me, I'll have the hope of becoming the prince's son-in-law. Along the way, they saw that the young heroes were all dressed in bright clothes. Even their weapons and tools were very exquisite. It was as if they were going to a big competition. As the saying went, the poor study and the rich learn martial arts. Most of the families who learned martial arts had money. If they didn't behave well, it would be easier for them to get money. Therefore, most of the young men of the martial arts world who went to Xianxia wore gorgeous clothes in order to win the princess's favor. When acquaintances met each other, they would tease each other and ask about the princess's appearance and martial arts skills. If they didn't know each other, they would glare at each other and treat each other as enemies. Every time Song Qingshu heard these discussions, he couldn't help but feel proud. He felt a sense of achievement when he thought that the goddess of so many men's dreams used to be in his arms. One day, as they were walking slowly, a horse suddenly came towards them. The rider's right arm was hanging from his neck with a piece of white cloth. His clothes were torn and he was in a very sorry state. The southern Song people didn't think much of it. They thought that if this person didn't fall, then he must have been injured. That was normal. Unexpectedly, not long after, 3 more horses came. The riders were also seriously injured. If they didn't have broken arms, then they had broken legs. They saw that these 3 people's faces were ashen, they were very ashamed, they lowered their heads and hurried past, not daring to look at them again. Shui Pan couldn't help but ask, is there a fight ahead? Why are there so many people injured? He was a young man and had already forgotten about the courtesan queen incident after so many days. Before he finished speaking, 2 more people came towards them. These 2 people were not riding horses. Their faces were covered in blood. One of them had a piece of green cloth wrapped around his head and blood was constantly seeping out. Shui Pan shouted, "Hey, do you want medicine? Why are you injured?" The man glared at him fiercely, spat on the ground and turned around to leave. Shui Pan was furious. He pulled out his whip and was about to lash at him. Shui Baochai stopped him, "Forget it. This person is seriously injured. There's no need to lower yourself to his level." At this moment, 4 horses came galloping towards them. The riders on the horses shouted at each other, "It's all your fault. You want to eat swan meat. Don't you think about how strong you are? You want to go to spirit state and become the emperor's son-in-law." Another person scolded, "If you have the ability, why didn't you pass the test? Now that you lost, you want to vent your anger on me." The other person scolded, "If you didn't stab me in the back, how could I have lost?" The 4 people were galloping and talking so fast that no one could hear what they were arguing about. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. Seeing that there were many people in the Southern Song group, the 4 people didn't dare to fight with them. They pulled their horses and galloped to the side, but they were still pointing and cursing at each other. It seemed that the four of them wanted to go to spirit state and become the emperor's son-in-law. However, there seemed to be a test that none of them could pass. Since they were holding each other back, they had to return in defeat. At this moment, a few more people walked towards them on foot. They were all injured as well. Some were bleeding from their heads and some were limping. Shui Pan couldn't suppress his curiosity. He rode forward and asked, "Hey, is the person at the front very strong?" A middle-aged man said, "Humph. You'll know when you try it yourself." Shui Pan and the others were all young and arrogant people. Not only were they not afraid, but they were even more excited. They excitedly urged their horses to gallop in that direction. After running for 7 or 8 li, they saw that the mountain path was steep. The path was only wide enough for one person to ride on, and after a few turns, they saw a group of people gathered in a group. Song Qingshu looked into the distance and saw 2 big men standing side by side in the middle of the mountain path. They were both over 6 feet tall and unusually tall. One of them was holding a large iron rod while the other held a copper hammer in each hand. They were glaring fiercely at the people in front of them. There were at least 17 or 18 people gathered in front of the 2 men. "Excuse us, we're going to spirit state. Please make way. Are you here to collect money for the road? Is it 1 tael of silver each or 2 taels of silver each? As long as you name a price, it's negotiable. If you don't get out of the way and annoy me, I'll chop your 2 big men into meat paste. Then, I won't be able to put them back together again. You'd better get out of the way obediently, lest disaster strikes. You 2 are handsome and majestic. Why don't you go to spirit state and become the emperor's son-in-law? Wouldn't it be a pity if that beautiful princess was taken away by someone else?" The crowd opened and closed their mouths, but the 2 men ignored them. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Get out of the way." A cold light flashed and a sword was thrust at the man on the left. The man was huge and his weapon was heavy, but his movements were fast. He hit the 2 hammers and sandwiched the sword between them. The pair of octagonal copper hammers weighed about 40 pounds each. With a clang, the sword was broken into more than 10 pieces. The burly man's leg flew out and kicked the man's lower abdomen. The man screamed and fell 7 or 8 feet away. He couldn't get up for a while. Another man dashed forward with a pair of sabers in his hands. The sabers formed a white light that protected his body. When he was in front of the 2 men, the man shouted and suddenly changed his saber technique. He landed on the ground and rolled forward, slashing at the 2 men's legs with his sabers. The man with the rod didn't even look at where the saber came from. He raised his iron rod and fiercely struck the white light. Ah! He heard a blood-curdling scream as the man's sabers were broken by the iron rods. The sabers pierced his chest as he rolled down the mountain. The 2 men injured 2 men and the rest didn't dare to move forward anymore. Even Shui Pan and the others were shocked. They were no longer as excited as they were before. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. He didn't know how many mobs had been attracted to the betrothal contest in the western Xia. Although the martial arts of those 2 big men guarding the pass weren't weak, they couldn't be considered as real experts. Yet, they had managed to create a situation where 1 man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. "Get out of the way." There was a commotion behind them. They could vaguely hear the prince of the Jin kingdom coming. The prince of the Jin kingdom? Out of curiosity, Song Qingshu turned his head and saw a group of Jin kingdom cavalrymen escorting a young man. He was about 15 or 16 years old and wore a loose robe. He was thin but extremely handsome. The Jin cavalrymen were tall and burly, exuding a valiant aura. Although there were only a few dozen of them, they seemed to have the aura of an army of thousands when they stood together, causing the surrounding people to avoid them. The yellow-robed girl sighed and muttered to herself, "No wonder the imperial court and the Jin kingdom have lost so many battles. The Jin kingdom established their kingdom through martial arts. They are indeed not to be underestimated." Song Qingshu smiled. Judging from the attire of these cavalrymen, they were the elites he had selected to form a loyal army in recent years. Naturally, they were of higher quality than ordinary cavalrymen. Shui Pan was more carefree and quietly nudged Shui Baochai, "Sister, that pretty boy looks even fairer than you." Shui Baochai was speechless. He's a woman disguised as a man. How could she not see through this? A woman disguised as a man? Shui Pan's eyes lit up. If he's so handsome in men's clothing, how can he look like in women's clothing? But why does he look so familiar? Shui Baochai spat and said, "Do you always find beautiful things familiar?" Song Qingshu secretly laughed, thinking that Shui Baochai had wronged her brother this time. Of course, Shui Pan found her familiar because he had seen her once in Lin and Luelu. At that time, Shui Pan saw her beauty and was tempted. He didn't know his own limits and tried to be a hero to save the beauty. In the end, he was kicked away by the Xianming elders. This handsome young man was Wanyan Zhongjia. She had inherited her mother's beauty and had even surpassed her. In the past 2 years, she had become more and more beautiful. Even after disguising herself as a man, she was still enough to make people fall head over heels for her. I don't want the Xixia princess either. This woman's body is so soft that it will be very comfortable to hug her. Shui Pan almost drooled. Shui Baochai hurriedly pulled his sleeve. Lower your voice, the Jin kingdom is a country of tigers and wolves. They are not to be trifled with. She was responsible for the safety of this group of people and did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, the Jin prince seemed to have heard Shui Pan's voice and his expression immediately turned cold. Slap his mouth. The 2 cavalrymen at the front immediately whipped their whips at Shui Pan's face. Their movements were incomparably proficient, and the strength of their wrists was astonishing. Hearing the shrill sound of the whips tearing through the air, Shui Pan's teeth wouldn't be left if he was hit. Shui Pan was scared out of his wits and couldn't react at all. Fortunately, Shui Baochai was by his side and blocked the 2 whips with her sword. Aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Shui Baochai didn't look at the 2 horsemen. Instead, she stared at Wanyan Zhongjia. Wanyan Zhongjia coldly said, "Since he can't control his own mouth, don't blame others for controlling it for him. This is too unreasonable. It is indeed a barbarian country. You have delicate features, but unfortunately, your heart is as poisonous as a snake's." After the rebellion of Jingkong, the Jin and Song kingdoms were irreconcilable enemies. Over the past few years, they had been at war with each other. As a result, the anti-Jin sentiment in the country was very high. These young masters were used to being tyrannical in the country. How could they tolerate such a thing? Therefore, they all cursed out. Shui Baochai frowned. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing she could do to stop them. The yellow-robed girl's face was as cold as ice. Back then, the laundry had imprisoned many of her sisters and relatives. Naturally, she hated the Jin to the bone. Noisy. Wanyan Zhongjia revealed an impatient expression. His horsemen all drew their bows and aimed at the Southern Song party. The soldiers of the Imperial City Department also took out their divine bow and faced them. Although the Jin were good at archery, they were no match for the Southern Song in archery. Wanyan Zhongjia frowned and felt some regret. He had been too careless. At such a close distance, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, they would lose the mobility and momentum of cavalry. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, an impassioned and austere sound of a zither rang out. Everyone was startled. Who was playing here? Shui Baochai was proficient in music. She knew that the zither had a sour and impassioned tone, but this sound was even more mournful than a normal zither. Every note seemed to be in sync with her heartbeat. As the zither rang out, her heart jumped. The faster the zither played, the faster her heartbeat became. She felt her chest pounding, extremely uncomfortable. After listening for a while, her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. She suddenly realized, if he plays any faster, won't my heart beat to death? Looking at the others, he saw that the soldiers of the Imperial City Department all had pained expressions on their faces. They could no longer hold the divine bow in their hands. As for the young masters, they were even worse off. Their faces were red as if they were about to bleed. The only thing they could do was cover their ears, but the sound continued to penetrate their minds. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He looked at an old man in white among the Jin troops. The only person who could play the zither like this was Ouyang Feng. It seemed that he really loved Wanyan Zhongjia as his granddaughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accompanied her from so far away. Suddenly, there was a shout. Everyone felt their hearts lighten. A figure had already attacked Ouyang Feng. Huh? Ouyang Feng did not dare to be careless when he saw his opponent's strange and swift movements. He quickly put down his iron zither, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several blows. When the zither stopped, the people of the southern Song dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. They were drenched in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of a pool of hot water. I didn't expect this young girl to be so good at martial arts. Shui Pan gasped for breath. Looking at the two figures in the distance, he sighed to his sister. Shui Baochai's condition was much better. She replied, "Of course she is good at martial arts. That's why you didn't listen to me when I told you not to provoke her." I won't. Shui Pan hurriedly shook his head. That old man in white should be Western Poison Ouyang Feng. I wonder if she'll be alright. Although Shui Baochai's martial arts were not top-notch, she was from the Imperial City Department. At the same time, she was meticulous and had excellent eyesight. She quickly recognized the identity of the enemy and could not help but worry. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Song Qingshu comforted her. Although the yellow-shirt girl's performance on Mount Wudong was a bit weak, it was only because she was facing Grand Masters who fought to the death. It was difficult for her to intervene. But with her martial arts skills, she had easily intervened in the fight between Zhang Wuji and Shaolin Temple's Sandu during the lion slaughtering festival. She had swiftly won against Zhou Zhirua, who had suppressed all the heroes with her skills. Later on, she had even separated Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk. Of course, both of them had already intended to stop fighting. Although the yellow-shirt girl's combat experience was not as good as Ouyang Feng's, her strength was almost at the level of one of the five greats. Naturally, she could protect herself. After another dozen moves, Ouyang Feng suddenly jumped out of the battle. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to fight anymore." Why? The yellow-shirt girl knew that Ouyang Feng could not defeat her. Thinking of his reputation as the Western Poison, she could not understand why he would hold back. You are Song Qingshu's woman. I don't want him to come after me in the future. Ouyang Feng curled his lips. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the yellow-shirt girl was disguised as a man. They had met on Mount Wudong, so after exchanging a few moves, he recognized her. What nonsense are you talking about? The yellow-shirt girl's face turned red. Brother Song's woman? Wanyan Zhongjia looked her up and down. You have a bit of a fox's charm. No wonder. The yellow-shirt girl almost fainted from anger. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Wanyan Zhongjia suddenly changed the topic and pointed at Song Qingshu. Hand over that Jia Gai to us and we can consider letting you live. Song Qingshu was startled. He had never imagined that he would be involved in this conflict. The people from the southern Song dynasty also looked at him suspiciously. Shui Baochai tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Did you offend her in the past?" Song Qingshu shook his head uncertainly. I don't think so. How could it not be? Shui Pan slapped his forehead as if he had thought of something. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. We met her in Luelu last time, and you even touched her chest. Shui Pan's voice was very loud. When the people around him heard this, they all had strange expressions. Wanyan Zhongjia's face turned red and his eyes were filled with shame and anger. You! Shui Baochai spat. With this kind of grudge, it was no wonder that he was wanted. In this day and age, this kind of behavior was no different from that of a pervert. Not only did the others hate him, but even the yellow-robed woman glared at him with disgust. That was completely unintentional. It was just a coincidence. Song Qingshu didn't know who he was explaining this to. Shui Baochai could only step forward and say to Wanyan Zhongjia, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. As for today's conflict, both of us are in the wrong. How about we both take a step back? Even if it was anyone else in the group, she wouldn't let them take her away, let alone her relationship with Jiao Baoyu. Wanyan Zhongjia snorted. What if I don't? Before Shui Baochai could reply, the yellow-robed woman said, then we'll see. She hated the people of the Jin. If she hadn't been rational, she would have already attacked them. She couldn't wait for them to stir up trouble so that she would be able to explain herself when she returned home. Wanyan Zhongjia sat on his horse and looked down at her. Don't think that just because you're Song Qingshu's woman that I won't dare to touch you. I have nothing to do with Song Qingshu. The yellow-robed woman's usually pale face now had a bit of a blush. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or shyness. However, she suddenly thought of something and a playful smile appeared on her face. You care about it so much. Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? I have nothing to do with him. Wanyan Zhongjia denied it, but there was a hint of happiness in his eyes. Him? Which him? I didn't say who it was. The yellow-robed woman's emotions had already gradually calmed down. Seeing the two girls bicker, Shui Pan couldn't help but sigh. Song Qingshu is truly a role model for our generation. In the past, when I heard about his romantic affairs, I felt that they were exaggerated. I thought that there weren't that many beautiful women in the world, but I never thought that I would personally witness two of them fighting over him. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The yellow-robed woman turned around and glared fiercely at him. Wanyan Zhongjia also raised his horsewhip, looking eager to give it a try. Shui Pan didn't deliberately suppress his voice, so the two of them were naturally able to hear him. Song Qingshu's mood was a little strange at this moment. People always said that one should scold a monk in front of a monk, but what was the current situation? Hearing others complimenting and envying him behind his back, this kind of feeling, why did it feel a little good? That's enough, stop messing around. Song Qingshu couldn't help but remind Wanyan Zhongjia using secret voice sending. Back in Lenin, he had saved her using the identity of Jiao Baoyu, so she must know his identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately asked for him. As for Ouyang Feng, judging from his expression, he most likely knew as well. Wanyan Zhongjia pouted, but didn't react, as if he hadn't heard anything. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. This girl wouldn't really mess around, would she? Just as he was worried that she would get excited and cause a scuffle between the two sides, an angry shout suddenly rang out, "Who's causing trouble here?" Song Qingshu turned his head around and saw a group of Xianxia warriors rushing over. Surprisingly, the four villains were leading the group. The king of our country sent us to greet our esteemed guests. Duan Yanqing glanced around and roughly guessed what was going on. However, he pretended that nothing had happened and cupped his hands towards the crowd with his Damascus iron staff. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Since the host had come forward, the guests naturally couldn't really start a fight. I've heard that your ventriloquism is unparalleled in the world. Seeing you today, it's indeed extraordinary, Ouyang Feng said with a smile. Duan Yanqing's expression was originally arrogant, but when he saw Ouyang Feng, he couldn't help but look surprised and fearful. Mr. Ouyang? Ouyang Feng laughed and said, after leaving the western regions for so many years, it's rare that someone still remembers me. Duan Yanqing revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Ouyang's name shakes the world. Who would forget you? After some small talk, Duan Yanqing said, everyone, please wait for a moment. We need to take care of some matters first. Perhaps he was worried that everyone would feel cold and unhappy, so he went on to explain, the princess is looking for a husband, so the emperor ordered the experts of the first-class hall to patrol around and not allow idle people to come and cause trouble. Who would have thought that the prince of the Tufan country would be so unreasonable? He actually sent people to guard the four main roads of the Xianxia country and didn't allow other people to go to the Xianxia country to recruit a husband. He only allowed this kid to go alone. We have killed more than 10 Tufan warriors along the way. While speaking, he looked at the two burly warriors guarding the mountain road with a murderous look on his face. Everyone on the scene suddenly realized that the guards were Tufan warriors. They were curious and followed them together. Seeing such a large group of people approaching, the Tufan warriors frowned, but they didn't show much fear. The terrain here was dangerous. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. No matter how many people the other side had, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. The leading man said, Prince Zongzan of the Tufan country has ordered that this pass will be closed for 10 days and will only be opened after the Mid-Autumn Festival in the 8th month. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, women must pass men, monks must pass vulgar people, the old must pass young, and the dead must pass alive. This is called four must pass, four must pass. LV Sherdao sneered, what kind of reason is that? The big man said loudly, reason, reason. The old man's copper hammer and the second brother's iron rod are the reason. Prince Zhongzhan's words are the reason. You are a man, neither a monk nor an old man. If you want to pass, you must be a dead man. LV Sherdao was furious. But thinking that there were so many people here, he wasn't in a hurry to stand out. Duan Yanqing also snorted coldly, we are the people of the Xianxia country's first-class hall. The king has ordered that no one is allowed to cause trouble during the princess's betrothal contest. If you leave quickly, we won't pursue this matter. The big man said proudly, your king has an order. Our king also has an order. But your king's order doesn't affect us. You are courting death. The four great evildoers were not good-tempered people. Hearing the other side's words, second Madame Yi raised her right hand and several rhombus-shaped darts were shot toward the two big men. Slap. Slap, the darts pierced the clothes on the chests of the two men, but the two men did not seem to be injured at all. Shui Baochai was shocked, could it be Shaolin's Vajra indestructible divine skill? But it's not easy to practice this divine skill. Song Qingshu explained, it should be some leather armor on their bodies. I see. Shui Baochai nodded. Suddenly, she was stunned and looked at him with surprise. At this moment, the big man holding the rod shouted angrily, stinky woman who used hidden weapons. He stretched out his big hand and tried to grab second Madame Yi. Second Madame Yi's face darkened. She shot several darts directly toward the other side's head, face, and eyeballs. Unfortunately, the big man put the iron rod in front of his face and blocked all the hidden weapons. As for the other hidden weapons that hit their bodies, they were like stones sinking into the sea, not a bit damaged. The big man took the opportunity to sweep the iron rod in his hand. Second Madame Yi hurriedly raised her saber in front of her body. But she was knocked back as soon as they collided. Second Madame Yi was injured because of the opponent's divine strength and the advantage of the weapon. Humph! An iron rod came from the side. Duan Yanqing finally made his move. With a loud bang, the big man lost his grip on the iron rod and flew to the side of the grass. His mouth was also full of blood. Duan Yanqing's iron rod did not stop. It was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, piercing toward the big man's throat. The big man's blood and qi were in turmoil, so how could he force it away? Seeing that blood was about to splatter on the spot, suddenly a shout full of internal energy was heard, who dares to hurt my Tufan warriors? A sharp saber qi came from the side. If Duan Yanqing continued to stab the man with the iron rod, he would be able to kill him, but he would also be seriously injured. So he had no choice but to withdraw his iron rod and resist the saber qi with the solar finger force. When the two internal forces collided, Duan Yanqing's body shook and he looked at the man with a serious face. Ouyang Feng thought to himself, this Duan Yanqing's martial arts are pretty good, but his one yang finger is still a bit weaker than Yiding's. On the contrary, that invisible saber energy is a bit interesting. He also looked at the Tubo people and saw a foreign monk beside the man with the iron rod. He was less than 50 years old, wearing a yellow frock and straw shoes. His face was full of spirit, and there seemed to be a precious light flowing on his face, like a pearl or jade, shining naturally. The rest of the people in the field only took a few glances at him and felt a sense of respect and intimacy. Song Qingshu laughed secretly. Jiao Maji's appearance was a bit scary, but he knew that he was a bit funny when he was familiar with him. No wonder he was jokingly called the Great Will King. Wisdom King. The Tubo warriors were very excited when they saw Jiao Maji had saved them. Jiao Maji smiled and nodded. When he turned his head around to look at the people from Western Xia's Class 1 hall, his tone instantly became stern. Why have you continuously killed Tubo's warriors? We were invited to escort Prince Zhongzhan to your princess betrothal contest. Is this how Western Xia treats their guests? Duan Yanqing snorted coldly and said in a muffled voice, if they had just obediently come to be guests, we would naturally treat them as distinguished guests, but there are some people who harbor ill intentions and sent people to stop other young talents from joining the betrothal search and throw order into disorder. Class 1 hall will naturally not ignore this. Jiao Maji didn't look ashamed at all. Instead, he said proudly, "We were just kind enough to help your country filter out some people who are just here to make up the numbers. If they can even stop some of our normal warriors, what right do they have to participate in the marriage contest?" Duan Yanqing frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. We will select carefully later." At this time, Shui Baochai couldn't help but say, "You Tubo people are too unreasonable. If your Prince Zongzan personally guarded the pass and drove away the other candidates, I think no one would say anything. But now he relied on your group of subordinates to drive away the competitors. Isn't this cheating?" Jiao Maji glanced at her and put his palms together and said, "Benefactress, you are wrong. Prince Zongzan's identity, position, and power are also part of his strength. Of course, other candidates can also order their men to defeat our people, but they didn't. Doesn't this prove that they are not as strong as our prince?" After saying this, he turned his head to look at Duan Yanqing and said, "Nowadays, many outstanding heroes have joined forces to vie for the throne of the world. Do you really want to recruit a poor wastrel for your Xixia country's prince consort? How will he protect your princess and the foundation of your Xixia country at that time?" King and Emperor, Hua Dragon, King, Gua, said, "Emperor to Emperor, to King, Emperor, Emperor, Hua, King, King Qi, King, Du Emperor, Emperor, said, King, Emperor." Hearing this, Ouyang Feng laughed and said, "I think Wisdom King is right. Power, position, and resources should also be counted as a candidate's strength." Jiao Maji glanced at him and said with some surprise, "Mr. Ouyang, you are indeed dignified. Wisdom King is the one who is dignified and admirable." Ouyang Feng laughed. Song Qingshu could not help but roll his eyes. These two people were too good at flattering each other. Seeing that the Jin Kingdom and the Tubo Kingdom were talking together, Duan Yanqing and the others could not help but worry. Jiao Maji alone was not easy to deal with. If Ouyang Feng joined them, they would not be a match for him. They were the four great villains, not the four great gentlemen, so they naturally knew how to judge the situation and did not mention the Tubo Kingdom's blockade. Jiao Maji was here to ask for Prince Zongzan's hand in marriage, so he naturally did not want to offend the masters of the Class 1 hall. In front of so many people, he took the opportunity to show his face and ordered his men to get out of the way. Anyway, his men could not stop the Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song Kingdom. Seeing this, Duan Yanqing and the others finally looked better. He said to the others, "We still have to patrol around, so we can't go with you. Goodbye." He had already seen that the Jin Kingdom and the Southern Song Kingdom had a conflict. If he escorted them later, it would be difficult for him to be stuck in the middle. So, he simply stood aside and let them solve the problem themselves. Seeing Duan Yanqing leave with Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and the others, the yellow-robed woman could not help but snort, "These villains are really cunning." "Huh?" Hearing her voice, Jiao Maji carefully looked her up and down. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Forgive me for not recognizing you just now, Miss Yang. Last time at Mount Shaoshur, I saw Miss Yang separate Zhang Sanfeng and the sweeping monk with a smile. I really admire you." The yellow-robed woman blushed and hurriedly said, "I was just ignorant at that time. Thanks to Immortal Zhang's kindness, I didn't make a fool of myself." "Miss Yang, you are too modest." Jiao Maji flattered the yellow-robed woman, which surprised the Southern Song people, thinking that she was actually so powerful. Shui Baochai secretly nodded, thinking, no wonder the imperial court sent her to secretly protect everyone. With her, the pressure on the imperial city department is much less. In the distance, Wanyan Zhongjia pouted, "Is that woman really so powerful?" "She is more powerful than you, anyway." Ouyang Feng seemed to see through her mind and could not help but tease her. But in his mind, he was thinking, her martial arts are based on the Nining manual, so she should have been taught by Huang Chang. A disciple of Huang Chang has actually reached such a level. The gap between him and me is really indescribable. After hearing his evaluation, Wanyan Zhongjia's lips curled up even higher. Jiao Maji flattered her for a while, then suddenly asked, "By the way, Miss Yang, how is Song Qingshu doing?" Although the yellow-robed woman was very embarrassed, she was still very happy to be praised by such a world-famous martial artist in front of so many people. The cells in her that loved to show off seemed to have eaten the fruit of life, and all of them felt very comfortable. However, when he suddenly changed the topic and suddenly mentioned that person, the yellow-robed woman's smile froze. and she said with some embarrassment, "How would I know?" Jiamaji was startled. "Aren't you two good friends?" "I have nothing to do with that person." The yellow-robed woman was about to go crazy. This time, she deliberately avoided that person and came out to relax, but in the end, she encountered this kind of thing again and again. How could she explain it? Oh, so it was a conflict. Jiamaji had an understanding expression on his face. Although he was a Buddhist, he was also very perceptive, and instantly guessed the general situation. The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't explain. This kind of thing, the more she tried to explain, the more confusing it would become. Song Qingshu secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking that the great chakra king was always helping like this. No wonder they were old friends. At this time, Wanyan Zhongjie became more and more impatient. He pointed at Song Qingshu and said, "It was too boring on the way here. I heard that people from the southern Song dynasty are all good at the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You, come and play chess with me." Song Qingshu answered straightforwardly, "My chess skills are not good, so I'd better not spoil your mood." The Liu brothers looked at each other and felt that this was their chance. This time, they came out with the mission of contacting other powerful countries, so they took the opportunity to stand up and say, "We brothers are not bad at chess. If you don't mind, we can play a game or two." They were handsome and had a noble family background. Usually, they were the dream lovers of all the noble ladies in Xianxia. This time, they deliberately paid attention to their behavior and revealed a bright and confident smile, thinking that they were more charming than before and would most likely make a good impression on the girl. Unexpectedly, Wanyan Zhongjie rolled his eyes and said, "Who are you? Who wants to play chess with you?" The Liu brothers' smiles immediately froze on their faces. Being stared at by everyone, the Liu brothers blushed and wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Shui Baochai frowned. After all, the Liu brothers were companions. She didn't want them to lose too much face. She broke the awkward silence by saying, "Young Master Jia's chess skills are not very good. I hope your excellency can find someone better. It just so happens that my chess skills aren't good either. It'll feel like I've met my match. Otherwise, it'll be too boring." Wanyan Zhongjie laughed. Everyone on the southern Song side held their breath. They had never heard of someone looking for someone who wasn't good at chess to play. "Why did you look for young Master Jia again and again?" Shui Baochai couldn't bear it anymore and stopped pretending. Wanyan Zhongjie wasn't angry at all. He said with a smile, "I think he's handsome." "Can't I?" Shui Baochai didn't expect this to be the reason. She swallowed all her words and spat after a long while, "Shameless." The yellow-robed woman snorted, "Barbarian kingdom indeed." Song Qingshu was worried that the other side would come up with something else. He said to the two women, "Forget it. I don't think she has any bad intentions. Let me go and meet her." The yellow-robed woman turned her face away. Shui Baochai frowned, obviously having a hard time making a decision. Song Qingshu walked directly to the Jin Kingdom's team and said, "I'm here. Where are we playing chess?" Seeing him come, Wanyan Zhongjie's eyes almost turned into crescent moons. "Go to the carriage. Be quiet." Song Qingshu paused and smiled awkwardly. "I don't think that's a good idea." "What's wrong with that?" "I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Wanyan Zhongjie entered the carriage and waved at him. Song Qingshu's face darkened, but he had no choice but to follow. The southern Song people were in an uproar. Shui Pan said in disbelief, "How can a Jin girl be so open?" In the southern Song, a young girl inviting a young stranger to a small space was unimaginable. The other young masters of the aristocratic families whispered to each other, "After the marriage selection in the western Xia, we must go to the Jin kingdom. The girls there are so enthusiastic. If we can, it can be considered as winning glory for our country." No matter how passionate the women of the Jin kingdom are, they still look at their faces. Look at how the Liu brothers were rejected. "Brother Liu, I'm not deliberately targeting you. It's fine." The Liu brothers forced a smile and responded, but in their hearts, they were cursing. Shui Baochai and the yellow-robed woman looked at each other. "Are all Jin women like this?" "I don't think so. The yellow-robed woman often went to the Jin kingdom in the past. The current scene was completely different from what she remembered. At this moment, Jiao also cupped his hands at Ouyang Feng and said, "Brother Ouyang, I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." He did not have the leisure to watch these infatuated men and women fooling around. He had a lot of things to deal with in Tubo, and he had to notify the various checkpoints to prevent Class 1 Hall from killing them all. Brother Ouyang also returned the greeting and said, "Wisdom King, we will meet again." Jiao martial arts were worthy of his careful treatment. At this time, inside the carriage, Song Qingshu placed Wanyan Zhongjia on his knees and fiercely slapped her delicate and plump buttocks. "Little girl, what are you trying to do?" he asked. "I want to see you," Wanyan Zhongjia whispered, but she still replied with a smile. Seeing her crafty expression, Song Qingshu was so angry that he raised his hand again. At this time, Wanyan Zhongjia said, "If you hit me again, I will scream. Don't blame me if your companions hear me." Song Qingshu was so angry that his teeth itched, but in the end, he did not dare to hit her again. "You will easily expose my identity," Song Qingshu threw her to the side and said in a bad mood. "How can it be so easy to expose yourself? Besides, didn't I find an excuse for you?" Wanyan Zhongjia took the opportunity to lie on her side on the cushion. She rested her chin on her hand and blinked her eyes. "A young girl yearns for love. Can't I?" Song Qingshu held his breath. "I really have to give it to you. This girl is indeed a bit out of control." A laugh came from the carriage door. Ouyang Feng had already walked in. "Long time no see, brother Ouyang." A hint of a smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Although Ouyang Feng was the infamous Western poison, he was one of the few friends Song Qingshu had after he came to this world. Actually, it hasn't been that long. Ouyang Feng sized him up with bright eyes and suddenly attacked him without any warning. Song Qingshu was taken aback, but he did not feel too much of a reaction. He gently raised his palm and blocked the two palms that were coming at him. "It really is you." Ouyang Feng withdrew his hand and relaxed. "Although I heard Zhongjia mention that you disguised yourself as Jiao Baoyu, you are still not using your original appearance. I still need to test you before I can be at ease. If I really am Jiao Baoyu, then wouldn't I die of injustice?" Song Qingshu was speechless. Ouyang Feng seemed to be very calm, but he did not show any mercy. Only he could calmly neutralize the attack. "If you die like that, then you deserve it. Other than brother Qingshu, no one else can touch me like that." Wanyan Zhongjia snorted. Ouyang Feng looked at the two of them with a strange expression, as if asking what had just happened. Song Qingshu also found it difficult to accept her straightforwardness. "Qingshu, you can't bully her. If you do, I won't forgive you." Ouyang Feng seemed to see through his thoughts and snorted. After all these years of living together, he had come to love this little girl as if she were his granddaughter. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "Don't boast. You can't beat me." Ouyang Feng's expression stiffened. He snorted. "We pay attention to virtue, not martial arts." Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "Don't you think it's a bit strange to hear such words coming from your mouth?" Wanyan Zhongjia was already convulsing with laughter. When Song Qingshu returned to the group, the yellow-robed woman appeared in front of him. "Do you know that Jin woman?" Song Qingshu was at a loss. "I don't know her." "How is that possible?" The yellow-robed woman clearly did not believe that such a beautiful girl would disregard her face just because he was handsome. Moreover, Jiao Baoyu was greasy and powdered. How was he handsome? At this moment, a figure appeared in her mind. Her expression immediately changed and she hurriedly put these thoughts to the back of her mind. "Oh, there's a fragrance on your body?" Shui Baochai moved closer to him and sniffed. Her eyes were full of shock. "Did you two have physical contact in the carriage?" Song Qingshu's heart jumped. A girl's carriage is naturally fragrant. It's not strange that I came out with a little smell. Is that so? Shui Baochai and the yellow-robed woman looked at him suspiciously. Song Qingshu groaned inwardly. That girl, Wanyan Zhongjia, had really made things difficult for him. If he was suspected by these two women, it would be hard to guarantee that his identity would not be exposed. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid the two women. Finally, night fell and the group arrived at a small town. Oh, there's something strange about this town. As a secret agent of the Imperial City Division, Shui Baochai immediately sensed that something was wrong. It is indeed strange. The yellow-robed woman had no time to care about Song Qingshu's question. She looked at the desolate town and frowned. Song Qingshu's pupils shrank. No wonder they felt that this town was strange. It was empty and there was a faint murderous intent. Shui Baochai couldn't help but say, "Should we take a detour?" "What are you afraid of? We have so many people here. Even if there's danger ahead, it won't be a problem for us. It's getting dark. If we miss this town, we'll have to sleep in the wilderness." The young masters from the aristocratic families all talked at once. Wanyan Zhongjie snorted, "If you're afraid, you can leave by yourselves. We'll find a place to stay." Then he didn't wait for an answer and directly signaled the Jin Kingdom team to enter the town. Ouyang Feng didn't say anything and directly followed them. With his reputation as the Western poison, as long as it wasn't a party held by a bunch of great masters, he wouldn't be afraid even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. And even if there were great masters, there was still Song Qingshu behind them. Being despised by the Jin Kingdom, the group of young masters naturally couldn't stand it and clamored to follow them in. Shui Baochai frowned and finally agreed. First, she was indeed dissatisfied with the Jin Kingdom's attitude. Second, it was not convenient for her and the yellow-robed woman to disguise as men and sleep in the wilderness. Song Qingshu shrugged. He naturally didn't care. The group walked into the town. Along the way, there were no lights on in the houses. There were only a few broken lanterns on the roadside, faintly emitting a dim yellow light. Shui Baochai said curiously, "It seems that the people in the town are facing something terrible and have all fled." LV Sherdao said in a low voice, "It seems that 9 out of 10 houses are empty after a war." He had been in Xianxia for many years and had experienced many similar things. After every war, there would be such a ruined town. The yellow-robed woman also frowned and said, "But now that we're in the territory of Xianxia, I haven't heard of any war recently." Wanyan Zhongjie didn't worry at all, "It's useless to think so much. Since we're here, let's take things as they come. There seems to be an inn in front of us. Let's stay there tonight." Her relaxed expression aroused the yellow-robed woman's suspicion. Why isn't she worried at all? Is this a trap set by the Jin Kingdom? Shui Baochai was shocked as soon as she said this. The yellow-robed woman nodded solemnly, "It's very likely. Should we go in or not?" Song Qingshu could not help but say, "You're thinking too much. It has nothing to do with the Jin Kingdom." How could he not know if the Jin Kingdom had set up a trap? "You've been running to a girl's carriage these days. I think you're being bewitched by a vixen," Shui Baochai said angrily. Song Qingshu turned around and looked at her playfully. "Are you jealous, Sister Bao? Eat your head." Shui Baochai gritted her teeth in hatred. She thought, why is he becoming more and more annoying this time? By this time, Song Qingshu had already entered the inn. Not to mention the guests, even the owner and servants were not there. However, it was obvious that they had not left for long. The messy tables, chairs, and teacups showed how hurried they had been when they left. At this time, Shui Baochai also came in. When she saw the situation inside, she hurriedly called for the Imperial City Department's subordinates. "Go and check around the town, be careful." She felt that something was wrong, so it was better to check first. Yes. Several scouts from the Imperial City Department hurriedly accepted the order and left. Wanyan Zhongjie, who was at the side, noticed some of her arrangements and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Who are you guarding against? Is there a need for us to play any tricks to deal with you lot? We can just kill you." Shui Baochai replied coldly, "We are investigating ourselves, what does it have to do with you?" During this period of time, the other party had been calling Jia Baoyu over there every day, which made her very angry. "Given your Song people's abilities, you probably won't be able to find anything." Wanyan Zhongjie snorted, unable to restrain the disdain in his voice. The yellow-robed woman could not help but say, "Do you want to fight? If you have the ability, let's have a competition and see whose ability is higher." Wanyan Zhongjie rolled his eyes at her. "You're already so old and so much older than me, yet you still dare to bully the young? Why don't you challenge Sir Ouyang?" "Old? The corner of the yellow-robed woman's eye twitched. She felt like she was about to lose control of the volcano in her heart. Song Qingshu hurriedly stood in front of her and said, "You're a magnanimous adult. Don't introduce me like a child would." Wanyan Zhongjia's little mouth was truly poisonous, always stabbing at the other party's sore spot. Although the yellow-robed woman did not look old in the eyes of the future, in this world, a woman in her 20s was considered old. Even Huang Shang was worried about her future marriage. It was no wonder that the yellow-robed woman would lose her composure upon hearing this. "You also think I'm old?" The yellow-robed woman's eyes seemed to be flickering with flames. Song Qingshu had an innocent expression on his face. "How did the fire get to me?" Fortunately, Xue Baochai helped him out. "We didn't receive any signals from the Imperial City Department." "Did something happen to them?" The Imperial City Department had a set of rules. Every once in a while, they had to send out signals, such as whistling arrows or birdsong, to confirm each other's safety. Since there had been no news from the Imperial City Department for so long, it was obvious that something had happened. The yellow-robed woman did not have the time to bicker. She ran to Xue Baochai's side and discussed the matter with her. Sending out the Imperial City Department at this time was tantamount to sending sheep into a tiger's den. Originally, the best plan was to send the yellow-robed woman, who was the most skilled in martial arts, to investigate what had happened. However, she was worried that once she left, the Jin would suddenly attack and no one would be able to stop Ouyang Feng. At this time, Wanyan Zhongjia curled her lips and said, "I just said that you Song people are incompetent, but you didn't believe me. Now that the truth is right in front of you, what else do you have to say?" "You." The southern Song people all glared at her. Song Qingshu also felt that this girl was too good at causing trouble. Wanyan Zhongjia snorted and said, "Let us Jurchen warriors show you how incompetent you are. Send a few people out to investigate. Be careful. No matter what you find, report back as soon as possible." Soon, a dozen or so Jin Kingdom warriors received the order and went out. Although Wanyan Zhongjia spoke casually, he was clearly worried in his heart. He no longer had the mood to bicker and quietly sat there drinking his tea. About an hour later, the warriors of the Jin Kingdom still had not returned. At this time, Xue Baochai could not help but laugh and said, "It seems that the Jin Kingdom warriors are not as powerful as some people say." Although she was smiling, her heart was filled with worry. Even the Jin Kingdom warriors had not returned. What was hidden in this small town? Ouyang Feng suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go and take a look." He did not have the same concerns as the yellow-robed woman and the others. After all, he knew that with Song Qingshu here, Wanyan Zhongjia would not be in danger. The yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Ouyang Feng was the most suitable person to step forward and said, "Mr. Ouyang, please rest assured that while you are out, we will not do anything to your people." They believed that they would not go back on their words. On the contrary, if Ouyang Feng had given them such a guarantee, they would not have believed him completely. Ouyang Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. This was because a woman had entered the inn, a beautiful woman. Her astonishing beauty was flawless and every inch of her skin was white and delicate. She wore a wide-sleeved robe with a jade belt. Her jet-black hair complemented her snow-white robe. "I can't believe there's such a beauty in this world." Xue Pan instinctively stood up and couldn't help but gulp. Xue Baochai glanced at her brother in disdain, but she had to admit that his words made sense. The eyes of the woman at the door were like two bright stars in the dark night sky, full of moisture and elegance. They were tranquil and pleasing to the eye, causing anyone who saw them to think that she was not only beautiful but also had a gentle and affectionate personality. Just by standing there, she was enough to charm all living things in the world, giving people a lingering and sweet feeling. However, her appearance was dignified, and the most attractive thing about her was her gorgeous outline and the lovely and touching temperament that emanated from her bones. It did not make people associate her with any coquettish or flirtatious words. Not to mention Xue Pan, even the Lu brothers, who had better self-control, were mesmerized by her. The other men were even more unbearable and even the people from the Jin Kingdom revealed expressions of fascination. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Actually, in terms of appearance, she might not necessarily be better than Wanyan Zhongjia, the yellow-robed woman, and Shui Baochai, but just by standing there, her lethality to men was something that the three women combined couldn't compare to. This little girl greets everyone. The woman smiled and bowed slightly to the crowd. Every frown and every smile of hers caused one to feel pity for her, wishing for nothing more than to embrace her incomparably beautiful and alluring jade body into his arms and love her tenderly. The faces of the men in the room turned red and their hearts beat faster. Their breathing became much heavier as if they had just managed to suppress their impulses with great difficulty. This woman was not simple. Song Qingshu quickly sensed that something was amiss. This woman knew the art of seduction, and it was the most profound of seduction arts. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people, he would have fallen for it if he was caught off guard. "Sister, why are you wandering around so late at night? Aren't you afraid of running into bad people?" Song Qingshu took a step forward and blocked the woman's path, blocking everyone's gaze. Only then did Shui Pan and the others regain their senses. The woman looked at him in surprise and said with a gentle smile, "Is young master a bad person?" "Of course I'm a bad guy, and I'm the kind of bad guy who specializes in picking flowers." Song Qingshu smiled evilly. The woman's expression turned sluggish. "Normally, when men see me, which one of them wouldn't be courteous in order to win my favor? Why don't you play by the rules?" However, she reacted quickly. "Young master, you must be joking. Young master is such a romantic and handsome man. I don't know how many women dream of you. You can't even handle people throwing themselves at you. Why would you need to pick the 31 flowers?" "Sister, you're such a sweet talker," Song Qingshu said shyly. "Young master is really humorous." The woman was smiling, but the doubt in her heart grew stronger. Why didn't this person seem to be affected by her bewitching technique? A group of people looked at the two with strange expressions. Ouyang Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed lightly and asked, "Miss, what business do you have here?" With his experience, he could naturally see that there was something wrong with this woman. The woman replied, "Your friend is resting in a small temple 10 miles away. Everything is fine and he specifically asked me to come and inform you." Hearing her words, even the most lustful person would feel his heart skip a beat. Ouyang Feng snorted coldly, "Resting? I'm afraid he's been captured by your people." The woman's expression didn't change. She continued to smile sweetly, "It's not impossible if you think so. Since that's the case, I'll capture you and exchange you with them." Ouyang Feng had just finished speaking when he appeared in front of the woman. The woman seemed to have been prepared since a long time ago. With a flick of her sleeve, a pair of jade rings shot out and swam all over the place like wild bees and butterflies fighting for nectar. They emitted an ear-piercing whistling sound as they flickered in and out of sight, sometimes far, sometimes near. Sometimes it sounded like it came from beyond the 9 heavens, and sometimes it sounded like it came from the lowest level of hell. The expressions of the people in the area changed, because the sounds seemed to affect their hearts. Those who were slightly weaker felt annoyed and wanted to vomit. The woman and Ouyang Feng separated right after they touched each other. As the sound of the jade rings came out, her body seemed to become indistinct, making it difficult for others to determine her location and direction. "Green sleeve ring, Danuru?" Ouyang Feng did not continue to chase after her. Instead, he looked at her with a solemn expression. "Mr. Ouyang, you have a good eye." There was great wariness in the woman's eyes. It was clear that she had recognized his identity from the toting technique just now. "Danuru?" Song Qingshu frowned. Why was this name so familiar? Where had he heard it before? At that moment, Ouyang Feng said, "Destiny cult has retreated to the desert for many years. Now, you've returned to the world of martial artists. What is your intention?" An idea flashed in Song Qingshu's mind. He finally remembered why this name was so familiar. Destiny cult was a branch of the Yin-Weed faction in overturning the rain and overturning the clouds. They wanted to overthrow the Ming dynasty. Since there was a Ming dynasty in this world, it was not surprising that Destiny cult appeared. He looked at the woman not far away with great interest. Sure enough, she was just as devastating as described in the books. She was obviously a demoness who could turn the world upside down, but she looked dignified and pure. It was no wonder that she had cultivated the charm technique to the highest level. I've been in the desert for a long time, so I came out to take a walk. Mr. Ouyang, you've also left White Camel Villa for a long time, haven't you? Dan Yuru's voice was gentle and pleasant. It was difficult for people to feel bad about her. Humph. Ouyang Feng frowned. Although he was not enchanted by the woman's charm technique, he could not bring himself to kill her because she was kind and pleasant. I didn't know you were Mr. Ouyang. I've offended you. I hope you won't take it to heart. Dan Yuru explained, we didn't hurt your companions. This is a misunderstanding. What are you planning to do? Ouyang Feng couldn't help but ask. Dan Yuru replied, tonight, the Heaven's Mandate sect came out in full force to ambush a big enemy. Who would have thought that you would arrive at the town first, causing your companions to fall into the ambush? I'm here to explain the misunderstanding. Also, can I trouble you to leave for a while? We have already prepared accommodation and food for you 10 miles away. I hope you don't mind. Her tone was quite sincere, but she also mentioned that the Heaven's Mandate sect had come out in full force. This time, they had been preparing for a life and death battle with their big enemy. If they didn't agree to leave, maybe the Heaven's Mandate sect would deal with them first. Just now, she came here to test the situation. If she didn't know that there was a top master like Ouyang Feng here, she might have already ordered her subordinates to kill everyone in the inn. Big enemy? Who is Big Sister's biggest enemy? We can help you together. Song Qingshu was very curious as to who they were planning to deal with. Dan Yuru pursed her lips and smiled, thank you for your kindness, young master, but this is our internal matter. It's not convenient for others to intervene. Obviously, she didn't want to reveal the specific target. At this time, Xue Baochai came to the side of the yellow-robed woman and whispered to her, Miss Yang, what do you think? As for the young masters of the aristocratic families, they had already been enchanted by Dan Yuru. There was no need to ask them. This is someone else's business. We don't need to get involved, the yellow-robed woman said after some thought. Xue Baochai nodded. I think so too. In the distance, Wanyan Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, fine. Since it's a grudge between the Heaven's sect and someone else, we shouldn't interfere. Let's go. Hearing this, everyone in the room looked at her in surprise. After all, they had known her for a long time and knew that she was the kind of person who wanted to see the world in chaos. Dan Yuru was pleasantly surprised. Thank you all. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Since the leaders of the Song and the Jin had agreed, the group quickly left the town. Dan Yuru called one of her subordinates to lead the way to find her missing companions and thanked them again and again. On the way to the small temple outside the town, the yellow-robed woman pulled Xue Baochai aside and asked, Miss Xue, do you have any information about the Heaven's sect in the Imperial City? Xue Baochai frowned. We don't know much. It seems that the Heaven's sect was active in the Ming Kingdom a few decades ago. Later, they were suppressed by the Ming court and had to retreat to the Gobi Desert. These years, they have disappeared without a trace. Everyone in Jianghu thought that the Heaven's sect had perished. I didn't expect them to make a comeback. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, retreat to the Gobi Desert? Is the Heaven's sect related to the Mongols? Xue Baochai thought for a while and answered, there are many different opinions. There have been such rumors, but no one can be sure. The yellow-robed woman said, as long as they are not from the Jin Kingdom. Xue Baochai nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Although the Song Kingdom had fought against the Mongols in Sichuan and Shenyang for many years, they still regarded the Jin Kingdom as their greatest enemy. They could not be blamed for this. After all, they could not tell them that after the Jin Kingdom was destroyed, the southern Song Kingdom would soon come. The Song people didn't care, but he couldn't. After all, in his heart, the powerful Mongols were his biggest enemy. Master Jia, our prince invites you to play chess. A Jin knight came to invite him. Although everyone knew that Wanyan Xianxia was disguised as a man, the Jin people still addressed him as prince. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He informed Xue Baochai and the others before leaving. The yellow-robed woman could not help but say, does that Jin woman really like him? I don't know. Xue Baochai felt very annoyed. Not far away, Xue Pan had a look of envy on his face, that Jin woman is so beautiful, why didn't she fall for me? Bao Yu is really lucky with women. His companions nodded in agreement. That's right. That little girl is so beautiful at such a young age. When she grows up, she will definitely be a lady who will bring disaster to the country and bring disaster to the people. If she takes a fancy to me, I will go to the princess of the Xianxia country. Maybe that Xianxia princess is even more beautiful than her? That's true. Let's wait until we see the princess of the Western Xia country. Then, we can use the 31 update fast power to conquer her. Ha ha ha, in that case, we can be considered competitors. When Song Qingshu entered Wanyan Zhongjia's carriage, he saw that she was dressed in black. He was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Wanyan Zhongjia adjusted his belt as he replied, "Aren't you interested in who the Heaven's Mandate sect is going to deal with?" Song Qingshu finally reacted. "No wonder you agreed to leave so easily. It turns out that you are planning to make a surprise attack." Wanyan Zhongjie giggled. "Otherwise, I won't be able to see a good show." Song Qingshu was also curious about what the Heaven's Mandate sect was up to, so the two of them hit it off immediately. Soon, they quietly left the group from the other side of the carriage. With his qinggong, he could do it without making a sound even if he was carrying another person. The Jin Kingdom would cover for them and would not allow anyone to get close to the carriage. For a short period of time, no one would discover that he had left. As for the red dot of the Central Plains who was protecting him in the dark, he also carefully avoided her. When the two returned to the small town, the inn was empty. It was dark and quiet again. Dan Yuru had obviously left as well. Song Qingshu thought that, judging from the situation just now, the target would most likely come to this inn. After all, the whole town was empty. The target's first reaction would be to choose a place with many rooms like this inn. Just now, they had come here without any hesitation. Therefore, he quietly sneaked into the inn with Wanyan Zhongjia. Originally, he planned to find a room upstairs to hide, but he suddenly sensed a few faint auras in the inn. They should be the people of the Heaven's Mandate sect lying in ambush. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he didn't go further inside. He looked around the hall and noticed a huge signboard with the name of the inn written on it. It should be the signboard. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He had heard footsteps approaching. There were quite a few of them. Without hesitation, he grabbed Wanyan Zhongjia's waist and the two of them flew behind the signboard. The space behind the signboard wasn't very big. In order to not be discovered, the two of them had to stick close to each other. Song Qingshu was afraid that Wanyan Zhongjia would misunderstand, but unexpectedly, she twisted her body and took the initiative to shrink into his embrace. It was as if this position was more comfortable. Who was taking advantage of who? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. However, the girl's soft body and her pleasant fragrance made this narrow space seem less cramped. "Brother Qingshu, who are you talking about?" Wanyan Zhongjia asked sweetly. "I don't know." The two of them were very close, and the girl's breath smelled like orchids. Song Qingshu's expression was a bit unnatural. He quickly peeked out from the side and looked at the entrance of the inn, using this opportunity to put some distance between himself and the girl. Who knew that Wanyan Zhongjia's head would also peek out from under his chin? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. However, since someone had come in, he didn't dare to make any movements lest he startle the other party. "Great Khan, this town is a bit strange. Be careful, it might be a trap." These people's reactions were exactly the same as Song Qingshu's. "Great Khan?" Song Qingshu was a bit surprised. Could the person be Temujin? That can't be. Song Qingshu took a good look at the man who was called the Khan. He was indeed wearing the clothing of a Mongolian nobleman, but he couldn't be Temujin, because his age didn't match. He looked to be in his 30s, while Temujin should be an old man by now. Although there was no lack of people in this world who could retain their youthful looks, the person in front of him had a valiant aura, but he lacked the domineering aura of Temujin. Furthermore, from the information he had received from Yen Leiden, Temujin's kung fu of the heavenly demon should be of a high level. Judging from the breathing of the person in front of him, his level of kung fu should be limited. If you are not Temujin, how dare you call yourself the Khan? Could it be some country in the western region? Song Qingshu was not very familiar with the situation in the western region, so he thought that he had to find some time to read more about it. "Madam, Princess, do you think we should stay here for the night or continue on our way?" the Khan suddenly said to the other two veiled women. "Hey, these two women must be great beauties," Wanyan Zhongjie whispered in Song Qingshu's ear, his lips almost touching Song Qingshu's earlobe. "Happy May 1st, readers." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. There were two women, one older and one younger, standing near the great Khan. The younger one had a veil over her face and was tall and slender. She had a pair of watery eyes that seemed to be filled with affection, yet also seemed to be cold and indifferent. She was very eye-catching, and she had an elegant temperament that faintly revealed a trace of nobility that made people not dare to stare at her. The other woman had a more plump figure, and her body was graceful and exquisite. She wore a black court dress that wrapped around her graceful body. Unlike the other girl, she exuded a mature and beautiful temperament. Although the two women had veils covering their faces, just based on their figures, temperament, and intelligent eyes, even if their appearances were slightly mediocre, they could still be called first-rate beauties. If their appearances were exquisite, they would definitely be the kind of extraordinarily beautiful women that could turn all living things upside down. However, Song Qingshu was used to seeing beautiful women, so their beauty did not distract him. At this time, he was thinking about another matter. Just now, the Khan called them madams and princesses. Could these two women be his wife and daughter? However, he immediately denied this speculation. Firstly, if they were his wife and daughter, he would not be so polite. Secondly, the Khan was only about 30 years old. How could he have such an old daughter? But this made Song Qingshu even more confused. What country's madam and princess were they? Why did the Khan treat them so strangely? The madam spoke with a gentle and pleasant voice. "It's getting late. Why don't we stay here and send more people to patrol the surroundings?" As a woman, she obviously had the same idea as Shui Baochai and the others. "All right." The Khan nodded and turned around to order his subordinates to patrol the surroundings of the inn. At this time, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes also spoke. "Go to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Go upstairs and clean up the room." "Yes, young governor." His subordinates all received the order and left. Young governor? Song Qingshu was even more confused. This title was obviously not from the countries in the Central Plains. There was no such thing as governor here. Even Lu Wendi and his brother had been guarding Shenyang for so many years, but no one called Lu Sherdao and his brother young governor. Little Ming's arrangements are very neat and tidy. You are becoming more and more like your esteemed father. The big Khan praised. The young city lord also smiled happily. Great Khan, you flatter me. Song Qingshu observed for a long time and vaguely understood the reason behind it. They did not have a subordinate relationship in the general sense, but more like a cooperative relationship of equals. Song Qingshu was unable to guess the identity of the two parties for a while, so he began to pay attention to the other people. Next to the young city lord stood a short and fat monk. Although he was bald, he did not have any scars, and his attire was very different from the monks of the Central Plains. At the same time, he did not look like a foreign monk of the Tantric sect, but there was a string of Buddhist beads hanging on his chest. Coupled with his big bald head, the first impression he gave was that he was a monk. The reason why they noticed him was because he was probably one of the strongest martial artists in the group. In addition to him, there was a hunchbacked old woman standing behind the madam and the young lady. She looked as if she would be blown away by the wind. Perhaps ordinary people would think that she was just a thin and weak old woman, but Song Qingshu did not simply look at her with his eyes. Instead, he looked at her chi. This old woman and the fat monk were the two people with the highest level of martial arts in the group. The madam and the young lady's breathing was soft and their steps were light. It was obvious that they also had good martial arts. In addition, there was the group of Mongolian warriors, as well as the subordinates of the young city lord and the madam, all of them were shrewd and valiant. It was obvious that they were all carefully selected experts. It was no wonder that the Heavens Mandate Church had come out in full force to ambush them. Seeing that I am beautiful, you can't take your eyes off me? At this time, Wanyan Zhongjia's sour voice suddenly came into his ear. Song Qingshu turned around and saw the young girl pouting at him. It was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied with his reaction. I am observing them to see which experts they have. Song Qingshu used his powerful qi to isolate this small area, so the two of them spoke in a low voice and did not have to worry about being heard by the experts in the hall. Oh, which experts? Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly became interested. Song Qingshu began to explain to her the general strength of each person's martial arts. When he talked about the madam and the princess, Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly asked, "How are their martial arts compared to mine?" Song Qingshu thought for a moment and replied, "They didn't make a move, so I can't judge their martial arts. Just based on internal energy, the madam's cultivation is higher than yours, and the princess's is about the same as yours." Wanyan Zhongjie's cheeks immediately puffed up in anger. These foxes are so seductive, and their martial arts are also so good. Is there any justice in this world? Song Qingshu was speechless. Aren't you scolding yourself too? Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Song, do you want to capture these two foxes and make them your wives? What are you thinking about all day long?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be speechless. "That's clearly what you're thinking in your heart." Wanyan Zhongjie snorted. "Lower your voice, someone's coming." Song Qingshu hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Wanyan Zhongjie didn't dare to cause any more trouble. He quietly stuck his head out to observe the situation below. "Why aren't the cooks done after so long? At least pour us some tea." The young city lord was somewhat dissatisfied. Soon, a subordinate ran to the kitchen to check. However, he quickly ran back in a panic and said, "The kitchen, no one's here." "There's no one. How is that possible?" The young city lord was furious. There were at least 7 or 8 people who went to the kitchen. How could there be no one? The madam frowned and ordered the old woman behind her, "Grandma, go upstairs and see if the people cleaning the rooms are there." The old woman nodded slightly and flew up to the second floor to quickly check. Wanyan Zhongjie's small mouth formed an O shape. This old woman's lightness skills are really good. Indeed. Song Qingshu nodded. Wanyan Zhongjie quickly pursed his lips and smiled. "But she's still a far cry from you." Flatterer. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. No wonder Ouyang Feng doted on her like a granddaughter. This little girl was indeed very lovable. At this time, the old woman had already finished checking the second floor. She flew back to the main hall and reported, "Madam, there's no one upstairs either." Now, even the most careless people realized that something was wrong. "There's an ambush." The surrounding warriors all pulled out their weapons and protected the Khan and the others in the center. They looked around vigilantly, but other than the sound of the wind outside, there were no signs of enemies. The fat monk stood up and said, "Why don't I take a few people to look around?" He was confident in his martial arts skills, so he wasn't worried about an ambush. "No, they're obviously hunting like a pack of wolves. They're deliberately using panic to weaken our willpower and then taking the opportunity to disperse our strength. We can't fall into their trap. The rest of you, no one is allowed to leave. Guard all the entrances to the inn. We'll leave as soon as the sun rises." Clap, clap, clap. At this time, the sound of applause came from the entrance of the inn. Dan Yuru walked in with a smile. As expected of the sun's child, the Galdan Khan who gives our Khan a headache ate. Galdan? Song Qingshu, who was hiding behind the plaque, was shocked. He remembered that in history, Galdan established a very powerful grassland state and conquered the western regions and Kazakhstan. Kanchi fought with him for decades and finally defeated him by relying on the strength of the country and the internal strife in Galdan's rear. However, it would take until the Qianlong period to completely destroy the Yungar Khan. He also appeared in The Deer and the Cauldron and became sworn brothers with Wei Xiaobao. In addition, he married Ah Ke Senior's sister, Ah Qi. But in this world, Ah Jiao was still a little girl and naturally did not have a disciple. He didn't know if Ah Qi was still around. Recalling that Dan Yuru had just called him the son of the sun, Song Qingshu's heart moved. He vaguely remembered that Zhao Min had mentioned that when Temujin unified the Mongolian tribes in his early years, his last powerful enemy was the Naiman tribe. The leader of the Naiman tribe was honored as the Taiyang Khan. Later, the Taiyang Khan was killed by Temujin, and the son of the Taiyang Khan led the remnants of the tribe to flee to the western regions. In history, the son of the Taiyang Khan was Chu Chulu. A trace of doubt flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Could it be that in this chaotic world, Galdan became the son of the Taiyang Khan, but it was understandable. In history, Galdan's Yungar tribe was one of the 4 major Walla tribes. After the Yuan dynasty was destroyed by the Ming dynasty, Mongolia was divided into Walla in the west and Tartars in the east. Now that Mongolia was in its heyday, there was naturally no Walla. In this world, Galdan became a member of the Naiman tribe in the west of the Mongolian plateau. Song Qingshu remembered the information he had received in the western Xia. These years, the Hui tribe and the Ming dynasty had been in a tug-of-war with the Mongolians in the western regions. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Galdan led his tribe to rise and became the ruler of the northern frontier of Xinjiang. The Hui tribe and the Ming dynasty controlled the Mongolian plateau. Because of the powerful Mongolian enemy, the 3 forces formed an alliance to fight against the Mongolians. Dan Yuru of the Green Sleeve Ring of Destiny sect. The fat monk obviously recognized the other party. He protected Galdan and the young city lord behind him with a vigilant expression. He looked at the other party. As expected of the protector of Peerless City. Sherwuzuan, your power seems to have improved a lot. Dan Yuru smiled slightly, as if she was sincerely praising him. Song Qingshu didn't have much of an impression of Sherwuzuan's name, but he vaguely remembered Peerless City. There was a peerless city in wind and cloud and a peerless nation in overturning the storm and overturning the clouds, but he didn't know which one they were related to. There's no need to use your charm technique on me. I'm a Buddhist, so how could I be so easily seduced by a demoness like you? Sherwuzuan shouted loudly, as if he was trying to wake up his companions who were bewitched by her charm technique. Dan Yuru smiled sweetly, what's wrong with being a Buddhist? Even the revered one of the heavenly devils was tempted by the 3 women of the heavenly devil, let alone a mere mortal like you. The angrier you are, the more it proves that you are interested in me. Bastard! Sherwuzuan's figure flashed, and he pounced towards Dan Yuru. With a smile on her face, Dan Yuru remained unmoved. Just as she was about to die, a black shadow leaped out from behind her and blocked the opponent's attack, forcing him to retreat. This person's weapon is really strange, Wanyan Zhongjia couldn't help but comment. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. His weapon looked like a spear, yet it wasn't a spear, and a shovel, yet it wasn't a shovel. One end was a spear, and the other end was a shovel. It was indeed very strange. The Buddha's palm is only SOSO, the person who had just entered said proudly after forcing Sherwuzuan to retreat. Song Qingshu's jaw almost dropped in shock. The Buddha's palm? How could he not have heard of such a famous martial art? This martial art was even somewhat fantastical. Could a mortal really resist it? However, he had just witnessed the exchange between the 2 of them. Although Sherwuzuan's palm technique wasn't bad, its might was far inferior to the 18 dragons subduing palms. Presumably, it was just a technique with the same name, and it didn't have the terrifying might of the legends. I didn't expect that the spear, and flying Zhanyu would also become Dan Yuru's servant, the madam who had been sitting silently said. Song Qingshu didn't have a deep impression of this name, but from the madam's tone, he speculated that she was a famous expert in the western regions. Zhanyu's eyes greedily sized up her full curves, then he laughed and said, I've heard that the dual cultivation mansion's successive generations of peerless beauties are 1 in 10,000. If Madam and Princess are willing to take off your veils and let me feast my eyes, who knows, I might even throw myself under your skirts. His frivolous words, coupled with his lascivious gaze, provoked the group of people in front of him to no end. The dual cultivation mansion. Song Qingshu finally knew the origins of the 2 mysterious masked women. Every generation of the dual cultivation mansion's masters were peerless beauties, and they were only passed down to the female, not the male. Their cultivation technique was extremely mystical. Every generation would choose a son-in-law to marry into their family, and then they would practice the dual cultivation technique together. When the women cultivated, they had to be emotionless, while the men had to be emotionless. F***ck, they're all crazy. This was the only evaluation Song Qingshu could give. The dual cultivation princess Gu Zixian was ranked 4th among the top 10 beauties of the chaotic clouds world. Today, he saw that she truly lived up to her reputation. The previous generation's dual cultivation madam must have been top-notch as well. The people of the dual cultivation mansion seemed to be from Walla. They once had a country in the western regions called the Peerless Country. Later on, Nian Liandan, who was also a walla, betrayed and colluded with outsiders, causing the country to be destroyed. Thus, they had always shouldered the heavy responsibility of restoring their country, and at the same time, they wanted to find Nian Liandan for revenge. Another Murong Fu. Song Qingshu shook his head. A group of women, pretending to be virtuous all day long, not doing anything proper. Could they really restore their country just by relying on the dual cultivation technique? Of course, in this world, the dual cultivation mansion didn't wander to the Central Plains, but was hidden around Dongting Lake. From the tone of those people's conversation just now, the Peerless Country shouldn't have been destroyed yet. Could it be because I killed Nian Liandan, allowing them to avoid the danger of their country being destroyed? Song Qingshu's expression was somewhat interesting. He didn't know if they would recognize him as their benefactor. Brother Song, you're smiling so strangely. You must be thinking of something bad. Wanyan Xianxia, who was standing to the side, stretched out his small hand and touched his cheek as he laughed. Song Qingshu's face heated up. Am I smiling? Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, the situation changed. The young city lord stood up and angrily shouted, "Shameless pervert, die." He unsheathed his sword and charged towards Xianyu. Xianyu hurriedly raised his spear to meet the attack. As he dispelled the other party's attack, he laughed and said, "So the young city lord is also here. I almost forgot that the dual cultivation mansion has a marriage alliance with the peerless city lord. I'm really sorry for teasing your fiancé." The young city lord heavily harumphed. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and the sword in his hand became increasingly sharp. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Why did the young city lord's sword technique seem so similar to his own? Xianyu continued to counterattack while teasing him from time to time. However, your fiancé is really amazing. Which man wouldn't be moved? In this world, the strong are respected. With your insignificant abilities, you might not be able to protect your beautiful fiancé. Recently, a few new characters had been added. The main reason was because there were too many experts in the Central Plains and too few Mongolian experts. This didn't match the setting of Mongolia being the strongest country in this world. Thus, some Mongolian experts had to be added to balance the strength of both sides. In the wuxia novel, it just so happened that Huang Yi's works had a lot of plots related to Mongolia. There were many Mongolian experts in it, and they were relatively well known. Thus, it was appropriate to add some characters from his books, mainly from Overturning Rain and Clouds, and Shattering the Void. Song Qingshu was speechless. Xianyu was really a master of trash-talking. Was there anything more murderous than your wife being awesome? The princess seemed to be the fiancée of the young city master. No wonder he was so angry. Wait, why did the young city master's swordsmanship look so familiar? After carefully observing for a while, Song Qingshu finally understood where the familiarity came from. It turned out that the young city master's swordsmanship was somewhat similar to the solitary sword intent in the Sword Tomb. However, the other party's swordsmanship was ordinary and only had the form but not the spirit. If it were not for Song Qingshu's extraordinary eyesight, others would not be able to see the similarities at all. Solitary sword intent? Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. Could it be that Duga seeking for loss had some relationship with Wushuang City? In the gap between Xianyu and the young city lord's attacks, Dan Yuru sized up the people of Dual Cultivation Mansion. Her expression was filled with curiosity. It's been so many years, but I've never seen what you guys look like. I really don't understand why Nian Liandan would care so much about you guys. Nian Liandan. The Dual Cultivation madam's breathing quickened, and her full chest trembled. It was obvious that she hated this name. Madam, why are you so excited? Have you been taken advantage of by Nian Liandan? Dan Yuru's tone was full of concern, but her words were extremely vicious. Shut up, don't you dare tarnish my mother's reputation. The Dual Cultivation princess's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her voice was crisp and sweet, mixed with a hint of exotic charm. If it's not her, then did she bully you? Dan Yuru looked at her with a faint smile. You. The Dual Cultivation princess was about to draw her sword, but she was stopped by her mother. The madam said coldly, Nian Liandan, that bastard, betrayed our clansman back then, and all of us wished for nothing more than to tear him to pieces. I hope sect master can tell us where that traitor is now, so we can settle this grudge. Dan Yuru smiled sweetly. Madam, you don't have to deliberately test me. Nian Liandan did not come this time, and I'm afraid you won't be able to see him in the future. What do you mean? The dual cultivation madam was very confused. Dan Yuru sighed. Rumor has it that Nian Liandan died in the hands of a mysterious expert from Central Plains. It's a pity. The flowery sect is already lacking in talents, but Brother Nian passed away so suddenly. I'm afraid that the flowery sect will, the madam snorted. Ianweed faction has never been on good terms with Flowers faction. You might be longing for them to be destroyed. Why do you have to pretend to be sad for them in front of us? Dan Yuru giggled and said, Madam has seen through me. The dual cultivator princess couldn't help but ask curiously, that Niangai's martial arts are so powerful. I wonder who killed him. He's really our dual cultivator residence's great benefactor. I wonder how we can repay him. Dan Yuru said, the one who killed Nian is definitely one of the few masters in this world. Such a person can't have anything he wants. I'm afraid that no one in your double cultivation mansion will be able to catch his eye, unless you and your daughter marry each other. That way, he might be attracted to you. At this moment, Song Qingshu, who was behind the plaque, felt someone poke his waist. He turned his head and saw Wanyan Zhongjia looking at him with a faint smile. What do you think? Are you tempted? Song Qingshu's face heated up. Don't mess around. Bastard. The old woman behind the madam could no longer listen to her. She moved as fast as lightning and attacked Dan Yuru. We're talking about romance. Why is an old woman like you joining in the fun? Dan Yuru moved and dodged the old woman's attack. The old woman wanted to attack again, but at this moment, a figure appeared behind Dan Yuru and blocked her. Song Qingshu noticed that the figure's martial arts were not inferior to Zhang Yu's. The weapon in his hand had a strange shape and was even more eye-catching. Soul-stealing spike. You're Ling Yan. The old woman's eyes were filled with fear. Ling Yan grinned hideously. Old woman, you have a good eye. The old woman couldn't help but ask, when did the Demon Master Palace work together with the Heavenly Fate cult? Don't tell me you've also been charmed by that demoness surnamed Dan? Ling Yan's old face heated up. He glanced at Dan Yuru guiltily and hurriedly snorted. Sect leader Dan listens to the seventh prince, and we listen to the great Khan. In the end, we're all on the same side. Why can't we work together? Daldan, who was standing to the side, said in a deep voice, it's really Brother Aliber's instruction. He can't defeat me on the battlefield, so he came up with this dirty trick. The Mongolians fight like a pack of wolves hunting. They've always been unscrupulous. Speaking of which, you're also a Mongolian. Isn't it too childish for you to say such words? Dan Yuru snorted. That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity if I could finish off my opponent so easily. Galdan frowned. He wondered if he had been too careless in coming to Western Xia this time. Behind the plaque, Song Qingshu's heart was in turmoil. Brother Aliber used to confront the Manchurian Qing in the northeast, but he was forced to retreat by Kangxi. Later, it was unclear whether Temujin was acting out of public or private interest. Song Qingshu and the Prince of Ruyang's territories were swapped, allowing Brother Aliber to deal with the relatively weaker western regions while the Ruyang Palace dealt with the Manchurian Qing. In the end, not only did Brother Aliber fail to pacify the western regions, but it also led to the rise of Galdan's power. His impression in Temujin's heart had fallen again. And again. However, he was the youngest son of Tori, and Tori was also the youngest son of Temujin's first wife. The Mongolian custom had always been for the youngest son to guard his property, so Temujin had always doted on him. Otherwise, how could anyone else be tolerated like this? However, Brother Aliber was not without improvement. At least, he had gathered so many top-notch experts under his command. It should be noted that the experts under his command in the past were Master Songjia and Master Blood Knife. Although the two of them were not weak, they were still some distance away from the top-notch experts. Moreover, there were too few of them. Looking at the current situation of the Divine Order, Brother Alibur must have suffered because he had too few experts under his command. However, compared to Brother Alibur, what attracted Song Qingshu's attention was the palace of the devil they mentioned. The palace of the devil was built by the devil master Pang Ban. There were many experts in the palace, and Pang Ban was the most talented person in the devil sect in the past 100 years. He had mastered the great magic of Dao Heart demonic seed and was the #1 expert in. Just how powerful was he? When he came south from Mongolia, the pressure he exerted on the people of the Central Plains was like Thanos invading Earth. I didn't think that this world really had Pang Ban. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face, but he was not worried at all. With his current level of cultivation, even if it was the devil master Pang Ban, there was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing he had to worry about was how many people of Pang Ban's level were there in the Mongolian side. Also, from Nian Liandan's tone, Temujin seemed to have mastered a terrifying demonic art as well, and his strength was unfathomable. Don't make it difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Song Qingshu recalled the great grandmasters of the Central Plains and could not help but furrow his eyebrows. Previously in the Battle of Mount Wudong, he had suffered heavy losses. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to find helpers in the future. At this time, Grandma and Ling Yan were already fighting. Sherwuzuan coldly snorted and said, Who else did you ambush? Call them all out, I'll take them all at once. The leader was a tall man dressed in luxurious clothes. His weapon was a 3 feet long steel mace that glittered with golden light. He looked like a wolf, and because of his special appearance, he was very eye-catching, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Another person's weapon was a soft sword. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he had an extraordinary bearing. Although he looked elegant and graceful, he always had an evil aura that came from deep within his bones. The third person's weapon was a pair of short halberds. He was dressed very politely, but his face was as pale as a corpse, which made people feel uncomfortable. Seeing those people, Sherwuzuan's face became very unsightly. I heard that Heaven's cult has 4 great experts, with sect leader Shan as the leader. There are also Night Owl Yongleng, Soul Snatcher Jiafu, and Soul Seeker Tai Sui Dumu. Each of them was a powerful devil cult sect leader, and people call them Jade Owl Soul Snatcher. Dan Yuru giggled. You actually know so much about us. Sherwuzuan, Sherwuzuan, I think you shouldn't be a protector of Matchless City. You should be a Jiang who know-it-all. I think you have a better future. Sherwuzuan snorted coldly. You are just lackeys under Brother Ali Bugu, how can you not know a little bit about us? Dan Yuru was not angry at all. Aren't you also a lackey under Galdan? She said indifferently. Yongleng, who was at the side, said impatiently, Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. His voice was mournful, just like a night owl. He didn't think he was boasting. With the 4 of them joining hands, how could a mere Sherwuzuan be a match for them? Agreed. Soul Seeker Tai Sui Dumu laughed sinisterly and took the lead to attack. The situation on the field was already on the verge of breaking out. They were originally of the same branch, so when Dumu made his move, the others very tacitly attacked at the same time. Sherwuzuan roared repeatedly and hastily used Buddha's palm to fight against the enemy. However, the enemy was outnumbered. Very soon, he was reduced to a situation where he could only bitterly defend and couldn't attack. Song Qingshu observed carefully for a moment and quickly figured out the background of these people. Jade Al Soul Snatching was nominally the same, but the other 3 people's kung fu was not as good as Dan Yuru's. Of course, the gap was not very big. All 3 of them could be regarded as the top masters in Jianghu. Just at this moment, 2 tender shouts rang out. The madam and the princess brandished their swords and came forward to help. The swords in their hands glinted with a cold light, and with a single glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary weapons. However, what was more eye-catching was their graceful figures. They moved and dodged, and they displayed their flexibility and perfect curves to the fullest. Seeing this, the enemy swallowed their saliva and couldn't help but tease them. Wanyan Zhongjie gently pinched Song Qingshu. Their figures are very good, right? Not bad indeed, Song Qingshu answered subconsciously. Humph. Wanyan Zhongjie immediately felt somewhat unhappy. Only then did Song Qingshu react. He smiled and said, I was staring at them, not at their figures. Then what were you looking at? Wanyan Zhongjia's small eyes were full of suspicion. Don't you think it's strange that the two of them were able to block the joint attack of 4 top masters? Song Qingshu replied while paying attention to the battle below. That's right. Wanyan Zhongjia finally reacted. Just now, Song Qingshu had evaluated their martial arts. The princess was about the same level as him, and the madam was slightly stronger, but not by much. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to deal with any one of the 4 people below. In the end, the two of them, together with Shi Wuzuan, were able to fight the 4 people to a draw. They seemed to have a joint attack sword technique. Wanyan Zhongjie gradually realized what was going on. Not bad. Song Qingshu's tone was full of praise. In his opinion, this joint attack sword technique was not inferior to the ancient Tomb Sect's harmonious dual swords. However, the two of them were still a distance away from perfect coordination, which resulted in the sword technique not being able to display its full power. Love of a fallen city is indeed powerful. Dan Yuru's tone was also full of praise, but she wasn't the slightest bit afraid. It's a pity that no matter how close you mother and daughter are, you can't compare to a couple who have the same mind, so you can't display the full power of the love of a fallen city. Why don't you let the princess and the young master try it together? Love of a fallen city? Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that he seemed to have heard this name before, but he couldn't remember where. From the conversation of the people below, he should be able to determine that this was the ultimate move of the dual cultivation mansion, or even Peerless City. Xian'er, why don't I come over and help you? The young master on the side heard their conversation and couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. The dual cultivation princess frowned slightly and replied coldly, no need. It was the madam of the dual cultivation mansion who came out to smooth things over. Young master, don't be careless. Be careful of your enemies. Leave this side to us. She knew that the requirement of the love of a fallen city was for the couple to have the same mind, but her daughter had never liked the young master, so how could they have the same mind? She even forced herself to use it with her daughter. If it was the young master, she was afraid that within a few moves, there would be hundreds of flaws, which would be taken advantage of by the enemy. At this time, Dan Yuru smiled coquettishly. Madam, the power of this sword technique has been greatly reduced by you mother and daughter. Now that your mind is in a mess, why are you still holding on? The madam of the dual cultivation mansion snorted coldly. It's still enough to use it to subdue demons. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword technique became more and more fierce, forcing the 4 demons to be a little flustered and retreat step by step. Buddha's palm. Shi Wuzuan didn't speak just now because he was looking for an opportunity. In this group of people, he was the most skilled in martial arts. He knew that if he couldn't get rid of the opponent as soon as possible today, he was afraid that he would suffer heavy losses. Finally, the heavens didn't disappoint those who waited. Just now, Dan Yuru was distracted while talking, and then forced by the love of a fallen city, her body was temporarily stagnant. Although it was only a matter of a moment, it was enough for an expert like him. He directly used the most powerful move of the Buddha's palm and attacked Dan Yuru's back. Just as his hand was about to touch Dan Yuru's body, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him with a hidden bitterness. Her eyes were very delicate and pitiful, containing too much grievance and fear. Am I really going to let such a delicate and pitiful woman die like this? There was a trace of hesitation in Shi Wuzuan's heart, but he immediately realized that he must have fallen for this demoness charm technique. Dan Yuru had cultivated the charm technique to an unprecedented realm. She didn't need to use any seductive methods. Just by standing there gracefully, it was enough to bewitch all living beings in the world, causing people to feel endless lingering feelings, and submissive feelings. The most amazing thing about her was that no one would feel that she was seducing them, but every frown and every smile of hers would cause people to feel pity for her, wishing that they could pull her beautiful and alluring body into their arms and love her tenderly and gently. Therefore, even though Shi Wuzuan was a Buddhist and had a profound cultivation base, he was still bewitched by her for a split second. At this moment, a strange change occurred. The window next to him suddenly exploded, and a dark shadow rushed in, arriving next to Shi Wuzuan in an instant. Shi Wuzuan had just regained his consciousness from the charm technique, and his first reaction was to guard against Dan Yuru taking advantage of his weakness to enter. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly appear next to him? He hastily tried to defend himself, but unfortunately, he was ambushed by someone who was unprepared. Moreover, the person's martial arts was extremely high. He only managed to block 2 moves before he was attacked by the opponent, and all the major acupoints in his body were struck heavily. Buddha's light illuminates all. Sherwuzuan knew that it would be difficult for him to escape today, so he simply used a move that would bring him down with himself. Sherwuzuan's whole body seemed to emit a faint light, and the air was filled with a terrifying aura. Song Qingshu was speechless, thinking that the martial arts of the western regions were really different from the central plains. How could there be such a way to emit light? Of course, he quickly saw that it was not really his opponent's body that was emitting light, but his inner force that caused the air around his body to fluctuate, affecting the refractive index of light, making it seem like his whole body was glowing. However, his counterattack before he died probably did not achieve his goal, and the enemy fled far away, causing his killing move to be launched indiscriminately. Evil Buddha Zhong Yuxian. Sherwuzuan gritted his teeth as he looked at his opponent, his eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to swallow his opponent into his stomach. He knew that he was already at the end of his rope. Indeed. The opposite person had a fat head and drooping ears, a short and stout figure, and when he walked, he had a majestic gait, making people feel that he was the kind of person who had been in a high position for a long time. Looking at the frightened eyes of the people below, it was obvious that this person was a notorious figure in the western regions that could stop children from crying at night. Behind the plaque, Song Qingshu's eyes also narrowed. This person's martial arts was obviously a level higher than the people below, and he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he was also one of the top Grandmasters, no wonder those people were so afraid of him. The number 1 expert of the Heavens Mandate sect actually plotted against us, how shameless. The dual cultivation sect madam hurried over to help Sherwuzuan, and when she felt his pulse, she could not help but frown. She was clear that with his injuries, even a great principal golden immortal would not be able to save him. Zhong Yuxian laughed and said, "Madam, have you forgotten what my nickname is? We, the people of the Holy Gate, do not need to be as hypocritical as those who call themselves righteous sections." Shameless. The group of people from the dual cultivation sect cursed. At this time, Sherwuzuan looked at the fierce battle of the young city lord and said regretfully, "Ming-er, I can no longer protect Peerless City, say goodbye to the city lord for me." His voice became softer and softer, and finally his head drooped, obviously dead. "Lord Protector." The eyes of the group of people from Peerless City instantly turned red, they all drew their weapons and rushed toward Zhong Yuxian. "Don't go." Daldan hurriedly stopped them, but unfortunately, those people were too eager for revenge and did not listen to his order. Zhong Yuxian coldly snorted, and with a shake of his sleeves, 2 iron brushes appeared in his hands, one long and one short. The long one was 3 feet long, and the short one was exactly half the length of the long one. In an instant, he turned into a blur, and the hall of the inn was soon filled with a layer of blood mist. When he returned to his original position, all the warriors of Peerless City were already lying in pools of blood. Every one of them had a bloody hole in their forehead, neck, or chest. Their eyes were wide open, and there was still shock and fear in their eyes, as if they had just experienced the most terrifying thing in their lives. "Zhong with sword," Qian said, "if, then two, and he, and the sect, he sword, and s, was, said. Zhong. And he, Feng, and he. At this time, Daldan and Madame Qian hurriedly ordered their troops not to go up and die. They gathered together, vigilantly guarding against the people from the Heavens sect. Only the young master and his grandmother were still fighting against Zhan Yu and Yin Fengling. The young master's martial arts were obviously not as good as Zhan Yu's, but his grandmother's martial arts were very high, and from time to time, she would help him, so the two of them were evenly matched. The people from the Heavens sect did not go up to help. Obviously, they wanted to besiege Galdan. When the dust settled, the other side's results would not matter. Zhong Yuxian stuck out his fat belly, and greedily glanced at Madame Qian and the princess, For Brother Nyan to not forget you for so many years, I really want to see how beautiful you are. Madame Qian and the princess looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. It must be known that the reason why the Heaven sect was not tolerated in the Central Plains was not only because of the suppression of the Ming dynasty, but also because of their style of conduct. The people of the Heaven sect specialized in the art of copulation between men and women. They often raped and abducted women from good families. With their appearance, if they fell into the hands of the Heaven sect, they would most likely suffer a fate worse than death. The more I talk, the more excited I am. I can't wait. Zhong Yuxian grinned, and his whole body turned into a black shadow as he attacked the two women. Wanyan Zhongjia, who was behind the plaque, could not help but spit. This damn fatty is really disgusting. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. This Zhong Yuxian's martial arts were obviously at the peak of the great scholar realm, but his style of conduct did not have the demeanor of a great scholar. Madame Qian and the princess hurriedly raised their swords to meet him. Perhaps they were worried that if they were captured and humiliated, it would lead to too much psychological pressure. Their cooperation was obviously much worse than before. In addition, Zhong Yuxian's martial arts were higher, and he was attacking alone, so he did not need to think about cooperation like the Jadal seizing soul. As a result, the two soon fell into a dangerous situation. Of course, their swordsmanship was exquisite, so they would not be defeated in a short period of time. Dan Yiru led the other martial brothers and a group of disciples of the Heavens sect and rushed towards Galdan. Galdan hurriedly arranged his troops to resist. Song Qingshu secretly nodded. No wonder Galdan could become a serious problem for the Mongolians in the northern frontier. This arrangement of troops was indeed in line with the art of war, so it was difficult for the people of the Heavens sect to break their formation in a short time, even though their martial arts were higher. But there were also many people of the Heavens sect, and Galdan could not cook without rice. With the few people under him, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist for long. Madame Qian obviously also saw that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for them. She hurriedly said, Xian'er, quickly escort the Khan to a nearby town to seek shelter from the Xixia people. The princess bit her lip and hurriedly shook her head. No, I can't leave you. She was very clear that the two of them might not be able to stop Zhong Yuxian. If she left, her mother alone would not be a match for him. She knew very well how beautiful her mother was. If she fell into the hands of the evil Buddha Zhong Yuxian, the humiliation she would suffer was self-evident. Seeing that she was not obedient, Madame Qian became anxious. If you stay, you will all die. If you leave, at least you can avenge me in the future. The dual cultivator princess fell silent. How could she not know this? But knowing was one thing, and acting rationally was another. Wanyan Zhongjia, who was behind the plaque, poked Song Qingshu beside him. Brother Qingshu, do you think that the mother and daughter are beautiful, so you want to be a hero and save them? Song Qingshu said angrily, don't think too much. Even if I want to save them, it has nothing to do with whether they are beautiful or not. Galdan was one of the major problems of the Mongolians. In the northern frontier, he could hold up a lot of manpower and material resources of the Mongolians. Naturally, he did not want to see the other side destroyed here, but it was not a small problem to use his identity to save him. At this time, the young governor below shouted, Xian'er, Madam is right. Let's escort the Khan away first. As long as there is life, there is hope. As if seeing the contempt in the other's eyes, the young master defended himself, I am not afraid of death, but such a sacrifice is meaningless. Seeing that her daughter was about to open her mouth to mock the young master, Madam hurriedly interrupted, Young master, take Xian and the Khan with you, we will bring up the rear. The warriors of Dual Cultivation Mansion and Peerless City roared in unison, and a trace of tragic determination flashed across their faces. Disregarding their own safety, they blocked Dan Yiru and the others. Clearly, they were ready to sacrifice their lives to buy time for them to escape. Okay, I will go to the nearby Xixia town to ask for reinforcements, you hold on. Galdan made a prompt decision. As an ambitious and ruthless person, it was impossible for him to be soft-hearted. He quickly nodded his head and called for the guards to escort him away. At the same time, he also gave the people who stayed a glimmer of hope. Although this hope was incomparably slim, it was still hope. people were most afraid of losing hope. With this thought, the remaining people were able to hold on for a bit longer. Correspondingly, they had more time to escape. Grandma fought against Zhang Yu and Ling Yan so that the young master could escape. Then he hurriedly ran to the dual cultivation princess. Xianxia, come with me. If you want to go, go by yourself. I want to accompany my mother. The dual cultivation princess said coldly. She had no intention of leaving. Zhong Yuxian grinned and the iron pen in his hand drew in front of the young master, almost cutting him open. It is not so easy to take away my little beauty. Having just escaped from death, the young master was scared out of his wits. Looking at the scene, he saw that there were fewer and fewer people on his side. He knew that if he hesitated, he would not be able to leave. He had no choice but to say, Xianxia, madam, be careful. Before he finished speaking, he ran out of the inn in a hurry. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the dual cultivation princess. Even the dual cultivation madam frowned, but this was their own choice, so she did not say anything. Zhong Yuxian laughed. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Little beauty, your fiancé has abandoned you. Follow me, at least I can protect you. Bah! The dual cultivator princess was so angry that her cheeks turned red. She spat fiercely, but there was also some disappointment in her eyes. Although she did not have a good impression of the young city lord, and did not really treat him as her fiancé, the other party was still here. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. She felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment that he had left her at the critical moment. Wanyan Zhongjia, who was standing behind the signboard, couldn't help but curl his lips. She just chased him away, but now that he's really gone, she's unhappy. What a duplicitous woman. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. How old are you? You sound like you can see through human nature. Wanyan Zhongjia stuck out his chest and said, at least I'm not smaller than her. Song Qingshu's gaze fell on her chest, which was beginning to take shape, and he was speechless for a while. This little girl's brain circuit was really strange. Was I talking about this big? At this moment, there was a sudden change. There was a crisp sound as half a sleeve appeared in Zhong Yuxian's hand. He brought it to his mouth and sniffed it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This little beauty's body smells so good, so good. It turned out that the dual cultivator princess's sleeve had been taken off, revealing half of her delicate, snow-white arm. She had subconsciously covered her body, but how could her hand cover her arm? Song Qingshu thought that this was really strange. The people of the western regions were supposed to be open-minded. Why was it like the southern Song dynasty, where Neo-Confucianism was prevalent? It was just an arm showing, but there was such a big reaction. But then he remembered that both mother and daughter had covered their faces with veils, and realized that this was probably because the dual cultivators had been very particular about their chastity. Shameless! Seeing that her daughter was being teased, the dual cultivator princess was so angry that her whole body trembled. She shouted and raised her sword to stab Zhong Yuxian. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. That guy surnamed Zhong is deliberately provoking them. Otherwise, with their harmonious swords, it would be difficult for the opponent to deal with them in a short period of time. Sure enough, the dual cultivator princess cried out in alarm. Part of her skirt was also cut off, revealing a pair of plump and well-proportioned long legs. Zhong Yuxian laughed. Great beauties are also waiting for me to pamper them? Don't worry, each one of you will have a share. I guarantee that the rain and dew will be evenly distributed. The dual cultivator princess and the dual cultivator princess were so angry that their whole body trembled. How could they care about anything else? They attacked in a suicidal manner. But in this way, the harmonious swords naturally had no order, and their bodies were full of flaws. Brother Qingshu, go and save them, Wanyan Zhongjia suddenly said. Song Qingshu was surprised. Didn't you hate them a moment ago? Why did you suddenly change your mind? This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Wanyan Zhongjia glared at Zhong Yuxian. It's mainly because they are too pitiful, and that guy surnamed Zhong is too hateful. Also, even if I didn't say anything, you would have saved them anyway. You might as well say it out loud. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, you are really strange. It's hard not to like you. Of course. Wanyan Zhongjie raised his chin, his voice full of pride. You should go and ask around. Which one of the young masters of the Daxing constabulary isn't infatuated with me? Yes, yes, yes. Song Qingshu knew that what she said was true. Although she was young, she had inherited her mother's beauty. Everyone could see that she would become a femme fatale in the future. Coupled with her likable personality, she was naturally very popular. At this moment, there was another cry of alarm from below. The dual cultivator princess's sleeve had been torn off. Zhong Yuxian laughed and took advantage of the situation to move to the dual cultivator princess's side. He stretched out his perverted hand to pull off her belt. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm. He quickly took out his iron brush and swung it to the side. There was a loud and clear sound. His body trembled and he hurriedly retreated a few steps, putting some distance between himself and the brush. Looking at the deep mark on the brush, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He stopped flirting with the two women and looked around with a serious expression. Which master has graced us with his presence? The loud sound had alerted everyone else. Seeing Zhong Yuxian's serious expression, Dan Yuru and the others hurriedly gathered around him. Everyone in the inn was on their side. If so many masters hadn't sensed that someone was nearby, then how high must this person's martial arts be? You are also a master, but you are so despicable to bully two young women. Aren't you a bit too despicable? A voice came from all directions. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, unable to identify the source of the voice. Who the hell are you? Zhong Yuxian looked around, but unfortunately, he couldn't see a single shadow of a person. Many thanks for your help, senior. The dual cultivator manor and peerless city will forever remember this kindness. The dual cultivator princess had already draped her cloak over her shoulders. She spoke happily. Oui. Madame Duxiu held her breath. What she said just now was indeed sincere, but it was also polite. How could she answer such a direct question? Dan Yuru giggled. Didn't I just tell you that you and your daughter are outstanding beauties? You can repay me with your body. She said this deliberately to provoke Madame Duxiu and make her lose her mind and rush over. Secondly, she wanted to sow discord between Madame Duxiu and the mysterious man. You. Madame Duxiu trembled with anger, but she dared not rush over to take revenge because she was afraid of the large number of people. At this time, Song Qingshu glared at Wanyan Zhongjie. What the hell are you doing? Wanyan Zhongjie stuck out his tongue. They are thinking for you. You can't just go and save them without asking them. You won't get any benefits, right? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, saving people is a righteous act. Why do I need benefits? Do you believe that? Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips. Then why don't you go and save those destitute peasant women? It's because they are beautiful. How do you know that I won't go and save them? Song Qingshu snorted. The reason why he wanted to unify the world was to end this chaotic world and let ordinary people live and work in peace and contentment. Okay, I know you are the kindest. Seeing that his expression was not right, Wanyan Zhongjie did not dare to make trouble anymore. Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. He grabbed Wanyan Zhongjie and dodged to the side. In the next second, the signboard in front of them was blown to pieces by a strong gust of wind. Who are you? Evil Buddha Zhong Yuxian withdrew his fist and looked at the two people standing at the table in the distance with a serious face. One was tall and straight, and the other was slender, but judging from their clothes, they seemed to be men. Both of them wore a silver mask, so it was impossible to identify them. It turned out that when Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie were talking to each other, Song Qingshu had been careless and failed to completely isolate their auras. As a result, Zhong Yuxian had managed to catch up to them. In a split second, Song Qingshu took Wanyan Zhongjie with him and put on their masks. This time, the situation in the Western Xia was very complicated. He did not want to expose his identity so early. I'm just passing by. Song Qingshu let go of Wanyan Zhongjie, thinking that this girl's body was really soft. At this time, Dan Yuru stepped forward and said, the Heavens Mandate sect was ordered by the 7th Prince of Mongolia to deal with the enemy here. We're very sorry for disturbing you. She was born with a peerless beauty, and at the same time, she had a delicate and innocent temperament. Her tone was so modest and gentle that it was difficult for anyone to have a bad impression of her. The reason why she was acting so humble was largely because she couldn't see through the other party's strength. Now that she was about to succeed, there was no need to provoke a strong enemy. Song Qingshu said lightly, "You're really a pitiful person. That fat monk just died because of your smile. I don't want to repeat the same mistake." Hearing his words, Dan Yuru's smile froze. Zhong Yaoxian's eyes became more and more bewildered. From what he said, it seemed that he had been there all along. "Why didn't we notice him?" At this time, the lady bowed to him and said, "I'm Gu Ningqing. Thank you for saving my life." She couldn't let Dan Yuru keep trying to win him over, so she naturally had to express her goodwill to him at the right time. Spear Shovel Dual Flying Zhan Yu opened his mouth and said, "Everyone says that Madame Dual Cultivator is so dignified and conceited. Seeing her today, hee. She just saw a stranger and couldn't wait to tell him his name. Is she planning to seduce him?" The princess shouted angrily, "Sure enough, a dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Our benefactor has saved our lives. What's wrong with telling him your name?" As she spoke, she looked at the man not far away and couldn't help showing surprise in her eyes. She clearly couldn't see the man's face, but the man just stood there casually. There seemed to be an inexplicable attraction to him. It was like suddenly seeing the sun in the cold night, making people want to get close to him. The girl's modesty made her hurriedly look away. Under the veil, there was a trace of redness. She felt strange in her heart. What was wrong with her? She had always been dismissive of men. Why today? She didn't even know whether the man was old or young, beautiful or ugly. At this time, the lady's heartbeat was also a little faster than usual. She also had a strange feeling and couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to the masked man. For so many years, we've had no man to rely on. That man's chest is so broad. If I'm held in his arms, it must be very. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the lady was shocked. How could she have such a thought? Could it be that I've been influenced by Dan Yuru's seduction technique? I can't let those people know, or I won't have the face to see them again. In fact, she had wronged Dan Yuru. The reason why she had such a special feeling was not because of Dan Yuru, but because they were practicing the dual cultivation mantra, and Song Qingshu was practicing the Joy Zen. The two mantras were somewhat similar in nature. One was yin and the other was yang, so they would naturally attract each other. However, the Joy Zen was the supreme secret mantra of the Tantric Buddhism sect for thousands of years, so the dual cultivation mantra was of a lower level. In addition, Song Qingshu's cultivation was much higher than the two women's, so there was a strong one-sided attraction. Dan Yuru practiced the art of seduction, so she was especially sensitive to the feelings between men and women. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who instantly noticed the abnormality between the mother and daughter. She noticed that the eyes of the two women had become much more watery and misty than usual, and there was a hint of shyness in their eyes from time to time. She was dumbfounded. Had these two women never seen a man before? Why do they look like they're in heat? Could it be that they're pretending to be an iceberg woman? That's too good of an act. Wanyan Zhongjia's mind was on Song Qingshu, so he quickly noticed something. He quietly pulled on his sleeve and asked, "Do you know those two women?" Song Qingshu was also a little puzzled. "I don't know them." Nightingale Yangling couldn't help but say, "If you're passing by, then leave quickly. Don't meddle in the affairs of the Mongolian Empire." Zhong Yuxian and Dan Yuru frowned, thinking that this was bad. But on second thought, they realized that the other party would most likely help the dual cultivation mantra, so it would be good to let Yangling test the waters. "You want to use the Mongolian Empire to pressure me?" Song Qingshu sneered. "If you didn't listen to the Mongolian Empire, maybe I would just stand by and watch. But you just have to be the dogs of the Mongolian Empire." Hearing his words, Dan Yuru and the others' expressions changed. They knew that today's matter would probably not end well. Yangling and the others were furious. "You're courting death." The three martial brothers brandished their weapons and rushed toward him. Night Owl Yangling, Soul Snatcher Jiafu, and Soul Seeker Tai Sui Du Mu were Dan Yuru's senior and junior brothers. Each of them was a powerful demon gate overlord and had once competed for the position of Heaven's Mandate cult leader. Even if they lost to Dan Yuru, they were only a hair's breadth apart. If it was any other time, the few of them would not put down their dignity to bully the few with numbers. However, this time, Brother Ali had given them a death order, and they had to complete the mission. Moreover, this mysterious person had suddenly appeared, so they did not dare to be careless. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light, and the few of them had already attacked in front of Song Qingshu. It turned out that Yang Ling's weapon was a steel mace that was about 3 feet long. Its surface was shining with golden light, and it was very good at using the reflection of light to block the enemy's sight. By the time they reacted, they had already lost the upper hand. It was unknown how many martial arts masters who were not weaker than him had suffered because of this. Be careful. The Princess of Dual Cultivation hurriedly reminded them. Dan Yuru and the others were glaring at them covetously from the side. She had to restrain them and couldn't help them, so she could only remind them. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was surprised to find that her mother had also spoken at the same time. The two of them looked at each other, and their cheeks were a little hot. Song Qingshu nodded at the two girls, expressing his gratitude for their reminder. However, the smile on his lips made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Their eyes were somewhat evasive, but in the end, they were still concerned about his safety, so they carefully watched the battle. Wanyan Xianxia, who was at the side, curled his lips and said, "The war is imminent, and he still doesn't forget to seduce women. What a headache. The Gubai sisters don't even care about him. I'm so angry." Song Qingshu took a step forward and just happened to enter Yangling's embrace. Yangling was shocked and really did not understand how the other party appeared 3 feet in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, the steel mace hurriedly struck towards the other's back. But in the next second, he felt a pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger, and he could no longer hold the steel mace in his hand. He became more and more puzzled. It should be known that he was an old devil who had run amok in the western regions for decades, and most of his skills were in the steel mace in his hand. How could it be taken away by the enemy as soon as he came up? Although he was shocked, his decades of combat experience made him make the right choice. He didn't care about anything else and immediately used all the power in his body to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. He felt as if a mountain had slammed into his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was like a broken sandbag as he flew to the wall 10 feet behind him. At this moment, Soul Seeker Taisui Dumu's 2 halberds were already stabbing towards his ribs. Be it the angle or the strength, it was extremely vicious. The other party could only retreat. However, there was still the soul-snatching talisman's flexible sword that was as venomous as a snake or scorpion. As long as he retreated, that incomparably treacherous flexible sword would pierce through his back. But what surprised him was that his opponent didn't retreat. He didn't even show the slightest hint of panic. He just calmly raised his mace and swung it at his wrist. Over the years, countless experts had lost their lives to his twin halberds. The unique characteristic of his martial arts was that once he gained the upper hand, his twin halberds would be like an evil dragon emerging from the sea, attacking his opponent wave after wave, leaving no room for his opponent to counterattack. Now that his opponent had attacked later than him, and it might be because he had just seriously injured Yangling, causing him to expend a lot of his vital energy. As a result, his attack speed was extremely slow in his eyes. Wasn't he courting death? In Dumu's mind, the image of his twin halberd stabbing into his opponent's body and sending blood and flesh flying appeared. He thought that with this contribution, he would get the biggest share when they split the spoils of war later. He would get at least one of the wife and the princess. It would be hard for the evil Buddha to refuse. When the time came, should he choose the wife or the princess? One was mature and beautiful, and the other was young. It was really difficult to choose. Sigh, anyway, I can't compete with Zhong Yuxian. When the time comes, I'll let him choose first and leave the rest to me. Thinking of the beauty, the corners of Dumu's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. It turned out that the steel mace in his opponent's hand had actually reached him first and directly broken his hands. Dumu was shocked. He couldn't care less about picking up the fallen halberds. He desperately retreated to the side of Zhong Yuxian and the others. At this moment, Xiefu's sword was just about to touch Song Qingshu's clothes, but seeing that his two companions had returned with serious injuries, his heart was also in a state of turmoil. His decades of fighting instincts made him hurriedly retreat. Even though it was clear that if the flexible sword moved forward an inch, it would have pierced the opponent. Normally, this distance would not even take a blink of an eye for him, and he could instantly end the enemy's life. But today, he didn't dare to gamble. All the cells in his body seemed to be giving him an alarm, telling him to escape immediately, but unfortunately, it was still too late. His eyes widened as he watched the opponent's jade-like fingers directly touch the tip of his sword and then gently bend it. His extremely tough short sword, which even if it was pressed down by a boulder, was actually like tofu, broken by the opponent's two fingers. Directly broken. Then he saw the hand raise up, and a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Xiefu only felt a chill on his neck, and then he saw the inverted ceiling. His whole body fell into endless darkness. I'm going to die like this? This was his last thought. Although it took a long time to describe all this, from the joint attack of the three to Xiefu's collapse, it was only the blink of an eye. Zhong Yuxian and Dan Yuru wanted to save him, but it was too late. The whole inn suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at the man standing quietly in the center of the field. In the blink of an eye, 3 masters of the Tianming sect took the initiative to attack, but in the end, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured. Who was the opponent, compared to the horror in the eyes of Zhong Yuxian, Dan Yuru, and the others? The eyes of Madame of Double Cultivation sect and the princess were full of brilliance. Looking at the man's proud voice, they wondered if he was an immortal. Just now, they had fought with Yongleng and the other 2. Every one of their martial arts was higher than theirs, and they could only barely resist their opponents by relying on the dual cultivation mansion's secret skill, love of a fallen city. However, these 3 experts were defeated instantly even though they outnumbered them. Was there really such a master in the world? The mother and daughter quickly thought about all the masters they knew. Even if the lord of the Wushuang city was here, he would not be able to defeat these 3 demons in the blink of an eye. Was this person a human or a god? Wanyan Zhongjia, who was standing to the side, had a smile on his face. He thought that Brother Song was really powerful. If he was not worried about exposing his identity, he might have already cheered on the side. Dan Yuru felt her throat was a little dry. With such martial arts, you are definitely not a nameless person in Jianghu. May I know your name? Song Qingshu shook his head. A dying man doesn't need to know. Zhong Yuxian grinned hideously. We respect you, but do you really think you are invincible in the world? He was known as the Evil Buddha and was the #1 master of the Tianming sect. He was even qualified to compete for the #1 master of the Holy Gate. A few decades ago, he fought to a draw with the devil master Pangban. Although Pangban's martial arts had improved greatly in recent years, he thought that he was not bad. Therefore, although he was a little afraid of Song Qingshu, he was not that afraid of him. Moreover, there were Dan Yuru, Zhan Yu, Ling Yan, and many other masters of the Tianming sect. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win. Zhong Zhongyo thought that if it were him, he would be able to defeat Yongleng and the other 2. Of course, he was mainly relying on his understanding of the Sacred Gate's martial arts. Although he could win, he wouldn't be able to do it as easily as his opponent. However, this still gave him enough confidence. Even if this mysterious person's martial arts were higher than his, there was a limit. With the help of Dan Yuru and the others, and so many experts from the Heaven sect, why would he need to be afraid of his opponent? Is that so? Song Qingshu laughed softly and instantly pounced towards him. Zhong Zhongyo was already on guard. Seeing this, he hurriedly raised his guard. He planned to delay the opponent first and let Dan Yuru and the others surround him. Finally, he would win by relying on their advantage in numbers. Who knew that the mysterious person would suddenly change direction without warning and head to the other side, leaving him dumbfounded? It should be known that the advance and retreat of these experts in the Jianghu was actually traceable. From the eyes, the slight movements of the hands and feet, and the circulation of inner energy, one could determine the opponent's attack intent in advance. The higher one's martial arts and battle experience, the more accurate one's judgment. But this kind of sudden change of direction was beyond common sense. It could be said that it went against the basic laws of motion, Zhong Zhongyo didn't expect this, and Zhang Yu even more so. He was going to surround and attack the opponent according to the plan. His life was originally to support from the side, but he didn't expect that the mysterious person would directly charge towards him. Thinking of the miserable fate of the soul-seizing elf trio, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel his soul leave his body. He hurriedly waved the spear in his hand to protect himself. He was confident that even if someone splashed a basin of water at him, his clothes wouldn't be wet. However, the smile on his face quickly froze because a hand suddenly appeared in front of his chest, as if the weapon he was waving in front of him didn't exist. The palm was light and slow, gentler than the touch of a lover. But with just a light pat, Zhang Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body instantly withered. Zhong Zhongyo and Dan Yuru's martial arts were much higher than the soul-seizing elf trio. Their reactions were also much faster. Seeing that Zhang Yu was in danger, the two of them hurriedly came to his aid. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless. He took the spear shovel from Zhang Yu's hand, circulated his inner energy, and sent it in Zhong Zhongyo's direction. The spear shovel shot out like a bolt of lightning. Zhong Zhongyo's expression changed. However, he was still a grandmaster who had been famous for decades. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he waved his metal brush and skillfully deflected the incoming weapon to the side. The spear shot into the wall at the side and directly sank into it, only revealing a section of the shovel outside. The entire building seemed to shake, which showed how terrifying the force was. Zhong Zhongyo's face alternated between green and white. Although he had managed to deflect the spear shovel, the immense force exerted on it was still rather uncomfortable for him. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a moment. During this time, Song Qingshu had already rushed towards Dan Yuru. Dan Yuru was also a little flustered. However, she was a sect leader after all. Her martial arts were only slightly weaker than Zhong Zhongyo's. The jade bracelet in her hand made a strange, crisp sound. Immediately after, Dan Yuru's eyes became misty. Her entire body was beautiful and alluring. She didn't look like a demonic woman from the devil sect at all. Instead, she looked more like a pure and refined fairy. Furthermore, what was even more attractive than this otherworldly fairy was that her movements seemed to subconsciously reveal the soft and perky curves of her body. She had a very good grasp of the scale and didn't reveal it. It didn't make people think that she was lewd or evil, but it made people involuntarily think of some dark images. The corners of Dan Yuru's lips naturally curled up like a young girl's. Although her opponent's martial arts were very high, she wasn't all that afraid. At the end of the day, her opponent was a man. As long as he was a man, she would have a way to deal with him. As the saying goes, men conquer the world, and women conquer men. Be careful of her seduction techniques. The dual cultivator princess hurriedly reminded him. Almost everyone in the field couldn't help but stare greedily at Dan Yuru's graceful and alluring figure. The only ones who weren't affected were the people from the dual cultivator residence who were also women. Song Qingshu had to admit that Dan Yuru was the best in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Coupled with her extreme cultivation of seduction techniques, her attractiveness to men could be said to be fatal. If such a woman were to wander around in a brothel, it was guaranteed that she would overshadow the top courtesans of the Qinhuai River. If she were to wander around in a chaotic world, it would be enough to make all the men in the world fight for her. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated the joyous Zen method and was born with a certain degree of resistance in this aspect, and the fact that he had many female confidants over the years, all of whom were beautiful and exquisite, which also increased his resistance to beauty, he would probably have fallen into her trap by now. Sect Master Dan, no matter how beautiful and elegant you appear, it's hard to make people believe that you are pure and unblemished in the Tianming sect, a place where all the lewd and evil people gather. Song Qingshu sighed softly. His words seemed to have an invisible magic power. Hearing this, Dan Yuru couldn't help but ponder for a moment. When she met his eyes, her heart suddenly trembled, as if she had seen a distant and deep starry sky. This man is so special. Dan Yuru had been seducing others all these years, but her heart was like an ancient well with no ripples. Only he played with men's feelings, how could she be tempted? But now her heart was beating extremely fast, as if she was a young girl who first awakened to love. Dan Yuru snorted, and a layer of red appeared on her face. She flew back. Although they didn't fight directly, she had already suffered serious injuries. Her master once told her that although seduction techniques were always successful in dealing with men, once they failed, it was easy to backfire and trap herself. She had never experienced this before, so she didn't know how serious the consequences would be this time. But she understood that it would be difficult to erase that man's figure from her heart. Dan Yuru frowned, thinking of a way to resolve this. As someone who came from the demon sect, how could she be willing to be restrained by a man? Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Actually, with Dan Yuru's martial arts, if she hadn't tried to be clever and used seduction techniques, she wouldn't have been injured and defeated in a single exchange. Unfortunately, her seduction techniques, which she had cultivated to the peak, were restrained by him. Without a moment's pause, he continued to attack Shady Wind Lingyan. This time, he didn't end the battle quickly. Instead, he slowed down a lot. This was because Lingyan came from the demon sect and was said to be the eldest disciple of demon master Pang Ban. He wanted to use this opportunity to investigate Pang Ban's martial arts so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when he encountered Pang Ban in the future. At this time, Zhong Zhongyao had also caught his breath and hurriedly went forward to help Lingyan. Seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Lingyan's performance just now was too shocking and terrifying, giving everyone a terrifying pressure. Now that they were attacking, Lingyan had returned to the normal way of dealing with each move as it came. Clearly, he had just injured a few masters in a row, and he had expended a lot of energy. Thinking of this, Zhong Zhongyao's expression became even more excited. He immediately used his lifetime's greatest skill, the Great Purple Blood technique. His skin faintly glowed purple, and every move he made had a destructive aura. The surrounding people were all intimidated by his aura and retreated one after another. Even the masters from the Heavenly Fate sect who had besieged Song Qingshu with him couldn't withstand the pressure. Only Lingyan was left to help from the side. Correction, Evil Buddha's name was Zhong Zhongyao, not Zhong Yuxian. I remembered wrongly. Eh? Seeing his opponent's body turn purple, Song Qingshu's first thought was that it was the Huashan sect's Violet Sun divine art. However, he quickly denied this guess. The Violet Sun divine art was relatively moderate and peaceful, while the other party's technique was much more domineering. Zhong Zhongyao's attacks were relentless, and the shockwaves from his punches and kicks could turn the nearby tables and chairs into dust. Song Qingshu could only keep dodging. Seeing Zhong Zhongyao's majestic appearance and how he seemed to have the upper hand, the members of the Heavenly Fate sect couldn't help but cheer for him. On the other hand, Madame Duanmu and the princess looked at the scene worriedly, afraid that something would happen to Song Qingshu. Zhong Zhongyao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He had really been scaring himself earlier. Although this mysterious person's martial arts were high, it wasn't at an unimaginable level. He had just injured several experts, so his vital qi must have been greatly depleted. He was probably no longer a match for me. Thinking of this, Zhong Zhongyao's attacks became even more ferocious. He displayed 120% of his usual strength with the 72 forms of the demonic hands. Beside him, the soul-stealing spike in Surian's hand was also extremely strange. He attacked the other party's vital points from various strange angles. At this moment, Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. The martial arts of the demonic sect were truly mystical. Although he didn't know that the other party's attack technique was the 72 forms of the demonic hands, he could still tell that it was an extremely profound martial art. Compared to the orthodox martial arts that were upright and peaceful, with a trace of mercy hidden everywhere, the 72 forms of the sky demon hand were much more ruthless. Every form paid particular attention to how to hit the enemy's vital points in the fastest and most effortless way. Both types of martial arts had their own advantages. The demonic sect's martial arts took effect quickly at the beginning, so in the first 30 years, they would often be far more powerful than the orthodox disciples. However, after a few decades, when both sides' skills reached a certain level, the demonic sect's vicious and merciless attacks would cause the rotation between moves to be less perfect, making it easier for others to take advantage of it. Of course, how many 30 years were there in a person's life? To be honest, the demonic sect's martial arts were probably more effective for most ordinary people. With Song Qingshu's cultivation, he was naturally able to detect the weaknesses in his opponent's moves. Of course, the so-called weaknesses were relative and usually disappeared in a flash. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to take the opportunity to injure his opponent. Zhong Zhongyo had been immersed in this martial art for several decades, so he was naturally aware of its strengths and weaknesses. How could it be so easily countered? His internal energy was profound and his innate talent was extraordinary. He had even practiced the 72 styles of the Sky Demon hand to the level of the 18 dragons subduing Palm's arrogant dragon repenting. As Song Qingshu moved and dodged, he guided his opponent to completely display his martial arts. Comparatively speaking, Ling Yan's skills were much weaker, but from his circulation techniques and moves, it could be seen that he cultivated an extremely high level of martial arts. After exchanging blows for a while, Song Qingshu's heart stirred. Although their martial arts seemed to be different, their origins seemed to be somewhat similar. After exchanging blows for a while, a thought appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. In truth, during the Western Han Dynasty, after Emperor Wu of Han implemented the policy of respecting Confucianism alone, the first evil cult sacred ruler, Sky Demon Song Chu, collected all sorts of strange books. In the end, he got rid of the weeds and kept the essence, which was the 10 scrolls of Sky Demon Slip. He could vaguely remember the supreme classic of the evil cult, Sky Demon Slip. The evil cult had never been united, and later on, they split into 2 factions and the 6 paths. Each faction obtained a part of Sky Demon Slip. Since Sky Demon Slip was vast and cryptic, each faction's understanding of it was different, which led to the sects developing completely different divine arts and techniques. It was just like Sunflower Manual. In the past, 2 elites of Mount Hua sect had different understandings of it, and in the end, the sect split into Qi sect and Sword sect. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation realm, he looked at things from the source. After exchanging blows, he noticed that Dan Yuru, Zhong Zhongyo, and Ling Yan's martial arts seemed to be somewhat related. When he thought about it, he felt that his martial arts seemed to be similar to hers when he fought against Nian Liandan. Up to this point, he had already experienced the ultimate techniques of Flowers faction, Yin Weed faction, and Demon Face sect. Ling Yan's master was Pang Ban's disciple, and Pang Ban was Demon Face sect's disciple. When he noticed that Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan's attacks were starting to repeat, Song Qingshu knew that it was about time, and he stopped trying to test their strength. Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan immediately sensed the change in the situation, and they were incredibly shocked. Why isn't the other party's martial arts showing any signs of weakening? In fact, he's even getting stronger? However, the people outside did not know about their situation, and they thought that the 2 of them had the upper hand. "We'll help you." The madam and princess shouted at the same time and swung the long swords in their hands to attack. The other elites from Heavenly Fate cult tried to stop them, and the other people from the dual cultivation mansion also went up to them. Dan Yuru was recovering her breathing, and the other elites were either dead or injured. There was no way they could stop the mother and daughter. By the side, Wanyan Zhongjia could not help but purse his lips and snort softly. These 2 women sure know how to seize opportunities. Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan were already struggling to hold on. When they saw the madam and daughter rushing over, they groaned in their hearts. "Evil Buddha, hold him back for a while. I'll return to Devil Master Palace to call for reinforcements." Ling Yan suddenly made a feint and jumped out of the battle circle. He did not even look back as he ran outside. Zhong Zhongyo was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed in his heart. The people from Devil Master Palace were very far away, and by the time they arrived, he would already be dead. This B***** had actually sold him out first. It turned out that he had the same idea as Ling Yan just now, but he could not bring himself to do it in front of so many people. Just as he was hesitating, Ling Yan unexpectedly made the first move to gain the upper hand. Song Qingshu took advantage of the moment when Zhong Zhongyo was distracted to directly hit his chest with his palm. Zhong Yuxian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Originally, with Zhong Zhongyo's martial arts, it would take him some effort to defeat him. He did not expect Zhong Zhongyo to lose his footing, and he was instantly defeated. However, Song Qingshu frowned at this moment. It was a little too abnormal for Zhong Zhongyo to spit out blood. Zhong Zhongyo did not stop at all. He directly broke through the window, and as if a miracle had happened, he suddenly accelerated, flying straight into the distance like a shooting star. Sky Demon escape. Beside him, Dan Yuru's beautiful face turned pale. She did not expect Zhong Zhongyo to be so decisive. It should be known that the Sky Demon escape was a life-saving technique that only a few of the top figures in the Devil sect knew. It was extremely domineering because it would consume one's essence. This secret technique allowed one to escape at an extremely fast speed. One had to maintain running for 50 kilometers without stopping midway. Furthermore, one had to follow a straight line to escape. Otherwise, one's true essence would stop, and they would immediately fall to the ground and die. Although Song Qingshu did not know about the Sky Demon escape, he thought that it was similar to the burning blood technique of the Sun Moon sect. Both allowed one to explode one's potential for a short period of time, but after that, one's life would be damaged. Should I go after Zhong Zhongyo and Ling Yan, or stay here to deal with the experts from the Heaven sect? Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. Zhong Zhongyo's martial arts were the highest, but there were even more experts left in the inn. These people were the claws of the Mongolians, and many of them were top-notch experts. Even with the strength of the Mongolians, it was not easy to gather so many experts. It was good to take this opportunity to weaken the Mongolians. At this moment, a whistling arrow suddenly rose in the distant sky. His expression changed slightly because that was the secret signal agreed upon by the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. Clearly, something unsolvable had happened there. Dan Yuru was keenly aware of the change in his mood. She hurriedly ordered her men, retreat. The masters of the divine sect carried the seriously injured people and fled. Song Qingshu hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not chase after them. The strength of the divine sect was not to be underestimated, and they had a large number of people. If they knew that they were going to die, it would be difficult for him to deal with them in a short time. He did not know what had happened to the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. If the delay here led to trouble there, it would not be worth it. Brother Song. Wanyan Zhongjie came to his side with a worried look. Apparently, he had also heard the sound of the whistling arrow. Let's go back first, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Just as he was about to leave, two beautiful women appeared in front of him. This servant thanks benefactor. May I ask for benefactor's name? The woman came to him and bowed to him. Her daughter looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Song Qingshu sighed secretly. If it were another time, he would be happy to chat with the two women for a while. He could also take advantage of the situation to form an alliance with Galdan and Peerless City. Unfortunately, he was worried about the situation in the headquarters and could not stay here any longer. It is fate that we met. There is no need to ask for my name. I still have something to do, so I will leave first. We will meet again if fate allows it. Song Qingshu smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Wanyan Zhongjie and disappeared out of the window. He rushed to the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic mission. The madam and the princess looked at each other in blank dismay. They never expected this result. It has to be known that although they rarely showed their faces, their beauty had already spread throughout the western regions. It was unknown how many city lords and kings wanted to get close to them. Even people like Galdan couldn't help but want to spend more time with them. But this time, when the two women took the initiative to strike up a conversation, the other party seemed to disdain them and directly left. The woman was still a little hesitant. She wondered if he was playing hard to get. After all, she was used to seeing men use all kinds of methods to get close to her. At this time, her daughter said in a low voice, "Mother, he gives me a different feeling from all the men I have met before." The woman immediately felt relieved. In fact, she also had the same feeling. With such a high level of martial arts, how could she treat him as an ordinary person? Naturally, he was different from those men who harbored evil intentions in the past. On the other side, Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie were rushing back. Wanyan Zhongjie suddenly said, "They said that Dan Yuru's seduction skills are unparalleled in the world, but I think those two women are also good at seducing men." Song Qingshu was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips and said, "Didn't you see their eyes? They are looking at you with admiration and worship, as if they want to devote themselves to you. I'm sure that as long as you nod your head, either one of them will be willing to accompany you. Maybe both of them won't mind. You're so young, how can your thoughts be so dirty?" Song Qingshu gave her a knock on the forehead. Don't think about all that nonsense. Think about what happened over there. Xianxia was not worried at all. Anyway, as long as you're here, there's nothing that can't be solved. Song Qingshu was suddenly speechless. Well, I accept your flattery. Xianxia's eyes suddenly smiled like a crescent moon. Soon, they returned to the residence of the diplomatic corps. From afar, they saw Shui Baochai and the yellow-robed woman leading a group of people and confronting the Jin people at the gate. Xianxia snorted. I thought it was something serious. It turns out that your confidante has come to find her lover. Nonsense. They don't know who I am. Song Qingshu had a headache. He roughly guessed that Shui Baochai and the yellow-robed woman were worried that something might happen to him when he didn't go back, so they came to find him. At this time, the yellow-robed woman was looking at the Jin warriors with a cold face. You've been making excuses to not let them come out. Has Jiao Baoyu been killed? Shui Baochai, who was standing to the side, was shocked when she heard this. Although reason told her that this was unlikely, the two of them had been here for so long without Jiao Baoyu coming out. It was really worrying. Ouyang Feng said with a teasing smile, Miss, you're thinking too much. Two young boys and girls have endless topics to talk about. Why are you so nervous? Is it because you're jealous? The yellow-robed woman's eyes flashed with anger. Who cares about being jealous of him? Others treat him like a treasure, but I don't care about him at all. I don't care if he wants to flirt with your little princess, but this time I'm responsible for the safety of our group. You should at least call him out so that I can make sure he's safe. After that, they can do whatever they want. Ouyang Feng also had a headache at this time. He had just said everything he could say, but these two women kept asking to see Jiao Baoyu. There was such a big commotion outside, but the person inside did not show up. It was indeed suspicious. If it were other people, Ouyang Feng would not bother to talk to them. However, these two women seemed to have a close relationship with Song Qingshu. He could not beat or scold them, so he was in a dilemma. Divine Bao, get ready. Seeing that there was still no movement inside, the yellow-robed woman finally used up her last bit of patience. As she raised her hand, the Song soldiers all drew their bows and aimed at the Jin people. Shui Baochai gritted her teeth and made a gesture. The people of the Imperial City Department also drew their swords and were ready to fight. Seeing this, the Jin people also drew their weapons. The situation was about to start. At this moment, a puzzled voice sounded, Sister Bao, Miss Yang, what are you doing? Everyone turned their eyes subconsciously and saw Jiao Baoyu coming out of the house and looking at them with a puzzled face. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Shui Baochai could not help but feel relieved. The yellow-robed woman was not so polite and asked, what are you doing? Why did you only come out now? Song Qingshu had an innocent look on his face. Nothing, I was just playing chess. Playing chess? The yellow-robed woman felt her teeth itch and said, didn't you hear what was going on outside? They were almost fighting because of you. I'm too focused. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He knew that his excuse was untenable. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the middle of the night? Suddenly, a lazy and tender voice sounded from behind him. Song Qingshu turned around and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It turned out that Xianxia's clothes were a little untidy and his hair was also a little messy, but no one thought that he was ugly. On the contrary, he looked even more charming. Coupled with the delicate blush and shyness on his face, everyone smiled and said, so that's how it is. This drama queen. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Shui Baochai, who was beside him, turned and left with a livid face. The yellow-robed woman glared at him and also left with her subordinates. A tense situation with swords drawn came to a dramatic end just like that. What are you trying to do? Don't you want a girl's reputation? Song Qingshu said angrily as he pulled Xianxia's hand into the house. I didn't say anything. It's just that those two women have dirty thoughts and are thinking about those messy things. Xianxia tidied up his clothes and said with a gloating tone. Song Qingshu and Xianxia hurriedly went out to investigate and discovered that Galdan's group had come looking for them. They were covered in blood and their armor was in disarray. It was clear that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Galdan found out that this was the encampment of the Song and Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps. Although he found it strange that these two generations of enemies had come together, he still sent people to ask for help from the two countries. The yellow-robed woman and Xue Baochai were in a fit of anger, and they noticed the situation of the group. They were worried that taking them in would bring trouble to themselves, so they ignored them. On the contrary, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't hesitate at all. He sent people to welcome them in and provided them with hot water and food. He also sent a doctor to treat the wounded soldiers. Galdan was very grateful and said in a deep voice, "Zheng'er Khan will remember the friendship of the Jin Kingdom and the little prince for generations to come." Wanyan Zhongjie had already returned to his usual disguise. Galdan was still in a state of shock and didn't realize that Wanyan Zhongjie was a woman dressed as a man. The young city lord at the side also bowed and said, "Wushuang City will also remember Little Prince's kindness today. In the future, if Little Prince has the opportunity to visit the western region, we will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest." Through the conversation just now, Song Qingshu had already found out that this young city lord of Peerless City was called Dugaming. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed, thinking to himself that his swordsmanship vaguely resembled that of Duga Seeking Alas. Could it be that Duga Seeking Alas was really related to Peerless City? The Great Khan and the young city lord are too polite. Wanyan Zhongjie smiled politely and did not mention anything else. Instead, he said, "I have already sent people to prepare a room for you two. You two have traveled a long journey, why don't you rest early?" Song Qingshu secretly gave her a thumbs up. Even if Galdan and the others didn't say anything, based on the relationship between the Jin Kingdom and the Mongols, they would still help each other. However, Wanyan Zhongjie didn't show this from the beginning to the end. It would be better if the two of them took the initiative to ask for help. Sure enough, after a brief moment of hesitation, Galdan cupped his hands and said, "Although it's difficult to say, I have a presumptuous request that I don't know if I should say or not." Wanyan Zhongjie also played along. "Great Khan, please speak your mind." Song Qingshu secretly cursed. These people's words were so conventional. Were they filming a historical drama? Galdan said, "Just now, in order to cover us breaking out of the encirclement, one of our companions brought up the rear and fell into the encirclement of the Heaven's Fate sex demons. I don't know how they are now. I wonder if your country can send someone to rescue them." Wanyan Zhongjie didn't agree immediately. Instead, he said with an awkward expression, "We didn't bring many people this time, and each of them has a heavy responsibility. The people of the Heaven's Mandate sect are highly skilled in martial arts, and they have the advantage in numbers. If we send people there, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, we'll provoke a strong enemy for no reason." Song Qingshu wanted nothing more than to hug Wanyan Zhongjie and kiss her. Although she was young, she was very quick-witted. She actually understood the human heart to such an extent. Human nature was like this. The easier it was to obtain something, the less cherished it would be. On the contrary, if it was obtained at a great cost, the more precious it would be. Galdan was also a smart person. He immediately said, "If your country is willing to help us, our Zungyar state and the Jin Kingdom will become brothers. From now on, the friends of the Jin Kingdom will be our friends, and the enemies of the Jin Kingdom will be our enemies." Wanyan Zhongjie secretly cursed the old fox. Wouldn't this make Galdan's enemies also the enemies of the Jin Kingdom? Of course, both sides had a common enemy, the Mongols, so she didn't really mind. Seeing that the other side didn't express an opinion, Galdan also knew that his proposal wasn't sincere enough. He continued, "In addition, we will also send your country 50 camel revolution cannons as a token of our gratitude." Camel revolution cannons? Song Qingshu said in surprise. Galdan looked at him curiously. Clearly, he didn't understand why a Song person would be here in the Jin Kingdom. But seeing that Wanyan Zhongjie wanted him to participate in such a confidential meeting, he hesitated for a moment and explained, "In the past, when we fought the Afghans and the Mughals, we seized the weapons from them and mounted them on the camels. Even when facing the most elite Mongolian cavalry, we weren't at a disadvantage. Do you have the real thing?" Song Qingshu stood up. He was really interested. He had been in a high position for a long time, and his every action had an unquestionable quality. Galdan instinctively had his men bring over a camel. He said regretfully, "Unfortunately, we didn't bring much this time. Moreover, these things aren't suitable for close combat and can't be used in a place like the inn. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been forced into such a difficult situation by the heavenly sect." Soon, a camel was brought into the room. On the camel's saddle was a long barrel-shaped weapon. It looked like a gun, but it wasn't a gun. Song Qingshu walked in and looked at it carefully. It looked like a rifle on the camel, but it was much bigger than a rifle. It was too small to call it a cannon. Although he didn't directly demonstrate its effects, Song Qingshu could roughly guess its use. In terms of power, it was definitely not as powerful as the red barbarian cannon of the Qing dynasty. However, it should be more powerful than the three-eyed divine gun of the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, it was mounted on the camel, ensuring its mobility. Thus, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the Mongolian cavalry, who were experts in mounted archery. It was no wonder that they were able to contend against the Mongolians in the western region for so many years. Seeing that Wanyan Zhongjia still hadn't expressed his opinion, Du Gaming gritted his teeth and said, "Our peerless city has 6 great techniques that are famous throughout the western region. If the little prince is interested, we can give you one of them." "Young master." His men hurriedly tried to dissuade him. These techniques were the secrets of peerless city, so how could they be given to an outsider? "I know what I'm doing." Du Gaming snorted. He couldn't bear to part with his cold and arrogant fiancée. Furthermore, he had just abandoned her, which made him feel guilty. Thus, it could be said that he was willing to pay a huge price. "Oh, I wonder what kind of techniques you have?" Wanyan Zhongjia asked curiously. "Dragon subduing divine kick, Buddha's palm, love of 7 generations, invincible hijam in hand, alluring love, and Holy Spirit sword technique." Du Gaming introduced the characteristics of each technique as he spoke. From time to time, he would even demonstrate them. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. Although this young master knew a little of each technique, it was obvious that he wasn't proficient in any of them. Furthermore, these techniques seemed to be incomplete versions, especially the alluring love and Holy Spirit sword technique. The power of these techniques was too different from what he remembered. What's the situation with the alluring love? Can the young master demonstrate it? Wanyan Zhongjia was, after all, a young girl. She was immediately attracted by the name of this technique. "Only my fiancé knows this technique. When the time comes, I can let her teach it to you." Du Gaming wasn't a fool. He knew that if he delayed any longer, the people of the dual cultivator residence would have already been wiped out. His cold and incomparably beautiful fiancé and his mature and beautiful mother-in-law would fall into the hands of the heaven sect's evil people. It was easy to imagine the humiliation they would suffer. Fine, let's save them first. Wanyan Zhongjia knew that the people of the dual cultivator residence were out of danger. If they delayed for too long, they would come looking for them. Galdan and the others would realize that they were out of danger and regret their previous promise. Wanyan Zhongjia quickly arranged for a group of cavalrymen to search in the direction of the small town. Galdan said worriedly, "Little prince, although the Jin kingdom's warriors are elite, the heaven sect has many experts. I'm afraid that these people." Wanyan Zhongjia smiled and said, "Don't worry, Great Khan. The leader of the group, Mr. Ouyang, is very famous in the martial arts world. He is one of the 5 grades of the Central Plains, Western Poison." "Could it be Mr. Ouyang of the White Camel Mountain Villa?" Du Gaming exclaimed in excitement. "The young master also knows him?" Wanyan Zhongjia was a little surprised. In the past, Mr. Ouyang's power shook the western region for decades. The power of the White Camel Mountain Villa was not weaker than many of the city lords. It was only later that Mr. Ouyang left the western region and went to the Central Plains that the White Camel Mountain Villa gradually fell into desolation. Du Gaming smiled bitterly and said, "With Mr. Ouyang there, we can rest assured." Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. He thought that if there was a chance, he would ask Ouyang Feng more about the western region. About an hour later, Ouyang Feng returned with the princess. The commotion in the Jin kingdom did not escape the notice of the people from the southern Song dynasty. The childs were originally indifferent, but when they saw the princess of double cultivation, they immediately became excited. One by one, they ran out to strike up a conversation with them and kept asking about their well-being. Many of them even patted their chests and offered to help them, intentionally or unintentionally boasting about how powerful their families were in the southern Song dynasty. Men. The yellow-robed girl crossed her arms and leaned against the door. She could not help but sneer at those people's shameful behavior. On the other hand, Xue Baochai's cheeks were burning hot because her brother was the most active among them. He kept circling around the girl and bragging about her. After all, among this group of people, no one could compare to the Xue family in terms of family power. I am Xue Pan, may I ask for your name? Xue Pan struck a pose that he thought was the most handsome, and the others followed suit. Although her face was hidden behind a veil, her slender figure, picturesque brows, and snow-white skin were enough to tell that she was a stunning beauty as long as one wasn't blind. It was a pity that the dual cultivator princess kept a cold face the whole time and ignored their enthusiasm. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. These rich playboys usually saw women who were submissive, and it was rare to see such a cold and elegant beauty. Moreover, it was not an act at all. Everything was natural, and there was a faint sense of nobility. This kind of temperament could not help but fascinate the rich playboys. Song Qingshu was originally discussing important matters with the others in the room. Seeing that the people of the House of Double Cultivation had already arrived, and hearing the commotion outside, he was worried that something might happen, so he came out to see what was going on. Seeing a group of childs pestering the princess of Double Cultivation, Song Qingshu could not help laughing. Beautiful women were indeed the center of attention wherever they went. At the same time, he felt a little strange. The princess of Double Cultivation was no less beautiful than the princess. Why did Xue Pan and the others not pester her? After all, etiquette was prevalent in the southern Song dynasty. No matter how beautiful the princess of Double Cultivation was, she was already married. In front of so many people, how would these childs from Linen dare to pester a married woman? Wouldn't their families become the laughing-stock of the entire capital if the news spread back to Linen? However, he didn't have to worry about the dual cultivation princess. As the saying goes, a fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. It would be a good story if it was spread back to his family. Song Qingshu could smile at everything, but the others weren't so magnanimous. When Du Gaming saw that his fiancée was being pestered by so many young men, he pulled a long face and hurriedly ran over to push the crowd away. Xianxia, are you all right? Du Gaming subconsciously wanted to hold her little hand, but the girl turned around and avoided his touch. Whether I'm fine or not, there's no need for young city lord to be concerned. The dual cultivator princess said coldly. Although she didn't like him, she still held a grudge against him for running away just now. Du Gaming smiled bitterly. Xianxia, I know you're blaming me. But in that situation, if I stayed, we would all die together. We might as well break out of the encirclement and look for reinforcements. Didn't we find reinforcements for you the moment we escaped danger? Wait for you to find reinforcements. The dual cultivator princess snorted and didn't continue speaking. In her mind, the imposing figure in the inn appeared. Sigh, he left without saying goodbye. He didn't even know his name and appearance. Would there be any hope of seeing him again in this lifetime? At this moment, Xue Pan and the rest had already recovered from their daze. They looked at Du Gaming with an unfriendly expression. Who are you? Can't you see that the lady doesn't want to talk to you? Why are you pestering her? Du Gaming was already filled with anger. When he heard the other party's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Who am I? I'm her fiancé. No, she's my fiancé. He was so angry that he was muddle-headed. Hearing his reply, Xue Pan and the rest couldn't help but freeze. If they were really engaged, it wouldn't be good for them to interfere. The people of the Song dynasty were very particular about etiquette. If both parties were engaged, normal people wouldn't dare to interfere. The dual cultivator princess frowned. Who's your fiancé? Xianxia. Du Gaming's expression changed. The dual cultivator princess said directly, that's right. Peerless City and the dual cultivator residents have a tradition of marriage. However, this isn't a foregone conclusion. I've never agreed to it. Furthermore, you abandoned us at the last minute. All the more we won't agree to this marriage. Xianxia, don't mess around. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the dual cultivator madam hurriedly tried to smooth things over. She said to Du Gaming, young city lord, Xian'er has just experienced danger and hasn't calmed down yet. I hope you won't take offense. Du Gaming forced a smile. Madam is right. I was too impatient and offended Sister Xian'er. The dual cultivator madam pulled her daughter to the side and whispered, Xian'er, don't throw a tantrum. The dual cultivator residents and Peerless City have always been on good terms. Don't ruin this relationship because of you. The dual cultivator princess twitched her mouth. Mother, it's easy for you to say that. You didn't marry City Lord Duga back then. Why do you want me to marry him now? The dual cultivator madam was instantly speechless. She thought of some past events and sighed as she looked towards the east. She no longer had the intention to persuade her. TSK, I thought we were really engaged. So it was just a one-sided story. Seeing the dual cultivator princess deny it, Shui Pan immediately became spirited. Brat, are you asking for a beating? Du Gaming was furious. Although he had heard that Shui Pan's family was very powerful in the southern Song dynasty, Peerless City was far away in the western region. They weren't even close to the southern Song dynasty. There was no need to be afraid of him. What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although Shui Pan was a little guilty, how could a man back down at such a crucial moment? He glared at the dual cultivator princess while glancing to the side. He hoped that his sister would notice what was going on and remember to save him in time. What's all this fuss about? At this moment, Song Qingshu and Wanyan Zhongjie had already walked out. They had many important matters to discuss and didn't have the time to watch these people fight. You're lucky. Du Gaming didn't want to offend Wanyan Zhongjie just now. However, he still pointed at Shui Pan, his eyes full of provocation. Damn it, these barbarians are really despicable. Shui Pan rolled up his sleeves. However, he knew his own limits and didn't rush forward. The dual cultivator princess originally had a cold and indifferent expression. However, when her gaze swept across Song Qingshu, her body suddenly trembled and her beautiful eyes exploded with a look of disbelief. She couldn't help but walk in front of Song Qingshu and stare at him in a daze. Have we met before? Song Qingshu was startled. I've already changed my clothes. How can you still recognize me? However, he reacted quickly and replied with a smile, do all women from the western region strike up a conversation like this? No. Even through the veil, everyone could see that the dual cultivator princess's face had turned red. Even though she was shy, she still blinked her large eyes and carefully sized up the man in front of her. Shui Pan and the others were all dumbfounded. When we came looking for you, you were still acting like an icy beauty. Why did you suddenly become so enthusiastic when you saw Jiao Baoyu? Is that guy really so much more handsome than us? Shui Pan and the others weren't the only ones confused. Even the yellow-clothed woman and Shui Baochai looked curiously at Song Qingshu, wondering why he seemed to have so many secrets on him after his return. Song Qingshu felt a little uncomfortable under the princess's passionate gaze. Wanyan Zhongjie coughed and said, let's not stand outside. Let's go in. The Jin Kingdom and the Xianxia Kingdom had a common enemy. This was an opportunity, so they needed to discuss the details of their cooperation. The others were arranged to rest. Madame and the princess, as the higher-ups of their group, naturally followed them into the room. As for the childs of the southern Song dynasty, they all wanted to continue to be with the princess. However, when they were in trouble just now, the people of the southern Song dynasty just stood by and did nothing. Now, they naturally had no confidence to pester them again. When they went back, they all complained about the yellow-robed woman and Shui Baochai for not helping them just now. After the Xianxia Kingdom's people entered the room, Galden introduced them to each other. This is the lady of the residence of dual cultivators, this is the princess, and this is the prince of the Jin Kingdom, I am Gu Ningqing. Greetings to the prince. I am Gu Zixian. Greetings to the prince. Song Qingshu thought that it was no wonder these people called her Xian'er. The princess's name was Gu Zixian. He couldn't help but think of Yelu Nanxian, who was also called Xian'er. He hadn't seen her for a long time. When the mother and daughter introduced themselves, Ying bowed to Wanyan Zhongjie. Her figure was graceful and her temperament was impeccable. Even Wanyan Zhongjia couldn't help but praise her. You are indeed graceful. It's a pity that I can't see your face. Can you take off your veil and let me see your face? This. Gu Ningqing frowned. She looked hesitant. Du Gaming was already in a bad mood because of the Southern Song dynasty's lectures. When he saw that the Jin Kingdom's prince was interested in his fiancée, his expression darkened. However, he had just been saved by Shui Pan, and was afraid of the Jin Kingdom's might. He didn't dare to be as rude as he was to Shui Pan, and could only try to explain. Please forgive me, little prince. The residence of dual cultivators has a rule for hundreds of years. They can't see their faces unless they are close to them. Otherwise, it will cause great trouble. Wanyan Zhongjie was surprised. Oh, there's such a strange rule? Gu Ningqing said apologetically, I've embarrassed myself in front of the little prince. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ponder in his heart when he saw that their tone was sincere and didn't seem to be lying. Back then, Mu Wanqing wore a veil, and she had to either kill the person who had seen her appearance or marry that person. It was because Qin Hongmian was worried that her daughter would repeat her mistakes and be deceived by a man that she set such a strange rule. Why would the dual cultivator's residence set up a similar rule? Could it be that the previous mistresses of the dual cultivator's mansion were too beautiful? As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. Being seen by a man could easily lead to chaos and disaster? But where did the ancestor of the dual cultivation sect get the confidence to believe that every generation's successor was a femme fatale? However, on second thought, the genes of Li Qiushui's family were also heaven-defying. Presumably, the dual cultivation mansion also had similar characteristics. Ask him about Peerless City. Compared to these gossips, Song Qingshu was more concerned about more important matters. Hearing his secret voice sending, Wanyan Zhongjie nodded slightly and found an opportunity to ask, by the way, what's the deal with the city lords over there? I don't think we have such a rule in the Central Plains. Gu Ningqing replied softly, the western region is different from the Central Plains. The Central Plains land is fertile and there are many cities. However, the western region's environment is harsh. There are deserts everywhere and there's an extreme lack of water. Therefore, there will only be cities where there's a water source. Many of the rivers in the western region are intermittent and will stop flowing most of the year. Therefore, there aren't many places where cities can be built. The more famous cities are Ili, Kashgar, Yarkand, Hotan, Kush, Aksu, Injizir, Turpan, Hami, and so on. Peerless City is one of them. In a sense, these city lords can be considered the rulers of a small country. Daldan took out a scroll of map and pointed as he explained, our Xing'er Khanate's capital is Ili City. The Hui tribe's power is in Kashgar and Yarkand. These years, we've been working together. Together with the Ming dynasty in the Kunlun Mountains, we've fought against the Mongols together. Song Qingshu nodded. He finally understood the structure of the various powers in the western region. Speaking of the Hui tribe, he thought of Hua Qingtong, whom he had met before. Not only was she good-looking, she was also very good at fighting. She led the Hui tribe to fight against the powerful Mongols without falling into a disadvantageous position. After their last parting, he didn't know if he would have the chance to meet her again. In addition, she seemed to have a marriage alliance with the Ming dynasty. Speaking of which, she should be Zhang Wuji, no, venerated Ming's fiancé. Should he remind her so that she doesn't jump into the fire pit? In the end, Song Qingshu rejected this idea. Although he had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, he would not ruin the important matters for a woman. Currently, the western region was relying on the cooperation of the three families to stall the Mongols. If there was a problem with the marriage between Hua Qingtong and Zhang Wuji, the alliance between the two sides would be broken. In that case, the Mongols would be able to destroy them one by one. By that time, more soldiers would have to sacrifice their lives. In the past, Song Qingshu couldn't understand the behavior of marriage alliances in ancient times. He felt that it was shameful for men to sacrifice a woman's happiness in exchange for peace. But when he sat in this position, he slowly changed his mind. Because compared to the happiness of a woman, the thousands of soldiers and common people who didn't leave their names in the history books were much more important. Speaking of which, there was no news of venerated Ming ever since the Zhenlong chess game. He didn't appear as planned in the battle for the Vulture Palace. This time, he didn't participate in the marriage alliance in Xianxia as well. What was he doing? Regarding venerated Ming's silence, Song Qingshu felt a faint sense of unease. He had a feeling that venerated Ming was plotting something big. Can you give this map to me? Wanyan Zhongjie knew that Song Qingshu was interested in these things. The countries of the Central Plains didn't know much about the situation in the western region, so he asked Galdan. Galdan was surprised, but he smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." At this time, the silent princess Gu Zixian suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "May I know who this young master is?" Seeing that her gaze fell on Song Qingshu, Wanyan Zhongjie cursed in his heart, "Little vixen, how dare you come to steal my man?" Song Qingshu was startled and answered, "I am from the southern Song dynasty. My name is Jiao Baoyu." Jiao Baoyu? That's a nice name, Gu Zixian muttered to herself. Wanyan Zhongjie curled his lips and thought to himself, "Baoyu Baoyu, how could such a vulgar name be nice? How could it compare to my older brother Qingshu's name? This coquettish hussy is really lying through her teeth." Beside him, Du Gaming's expression was unfriendly. He looked at Song Qingshu with eyes full of hostility. Song Qingshu was also depressed. He thought, "Your fiancée is taking the initiative, why don't you blame her and hate me instead?" Wanyan Zhongjie coughed lightly, interrupting Gu Zixian's passionate gaze. "Just now, the young city lord promised to give me the love of a city-toppling beauty as a gift, but he doesn't know how to use it. He said that he would teach me when the princess returns. Would the princess be willing to explain it to me now? The love of a city-toppling beauty?" Gu Zixian looked at Du Gaming with a puzzled expression. Du Gaming hurriedly explained what had just happened. Finally, he said, "It was all thanks to the help of the Jin Kingdom's little prince that you were able to escape. The one who saved us was someone else. What does this have to do with them?" Gu Zixian muttered in a dissatisfied voice. "What did you say?" Du Gaming was startled. He didn't hear her clearly. Gu Zixian's gaze suddenly fell on Song Qingshu. The corners of her lips curled up as she swallowed her words. "I didn't say anything. If the little prince wishes to learn the love of a city-toppling beauty, he must first find someone who shares his thoughts with him. That way, he will be able to learn it with half the effort. Does the little prince have a candidate in mind?" Wanyan Zhongjie unconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu. Galdan and the others didn't know that she was a woman disguised as a man. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Did the nobles of the Central Plains like this? Who was on the receiving end and who was on the receiving end? Logically speaking, the little prince was more petite and should be on the receiving end. But with his high status, could he really be on the receiving end? Gu Zixian also looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. However, she quickly rejected that thought. How could a person like him be like what she thought? They must have been mistaken. Wanyan Zhongjie also realized that he had lost his composure. His face grew hot as he hurriedly said, "The princess doesn't need to worry about the candidate. Just teach me. When the time comes, I'll find someone else to practice with." Gu Zixian nodded. "No problem. However, it's getting late. I'll find a time tomorrow to talk to the little prince in detail." Gu Ningqing, who was standing at the side, was puzzled. She wondered why her daughter, who had always been as cold as ice, had suddenly become so passionate today. Moreover, alluring love was the supreme art of the house. Why would she so easily agree to teach it to an outsider? But the young castellan and her daughter had agreed, and Galdan was a witness. At this time, they also needed the protection of the Jin Kingdom, so she didn't say anything. She just secretly thought that it was not a big deal to teach the little prince a reduced version of Love of Alluring Cities. Anyway, a noble like him, who lived like a prince and lived like a prince, would probably be passionate about martial arts for a while. Moreover, only they knew Love of Alluring Cities, so he wouldn't know it even if they did something fake. Wanyan Chong did not worry about him and readily agreed, "That's fine too. I'll consult the princess tomorrow." Du Gaming, who was at the side, couldn't help but worry when he heard this. After all, the other party was a man. Not only did he have a noble status, he was also extremely handsome. It was inevitable that Xianxia would come into contact with him. What if the two of them fell in love over time? His thoughts were interrupted by Song Qingshu's question. "I have a question to ask the young castellan." Dugaming was stunned and hurriedly said, "Young master, please ask." After guessing the relationship between the other party and the Jin Kingdom's prince, his tone unconsciously became more polite. After all, their relationship was so intimate. If he offended the other party, it would be bad if the other party gave him pillow talk. What is the relationship between Duga seeking for loss and Peerless City? Song Qingshu asked as he carefully stared at the other party's eyes, not letting go of the slightest change in his expression. Duga seeking for loss? Dugaming's face was blank. The castellan of Peerless City is indeed surnamed Dugu, but I've never heard of this name. Does it have anything to do with Peerless City? I'm just asking casually. It's fine if the young castellan doesn't know. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Song Qingshu also had some doubts. He was very sure that Dugaming's swordplay had the shadow of the sword will of Duga seeking for loss, but it wasn't that obvious. Gu Zixian asked curiously, "Duga seeking for loss, from the sound of this name, he seems to be a very powerful person." Song Qingshu nodded and recalled the engravings of Dugaming that he had seen in the sword catacomb. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fascination. Yes, he's a living legend. After that, Wanyan Xianxia and Galdan discussed the details of their future cooperation. It wasn't until it was very late that they arranged for everyone to return to their rooms to rest. Fortunately, although the temple was somewhat deserted, there were still many rooms. After sending everyone off, just as Song Qingshu was about to leave, Wanyan Xianxia gently pulled him back. Her pair of big eyes were glistening and a blush flashed across her face. "Actually, you don't have to leave." Song Qingshu turned his head and saw that under the flickering candlelight, her delicate and flawless face was even more beautiful than a peach blossom. She was clearly still young, but her pair of long and charming eyes were like a 1,000-year-old fox spirit that could stir one's soul. She really is a natural seductress. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he was almost defeated by those alluring eyes. With great difficulty, he used all of his willpower to restrain himself. Song Qingshu's throat was a bit dry as he said, "Don't mess around. Go to bed early." "Don't talk to me like I'm a child," Wanyan Xianxia said with dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "Is that not the case?" Wanyan Xianxia puffed out her chest. "How am I small? Not to mention, some of my sisters in the capital already have children." Song Qingshu had to admit that in some aspects, she really wasn't small anymore. She had already begun to show signs of womanhood, and according to the customs of this world, she was old enough to marry. "Unfortunately, Xianxia, you should know that you and I." Song Qingshu sighed, but before he could finish, the young woman's cold fingers pressed against his lips. Wanyan Xianxia pursed his lips. "I know what you want to say, but we don't mind, so why should you? Besides, this kind of thing is very common among royalty and nobility." Song Qingshu shook his head. "You don't understand. The place I came from is very different from your culture here. Forget it, it's hard to explain the reason behind this. You should sleep first." He was worried that if he stayed here any longer, even his strong will would be softened. Wanyan Xianxia tilted her head and looked at his back. After a long time, she smiled. "Although I don't understand what Brother Song is worried about, I'll be waiting for you." Song Qingshu, who had just left the room, almost stumbled. This girl didn't listen to me at all. He returned to the west wing of the temple, where the Southern Song diplomatic mission was stationed. He thought that Shui Baochai and the yellow-clothed woman would come to ask him a few questions, but the two women completely ignored him. With a wry smile, Song Qingshu went back to his room to freshen up and lie down. As a result, Wanyan Xianxia's gentle gaze appeared in his mind. He felt an evil fire burning in his heart and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. "I really didn't expect to perform a scene where even a beast is inferior to that old joke." Song Qingshu sighed. At this time, a seductive voice slowly came from the west wing. Shui Pan had just come out to relieve himself. When he saw the other party, he immediately became spirited and excited like a pug. "Princess, what a coincidence. We really are fated to run into each other like this." The person who had come was the dual cultivation princess, Gu Zixian. She was also startled by Shui Pan's sudden appearance. "So it's young Master Shui." Shui Pan was even more delighted. When he saw her cold demeanor, he thought that she didn't care about men. It turned out that she had secretly remembered his name. Could it be that his handsome appearance had left a deep impression on her? "Princess, did you come to find me?" Shui Pan felt his mouth go dry and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Xianxia was startled and subconsciously shook her head. "No, I came to find young Master Jia." Shui Pan's smile instantly froze on his face. In that instant, he seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. "Recently, I've written a lot about Galdan and the cities of the western regions. Perhaps many readers don't understand this history, so I've used the form of a map to explain it. This way, everyone won't be confused." The official account was Monklu Ru. After entering the account and typing in the keyword Western regions, the relevant content would be automatically replied. Snowflakes fluttered, the northern wind whistled, and the world was a vast expanse. For some reason, this scene appeared in Shui Pan's mind. It took him a long time to catch his breath. He forced out a smile and asked, "What business does the princess have with Baoyu at this hour?" Xianxia frowned and a trace of impatience appeared in her eyes. "What does it have to do with you?" The people of the western regions were more direct than those of the central plains. Shui Pan felt like his heart was about to shatter into pieces. He had wanted to leave in a fit of anger, but when he smelled the faint fragrance coming from her body and saw her beautiful eyes, he couldn't bear to move away. He could only console himself that the customs of the western regions were different and that she definitely wouldn't hurt him on purpose. After thinking about it, he decided to give her a friendly reminder. "What I mean is that the princess is going to a man's room at this hour. If word gets out, it won't be good for the princess's reputation." Xianxia tilted her head slightly. "I don't mind, so why are you so nervous?" Shui Pan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he still had his pride. How could he not be angry when a woman spoke to him like this? He snorted and turned to leave, thinking to himself, "If I ever pay attention to you again, I'll be a bastard." Seeing his back, Xianxia suddenly had a thought and called out softly, "Please wait a moment, young Master Shui." Hearing her call, Shui Pan immediately turned around and smiled flatteringly. "Princess, what business do you have?" At the same time, he inwardly despised himself for being such a bastard. However, when he saw her tall figure and the faint fragrance in the air, his emotions quickly dissipated. "There's something I'd like to ask young Master Shui." Xianxia remembered that she had a favor to ask, so she purposefully made her tone softer. "I wouldn't dare to ask for advice." "Princess, please speak your mind. I'll tell you everything I know." Although he couldn't see her face, he could tell from her curved brows that she was smiling. Just thinking about her smiling at him made Shui Pan's body go limp. "I want to know what kind of person young Master Jia is." Xianxia looked at him expectantly. Shui Pan's smile froze on his face. Why did he suddenly feel like crying? Young Master Shui, young Master Shui? Xianxia was a bit confused. "You don't know? I'll ask someone else." I know. Shui Pan had no choice but to swallow his words. "Baoyu and I are very close. We are close brothers." He gritted his teeth and spat out the words "iron brother." Xianxia blinked, looking very interested as she waited for the rest of the story. He could almost see the stars in her eyes. Shui Pan was about to cry, but he had to answer. "Baoyu is the son of the Prime Minister and the Privy Council Commissioner, Jia Sherdao. So it's a famous family." Xianxia's tone seemed to contain some joy. Shui Pan was on the verge of cursing. "I've told you about my family background before, and it's clearly more or less the same, but you didn't respond at all. His family background is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, his father passed away not too long ago. He's not as good as he used to be." Shui Pan thought, "Let's see what you have to say now." "Ah?" Xianxia cried out in shock, "So he had such a tragic life, but I can't feel it from him at all. It can be seen how strong of a man he is." Shui Pan didn't even have the energy to retort. "Why is your way of thinking different from others? In such a situation, shouldn't you say that the surname Jia is cold or unfilial?" Shui Pan decided to continue with the strong medicine. "Baoyu is a famous devil in Linen City. Not only does he like to take liberties with the maids in his residence, but he also likes to linger around the brothels. It can be said that he has lovers everywhere in Linen City. Gu Zixian blinked, opened her red lips slightly, and commented, to be able to attract so many lovers, young Master Jia is really charming. Shui Pan looked at her with a "Are you kidding me?" After confirming that she really thought so, he wondered if the women of the western regions were different from the Central Plains. Did they all appreciate this kind of thing? Therefore, he decided to reveal his glorious past appropriately. Actually, I didn't tell you before. Baoyu and I are brothers, right? We often go to brothels together, and I have more lovers than he does. People call me the little overlord of linen. Unexpectedly, Gu Zixian frowned. So it means that you brought young Master Jia to such places before? Shui Pan faintly felt that something was wrong, but he still nodded instinctively. Gu Zixian said indifferently, young Master Jia is like an immortal. Young Master Shui shouldn't influence him too much in the future. Shui Pan felt that he was about to shut himself off. What was wrong with him just now? Why did he insist on staying behind to answer her question? However, seeing that she was so beautiful, he really couldn't get angry at her. He could only blame everything on Jia Baoyu. He thought to himself, that bastard, not only did he flirt with my sister, but he also flirted with other men. Now, he actually flirted with his future sister-in-law. As for Gu Zixian not admitting their relationship, Shui Pan didn't even think about it. He had already unilaterally declared his sovereignty over her. Oh right, does young Master Jia know martial arts? Gu Zixian asked the question she was most interested in. Martial arts? Shui Pan finally became spirited. Ha ha ha, that fellow Baoyu is famous for being neither literate nor skilled in martial arts. With his scholarly and weak appearance, it would be strange if he knew martial arts. If Princess is interested in martial arts, you can find me. I am strong and strong. Moreover, I have learned a high-level martial arts from a famous teacher since young. You? Gu Zixian sized him up. His eyes were frivolous, his breathing was chaotic, and his steps were unsteady. Although he knew martial arts, it wasn't very high. Soon, she no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, she pondered about Jia Baoyu. Why did he hide his martial arts from the public? Could it be that he was guarding against some danger, or was he preparing some scheme? As expected, he was a man full of mystery and charm. Seeing that she had more or less gathered enough information, Gu Zixian was no longer interested in wasting time with Shui Pan. She bid him farewell and walked towards Song Qingxi's room. After walking for a while, she suddenly frowned and turned around. She found that Shui Pan was reluctantly following behind her. Gu Zixian couldn't help but ask, does young Master Shui have anything else to say to me? And nothing, I'll be going back now, Shui Pan replied in a panic. Shui Pan replied in a panic. The other party's eyes were too bright, as if they could see through his heart. He couldn't even think of lying. Gu Zixian continued to stare at him until he turned around and left. Only then did she continue on her way. In a room not far away, Shui Baochai pushed open a crack in the window and gazed at her back. Just what was this woman planning to do? Was she shameless to go to a man's room so late at night? However, she had the responsibility of escorting the Southern Song diplomatic mission and didn't want to complicate matters. Moreover, the other party was a princess. She was also worried that it would cause a diplomatic dispute, so she didn't go out to stop her. The yellow-robed woman next door also had a pensive look on her face. Was she really after the Southern Song delegation? It seemed that she would have to raise her guard. Arriving at Song Qingxi's door, Gu Zixian stopped. Just as she was about to knock, she suddenly retracted her hand. She found that she was actually a bit nervous. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? In all these years, only men had been at a loss in front of her. How could she be nervous? However, she was nervous and her heartbeat sped up. She tidied up her clothes and confirmed that she hadn't neglected her manners before knocking on his door again. At this time, Song Qingxi was already lying on his bed. When he heard the knocking, he asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Gu Zixian's heart beat even faster. She bit her lips and softly replied, "Young Master Jia, it's me." "What's the matter?" A somewhat stiff reply came from inside the room. Gu Zixian felt somewhat wronged. She hadn't expected the other party's tone to be so cold. She was a girl who had taken the initiative to look for him in the middle of the night. Moreover, she was a beautiful girl. Shouldn't a normal man be extremely excited? However, she quickly realized that the man inside was different from other men. How could a celestial being like him be like other people? Shui Pan's fawning expression appeared in her mind. She could clearly sense that the man inside was extraordinary. Recognizing the voice of the princess, Song Qingshu was also somewhat puzzled. "Princess, why are you looking for me so late at night?" He had just been aroused by Wanyan Zhongjia, and now he saw a beautiful girl. How could he sleep at night? "There are some things I wish to discuss with young master. It's not convenient to speak outside. Can I come in?" Knowing that the other party was extraordinary, Gu Zixian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his attitude. Instead, she felt a bit uncomfortable as she looked at the other rooms. She had caused too much of a commotion by coming here in the middle of the night. Some of the windows were even slightly open, and she could feel the heat of the gazes in the darkness. She felt a bit embarrassed standing outside. Hearing the meaning behind her words, Song Qingshu was slightly startled. He roughly understood her predicament and got up to open the door for her. "Princess, please wait a moment." Why was he always so considerate? If a person was too outstanding, they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. When he opened the door, he saw a tall and graceful beauty standing in front of it. It was unknown what she was worried about as she turned her head to observe the situation behind her. Her figure was delicate and elegant, and she had an elegant temperament. It was no wonder that so many people were secretly peeking at her. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Zixian gently turned her slender jade neck around. Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but brighten. He saw that the woman was elegant, and beautiful. Her clear eyes seemed to be filled with tenderness. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sure enough, the women of the dual cultivation mansion were all beautiful. Moreover, they were so gentle and pleasant. No wonder the other young masters all flocked to them like ducks. If Shui Pan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely spit on his face. How was she gentle? The way she looked at him was clearly. He was cold, arrogant, and indifferent, causing others to not dare to stare at him. He had an unapproachable attitude. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? He had seen all kinds of storms and waves over the years. A little girl, no matter how beautiful she was, could not make him feel uneasy. Being stared at by his gaze, Gu Zixian had a feeling that she was naked in front of him. However, this was different from those disgusting men who were full of obscenity and possessiveness. Instead, it was a kind of admiration that came from the heart. Moreover, his gaze stopped at a certain point, not causing her displeasure in the slightest. But even so, Gu Zixian was still like a little deer being stared at. As if carrying great shyness, she lowered her head until it touched her voluptuous chest. With a sweet-sounding voice, she softly said, "Can I go in?" "Of course you can." Song Qingshu smiled. Moreover, the other party was a delightful beauty. There was no reason for him to refuse. After Gu Zixian entered the room, she subconsciously closed the door. Seeing this, Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Princess, you're wandering around in the middle of the night. Be careful not to sleep on the wrong bed." Hearing his words, Gu Zixian's face couldn't help but turn red. If it was any other man who said such words to her, she would definitely turn hostile and leave. But when these words came from his mouth, not only did they not make her feel annoyed, they even gave off a carefree and unrestrained temperament. What was even more delightful was that this made him more approachable. He did not give off the feeling of being high up in the clouds like before. If those busybodies see the door open, there will inevitably be some gossip tomorrow. Gu Zixian realized that the other party was referring to the matter of her closing the door. She didn't want to be seen as a casual woman, so she quickly explained. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. "Miss, do you know what it means to be a melon field with plums under plums? Closing the door is really hard to explain. Could it be that the brains of the people of the western regions are completely different from those of the central plains? As for his own reputation in this area, he never cared much about it. Moreover, he was using Jia Baoyu's appearance to meet people. Even if his reputation was ruined, what did it have to do with him, Song Qingshu? The door is already closed." Right now, it's the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. Gu Zishan's heart jumped, but she quickly regained her composure. A person like young master wouldn't do anything to me, right? That's hard to say. Song Qingshu could only sigh at how big these women's hearts were. When they were heartless towards a man, they were cold to death, but when they were interested in a man, they could think of all kinds of reasons to absolve him. Gu Zishan was just smiling, but when she heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She took out a jade flute from her waist and directly attacked the other's vital acupoint. Although the weapon was not a real sword, in the hands of an expert, any weapon could kill. Moreover, this jade flute was incomparably sparkling and translucent. With one look, one could tell that it was specially made. When used with peerless city sword techniques, its power was not inferior to a real sword. The two of them were chatting happily before, but who knew that the other party would suddenly attack? Moreover, the two of them were so close that even Song Qingshu was caught unprepared. If it was another person, they might have fallen for this trap, but Song Qingshu's cultivation had already reached a level where he could do as he pleased. He instantly grabbed her wrist and pulled, using her arm to wrap around her neck. He restrained her from behind. You and I have no enmity, why did the princess suddenly attack me? Song Qingshu asked coldly. At the same time, he was thinking about who sent the other party. Was it Galdan, or Mongolia? Could it be that when the Heaven's Mandate sect besieged them, it was all an act to deal with the Jin kingdom and the southern Song dynasty? While he was letting his imagination run wild, Gu Zishan was not nervous at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He directly pushed her to the side and snorted, "I don't know what you're talking about." Gu Zishan's eyes were like crescent moons, and her eyebrows were full of smiles. Previously, I specially asked Xue Pan about it. Young Master Jia is a famous playboy in Linen City. He doesn't know any martial arts at all. Song Qingshu said indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" Gu Zishan gracefully bowed, "Benefactor, you don't need to worry. I don't mean to threaten you. Whether benefactor is deliberately hiding it or not, I won't reveal anything to the outside world." Song Qingshu took a step forward, and an invisible aura spread in all directions. His voice was also somewhat cold. In the end, a living person can't keep secrets as well as a dead person. Being suppressed by the other's aura, Gu Zishan felt as if her body was imprisoned by an invisible hand. She couldn't move at all, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. Her face was somewhat pale, but she still tried her best to say, "Benefactor saved my life in the first place. If benefactor wants to kill me, I am willing." After saying that, she gently closed her eyes. Song Qingshu took a step forward and directly grabbed her neck, saying in a deep voice, "Don't play with me by retreating. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Gu Zishan's black eyebrows slightly furrowed. Clearly, it was somewhat painful from being pinched. "If benefactor doesn't believe me, you can take off my veil and take a look. Is it poisonous smoke or a hidden weapon? Do you think I will be afraid?" Song Qingshu sneered and directly took off her veil. Then, he couldn't help but be startled. After removing the veil, what came in front of him was not poisonous smoke or hidden weapons, but a flawless and exquisite face. She had bright eyes, snow-white skin, a fine nose, and red lips. Between her eyebrows and eyes was a unique beauty. The candlelight in the room shone on her face. It was unknown whether the candlelight illuminated her or she illuminated the candlelight. At this moment, she was nervously looking at the man in front of her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was extremely uneasy. Song Qingshu secretly praised her. Graceful and noble, she was probably the goddess in many people's dreams. If those scholars in Linen City who were like bees and butterflies saw her real face, they would probably be excited to write poems. He didn't know what words they would use to describe her beauty. However, Song Qingshu was, after all, knowledgeable. After a slight daze, he said coldly, "What? Are you going to seduce me with your beauty?" Gu Zishan shook her head slightly and said softly, "Of course not. It's just that the descendants of our residents of dual cultivators have always abided by a rule. That is, when we grow up, we can only show our appearance to our parents or future husbands. At this point, her jade-like skin was tinged with an agate-like crimson. Song Qingshu let go of her hand and pushed her aside. He said lightly, I have enough women. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy them. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Gu Zixian's eyes. She hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I just used this way to express that I didn't mean to harm you. Song Qingshu nodded to show that he understood. He said, by the way, why did your residents of dual cultivators set such a strange rule? Hearing his gentle tone, Gu Zixian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She said, I don't know either. There has been such a rule since I can remember. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He said, now that you've shown your appearance to me, your fiancé, the young lord of the city, will go crazy if he finds out. Gu Zixian bit her lips. Du Gaming is not my fiancé. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to believe her words, she hurriedly explained, Peerless City and the dual cultivator manor do have a tradition of marriage, but it's not absolute. For example, my mother didn't marry the current city lord Dugu, and I don't like the current city lord either, so I'm unwilling to marry him. Thus, the marriage between us hasn't been officially decided yet. Oh. Song Qingshu's interest was piqued. Who did Madam marry? I don't think I've heard you mention it before. A trace of hatred flashed in Gu Zixian's eyes. I'm not too clear about that person's situation. I only know that he abandoned his wife and daughter, and my mother has always hated him. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. From Gu Zixian's appearance, the dual cultivation madam's appearance couldn't be that bad. Moreover, even though she was wearing a veil, he could still tell from her figure and eyes that she was a peerless beauty. Was there really a man who was willing to abandon such a wife? Benefactor, can you tell me your name? Gu Zixian suddenly asked. Song Qingshu frowned. Don't you already know my name? Gu Zixian shook her head. I heard from young Master Xue that the Jia residence's young master had been missing for a long time and had suddenly returned not long ago. Furthermore, his behavior was very different from before. In the past, Jia Baoyu was a hedonistic son who didn't know martial arts. Now, he's a super expert with unfathomable martial arts. It's impossible for him to master such top-notch martial arts in such a short period of time. Song Qingshu frowned. I'm very curious. Why are you so sure that I'm that so-called benefactor? It had to be known that when he was at the inn, he was wearing a mask and his clothes had been specially changed. There was no reason for him to be recognized. The blush on Gu Zixian's face gradually dissipated. It's like this. Our dual cultivation madam's cultivation method is very special. We can sense some special existences. I originally thought it was just a legend. After all, for more than a decade, there has never been such a feeling as described in the books. But when we were besieged by the Heavens Mandate sect in the inn, Benefactor descended from the sky. I instantly knew. That feeling was like a sun rising in the night. Therefore, even though Benefactor had changed his clothes and covered his face, I could still recognize him. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Could it be that their dual cultivation heart sutra resonated with his joyous Zen heart sutra? Tell me your heart sutra. Song Qingshu said very naturally. Ah? Gu Zixian's moist mouth formed an O shape. She felt that the number of times she blushed today was more than the number of times she had blushed in the past decade. If you don't want to, then forget it. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he naturally wouldn't covet her martial arts. Instead, he wanted to determine if the two were related. Otherwise, why would there be such a mysterious connection? It's not that I don't want to, it's just. Gu Zixian twisted the corner of her dress nervously. She found it difficult to speak, but when she saw the other's expression, she was worried that refusing would brush off his intentions. She could only nod and say, I'm just worried that Benefactor will misunderstand some of it. Forget it, with Benefactor's abilities, you definitely won't think like an ordinary person. Song Qingshu felt a little strange. Why did she look so hesitant? Why did it seem like she was having a hard time speaking? Gu Zixian was about to recite the incantation when her heart suddenly stirred. She looked at the man in front of her with anticipation. Benefactor, can you show me your true appearance? Song Qingshu's eyes became sharp. Are you trying to negotiate? No, no. Gu Zixian waved her hand anxiously. It's just that when I demonstrate the dual cultivation heart sutra, I need to see benefactor's true appearance. There's such a request? Song Qingshu was very surprised. But judging from the other's expression and tone, this was indeed her sincere words and not a lie. He wondered why the martial arts of the dual cultivation house were so strange. Yes. Gu Zixian's head was almost touching her towering chest. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but he still took off the mask. My identity is very sensitive, and I can't let anyone know about it. So, it's fine if you see it, but you can't mention it to anyone, and you can't draw it. He couldn't help but be careful. The women of this era were often proficient in the four arts. If she had nothing better to do and drew his appearance, it would be seen by someone who knew him. His identity would immediately be exposed. Seeing that she didn't answer and only stared at him with a strange expression, Song Qingshu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Zixian blushed and said in a low voice, "I just didn't expect benefactor to be so young." Previously, in the inn, the other party had heavily injured many old demons of the Heaven's Mandate sect. His martial arts were truly amazing. Everyone had tried to guess his origins. Although there were many different opinions, there was one thing they all agreed on: the other party was definitely not young. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated to such a level? But now that she saw his true appearance with her own eyes, he was actually so young, and so handsome. Can we start now? Song Qingshu reminded. Gu Zixian finally came to her senses and replied with a voice as soft as a mosquito. Song Qingshu was waiting for her to explain the dual cultivation heart sutra when he suddenly saw her hands on her belt. Then, as if there was no friction between her skin, the robe on her shoulders naturally slid down, revealing her white jade-like body. What are you doing? Song Qingshu thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect it to unfold like this. Gu Zixian lowered her head, and a visible blush rose from her neck. Her eyes wandered, and the shyness between her brows made people feel pity for her. Our dual cultivation house doesn't have a secret manual. Looking at the dazzling white body in front of him, Song Qingshu felt his throat go dry. If you don't have a secret manual, you could have just dictated it to me. Why are you taking off your clothes? Gu Zixian's head was almost touching her chest. There are no secret manuals, no chants, no so-called mental cultivation methods, only the feeling of the body. The dual cultivation house uses this method to pass it down from generation to generation. We feel each other's body circulation routes. This method? Even though she didn't say it clearly, Song Qingshu could roughly guess that the most important part of the dual cultivation method was the circulation routes of vital energy. When two people were in the most intimate relationship, they would release the restrictions on their bodies and feel the movement of vital energy in each other's body. At the same time, they would accept each other's guidance. Unless it was someone they absolutely trusted, doing this was putting your life in the other's hands. If the other wanted you to live, you would live. If the other wanted you to die, you would die. Did you learn it like this back then? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Even though they had just met, a man's innate psychology made it hard for him to accept a beautiful woman having such an intimate relationship with someone else. Yes. Gu Zixian was quick-witted and quickly guessed his concerns. She continued, "It was my mother who taught it to me." The image of a mature and beautiful body entangled with a young and energetic girl appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu couldn't help but touch his nose, worried that he might accidentally have a nosebleed. Benefactor, the dual cultivation method can't be taught orally. In a moment, when we are in the most intimate state, benefactor can feel it yourself. Gu Zixian's eyes were bright, and her eyes were abnormally moist. Song Qingshu did his best to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He sighed and said, "Princess, do you not know what this means?" "I know." Gu Zixian's voice was very small, and there was a trace of trembling. "Then I don't understand. We just met, why are you, this is too hasty." Song Qingshu said in a low voice. "But I'm willing." Gu Zixian raised her head, and her eyes flashed with determination. Sensing his frown, Gu Zixian hurriedly explained, "I'm not a frivolous woman. It's just that our dual cultivation house has a destined mission. Even though I don't like Du Gaming, in the end, I have no choice but to follow tradition and marry him. I can't resist this kind of fate. The only thing I can do is find someone I like. Even if we can't be together for a long time, but at the sweet memories, I have a good life. It's just that I've never met a man who could move my heart. The others couldn't even compare to Du Gumming, until I met my benefactor. Gu Zixian bit her lips. Even though she felt shy, she knew that this opportunity would never come again. She continued to muster her courage and said, I don't know why either. When I first saw benefactor, even though you were wearing a mask, I was still deeply attracted to you. You were like a burning flame, and I was like a moth. Moths to a flame won't have a good ending. Song Qingshu sighed, moths to a flame won't have a good ending. From her words, he vaguely understood her mentality. Perhaps ever since she could remember, everyone had instilled in her the idea of marrying the young city lord of peerless Shuang City. This caused her to live in a state where she didn't have any thoughts about the future. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. One day, she had an uncontrollable and bold idea. Coincidentally, his cultivation method was attracted to her mental cultivation method, so she boldly took this step. But no matter how many times I do it, moths will eventually fly to a flame. Gu Zixian bravely looked at the man in front of her, and there was an indescribable light in her eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, the figure in Gu Zixian's eyes gradually dimmed. She picked up the robe from the ground, and said in a very sad voice, looks like it was my wishful thinking. Seeing her heartbroken appearance, Song Qingshu knew that his actions had hurt her self-esteem. After all, there was nothing more hurtful than a woman taking the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms and being rejected by him. Song Qingshu walked over and gently lifted her smooth chin. Looking at her delicate and flawless face, he noticed the faint traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. His heart softened, and his voice also became gentle. Princess, don't misunderstand. I just haven't thought about how to deal with our relationship. As he got closer, Gu Zixian felt that the indescribable attraction was becoming more and more difficult to resist. Her whole body couldn't help but soften, and she fell into his arms. Before Song Qingshu could react, a pair of soft lips pressed against his. Feeling the young and sweet breath of the girl, Song Qingshu's heart also began to beat faster. At this time, he also faintly felt that there was an indescribable attraction from her body. It seemed that the dual cultivation method really did have some kind of indescribable connection with the Joyzen technique. At this time, if he still let a woman take the initiative, it would be too ungentlemanly. Song Qingshu gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. The young girl was no match for him. Very quickly, she was kissed until she was panting and her whole body was soft and tender. Perhaps it was because she came from the western regions, but Gu Zixian was a bit fairer than the women of the Central Plains. She was also taller. She was fat in the places that should be fat, thin in the places that should be thin, and perky in the places that should be perky. Song Qingshu had originally been angered by Wanyan Zhongjia, but he had managed to suppress it with great difficulty. Now, how could he bear it? Just as he was about to take it a step further, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Young Master Jia? Gu Zixian immediately woke up from her daze. She hurriedly put on her clothes and said with a panicked expression, "Oh no, it's my mother." Song Qingshu also had a gloomy look on his face. What's going on? They can't play like this. Are these mother and daughter deliberately playing with me? What's the matter, madam? Song Qingshu didn't immediately get up to open the door. I'm sorry to disturb you. I've come to take Xian'er back. Gu Ningqing's voice came from outside the door. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling. Then she called out, Xian'er, it's time to go back to sleep. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. She didn't give him a chance to make excuses. She directly said this to show that she knew that his daughter was in the room. Okay, I'll be right out. Gu Zixian tidied up her clothes and stuck out her tongue at Song Qingshu. Clearly, she didn't dare to resist because of her mother's authority and her guilty conscience. I'm sorry. Gu Zixian looked at Song Qingshu with an apologetic expression. Song Qingshu was amused. Why are you apologizing? Gu Zixian bit her lip and said, I'll find a chance to find you in the future. Then she ran out the door without looking back. Guningqing could not help but frown when she saw her daughter's hair was messy and her face was still flushed. However, the dual cultivation technique was unique, so she quickly realized that her daughter had not really lost her virginity. She let out a sigh of relief and bowed to Song Qingshu, who followed behind her. "I'm really sorry to disturb you so late at night, young master." "Madam, you're too kind." Song Qingshu couldn't say anything. He was also helpless. "What's wrong, madam?" Noticing her strange behavior, Song Qingshu curiously asked. "No, nothing," Guningqing unnaturally replied. She had been single for a long time, so how could she have such a big reaction when she came into contact with a man? But when she came into contact with Galdan and the people from Wushuang City, there was nothing strange. If it wasn't for the fact that she had never heard of a man using seduction techniques, she might have thought that the other party was a male version of Danyuru. The power of seduction towards women was too great. No wonder her daughter ran into his room in the middle of the night. Even she couldn't control herself, let alone her inexperienced daughter. Thinking of this, her legs unnaturally clamped together. Worried that she would make a fool of herself if she stayed, she casually said a few words and quickly pulled her daughter away. Looking at the backs of the two hurriedly leaving, Song Qingshu's face was in a daze. He thought that the plot wasn't right. "Shouldn't you be the one aggressively questioning me? The one running away should be me, right?" After Gu Zixian was pulled and jogged for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Mother, why are you running so fast?" Guningqing's smooth oval face couldn't help but turn red. Feeling a bit guilty, she couldn't help but become angry. "You still have the nerve to say that? It's all because of you. An unmarried girl ran into a man's room in the middle of the night. What's so shameful about it?" Gu Zixian thought that she was pursuing love, so when she was called out like this, she couldn't accept it. Seeing that she still dared to talk back, Guningqing became even more angry. She pointed at her body. "Look at yourself. The dress was worn in such a hurry, and the knot on the belt is wrong." Normally, Gu Zixian had a group of people to help her dress, and every detail was required to be meticulous. Now that she was dressed so messily, it was obvious that something was wrong. "Also, your hair is messy, and your face is so red. What did you guys do inside just now?" Guningqing angrily scolded. "Nothing much." Thinking of the scene in the room, Gu Zixian's voice became lower and lower, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Guningqing reached out to touch her daughter's face and angrily said to her, "Your face is so hot. Normally you are as clean as ice and as clean as jade, why are you so?" She hemmed and hawed for a long time, unable to say that word. Gu Zixian bit her lips and was also a bit embarrassed. "It's not like I treat everyone like that, it's just him. Did he give you some kind of drug?" Guningqing could not help but recall her strange behavior just now when she saw her daughter's watery eyes and coy look. "No." Gu Zixian hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to her ear and said, "He's actually the benefactor who saved us at the inn? Although he promised to keep it a secret, his mother was his only family in this world, and he had saved her before, so there was no harm in telling her." "Is that him?" Guningqing was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "How is that possible? Our benefactor's martial arts are unfathomable. He's like a god. How could he be such a young playboy? I tried. It's really him." Gu Zixian recalled how handsome he looked when he took off his mask, and she couldn't help but smile. "How?" Guningqing was startled and subconsciously looked at her legs. "Mother, what are you thinking?" Gu Zixian was instantly embarrassed. "It's his aura. Even though he was wearing a mask, when I saw him, it was like I felt the sun. There's no mistaking it." "Aura?" Guningqing had a strange look in her eyes. In fact, she had a similar feeling. No wonder she had vaguely felt that Jia Baoyu was familiar. However, she didn't know if it was because of her age, but she wasn't as imaginative as her daughter. She could actually connect two people who were completely unrelated on the surface. Moreover, I was afraid that something might happen. Just now, I attacked him by surprise and tested his martial arts. In the end, I was suppressed by him in an instant. His martial arts are the same as before at the inn," Gu Zixian said complacently. Gu Ningqing believed her daughter's judgment. Her daughter was young, but her martial arts were not bad. She couldn't be wrong in this aspect. Moreover, she also felt that the person's aura was somewhat familiar. No wonder you agreed to teach Love of a Fallen City to them. Thinking of everything that happened before, she suddenly understood. Gu Zixian pursed her lips and smiled. If it wasn't for Benefactor, why would I agree to give the secret of the mansion to him so easily? Gu Ningqing nodded. Then, she couldn't help but extend her finger and poke his head. Even if he is our benefactor, you don't have to use your pure body to thank him. A flash of embarrassment appeared in Gu Zixian's eyes. It's not like I'm just repaying him. I can't help but fall in love with him. That's why I'm willing. Gu Ningqing was so angry that she laughed. You've only met him a few times. You haven't even seen his age or what he looks like. How can you fall in love with him? Who said I haven't seen his face? I just saw his real face. He's extraordinarily handsome. It's exactly like how I imagined him to be. He's more handsome than all the men I've seen before. Gu Zixian looked like a young girl yearning for love. Isn't this his real face now? Gu Ningqing immediately understood. The current Jia Baoyu had too much makeup on him. It was completely different from Benefactor's free and easy temperament. So this wasn't his real face. What does he look like? Draw it for me. Gu Ningqing was also a little curious. What did this mysterious benefactor who had saved all of them look like? The other party's martial arts were unfathomable. She didn't dare to ask him to take off his mask. I'm not telling you. Gu Zixian raised her chin and snorted. She remembered what she had promised her benefactor. You little girl. Hearing her daughter's reply, Gu Ningqing was almost angered to death. What? Are you afraid that I'll steal your man? No matter how handsome he is, he can't be more handsome than your father. He's definitely more handsome than my father. Gu Zixian snorted. She looked like she couldn't be bothered to discuss it with her. Her eyes were full of little stars. She was so angry that the other party's teeth chattered. After the mother and daughter quarreled for a while, Gu Ningqing's expression gradually became serious. It's fine if you mess around a little. But you have to control yourself. You have to know that you'll marry the young city lord sooner or later. If you ruin your body before that, the dual cultivator's house and Peerless City will become enemies. You didn't marry the city lord back then. Gu Zixian said unhappily. That's because I was young and insensible. Do you know how big of a storm I caused back then? Gu Ningqing sighed faintly, as if she didn't want to remember what happened back then. After that, the dual cultivator's house paid an unimaginable price to compensate Peerless City. If you do it again, you'll be challenging Peerless City's bottom line. When that happens, it means that both sides will go to war. Back then, when the dual cultivator's house had nowhere to go, it was Peerless City who took us in. As descendants, we shouldn't forget this kindness. I know. Gu Zixian waved her hand impatiently. Seeing her daughter like this, Gu Ningqing also felt a little guilty. After all, if she hadn't done that first, she wouldn't have ruined her daughter's opportunity. She could only persuade her, actually, as long as you keep your body clean and deal with Peerless City before you get married, it'll be fine. After that, if you still can't let go of your benefactor, I think no one will stop you from looking for him from time to time. End of chapter 21:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.